Chapter 1. Welcome to Prisoner Island. Year 135 of the new era, South Pacific Singer Island. A new batch of prisoners has arrived on the island. As 200 inmates ascend the gangway from the warship, lining up to enter the land. Hey, you pathetic F-grade weakling. Hurry up, or I'll beat you. Yes, you go ahead. Xie Qi was shoved by a rotund man behind him. Instead of feeling anger, he quickly stepped aside. Seeing Xie Qi yield, not only the fat man, but several other fierce-looking prisoners swaggered past without a word. One burly man with tattooed arms spat disdainfully as he walked by, yanked Xie Qi's badge from his chest, tossed it to the ground, and deliberately stepped on it as he left. Despite this provocation, Xie Qi remained silent. A smile plastered on his face, his eyes narrowing with mirth. He fixated on the retreating figure while reminiscing about how he had ended up in this place. Not long ago, Xie Qi had just exited his gaming arena, and before he could reach his vehicle, he felt dizzy and suddenly found himself aboard a warship in the Pacific. Initially, he thought he had been kidnapped by hostile forces. Having encountered such situations before, he was disinclined to ponder why he was abducted. However, as he contemplated escaping, he realized something was amiss. On one hand, the body he inhabited was not his own, devoid of the calluses earned from years of wielding a firearm. It bore little muscle and had an unsettlingly pale complexion. On the other hand, the warship was equipped with advanced technology incongruent with the current era, with AI robots visible everywhere, as if he had traversed into a science fiction narrative. After days of analysis and observation, Xie Qi understood that he was no longer in his original world. The fortune he had painstakingly built over the years had crumbled in an instant, leaving him in a body that had sunk to the depths of imprisonment. Reflecting on this, Xie Qi's smile broadened. Once the crowd behind him had passed, he leisurely crouched down, brushed off his badge from the ground, and pinned it back on. This batch of newcomers looks rather unimpressive. I wonder how many will survive. Hey, I must admit, this F-grade fellow has a decent appearance. I hope he lasts a while. What a foolish infatuation. A weakling is a weakling. Here on Prisoner Island, strength is everything. What use is good looks? Has the front line broken down? Is it because they can't bear to see a handsome face? Damn. A few scattered comments floated above the newcomers' heads, but those below seemed oblivious, forming orderly lines under the guidance of the AI navigator. These individuals were prisoners transported by the warship for violating the new humanity code, sentenced to exile by the AI judge to a solitary island in the Atlantic. While the outside world named this vast ocean, those in the know referred to it clandestinely as Prisoner Island. Spanning over 20,000 square kilometers and surrounded by sea, the island was riddled with forests and swamps, with only 5 prisons constructed by the government, leaving the rest devoid of any signs of human habitation. I don't want to stay here. Why? I merely stole a little money. Why am I being exiled to this place? One emaciated prisoner, resembling Xie Qi, arrived on the island and, upon realizing the fate awaiting him, broke down, clutching his head and shouting, "You stole something. I was only caught for not throwing my trash in the bin. Who's more wrong than me?" A tall, thin man echoed his grievances. Once one person began to unravel, others followed suit. A group of inmates marked with danger levels E and F surrounded the AI navigator, clamoring about their injustices and demanding a retrial. Standing beside Xie Qi was the tall man who had just complained about the trash. His badge also bore an F-level designation, just like Xie Qi. Seeing the commotion around the navigator and Xie Qi's calm demeanor, he struck up a conversation. "What were you imprisoned for? You seem to be F-grade as well. Surely you must also be wronged?" "Me?" Xie Qi tilted his head as if recalling something. "I don't remember, but I am a law-abiding citizen, paying taxes to the state every year." The tall man looked utterly baffled, and even the comments reflected disbelief. Is this person a fool? He doesn't even know why he's here, paying taxes? With the income of this bunch of paupers, do they even need to pay taxes? Are we the ones funding them? Every time newcomers arrive, it's the same old story. I'm tired of watching. If it weren't for the signing in rewards, I wouldn't bother. 1. Let's wager on who will die first. I bet on this one named Xie Qi. 10 gold coins. The tall guy beside him looks suspicious. Who among those sent to Prisoner Island isn't a vicious criminal? The AI judge has never misjudged. I don't believe his words. Suddenly, a voting poll appeared beside the comments, with Xie Qi's name leading by a wide margin. Yet, none noticed the floating comments above their heads. The tall man ceased conversing, merely sizing Xie Qi up with his eyes. Unperturbed by the strange atmosphere, Xie Qi continued to smile at the raucous crowd, his black prison uniform accentuating his tall figure, sleeves neatly rolled up, revealing a pair of pallid hands. At this point, disturbances were not limited to those classified as E or F. Even the D-grade fat man who had previously pushed Xie Qi aside and the C-grade tattooed man had rolled up their sleeves. Bullying the navigator, which was merely a single AI, unarmed and unafraid of sudden attacks. The AI navigator was a humanoid machine, gleaming silver in color, appearing distinctly non-human, with a tracked base instead of legs. To prevent ethical dilemmas, the government had enacted a prohibition on AI robot appearances a decade ago, mandating that non-companion robots could not resemble humans by more than 50. The AI navigator, naturally falling under this regulation, while equipped with secondary intelligence, primarily focused on navigation and security, lacking any superfluous emotional analysis modules. The AI navigator, experienced in dealing with such scenarios, exhibited no emotional disturbance at the unfolding events. It scanned the crowd with its eyes and retrieved past data from its internal database, speaking in a cold, metallic male voice. Codename SV-017. Second navigation mission obstructed. Scanning reveals 57 obstructive factors. Initiating removal protocol. All others, please move aside to avoid collateral damage. Countdown 1 minute. This announcement fell upon the crowd like a bucket of cold water. From the warship behind them, dozens of robots descended, encircling the prisoners, their arms transforming into long-barreled guns aimed directly at them. Ha! Look at their foolish expressions. They're dumbfounded, aren't they? Does Prisoner Island allow anyone to come and go as they please? They simply fail to grasp the reality. Enough of this. I prepared my flavored nutrient supplements. Front row viewing. The ones in front are truly poor, drinking nutrient supplements while I'm munching on real seeds. Wow, a front row big shot. Would you be so kind as to spare me a few hundred gold coins? The comments were jubilant, while the atmosphere below was grim. Those who had previously remained silent quickly dispersed, some even plunging into the sea, fearing injury from the impending chaos. The remaining 56 individuals felt a chill run down their spines, finally comprehending their predicament. Yet some still trembled in defiance, retorting, "We merely sought to assert our rightful claims. How does that constitute an obstruction?" At this moment, the navigator spoke again. One individual remains unaccounted for. The countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7. One person, trembling with fear upon hearing the countdown, mustered the courage to shout towards the crowd, "Hey, which coward dares not step forward? Do you wish to endanger us all? Indeed, come forth. It is your folly that has led us to this predicament. Which wretched coward? Once you emerge, I shall strike you down with a single blow." Xie Qi listened to the coarse shouts of the crowd, feeling as though he were drifting in a distant realm. Beside him stood the tall figure, who now appeared far from the calm demeanor of moments before, trembling uncontrollably. Xie Qi snapped back to reality, suddenly feeling a forceful shove from behind, sending him stumbling forward. "Do not blame me. Since you have arrived here, you must understand that this is your fate." Chapter 2. Welcome to your hell. The tall man wore a smirk on his face, reveling in the fact that he had found such a convenient scapegoat. However, as he regained his composure, he felt an unexpected tightness around his wrist, followed by a sudden lurch forward. With a smile, Xie Qi had somehow maneuvered behind him. The sunlight glinted off the object in his hand, casting a blinding reflection that pierced the man's eyes. "Honestly, I should have warned you beforehand. I have always had an aversion to sharp, needle-like objects." The instrument plunged into the man's right eye, and crimson fluid quickly began to seep from the socket. Xie Qi maintained his smile, twisting the object forcefully to ensure that the eye was irreparably damaged before continuing. "Those who defy the rules." A horrific scream erupted in his ears, and as Xie Qi loosened his grip, the man collapsed to his knees, desperately clutching his injured eye. "Warning! Warning! Please maintain a distance of over 2 meters from subject PI 897777 and subject PI 897779. Several red beams of light illuminated Xie Qi, resembling splattered blood on his dark prison garb. He extracted the badge that was lodged in the man's eye, a small spurt of blood following its removal, tainting the once pristine needle with crimson. Really? It was merely a jest. Why take it so seriously? Xie Qi retreated a few steps, ensuring a 3-meter distance from the man who was now wailing on the ground, before turning to address the AI navigator. The robots surrounding him were armed, their weapons emitting the ominous red light. Even though Xie Qi had released his hold, they did not shift their focus from him. The entire episode unfolded with alarming swiftness. The onlooking prisoners, in the blink of an eye, witnessed the gruesome scene, with some unable to restrain themselves from covering their own eyes, as if their right eyes too felt the sting. The barrage of commentary above their heads momentarily ceased, only to resume once the two men had distanced themselves. What the hell just happened? Is that pretty boy really that ruthless? It was just a sneak attack when the guy wasn't paying attention. Look at those skinny arms and legs. A single punch would have knocked him down. But among the newcomers, his mental fortitude is commendable. Didn't you see others retching over there? It's just a poked eye. There will be plenty more broken arms and legs in the future. Attacking someone in front of the navigator. I bet he'll be sent to the 3rd underground level. Following the sentiments expressed in the commentary, the instigators who had stood up were escorted in another direction by the robots. The tattooed provocateur who had earlier taunted Xie Qi was among them. When he turned back, he met Xie Qi's gaze, and, upon seeing the latter smile, he trembled and quickly concealed his imposing figure behind a smaller individual. The tall man, now deprived of his right eye, was assisted to his feet by a robot. He dared not look at Xie Qi and joined the group in their departure. The remaining onlookers fell silent, distancing themselves from Xie Qi, quietly following the navigator towards the looming prison ahead. As for Xie Qi, he turned his head to glance at the robots on either side, still brandishing their weapons at him. With a weary sigh, he raised his hands above his head and said, "I truly did not intend to provoke this. It was a reflex, a mere reflex. Surely, even robots comprehend that this is a physiological response." Beep 0631 has received the command. Subject PIE 897777. The prisoner is instructed to proceed without resistance. Failure to comply will trigger secondary alarms. Observing Xie Qi's lack of defiance, the robot that issued the directive signaled for him to follow. They traversed a narrow path through the forest, ultimately arriving before an imposing prison fortress. The prison, upon first glance, did not exude a high-tech aura. Its exterior was predominantly gray, with only occasional glimmers of metallic sheen that abruptly reminded one that the entire structure was, in fact, constructed of metal. The visible portion of the prison rose 7 stories above ground, though this was merely an estimate based on the visible seams, as not a single window marred its surface, which was instead cloaked in an expanse of weeds and moss. The prisoners had already been led to the base of the prison, yet the entrance remained elusive. At that moment, the AI navigator glided ahead, directing a golden beam from its eyes onto what appeared to be a smooth wall. In a manner reminiscent of a science fiction film, the wall morphed and shattered, reassembling to reveal a dark passageway behind it. None of the individuals present exhibited the slightest trace of astonishment. It seemed this mode of entry was not an uncommon phenomenon for the inhabitants of this world. Naturally, Xie Qi maintained a stoic expression, and after the others had entered, he was gestured by the robot to step inside the building. The interior of the prison mirrored its exterior, constructed from a stone-like metallic material, save for the silver alloy elevator that stood before him, which imparted a sense of advanced technology. He had previously observed the prisoners being escorted to the 3rd floor, yet upon entering the elevator, he discovered it was descending. It appeared that, due to his violent actions, he was to be isolated. Rather than feeling trepidation about his uncertain fate, Xie Qi experienced a thrill of excitement. Since he had overthrown his former superior and consolidated all power under his command, he had not felt such an exhilarating sensation for quite some time. Although he lamented the wealth he had lost, the prospect of reclaiming a sense of vitality was more than sufficient for him. The elevator halted at the 3rd sublevel, and as the doors opened, Xie Qi stepped out. Although this was an underground level, it was surprisingly bright. Those who lingered here for an extended period would find their eyes stinging from the harsh light. Upon entering, Xie Qi quickly discerned the nature of torment inflicted upon the prisoners. For humans, environments that are excessively dim or glaringly bright can induce panic and anxiety. An overly illuminated setting disrupts normal sleep patterns, leading to unwitting irritability and fatigue, far more effective than mere physical torture. He passed by several cells, each housing inmates notorious for their harmful behaviors. They either crouched with their heads buried in their laps or incessantly banged their heads against the walls, each exhibiting signs of severe psychological distress. When Xie Qi arrived at his designated location, the robot outside pronounced that he would remain there for 3 days, after which it would escort him to a regular cell. Smiling, Xie Qi expressed his gratitude to the robot. Perhaps it was bemused by his demeanor, or perhaps the robot lacked an emotional module. In any case, it departed swiftly. Alone in the cell, Xie Qi found the solitude rather tedious. He traversed the approximately 15 square meters of space, and aside from a bed, there was only a button on the wall. Curiously, he pressed it, and a shelf materialized, stocked not only with toiletries and a folding toilet, but also with an object resembling glasses. Xie Qi picked up the glasses and examined them from various angles. Apart from their striking appearance, he found no distinction from ordinary spectacles. Just as he contemplated trying them on, the sound of firm, purposeful footsteps echoed from outside the cell. Cold, precise, and iron-willed, the cadence of those steps conveyed an unsettling accuracy that resonated within him. Soon, a tall figure clad in military attire appeared before him. Number PI 897777. Welcome to my prison, or perhaps your hell. In a sleek, black military uniform that enveloped his form, the man, despite being merely in his 20s, emanated an aura as profound as an abyss, rendering his youth nearly inconspicuous. Upon finishing his statement, his gaze fell upon the glasses Xie Qi held, and as if perceiving his thoughts, a deep, metallic voice intoned, "No wonder you disrupted the rules upon entering the island. You possess audacity." Adapting so swiftly to the life of a prisoner, Xie Qi found himself puzzled by the man's identity, unaware that the barrage of comments above him was frantically flooding the screen. What the hell? Why would the warden come here looking for him? What merit does a mere F-level have? The warden is so handsome. I want to bear your children. He must be here to punish him. Everyone knows the warden despises rule breakers. P.S. Finished. The warden of Block E is known to be the most cold-blooded and merciless man among the 5 prisons. Once in his grasp, dying will be a challenge. But can an F-level possess such swift abilities? Surely they Haven T misclassified his danger level. RSF, this comment contains spoilers. Please speak cautiously. What S with the garbled text? It feels like there's a big secret. The one in the front must be new. Just wait and see. Hello, are you the head of this prison? Do you know what these glasses are? Xie Qi asked nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed by the palpable threat emanating from the warden, holding the glasses with ease. Separated only by a small window, the warden leaned down, a playful glimmer in his eyes as he echoed, "Glasses? You wish to partake in a game? A game? I adore games. The conditions in this prison seem rather favorable. You even allow inmates to play games?" Xie Qi replied with a grin, having previously suspected that the glasses might be some form of VR game, now confirmed. "Indeed. If you're prepared to play, I shall bestow upon you a splendid gift." As he spoke, the prison warden pressed his wrist, and immediately, Xie Qi felt a burning sensation at his neck. He instinctively covered it, only to discover a red flame emblem appearing on the back of his neck, akin to a tattoo. Oh no, the flame demon seal. This lad is doomed. What is that? Can someone explain? In brief, possessing this seal drastically reduces the probability of drawing a favorable identity card upon entering the instance, while simultaneously elevating the difficulty level. For newcomers, it is nearly a guarantee of death. Is it that severe? It seems this fellow is finished. I was initially intrigued by his handsome appearance. Not to worry. There's a new handsome chap in Cell C, a striking blonde with blue eyes. Any beauty aficionados can take a look. Unaware that the audience had already sentenced him to death, Xie Qi paid little heed to the mark on his neck and continued to inquire about the glasses. "Boss, do I just wear these glasses as they are? Are there any precautions I should take?" The warden squinted slightly, scrutinizing him before responding with an enigmatic smile. "Simply wear them. If you can clear the first instance, I will annul your sentence here, allowing you to return directly to the surface prison." "Oh, I see. In that case, I must play." Xie Qi's tone was spirited, not solely because the game offered a chance to escape, but rather because the warden's words hinted at the game's formidable difficulty, which he found exhilarating. He relished challenges, as they provided him with a sense of vitality. Without waiting for the warden to depart, Xie Qi swiftly donned the glasses. Suddenly, darkness enveloped his vision, followed by a line of large, white, three-dimensional characters. "Welcome. Prisoner number PI PI-8977777 to the game. Scanning has commenced. Please wait. Loading prisoner information. Loading complete. Prisoner name. Xie Qi number. PI-8977777 level. 0500, level 1. Points. 0 health. 100,100, below 60. The prisoner enters a weakened state. When health reaches 0, the prisoner dies. Warning. Death in the game results in the death of the physical body. Prisoners are advised to play cautiously. Stamina. 90100 strength. 30100 agility. 45100 intelligence. 85100 luck. 0, 5. Currently in a debuffed state. Equipment. None skills. None. You do not possess any skills yet. Seal. Flame Demon Seal 1. Effect. Host luck value -5. Instance difficulty increased by 1 level. Card draw difficulty increased by 1 level. Duration depends on the seal provider. SAN value. Rationality 50. Note. If SAN value falls below 50, the prisoner descends into a state of mental disarray. Below 10, the prisoner becomes insane. In Cthulhu-themed instances, they may become a sacrifice to the eldritch gods. If SAN value reaches 0, the prisoner's existence will be erased, transforming into an instance monster. As Xie Qi gazed at his attribute panel with a smile, he encountered the phrase indicating that death in the game mirrored death in reality without a moment's hesitation, and he continued to read. His basic attributes were largely as he had anticipated, yet he sighed upon seeing that his luck was a mere 0. When he discovered that his SAN value was only 50, teetering on the brink of mental instability, he stroked his chin in puzzlement. He felt quite lucid, having not lost his rationality. Surely, this low sanity score must be a miscalculation by the game? However, without a button for reevaluation in sight, he pressed on. The text continued. Due to the prisoner's failure to complete the introductory tutorial, the level 1 dungeon access remains unavailable. Entry into the dungeon is permitted. Upon seeing the designation for level 1 privileges, Xie Qi couldn't help but smirk. It was evidently the handiwork of that earlier gentleman. Dismissing the matter, he continued reading. The game description unfolded. This game is developed by the government and sponsored by Xianyao Technology Company, aimed at enriching the psychological world of prisoners and creating a humane prison environment. All game dungeons have been certified by the AI court, ensuring compliance with laws and regulations. Prisoners may engage in the game with peace of mind. Game tasks will vary according to the dungeon. Players will draw cards to assume roles. The more flawlessly they perform, the greater the rewards. Completing main tasks will yield corresponding points, enhancing the prisoner's level, which is linked to the prison's tier. To improve quality of life, prisoners are encouraged to strive for dungeon completion. Xie Qi merely scanned this disclaimer and task overview before his gaze fell upon a button for dungeon selection. Without hesitation, he pressed it, randomly selecting dungeon selection complete. Dungeon information is as follows. Dungeon name. Deserted Island Villa Dungeon level. E level, formerly F level. Newcomer trial. Typically with a death rate below 50%. Dungeon mode. Solo mode overview. A romantic and luxurious sea voyage is abruptly interrupted by a sudden storm, leaving a group of affluent individuals adrift. Just as their supplies dwindle, they encounter a mysterious island, upon which stands an enigmatic villa. Note, this game, with its unique blend of gourmet experiences and dynamic gameplay, has captivated a large audience. However, it appears less accommodating to newcomers, who face a significantly high mortality rate. Each dungeon may harbor hidden tasks. Prisoners are encouraged to explore. Having drawn the dungeon, Xie Qi raised an eyebrow at the description and proceeded to draw an identity card. Drawing identity card, draw complete. Dungeon identity information. Villa chef. Draw probability 5. Extremely difficult. Main task. Survive for 7 days within the villa. Countdown. 168. 0000 completion reward. 500 points. Any item from the dungeon. 1 skill card. Warning. Do not let anyone discover that you are not who you claim to be. Chapter 4. Welcome to my kitchen. The first of the newcomers has entered the instance. Wow. The live stream of a newcomer has attracted so many viewers. This is bound to be a sensation. Is that individual who just entered at the forefront? Most of the audience is here to witness how this prisoner meets their demise. I wager they won't survive the first day. By the way, which one is the host? Why am I watching from a third-person perspective? As the influx of viewers subsided, an announcement appeared at the top of the live stream. This instance operates in hidden mode. The prisoner actively conceals their identity. Viewers may initiate a vote. and upon conclusion of the instance, those who guess correctly will collectively receive 5 of the points earned by the prisoner as a reward. Once the majority of viewers noticed this announcement, the barrage of comments accelerated dramatically. Goodness, this newcomer is impressive. How confident must they be in their performance? Believing that we won to decipher their identity over the course of 7 days? I see nothing but arrogance. A newcomer not only must survive for 7 days, but also play the role of an NPC without revealing their true self. If they succeed, I shall consume my household butler robot. Feeling a bit insecure, are we? At least choose something larger. A butler robot is hardly bigger than a palm. Why not challenge yourself and try eating a companion robot instead? The comments had veered off topic before anyone realized. Upon clicking confirm, Xie Qi's body slumped to the ground, face down. Meanwhile, he had already entered the instance. Although it was a game, the AI technology in this world had reached astonishing heights. Merely observing with the naked eye, one could not discern any difference between the body in the instance and that in the external world. The sensory experiences felt exceedingly authentic. Now, his mind was filled with NPC identity information and skills, while the system informed him that his live stream's popularity was at 500, placing him first among newcomers. This bewildering notification momentarily stunned Xie Qi. Having watched live streams before, could it be that someone was actually watching him at that very moment? Main quest has commenced. Side quest 1 detected. Prepare a perfect dinner for the guests, 07. Today's side quest rewards, 10 points. 1. Excellent, chef's knife. Prisoner, please perform splendidly to earn viewer tips, which may yield mysterious prizes. As Xie Qi was immersed in this flood of information, a low, gravelly voice suddenly broke through. Chef, are you unwell? He regained his composure and found himself in a spacious, immaculate kitchen. Beside him stood a thin man clad in a white chef's uniform. His sunken cheeks and bulging eyes exuded an ominous aura as he fixed an unwavering gaze upon Xie Qi. Xie Qi calmly replied that he was fine, but upon glancing down, he discovered his hands were stained with blood, and the cutting board before him was strewn with dismembered pieces of flesh, still faintly recognizable in form. Was the task issued by the system to prepare dinner using these? As Xie Qi contemplated this, a low, ominous male voice whispered in his ear. Chef, are you afraid? The man pressed closely against Xie Qi, as if he would strangle him with his bony hands at the slightest sign of panic. Was this the infamous face-to-face kill? If he displayed any hint of distress, this NPC would surely eliminate him on the spot. Realizing his predicament, Xie Qi merely smiled subtly. He slowly raised his right hand, and under the man's watchful gaze, opened his mouth to lick the fresh blood off his glove, all while smiling at the man and saying, I am merely striving to control myself from wasting such fine ingredients. Wouldn't you agree? Xie Qi's actions astonished not only the NPC before him, but also left the seasoned audience in a state of shock. Oh my goodness, this person is so twisted. Help me, my eyes. I initially wondered if the host might be this chef. Well, that's one possibility eliminated. I feel nauseous. The probability of obtaining this chef is already low. He must be the most challenging role in this instance. It cannot possibly be him. The man, taken aback by Xie Qi's unexpected behavior, could only retreat a few paces, moving to another cutting board to prepare vegetables and desserts. Xie Qi noticed that the man was handling only vegetables and sweets, while he himself was tasked with meat, confirming his role as the meat chef. The blood he had tasted did not bring the anticipated metallic tang. Instead, it was akin to licking tasteless water, leaving him perplexed. Subsequently, under the scrutiny of the comments and the man's discreet gaze, he sliced a piece of meat from the arm and chewed it thoughtfully. The man observed silently for a long time before finally speaking with difficulty. These ingredients are meant for entertaining guests. Chef, please do not consume them all. Xie Qi paused, realizing he had merely intended to test his body's condition. Did his flawless performance lead the NPC to believe he intended to devour all the meat? Reflecting on his identity, Xie Qi smiled slightly, though his tone was stern and cold. Nicholas, be mindful of your role. Everything in this kitchen must adhere to my directives. Have you finalized the menu under your command? Bring it to me for review. The chef held a position of high authority, and upon Xie Qi's command, the man hurriedly handed him the menu. Noting that it consisted entirely of vegetable platters and desserts, Xie Qi understood that he would have to prepare the main course himself. Fortunately, after drawing the identity card, he inherited all the skills his original body possessed, making the task of crafting a French meal far from daunting. He began selecting ingredients on the cutting board with the ease of choosing chicken or pork, prompting the increasingly overwhelmed audience to flee from his line of sight in a frenzied retreat. The typical live streaming room is presented from the first-person perspective of the host, while viewers have the option to switch to a godlike perspective or select the viewpoint of one of the NPCs. However, once a perspective is chosen, it cannot be changed within an hour. This constraint explains why many viewers, who have just witnessed every movement of Xie Qi, choose to remain instead of leaving. Consequently, as time passes, the audience in Xie Qi's live stream diminishes by more than half, leaving only those who are curious or eager to witness the chef's further culinary antics. Unaware of the audience's thoughts, Xie Qi remains indifferent, focusing instead on recalling dishes he has seen in television dramas, aspiring to replicate the meals prepared by the male protagonists. During his initial viewing, he had longed to sample those delectable dishes. Today, although he cannot taste them, he is presented with the opportunity to recreate them one by one. He begins with an appetizer of pan-seared foie gras, artfully plated with blueberries and figs to tantalize the guests' appetites. This is followed by a warm meat broth to soothe their stomachs. The main course features pan-fried lamb, accompanied by red wine to balance the richness of the meat. Next is an interlude of fruit and a vegetable salad. Finally, he serves coffee as a delightful conclusion to the meal. A polished chef's knife reflects Xie Qi's face, slightly distorting his features. With a decisive thud, a 9-inch blade plunges into a crimson piece of meat. Ignoring the apprehensive glances of the assisting chefs, Xie Qi smiles with satisfaction. Dear guests, please indulge in this feast for the senses. Chapter 5. Welcome to Kanabari the Frigid. Murky seawater and filthy seaweed clung to the bodies of a group of 8, 5 men and 3 women. Each bore a tense expression. Weariness etched upon their faces as they leaped from a small boat and trudged through the water, exhausting their last reserves of strength. The moment they set foot on solid ground, they collapsed one after another, gasping for breath as if they had just endured a harrowing escape. They've arrived. New arrivals checking in. The host must be among this group. Let me take a good guess. Isn't it too early to guess? Even a newcomer wouldn't be out of character right from the start, would they? I'm here to cleanse my eyes after that perversion that tainted my soul. Don't leave. I'm coming too. Is the host male or female? I hope they don't draw an opposite gender identity card. It's possible. The identity cards are not limited by gender. The group remained sprawled on the beach, resting, with not a single person rising. The comments began to exhibit signs of impatience. What is wrong with this group? Why aren't they getting up? Do they intend to spend the night here? According to the plot introduction, they drifted at sea for half a month after a shipwreck. Perhaps they are still recovering. Half a month? What did they eat and drink? Was there any food left on that small boat? Just as the discussion among the viewers grew fervent, one individual finally rose. He was a towering man, nearly 2 meters tall, clad in athletic wear, with disheveled dreadlocks. Despite appearing somewhat pale, he looked relatively alert compared to the others. He first helped the nearby white woman to her feet, then assisted the others one by one. Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot linger here any longer. While the daylight offers some solace, we cannot fathom what may emerge in the darkness. Let us venture further into the island to seek a place to spend the night, declared the African-American named Brussels, unperturbed by the opinions of others. The group showed no dissent, casting their gazes toward one of the Asian women, seemingly seeking her guidance. Her expression was one of deep dismay, clad in a black uniform, with damp, brown hair clinging to her face. She bit her lip, suppressing her frustration towards the others, and spoke. We currently lack fresh water and food. I just surveyed the coastline and found no signs of human presence. Our only option is to head into the forest. Typically, small islands harbor freshwater lakes. We should follow the trails left by animals. With the only individual possessing wilderness survival experience. The cruise ship captain's words were taken to heart by the others. They divided into 3 groups, one consisting of the African-American and the blonde woman, another comprising the Asian female captain and a tall young man, while the remaining individuals walked together. The dense thickets obscured the sunlight, and though it was not yet evening, entering the forest felt akin to stepping into a realm of darkness. Their disordered footsteps shattered the desolate silence, disturbing the withered leaves carpeting the ground. And amidst the vast emptiness, occasional low bird calls could be heard. The blonde woman leaned against Brussels's arm, hunched over, too fearful to look ahead. Suddenly, her foot struck something, causing her to stumble. She screamed, but Brussels reacted swiftly, catching her in time. What was that? "Oh, what is that?" The woman trembled, her lips quivering as she shouted incoherently, startling a flock of birds into flight. "Be quiet. Do you want to attract wolves to devour you?" Came an irritable male voice, belonging to a young man with white hair. Despite his disheveled appearance, he could not conceal the air of privilege cultivated through years of ease. Accompanying him was a serious-looking man with glasses, who crouched down to examine the object that had startled them, even turning it over with his hand. The group soon beheld a decayed and rusted can lying haphazardly on the ground, with several corroded bullet casings scattered nearby. "This island has been visited before," the bespectacled man announced to the others. "Yet these items appear to have been here for quite some time. Could there still be anyone here?" inquired a timid voice. The bespectacled man regarded the speaker, a small, pale woman with dark hair, and without rebuttal, he analyzed, based on the can and the casings. "These are likely wartime supplies used by soldiers from M country during World War II. Their presence here suggests they, too, may have encountered a maritime disaster and ended up stranded. The scattered casings indicate they might have been attacked by some ferocious beast. However, all traces such as footprints have vanished, leaving me unable to ascertain whether they survived." Upon hearing that there might be ferocious beasts on the island, the expressions of the group turned grave, and the golden-haired woman, in particular, was so frightened that she buried herself in Brussels' embrace. "Regardless of the circumstances, we must venture onto the island. If we do encounter a beast, we shall rely on our own fortunes." After Brussels spoke, he held the woman close and continued onward. The few remaining individuals exchanged glances and followed suit. This bespectacled man possesses remarkable skills. He has deduced so much merely from the shell casings and the cans. This scenario appears to originate from a distant era, perhaps a millennium ago. To be precise, it should date back to the old calendar year of 1948, making it over 1,500 years ago. Why aren't you speculating on who the host might be? I wager it's this bespectacled man. He exudes a strong protagonist aura. Are you out of your mind? The host is a newcomer. How could he adapt so swiftly? I believe the golden-haired woman is far more likely. What? That woman? If it's truly her, I won't be watching anymore. Her earlier scream gave me a headache. Let us observe a bit longer. I find this group quite intriguing. They comprise Caucasians, Africans, and Asians all mingling together. Although they are unified now, I recall there were racial issues back then, right? What is so fascinating about racial issues? I'm rather looking forward to the female captain. It was quite rare for women to hold such positions back then. As they walked, the trees ahead suddenly seemed severed, and their view widened. The sky, shrouded in dark clouds, loomed over the land, revealing a mansion exuding an aura of antiquity before them. The towering walls were entwined with thorns, and the pointed spires appeared to pierce through the clouds. The windows were barred with iron rods, as if to confine the monsters lurking within the castle. The scene was so bizarre that, despite their hunger and desperation, encountering such an odd castle on a deserted island caused them to halt in their tracks. Reason urged them not to advance, yet the golden-haired woman, her mind ensnared by fear, broke free from Brussels' grasp and hurried toward the grand door atop the stone steps. "Stop! Can't you see something is amiss here? That wretched woman is courting death." The group cursed her vehemently, but could only follow her to the door. The intricately designed entrance appeared immensely heavy, impossible for the woman to push open. However, as they all stood at the threshold, the door creaked open of its own accord. Dust swirled and obscured their vision, causing the female captain to cough as she turned to behold the opulent decorations within. In stark contrast to the desolation and terror outside, there were a dozen individuals inside awaiting them, all clad in uniforms, their smiles sincere and joyful as they exclaimed in unison, "Welcome to the Kanabari Villa, dear guests." Chapter 6. Welcome to the Castle Family. Wait, is this an illusion? How can there be such a villa on a deserted island? The silver-haired youth looked on in disbelief, as if his worldview had been upended. Even if I were to purchase an island for a vacation, I would choose a place with a pleasant environment. Who in their right mind would reside in such a desolate location? He spoke without restraint, his voice resonating through the air, reaching the ears of the servants within. Yet the smiles on their faces remained unaltered. A shiver coursed through the guests, leaving them uncertain whether they should remain or flee. Their desire to leave was not solely driven by the peculiar demeanor of those around them, but also by the name of the villa they had just heard, Kanabari, which in Latin signifies man-eater. What sane individual would bestow such a name upon a residence? "Please, esteemed guests, come in. The master has prepared a sumptuous dinner for you all. Indulge yourselves." One of the elderly gentlemen, resembling a butler and dressed in a tailcoat, spoke gently as he noticed their hesitation at the door. His silver hair was meticulously combed back, presenting an image of both refinement and elegance. Upon hearing of the food within the villa, the guests, who had been famished for nearly 3 days, could no longer suppress the growls of their stomachs, their mouths watering as if urging them to hasten inside. Hunger clouded their minds, overshadowing their unease, and one by one, they crossed the threshold. Upon entering the grand hall, they were immediately struck by a colossal and striking portrait depicting an adult couple and 2 children, presumably the owners of the villa. The painting loomed majestically above them, high over the long staircase, while the figures' eyes were shrouded in shadows from the second floor, their dark hollows resembling whirlpools that threatened to consume all that fell within their gaze. With great difficulty, they tore their eyes away from the portrait to observe the heavy tapestries adorning the walls of the hall. Though their colors and patterns had faded with the passage of time, they still exuded an air of ancient nobility, each tapestry intricately woven with depictions of iris flowers, resembling totems. In the gaps between the tapestries, the raw texture of the stone walls was visible. The soaring arched ceiling was adorned with elaborate carvings, and a chandelier crafted from wrought iron and glass hung in the center, casting a warm, golden glow that enveloped the hall in a serene atmosphere. The guests were ushered to a long wooden table on one side of the hall, covered with fine linen and flanked by tall-backed wooden chairs, seemingly awaiting the commencement of the feast. But where is the master of the villa? Why have we not yet encountered him? The first to voice this inquiry was a young man with white hair, named Philchris, the second son of the Chris family, with an accomplished elder brother, Philchris. Having no claim to inheritance, embraced a life philosophy centered around indulgence. In times of financial strife, he would lament to his brother, unaware that his life could have been far more carefree had he not encountered misfortune on the seas and found himself stranded on a deserted island. Observing the villa's medieval-inspired decor, he displayed a look of disdain. The silver-haired butler, maintaining a smile, responded to Philchris's question, "Please, esteemed guests, take your seats. I shall fetch the master at once." As he spoke, the golden-haired woman, who had already entered the villa, nestled into a chair beside the fireplace, the warmth from the crackling fire enveloping her chilled hands and feet. The others gradually took their places at the long table, as the servants who had greeted them at the door began to set the ceramic dishware and glass goblets before them. The bespectacled man meticulously surveyed the interior decor upon entering, and noticing that the butler had ascended the stairs, he quietly inquired of a nearby servant arranging the tableware. "Good day. Might you enlighten me about the lineage of this household's master?" Although his voice was barely above a whisper, the tension in the atmosphere compelled the others to turn their heads toward his unusual inquiry. The servant, a brown-haired young girl with freckles who exuded an innocent vivacity, tilted her head, her eyes narrowing in a smile. "The master is simply the master, the greatest of all." Upon hearing her words, the assembled guests exchanged bewildered glances, an intensified sense of unease permeating the air. In that moment of silence, one individual, trembling, ventured to ask, "Could it be that this is the villa of the Castor family?" As the words left his lips, the surrounding servants turned in unison, as if programmed, to gaze at the woman. She possessed long, raven-black hair, a delicately pale visage, and eyes brimming with tears from the scrutiny, exuding a palpable timidity. She hastily clarified, "I am merely a novelist, who stumbled upon knowledge of this family while gathering material. I only noticed the Castor family emblem, the iris, and I assure you, I am not a nefarious person." The sight of such a fragile girl fervently explaining her innocence to a gathering of uncanny beings was undeniably peculiar. "Annie, do you know the origins of this villa's master?" The bespectacled man inquired with a grave expression. "Well, if it pertains to the Castors I am familiar with. Their family has long been engaged in the arms trade, supplying weapons to various nations during the Great War. Following the war's conclusion, they faced retribution from multiple countries, and it is rumored that they retreated to a secluded island, after which news of them became scarce. I was merely conjecturing. Yet who would have thought it to be true?" Suddenly, a series of applause resonated from the staircase. Everyone turned their gaze upward to see the silver-haired butler escorting a woman down the stairs. "It is indeed delightful to find someone who knows of my Castor family." The woman, who bore an abundance of lush, flowing golden hair and appeared to be in her 20s, remarked. Her amber eyes shimmered with a mature and mysterious allure, reminiscent of the moonlight upon a lake. She donned a fitted black gown, her hands adorned with white lace gloves, exuding an air of elegance and composure. The gloves bore the same purple iris emblem. The unexpected beauty of the villa's enigmatic mistress stirred a slight restlessness among the gentlemen seated at the long table. The assembly rose politely to greet her, then resumed their seats as the woman took her place. "I am Cassandra Castor. You may address me as Mrs. Castor. I am aware that you all have numerous inquiries, but after drifting at sea for many days, you must be quite famished. Let us dispense with further ado and partake in the meal," Mrs. Castor said, slowly removing her gloves and handing them to the butler beside her before calling out a name, "Carnabari." "Yes, my mistress," under the watchful gaze of the crowd. The man known as Cannibal wore a pristine white chef's uniform, complete with a finely tailored collar and a black leather apron cinched at his trim waist, accentuating his athletic build. A white tall hat adorned his head, beneath which lay a countenance unmistakably of Eastern descent. Even the predominantly Western audience, often unable to discern the features of Asians, could not deny the chef's striking handsomeness. Upon a cart pushed by the chef were an array of plates, both large and small, from which he gracefully distributed the dishes to each guest. Today's appetizer was a pan-seared foie gras, meticulously crafted from the freshest ingredients, inviting all to savor its exquisite flavors. With a slightly pallid visage adorned by a smile, the chef introduced today's offerings to the host and guests alike. Before each individual lay a plate featuring a morsel of foie gras the size of a coin, drizzled with a rich brown sauce. A sight and aroma that proved irresistible to those who had endured days of hunger. Chapter 7. Welcome to my banquet, alas. The pervert has arrived. Take my advice and flee. What's wrong? Are you referring to the chef? He seems rather handsome, doesn't he? Wow, is that foie gras? It looks delectable. Hee. I'll just smile and remain silent. Ugh, I can't take it anymore. Just seeing that man brings back that previous scene in my mind. The villa owner is stunning. She should be my wife. To be fair, everyone in this scenario is quite attractive, save for that one overweight individual. This chef is of Chinese descent. Could he be a streamer? No one has guessed his identity yet. Those in front must not have witnessed the chef's perspective. Otherwise, such foolish conjectures would not arise. Is personal attack necessary? Have you seen the chef's perspective and now feel superior? To be honest, those who have seen it likely possess a slightly higher resistance than those who have in tea, smirking. I can't believe it. Normally, I feel thrilled watching other prisoners fight, yet just observing this chef handle ingredients makes me break into a cold sweat. I scarcely dare to look. What is happening? What are they discussing? I'm so curious. Shoo, don't think too much. They're merely talking about gourmet food. Has no one noticed that the chef's name is the same as the villa's? Could there be some hidden connection with the villa owner? Squinting, as the chef made his entrance, the barrage of comments from the audience cascaded like a waterfall, encompassing those who admired his appearance, those analyzing the situation, and others who, having fled from the chef's perspective to that of another, ultimately could not escape. After the chef's introduction, the villa owner took the first bite. She savored it carefully, a look of satisfaction gracing her features. Cannibal, it appears your culinary skills have further refined. Upon receiving the host's praise, Cannibal smiled subtly, placing a hand over his heart and bowing elegantly to Lady Castor. To please the host was indeed an honor for Cannibal. Noticing that the host had begun her meal, the guests seated at the long table picked up their forks and knives, eagerly indulging in the feast. On the plate, there lay but a mere morsel of foie gras, scarcely enough for a lady to savor a few bites. One portly gentleman, resembling a wealthy merchant, devoured it in a single gulp, smacking his lips, yet failing to discern any flavor. Meanwhile, a bespectacled man, a well-mannered African-American named Phil, exhibited no urgency in his actions, appearing far from the famished state one would expect from someone who had not eaten for days. Alongside him were a blonde woman, the ship's captain, and a young African man, who, while attempting to maintain decorum, could not escape the gnawing hunger that compelled them to indulge eagerly in the food before them. Most conspicuous of all was a dark-haired woman who claimed to be a novelist. She merely lifted a small piece of foie gras to her nose, wrinkling her face in distaste before returning it to the plate, opting instead for the fruit. Mrs. Castor observed her actions, took a napkin from the butler to dab her mouth, and gently inquired, "My dear miss, is the meal not to your liking? I noticed you have not touched the foie gras." "Ah, I sincerely apologize," the woman replied hastily, fearful of misunderstanding. "It is not that the food is unpalatable, rather. I am a vegetarian and find foie gras somewhat unappetizing." What a peculiar situation, a vegetarian in California, muttered the corpulent merchant nearby. The attention shifted to him, revealing a man clad in a snug suit that clung to his body like a dried plum, humorously accentuating his girth. He seemed somewhat unsatisfied, and after his remark, he quickly turned to the chef, demanding, "What other dishes are forthcoming? This mere morsel of foie gras hardly suffices." With an unwavering smile, Cannibali did not respond, but instead directed his gaze toward Mrs. Castor. She appeared unperturbed by the merchant's rudeness and responded cheerfully, "I am delighted that our guest is so pleased with the meal. We certainly must not disappoint. Cannibali, please continue serving. And, dear miss, since you cannot partake in meat, surely bread and fruit will suffice?" "That would be wonderful. I truly appreciate your kindness," she replied, receiving Mrs. Castor's nod. Cannibali smiled and wheeled the cart back to the kitchen to prepare the next course. In the lull between servings, the bespectacled man seized the opportunity to speak. "Esteemed Mrs. Castor, we are honored to receive your invitation to your villa, but as you can see, we are a group of castaways. Might you enlighten us on how we may depart from this island?" Upon hearing him speak first, the others chimed in as well. Phil, running his fingers through his damp white hair and pushing it back, remarked, "This island is so desolate, yet you have foie gras and fine wine. There must be a vessel that regularly delivers supplies, no?" His words, seemingly offhand, struck at the heart of the matter. They had encountered no signs of civilization on their journey, nor had they seen any farms nearby the villa, suggesting that these provisions could not have been sourced locally, but rather imported from afar. Thus, if they wished to leave, they could simply follow the supply ship. Madame Castet took a sip of red wine, her rosy lips stained by the rich liquid. "I understand the guest's eagerness to depart. However, the cargo ship only departed yesterday, and the next vessel will not arrive for another 7 days. During this interval, no one will come here." "What? 7 days more? I have a competition in 3 days." Brussels pounded the table with fervor, causing the cutlery to tremble. "Why are you so agitated? It is already fortunate to have the opportunity to leave. Why concern yourself with a competition at this moment?" "I apologize, Madame Castet. Please do not take offense. He is merely overwhelmed in the moment and holds no grievance toward you." The bespectacled gentleman first intervened to temper Brussels's indiscretion, then turned to Madame Castet with an apologetic bow. Brussels, realizing his impulsiveness, understood that those who live in such an uncanny place cannot afford to offend their host. "It is my fault, madam. I misspoke in my moment of distress." At that moment, Chef Cannibali reappeared before the guests. Madame Castet, maintaining her unchanging expression and indicating she bore no ill will, invited them to sample the dish. Cannibali presented plates of pan-fried lamb before the guests, offering each a courteous "enjoy your meal" as he placed them down. When he reached the dark-haired woman, he leaned in, his deep, violin-like voice addressing her. "Miss, this salad has been specially prepared for you, containing no meat. I hope it meets your satisfaction." Chapter 8. Welcome to my live stream. Upon hearing the chef's words, the woman was taken aback, her voice barely a whisper. "Thank you, Chef Cannibali." After a polite smile, she withdrew her gaze, allowing the chef to continue serving the next guest. The next patron seated to her right was another woman, sporting a sharp bob and sitting upright, silently observing the chef's actions. After placing the main dish and a bowl of meat soup, the chef again offered her "enjoy your meal." Yet the lady merely glanced at the food before inquiring, "Chef, did you prepare all of these dishes?" "Indeed, to provide the guests with a perfect dining experience. I have personally crafted all the main courses. Then these meats and vegetables were delivered by the cargo ship, not sourced from the island?" The captain's question delayed the proceedings, drawing the attention of all seated at the long table. Hearing her inquiry, the chef maintained his composed demeanor, his smile unwavering. Madame Castet had already elucidated this matter, yet the woman persisted in seeking confirmation from him, perhaps attempting to detect a flaw in his response. The island's fruits and vegetables were indeed supplied by the cargo ship, but the meats were local delicacies, essential for any outsider to savor. Had it been the original NPC chef, he would have likely acquiesced readily without further ado. However, recalling the earlier mention of the live stream and the possibility of an audience observing them, a surge of excitement welled up within him. Though the game necessitates embodying the persona of an identity card, who dictates that one must adhere strictly to convention, as long as one aligns with the fundamental character profile and acts in accordance with the character's logic. What harm is there in occasionally stepping beyond the bounds for the sake of an engaging live stream and to satiate the audience? Xie Qi thoughtfully stroked his chin, quite moved by his own dedication as a streamer. Naturally, he would not confess that his actions stemmed from a desire for greater amusement. These thoughts flitted through his mind in an instant. Xie Qi blinked, tilting his head slightly as he slowly began to speak under the piercing gaze of Madame Castor. Most ingredients are transported by cargo ships. But the meats you see are our island's specialties, personally selected and slaughtered at the behest of our host, then meticulously prepared. I hope you all will savor them. In that moment, a chill swept over the long table, as the previously warm atmosphere shifted abruptly. The white candles flickered, mirroring the sentiments of those present. It felt like an eternity had passed, yet also as if it were merely a fleeting moment when Madame Castor's characteristic slightly hoarse voice broke the tension. Connie is correct. There is a small farm behind the villa dedicated to raising animals for consumption. Connie is not only a chef, but also an excellent butcher, always able to select the finest cuts. With that, her gaze fell upon Xie Qi, her tone softening with a hint of laughter. Connie, you truly have worked hard. Xie Qi appeared oblivious to any underlying tension, bowing respectfully, his dark eyes crescent-shaped. It is Connie's duty to alleviate the host's burdens. Following this interlude, the group refrained from further inquiries, quietly finishing the remaining dishes, finally exhaling with relief as they relished the long-awaited sense of fullness. At that moment, Xie Qi heard the notification from the game system in his ear. After his earlier precarious performance, the system informed him that the popularity of his live stream had reached 1,000, accompanied by a few viewer donations. Although the earnings were merely a handful of gold coins, it was indeed a promising start. The currency used by the live stream audience was gold coins, with an exchange rate of 101 to actual currency, whereas the conversion rate for the points utilized by the prisoners was 1,001. This meant that for every 100 gold coins donated by viewers, a prisoner would only receive 1 point, a rather paltry ratio. Thus, to accumulate substantial points, prisoners had no choice but to gamble their lives, repeatedly participating in dungeon games to entertain the audience. Points were essential for a prisoner's survival within the game. And indeed on Prisoner Island, every single point held immense significance. It could mean the difference between life and death in critical moments. Of course, such scenarios were typical for lower-tier prisoners, while the higher-tier inmates belonged to an entirely different echelon. Every time they partake in the dungeon, it resembles a star gracing a variety show, drawing a multitude of fervent fans and spectators to offer their unwavering support. The tips garnered from a single dungeon run often far exceed the meager rewards typically associated with such endeavors, multiplying them by several tens of times. At this juncture, the individuals in question transcend mere prisoners. Their existence on Prison Island likely surpasses even that of ordinary affluent individuals in terms of indulgence. At present, Xie Qi remains unaware of these circumstances. However, even had he been informed, it would hardly evoke surprise. Throughout history, what unscrupulous acts have capitalists refrained from in their relentless pursuit of profit? Prison Island serves as a natural barrier, confining these slaves, who generate revenue for their captors, into one locale. Even if a few meager benefits are allowed to seep through the cracks, it is merely a ploy to extract the last vestiges of their value. Having mastered the art of wealth accumulation in the previous world, Xie Qi dismissively regards them as nothing more than a collection of refuse. Moreover, within the system, Xie Qi notices an emblem indicating the presence of a marketplace. However, due to his current level, he is unable to access it, leaving him in the dark regarding its contents. Based on previous observations of dungeon rewards, it is reasonable to surmise that items and corresponding skill cards may be available for purchase. After completing his culinary duties, Xie Qi returns to the kitchen, where only Nicholas remains, tidying up. Upon his return, Nicholas silently places the remaining desserts and red tea onto the cart, having shed the assertive demeanor he initially exhibited. Noticing Nicholas's reticence, Xie Qi feels a twinge of displeasure. How could this individual be so timid, so easily intimidated? As an NPC from the cannibal villa, such a demeanor is unlikely to captivate the audience. Resolving to instill a bit of confidence in Nicholas for the sake of their viewers, Xie Qi surveys the kitchen and remarks, "Nicholas, do you not think this kitchen appears rather unsightly?" Caught off guard by Xie Qi's address, Nicholas slowly raises his head. Xie Qi offers a faint smile, a hint of color gracing his pale cheeks. He pats Nicholas on the shoulder and leans in closer, whispering, "Come to the kitchen tonight. Let us adorn it together. As servants, it is our duty to alleviate our master's burdens, even if they do not explicitly request our assistance. Chapter 9. Welcome to the mysterious portrait. Nicholas stares blankly at Xie Qi, hesitantly nodding in response. Xie Qi, with a beaming smile, gives him a reassuring pat on the shoulder, straightening his collar as a gesture of encouragement befitting a chef. Once Nicholas departs, a radiant screen suddenly manifests before Xie Qi's eyes. Congratulations, prisoner, for completing side quest 1. Prepare a perfect dinner for the guests. 17. Side quest reward, 10 points. Master Chef Knife, excellent. X1, added to inventory. Now, the kitchen is empty save for him. Inquiring the system about temporarily disabling the live broadcast and receiving an affirmative response. Xie Qi silently recites a mantra, and a long knife materializes in his hand. At first glance, the knife resembles the chef's knife he uses for cutting meat. However, upon closer inspection, one can discern that its blade is sharper, glimmering with an ethereal blue light. As he grips the handle, information about the knife automatically fills his mind. Name, chef's knife. Type, weapon. Quality, superior. Attack power, strong. Attribute, none. Can be taken out of the dungeon. Yes. Special feature, a blade stained with human blood, which triggers a vampiric buff when used against human targets, causing their health to diminish by 1 per second. From the pristine and smooth exterior of the blade, one would never discern the multitude of blood it has absorbed. Particularly alarming is its special feature. Should one be wounded by this knife, their vitality would plummet to 0 in under 2 minutes. At that point, would they not be rendered utterly vulnerable? Xie Qi calculated that within this dungeon, this knife could indeed be deemed a divine instrument. To think that such a formidable weapon could be acquired merely for preparing a meal. The prospect of obtaining other treasures in the remaining 6 attempts filled him with satisfaction regarding the game's generosity. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that ordinary dungeons seldom reward weapons, especially those of superior quality. It was solely due to his unique circumstances, influenced by the flame mark, that his dungeon level had increased, and that he had drawn a particularly exceptional identity card, leading to such bountiful initial rewards. However, should he wish to consistently receive rewards of this caliber, disappointment would surely follow. As Xie Qi admired his newly acquired weapon, a timid voice broke the silence at the kitchen door. Chef, the master requests your presence upstairs once you are finished. The voice trembled, as if afraid of disturbing a wild beast. Xie Qi turned to see a freckled maid, who instinctively shivered at the sight of him. He was unaware of how he appeared to others, a black-haired man clad in a pristine chef's uniform, fixated on a blade nearly the length of his forearm, a peculiar smile adorning his pale visage. The scene was so chilling that the maid, upon delivering her message, hurried away, fearing that a moment of good humor from the chef might lead to her own demise. Uncertain of the maid's thoughts, Xie Qi only registered that the master sought him. After stowing the long knife in his backpack and adjusting his attire, he made his way out of the kitchen. It was not surprising that Lady Castor was looking for him. After all, his earlier comments at the dining table had grazed the boundaries of propriety. Had his status as head chef not been of paramount importance, she would not have intervened to smooth over the situation. The long table now stood empty, the uninvited guests having retired to their quarters, and the servants had vacated the drawing room, leaving Xie Qi alone in the vast space. As he ascended the staircase, his gaze fell upon the portrait that had remained there in his memory. Just moments prior, those who had dined with him had lingered in this very spot. Thank you, Lady Castor, for your gracious hospitality. We were thoroughly pleased with the dinner, said the bespectacled man, known as Bailey Kirkland, as he set down his knife and fork. During the meal, each guest had introduced themselves to Lady Castor, and Bailey, a renowned lawyer frequently found in Washington, provided legal defense for the affluent. He appeared on the cruise ship accompanying a client. However, during the calamity, he was the only survivor, while the affluent businessman remains lost in the vastness of the sea. Satisfy the guests' appetites. I see that everyone is still clad in damp clothing. Please, esteemed guests, follow Sebastian to your rooms for some rest. The maids will bring fresh garments to your quarters. Lady Castor elegantly dabbed her lips with a handkerchief, while the butler, standing nearby, bowed deeply to the guests, gesturing with his left hand for them to follow him. Typically, upon their first arrival, guests would be encouraged to change and bathe. Yet perhaps due to the tension of the moment, it was only now that they realized they had dined in the presence of the villa's owner while inexplicably attired in wet clothes. Now acutely aware of their discomfort, they lost the desire to explore and followed the butler, Nika, Upstairs, the grand portrait seemed to welcome them, and as they passed, they found themselves unable to resist scrutinizing the artwork. They had not discerned its details from below, but now, upon closer inspection, they could see it depicted four figures. A pair of adult spouses stood behind two young children, all adorned in splendid attire, their golden hair strikingly prominent against the muted hues of the painting. Perhaps due to the passage of time, the faces of those depicted were somewhat indistinct, only the outlines of their features faintly visible. Noticing the guest's curiosity regarding the painting, the butler unexpectedly remarked, "This portrait was created during the lifetime of the former Mr. and Mrs. Castor. They have long since passed, leaving only Mr. Castor and Miss Castor residing here. However, shortly after the mistress arrived, the siblings fell ill, rumored to be a hereditary ailment, and did not endure long, leaving the master alone in this abode." Nika elaborated on the circumstances surrounding the villa's owner, adding, "The master, having spent much time in solitude, inevitably feels a sense of loneliness. Thus, whenever we host guests, we extend a warm welcome and hope you do not disappoint the master's goodwill, creating cherished memories during your stay." Naturally, the guests responded in unison, expressing their agreement, before following the butler to select individual rooms for rest. Once the sounds of footsteps faded from the corridor, the silver-haired butler's perpetual smile vanished abruptly, his face becoming rigid and mask-like. He raised a gloved hand, delicately counting from one side to the other, and muttered to himself, 8 individuals, one too many. It appears we have an excess. With that, the butler turned away, descending the staircase slowly. "Master, please ascend to your chamber for a moment of repose." Lady Castor placed her hand in the butler's palm, her luscious crimson lips curving into a smile. "I was quite pleased with today's repast. Please have the remaining portions attended to by Carney." "Certainly, master," the butler replied. Noticing Lady Castor's elevated spirits, he tilted his head and directly inquired, "Did the remarks made by Carney at the dining table not strike you as peculiar?" Peculiar?" Lady Castor's amber eyes seemed to shimmer in the candlelight. "Isn't that all the more intriguing?" Chapter 10. Welcome to my game. Xie Qi ascended to the 3rd floor, and upon raising his gaze, he beheld the villa's lofty beams adorned with intricate black geometric patterns, a stark contrast to the religious imagery found in other ancient castles, presenting a distorted yet striking visual impact. The elongated corridor was adorned with portraits on either side, and a plush red carpet muffled the sound of footsteps, absorbing every sound as one walked upon it. Lady Castor's room lay to the left of the staircase, spacious and lofty. Upon receiving permission, Xie Qi entered, only to find Lady Castor seated upon a sofa. A faint light filtered in from the corridor behind him, illuminating only the hem of her gown. "Carney, you have arrived." Her husky, mellifluous voice echoed from the shadows. Xie Qi maintained a composed demeanor as he closed the door behind him, plunging the room into darkness. "Has the master summoned me for some instructions?" he inquired, aware of his body's past memories indicating that he rarely visited the lady's chamber. Perhaps his recent actions had altered Lady Castor's perception of him, leading to this unprecedented encounter. Should an ordinary person perceive a shift in circumstances, they would exercise caution, fearful of revealing their true intentions. However, Xie Qi was far from ordinary. The more intense the situation, the greater his exhilaration, filling his mind with an intoxicating delight. This was also the reason he had lingered in gaming halls in his previous life. It was challenging to evoke similar thrills in mundane existence to satisfy his peculiar tastes. Xie Qi's eyes shimmered in the darkness, reminiscent of a bloodthirsty leopard, fixated on the corner where Lady Castor resided. She seemed oblivious to his peculiar demeanor. Responding to his question with a measured tone, "The guests have settled in today. From tomorrow onward, you may resume your usual duties." A pervasive gloom enveloped the room, and Xie Qi's prolonged silence seemed to disturb Lady Castor, prompting her to inquire, "What is on your mind, Carney? Are you perhaps intrigued by the guests?" The atmosphere shifted abruptly. A chilling sensation coursed through his body. Should Xie Qi utter a single misplaced word, he might be consumed by the darkness of the room, leaving no trace behind. Yet, he appeared unfazed, his expression as inscrutable as a mask, replying, "How could the master think so? I merely had a sudden thought I wish to share with you." Lady Castor fell silent for a moment before asking, "What thought?" "It is nothing of great consequence. Merely an observation that the guests, having recently encountered misfortune, might be on edge. I considered that perhaps we could engage them in a game each day to alleviate their tensions." Xie Qi articulated his spontaneous idea with calm deliberation. Moreover, while these guests are preparing for the ceremony in 7 days, selecting daily participants can be quite a headache. Instead, why not determine a winner or loser through the gameplay that day? What do you think of this suggestion, my lady? Upon hearing Xie Qi's proposal, Lady Castor's eyes brightened. While her usual methods were effective, infusing some amusement into the proceedings would certainly enhance the experience. She regarded him with a hint of admiration, albeit he could not perceive it, and nodded slightly, stating, "Your idea is commendable. We may certainly give it a try. Have you devised what games we shall play with the guests?" Xie Qi had long anticipated this moment. Before becoming the enigmatic proprietor of the largest gaming venue in Las Vegas, he had been a frequent name on the blacklist of various casinos. When he decided to engage, as long as the dealer remained in play, he could sweep the table clean, amassing a fortune. Handling a mere 8-player game was child's play for him. With a confident smile, Xie Qi remarked, "Tomorrow, the master shall know. I wish to present a surprise." "I shall await the revelation," Mrs. Castor responded, her gaze lingering on Xie Qi as he exited. Trigger Side Quest 2. Please prepare tomorrow's ingredients by 2400 daily, 07. Side Quest 3. Engage in a game with a guest daily, 07. 2 side quests emerged in quick succession, causing Xie Qi to momentarily pause before swiftly regaining his composure. This time, the side quests did not specify their rewards, potentially granting them randomly based on Xie Qi's performance. Typically, newcomers only needed to fulfill the main quest in their first dungeon, as merely surviving demanded all their energy. No newcomer had ever triggered 3 side quests simultaneously in their initial dungeon. Moreover, this game on Prisoner Island harbored a hidden rule. In a standard game, failing to complete side quests merely resulted in lesser rewards without any penalties. However, this game diverged from the norm, although the system did not explicitly state any repercussions. The prisoners had deduced that failing to complete a side quest would automatically escalate the difficulty in the next dungeon, whether in terms of the dungeon's challenge or the role-playing aspect. To the prisoners, this was a considerable punishment. Thus, upon entering the dungeon, they prioritized survival over unnecessary actions. If a side quest were inadvertently triggered, they would have to exert themselves to complete it, which posed a grave threat to their survival. Xie Qi was unaware of this nuance, but even if he were, he would not temper his enthusiasm. Side quests were advantageous. They offered rewards and allowed exploration of the game's pleasures, much to the audience's delight. Why would anyone wish to dismiss such an opportunity? Xie Qi could not comprehend that notion. Chapter 11. Welcome to my room. The entire villa lacked clocks or similar timepieces, relying solely on one's personal sense of time. When Xie Qi first entered, he was preparing for dinner, and now, gazing out the window, it was enveloped in darkness. He estimated it to be around 8 or 9 o'clock. Upon returning to his room, he began to discreetly search every corner. He was acutely aware that his every move was under the scrutiny of the audience. For the sake of amusement, he had chosen to conceal his identity, a commitment he intended to uphold. As the saying goes, the customer is king. Xie Qi did not desire to present a tedious performance to the audience, leaving a poor impression. Consequently, the viewers witnessed this eccentric chef return to his quarters, parading around like a monarch while humming melodies they could not comprehend. Ultimately, Xie Qi paused by the wardrobe near the door, changing his attire while casting his gaze within to discern if any treasures lay hidden. Inside, there hung merely 3 sets of garments. One set identical to his own white chef's attire, another consisting of a black shirt and trousers, and the last, a pair of black pajamas. However, the most conspicuous item was a long knife resting at the bottom of the wardrobe. Xie Qi refrained from taking it. He could surmise with his foot that this was the weapon previously wielded by the original owner to commit murder. Yet, he possessed a superior blade, and thus held no particular regard for this one. He reached for the shirt, calmly shedding his current attire to don the new one. During this process, he feigned a casual brush against the knife, confirming that its attributes were indeed inferior to his own. He proceeded with changing his clothes. At that moment, the viewers in the live stream could only see a mosaic obscuring his form, lamenting their misfortune. Why are you lamenting over a pervert changing clothes? Though he is a pervert, he is an aesthetically pleasing one, sinister smile. What is appealing about a man? Better to watch Lady Castor. Then go watch her. Who is stopping you? Why complain here if you want to leave? Goodness, how can a pervert have fans? Is it merely about looks? Who says otherwise? I saw that person is a C-class citizen. Why not work properly instead of watching streams? Oh, did I strike a nerve with the esteemed B-class individual? What is wrong with us C-class? At least we can sustain ourselves. What do you B-class have to offer besides your lineage? Be careful not to get banned. Just enjoy the stream. This pervert is oddly captivating after a while. I assenti it? Shy. Since Xie Qi began undressing, the audience had split into two factions debating fervently. One group was drawn by Xie Qi's audacious antics, eager to see what other tricks he might unveil. The other remained solely for his looks, with a few having stumbled upon the stream by chance, unable to exit before the time limit. Unbeknownst to Xie Qi, he had stirred up a storm of controversy. But even if he were aware, it would only bring him joy. After all, even infamy is a form of fame as a novice streamer. He feared neither criticism nor disdain, but rather the absence of an audience. The black shirt and trousers accentuated Xie Qi's elongated figure as he leisurely fastened his cufflinks and strolled to the desk. The desk was rather sparse, holding only an oil lamp and a notebook, with naught else in sight. He did not rush to examine the notebook. Instead, he first lifted the oil lamp, seemingly inspecting the fuel within. Immediately, relevant information flashed in his mind. Name, special oil lamp. Type, item. Quality, ordinary. Attribute, none. Can be taken out of the instance. No. Notes, an oil lamp using special fuel, illuminating a range of 2 meters. Please replenish fuel promptly when exhausted, or unforeseen incidents may occur. The lamp's ordinary attributes were overshadowed only by the intriguing special fuel. Deducing that this fuel would likely be difficult to procure, Xie Qi set the lamp down. He pulled out the chair before the desk, seated himself comfortably, and then opened the notebook. March 2nd temperature. Suitable today, ingredients were of good quality and cut very smoothly. The blood on my hands is indeed difficult to wash away, yet I cannot part with that warm sensation. It presents quite the dilemma. March 3rd, temperature, refreshing. Today, the ingredients proved to be rather uncooperative, prompting me to strike them down multiple times. Ah, this exhilaration is truly incomparable to anything else. When they plead for mercy, it is the most thrilling moment. Even though I cannot savor their flavors, the accompanying fear and despair only enhance my enjoyment. March 4th, Xie Qi incessantly flipped through the pages, each day chronicling yet another ingredient's demise, and the original's fondness for such matters unfurled uncontrollably through the lines. The livestream perspective could shift to Xie Qi's viewpoint, allowing many viewers to witness the content. I initially thought I had accepted the chef's perversion, yet he surpasses my expectations. My eyes. I yearn for a pair of eyes that have never beheld this. Surely, a criminal of this caliber could achieve an A rating on Prisoner Island? That seems unlikely. This chef is merely a tad peculiar, and as it stands, his combat prowess appears rather weak, perhaps a C rating at best. A C rating is still formidable, considering that those are typically the most heinous serial killers. This chef merely processes ingredients in a villa. How ruthless could he possibly be? What has clouded your vision? Is it the nutrient solution? Having read from cover to cover, Xie Qi closed the notebook, sighing inwardly for failing to extract any useful information. The pages were filled with the original's musings on murder, and the monotony had become wearisome. He placed the notebook back on the table, feigning a search for a pen, and discreetly opened the drawer beneath the desk. Inside, he discovered not only pens, but also several gem-like objects, along with a pair of black gloves. Despite possessing gloves, the original had eschewed wearing them, lamenting instead about the difficulty of washing away the blood. As Xie Qi contemplated retrieving the gem-like objects, a knock resonated from behind him. Knock, knock, it's Kanibari. Open the door. The voice of the old butler, Seabass, echoed outside. Xie Qi first pushed the drawer closed, then rose to return his chair to its original position before leisurely making his way to the door. Upon opening the door, Seabass did not speak immediately. Instead, he glanced into the room over Xie Qi's shoulder, noticing that the decor appeared unchanged since his last visit, which eased his demeanor. Such subtle changes are often imperceptible to most, yet Xie Qi's keen eye, honed over years in the gambling den, perceived them as glaringly obvious. Seabass's gaze shifted back to Xie Qi, fixating on his seemingly eternal smile. The master is quite pleased with your dinner today. You may select your preferred ingredients from the back, while the remaining portions are to be handled at your discretion. Chapter 12. Welcome to my soiree, song and text, insane. Artist, Black Gryph Basic. It is recommended to enjoy this chapter with the background music playing. Upon hearing this, Xie Qi's brows arched slightly, betraying a flicker of surprise. Please extend my gratitude to the master for his generosity. I was just contemplating embellishing the kitchen, and I found myself at a loss for materials. His words did not elicit any unusual response from Seabass, who merely advised him not to indulge too much, lest it disrupt the master's plans. Rest assured, I still possess a sense of propriety, Xie Qi replied with a smile as he watched the silver-haired butler depart. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments behind him began to flood the screen, prompted by Seabass's remarks. What does that butler mean? What is the plan? I've seen this scenario before. Although the characters differ each time, the overarching narrative remains consistent. I can only divulge that the owner of this villa is quite remarkable. Gasp. Isn't what was said earlier just stating the obvious? Who wouldn't see that? Sarcasm. I am genuinely curious about tomorrow's game. I wonder what it will entail. The current trend in the market is AI-generated 6D games. This scenario seems rather antiquated. What could possibly be entertaining? Others are either asleep or rummaging through their rooms. The chef's perspective is far more intriguing, as one cannot predict his next move. In Xie Qi's mind, the system announced that his live stream audience had reached 1,000, and his ranking remained at the top. The system indicated that this ranking pertained to newcomers, suggesting that no one else had entered the scenario besides him. However, Xie Qi was not so convinced. Reflecting on those who had erred and were taken away, he surmised that while the nature of their punishment was unknown, it was unlikely to be lenient. It was highly probable that, as he suspected, they were thrust into the game to atone for their previous mistakes. Although those newcomers might not receive the same special treatment from the warden as he did, entering the scenario without undergoing the novice guidance drastically diminished their chances of survival. This information lingered briefly in Xie Qi's mind before he redirected his focus to the system store. He clicked on the store icon, where most items appeared gray, with only the daily necessities section illuminated. It seemed that the store's offerings were unlocked according to his level and points. After perusing the other items briefly, he lingered on two in particular. Xie Qi nodded with satisfaction. The store's opening was indeed timely, as he could procure the items needed for the game tomorrow without summoning all his servants to craft them. Although the night was still young, he had much to accomplish. With no time to waste, he closed the door, turned, and opened the wardrobe, feigning a search as he retrieved his knife from his backpack. Clad in black, with a gleaming long blade in hand, his smile broadened. He unlocked the door and turned to secure it. The dimly lit corridor, flanked by flickering candles, elongated his shadow. His room was situated at the far end of the second floor. As he passed the guest rooms, he paused to listen intently to the sounds within. After 4 rooms, only one still echoed with the sound of footsteps. From the noise and pacing, Xie Qi deduced it was a man, though he could not ascertain which of the 5 it was. The other 4 resided on the opposite side of the staircase, and Xie Qi had no intention of visiting them just yet. Descending the spiral staircase, he found the living room still devoid of company. Xie Qi, guided by memory, made his way to the rear of the villa, where a small door had been specially constructed for his access to the rear farming grounds. Only 3 individuals, including himself, possessed the key to this entrance. As he appeared to be on the verge of selecting ingredients, the barrage of comments erupted in the chat. I can't take it anymore. I need to step away for a while. Call me when it's over. Goodbye. Is this about to turn into a real-life horror film of slaughter? Excitedly rubbing hands. Humph, it's just a bunch of data. What is there to fear? To the one ahead. If you hadn't mentioned logging off right after, I might have believed you. The rear of the villa was shrouded in dense foliage, concealing the presence of a farming facility from the outside. Moonlight spilled onto the gravel path, and the sound of leather shoes crunching underfoot revealed the presence of foreign objects beneath. Xie Qi hummed a popular tune from the previous world, meandering through the darkness as if on a leisurely stroll. Hey, sorry, but you just got in my way. I promise, honey, I can feel your pain. And maybe I enjoy it just a little bit. The cheerful melody intertwined with the eerie shadows cast by the trees, elevating Xie Qi's spirits. His voice resonated in harmony with the crunching of the dry leaves beneath his feet. Does that make me insane? Haven't been the same since I expired. Doesn't he mean that I plan to retire, and now I have the power to battle all of you in entertaining fire? As the song reached its crescendo, Xie Qi raised the long knife in his hand, akin to a conductor wielding a baton, dancing gracefully while humming. La-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. A flurry of birds took flight from the forest, all instinctively steering clear of the area where Xie Qi stood. Upon finally reaching the door to the farming grounds, the melody reached its conclusion. Make me insane. Before the moss-covered, rusted iron gate, Xie Qi came to a halt, his right hand poised in front of him as if addressing an audience. With a flourish reminiscent of a graceful bow, he acknowledged the invisible spectators before him. The audience, having witnessed the entirety of Xie Qi's personal concert, stood in sheer astonishment, only then reclaiming their senses. How elegant! Truly, it is elegance personified. I am in awe. There are indeed various types of eccentricity, and this chef embodies the most refined kind. This song is exquisite. It evokes a sensation that is both wild and gentlemanly. What is its title? I could not find it. The analytical brain suggests the style is quite antiquated, reminiscent of trends that flourished over a millennium ago. Chapter 13. Welcome to the preparation venue. Pay attention to the segment reviews in this chapter. What have I missed? Why am I still here? You have missed a concert. Yet you are about to encounter the ensuing hell. Farewell. Fist salute. I have already become infatuated with him. Is he truly not a streamer? I must become his fan. The composure displayed earlier was simply that of a charming NPC. It is impossible for him to be a streamer. So certain are you? Have you perhaps located the streamer? You should check with the novelist. The others in the room have shown no unusual behavior, but she seems to exist as two different people, both inside and outside her room. This newcomer is so lacking. Do they think we cannot see them just because they are inside? As the spectators fixated their attention on the dark-haired woman, Xie Qi had already pushed open the iron gate and stepped inside. The interior was as desolate as the exterior. Weeds sprouted from the ground, and unlike the envisioned breeding grounds, there was no space for livestock to roam, only a low, factory-like concrete structure standing solitary. He retrieved a brass long key from his waist and unlocked the gate. The shrill sound of metal scraping echoed through the still night. The interior of the breeding ground was starkly clean, in contrast to its exterior. Yet, it was devoid of any substantial content. The dim candlelight sliced through the darkness, segmenting it into chunks akin to pieces of fatty meat. Corridors lined with numerous rooms on either side echoed with the sounds of doors being pounded upon, interspersed with faint cries for help. This grim and bizarre tableau did not alter Xie Qi's expression. He merely stroked his chin, standing contemplatively in the corridor. I knew this breeding ground was no place of virtue. Surely, those confined within are not merely ingredients? Certainly, but in such an isolated locale. How could there be so many people? Could they all be victims? This is merely a scenario. Why take it so seriously? I still wish to understand what this chef is doing in place. Has he had a moment of conscience? To expect him to have a change of heart is as futile as hoping you could elevate your citizen status. Why pokets or spots? While the bullet screen speculated on Xie Qi's thoughts, he lowered his hand and lifted the knife in his other hand, beginning to point down the corridors, counting his troops. Whoever he pointed to would be today as fortunate one. Found one. Xie Qi, brimming with excitement, set down the knife and approached a door on the left. Unlike the other rooms, this door remained silent. It seemed to house a quiet little darling within. As Xie Qi opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of a woman leaning against the freezer. She was slender, with long, disheveled red hair, and her lowered head only stirred slightly upon the door's opening. Xie Qi patiently waited, while the woman struggled to lift her head. When her unfocused eyes caught the flickering candlelight from outside, they widened in shock. Like a frenzied beast, she surged forth with unexpected strength from her frail frame, charging at Xie Qi, who stood at the threshold. The barrage of comments reflected the viewer's trepidation, speculating whether the chef would falter at that very moment. Yet, the audience's fears did not materialize. My scalp feels tight. It's over. If this woman perishes, today's banquet featured women, and now this woman confronts the chef? The earlier remarks were truly rude. Perhaps it's time to update your chip and learn how to converse in high society. Following a futile resistance, the woman gradually fell silent. Many viewers hastily exited the live stream as Xie Qi began to take action, though others, with slower reflexes, bore witness to the harrowing scene. Those with fragile mental fortitude had long succumbed to nausea. Even those who prided themselves on their exposure to gruesome scenarios now wore ashen expressions, desperately trying to avert their gaze. This is nothing, it's all fake. Fake. This immersive game features the highest level of AI craftsmanship. The scenarios are nearly indistinguishable from reality. If you're afraid, just admit it. No one will mock you, but don't feign bravado. Why does this live stream simulate reality so intensely? I can almost smell the acrid scent of blood, Can we disable the sensory functions of this game? These features are user-selected. Don't blame the game just because you're frightened. I'm being honest. I'm truly terrified, sobbing. Chapter 14. Welcome to the night before the game. Nikolaus found himself alone in the kitchen, engulfed by the surrounding darkness. Although he harbored great dissatisfaction with the chef's command for him to work late, he could only swallow his complaints. As Xie Qi had insisted he wait for his arrival in the dead of night. Gradually, he discerned the sound of something being dragged. The noise drew nearer, and once it vanished, the figure of the penny-pinching chef materialized before him. "Ah, Nikolaus, you are quite punctual," Xie Qi remarked. Nikolaus remained silent, wishing to convey his discontent through his demeanor. Yet Xie Qi appeared oblivious, or perhaps truly could not see, for the kitchen was shrouded in darkness, revealing only a shadowy outline. "I've brought the decorations and the ingredients needed for tomorrow. They're all here," Xie Qi declared, tossing a bag at Nikolaus's feet. "Hurry up. If we waste any more time, we won't finish. You wouldn't want to work until dawn, would you?" Taking a deep breath, Nikolaus squatted down to open the bag, determined not to dwell on the capitalist's insufferable demeanor. Seeing him finally take action, Xie Qi's interest was piqued. Squatting aside, gesticulating, he remarked, "This finger, yes, it hangs alongside the bones on the sign. And this intestine, let it be cleaned first, then dried in the wind tomorrow, to serve as a wind chime in the kitchen. Ah, and do take care of this head. First, bring the water to a boil, and once thoroughly cooked, paint it and hang it on the wall. How splendid it would look." As Nicholas listened to Xie Qi's directives, he struggled to suppress the urge to hurl the large intestine in his hand at the other's face. Talk, talk, talk. All you do is chatter. If you're so capable, why not handle it yourself? Yet, the instinct for survival compelled him to merely stare blankly, ignoring the buzzing noise in his ears. "Very well. Proceed as I instructed with these items. The remaining ingredients must be preserved, for we still need to prepare a meal for our guests tomorrow." Xie Qi rose, stretching languidly, and picked up the knife that lay beside him. Sensing his intention to leave, Nicholas felt a wave of relief wash over him. Go on, go on. Just talk without action." With his departure, at least the cacophony in his ears would subside. Today's tasks were nearly complete. Xie Qi had just heard the system notification indicating an increase of 10 points, combined with the previous 10 points he had earned. He now had just enough to purchase the necessary items for tomorrow's game. Realizing how fleeting these points were, Xie Qi found himself somewhat astonished. Fortunately, there were still viewers in the live stream who had rewarded him. Although the conversion rate of gold to points was dismally low, he had managed to accumulate a little over 10 points. Since turning 20, he had never felt so financially constrained, and Xie Qi pondered incessantly on how to accrue more points. Relying solely on tasks to earn points was evidently a futile endeavor. The system was exceedingly stingy, granting a mere 500 points for completing a dungeon. If no alternative methods were available, the quickest way to earn money would rely on viewer donations. Xie Qi did not underestimate the potential generosity of the livestream audience. When they disapproved of you, they could be remarkably parsimonious. Yet, if you became an object of their admiration, almost akin to a deity, they might even impoverish themselves to support you. As he contemplated ways to entice viewer donations, Xie Qi stepped out of the kitchen. Upon exiting, he spotted a petite figure crouched on the floor, diligently scrubbing the bloodstains left by the body he had dragged. To conserve energy, he had dragged the body bag from the farm all the way back to the kitchen, leaving the villa's floor in a disarray of dirt and blood. To his surprise, a maid was still there at this late hour, assisting with the cleaning. Xie Qi felt an unusual pang of guilt towards her, so he approached and inquired, "Is there anything I can assist you with?" The freckled maid, Lena, who had been earnestly scrubbing the floor, suddenly heard the chef's voice above her and trembled, her body shaking so violently that Xie Qi suspected she might be afflicted with Parkinson's. Lena dared not meet the chef's gaze and softly replied, "No, thank you. I can manage on my own." "Is that so? Then I appreciate your efforts," Xie Qi said, not wishing to frighten the timid maid any further, and turned to ascend the stairs back to his room. Early the next morning, Xie Qi was awakened by the clamor from downstairs. Last night, in preparation for today's game, he stayed up until 3 or 4 in the morning and barely had a few hours of sleep before rising, leaving him enveloped in a sense of low pressure. He sat on the edge of the bed with his head bowed, one hand running through his hair, listening to the escalating clamor from downstairs. "Tsk, how unruly. A little lamb should remain obedient," Xie Qi murmured, his words only audible to the early risers watching the live stream. Alas, the Dark Lord has been awakened. Those people are doomed. To be honest, they are merely cannon fodder. Who in their right mind would dare make such a ruckus in this peculiar villa? You will never comprehend the diversity of humanity. What was the chef up to last night? Those dark circles are quite pronounced. Could it be he? The one ahead is just filled with nonsense. Perhaps he is merely suffering from insomnia? In a bid to surprise today's audience, Xie Qi had turned off the live stream during preparations. Fortunately, the stream did not constantly display visuals, occasionally interspersed with advertisements from various companies, ads that could not simply be dismissed with money. Of course, overly long advertisements would incite discontent, prompting the broadcast to switch to footage of other NPCs. Viewers understood that some scenes were unsuitable for airing, such as personal grooming or other indescribable matters. Sometimes, even NPCs sleeping were omitted. The live stream could be described as quite intelligent. Once Xie Qi had tidied himself up and stepped out, standing at the corner of the second floor, he heard the portly rich man from last night, who had complained about the scant dinner portions, bellowing, "Why has no one come yet? Where are the servants? I'm starving. Why hasn't breakfast been served?" A few individuals attempted to placate him, while the wealthy heir Phil and the novelist Annie sat aside, the former enjoying the spectacle and the latter appearing apprehensive about potential conflict. "Lower your voice. This is someone else's home, not a place for your outbursts," admonished the brown-haired Captain Song Nan, arms crossed. As soon as she spoke, the previously somewhat subdued rich man exploded with indignation. "What do you think you are? A yellow-skinned monkey daring to lecture me? Oh, a yellow-skinned monkey?" Just as the rich man finished his tirade, before Song Nan could retort, a voice laced with amusement echoed from the staircase. The villa's chef, who had made an appearance last night, now stood before them, his Western features accentuated by an undeniable Eastern charm in the daylight. "This guest," he began. "Racial discrimination is an abhorrent behavior. I believe you owe this lady an apology." Chapter 15. Welcome to the game's commencement. What did I just hear? Yellow-skinned monkey? Is that a reference to the people of the Eastern continent? I never expected the inhabitants of the first great continent would once be so disparagingly referred to. Chuckles. It seems the individual in question is not from the Eastern continent. What? Are you envious and resentful? All right, there are no longer divisions between nations. What is there to argue about? Compared to a millennium ago, when one could be discriminated against solely based on skin color, I believe that categorizing people into 7 levels now represents the greatest form of discrimination. To the one ahead, safeguard your citizen number. Be wary lest you find yourself on Prisoner Island as well. Xie Qi remained clad in his black shirt and trousers, exuding an air of opulence and grace more akin to that of a villa's proprietor than a mere chef. The attire he donned was certainly not the same as the one from the previous day. After returning to his room last night, he was soon met with a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he was surprised to find Lena, still bearing her timid demeanor, yet holding a set of black clothing in her hands. The outfit was similar in style to his own, though his was marred by stains of blood. Initially troubled by the predicament, he was unexpectedly relieved by Lena's promptness. Furthermore, she had taken his soiled garments for cleaning. This act left Xie Qi singing her praises, though he noted her evident fear of him. For the sake of Lena's mental well-being, he resolved to refrain from deliberately frightening her in the future. Downstairs, the crowd was captivated by his entrance, although some were less impressed. Upon hearing his words, the rotund wealthy merchant grew increasingly irate. "What? A gathering of yellow-skinned monkeys? How dare a mere cook raise his voice to me? Do you have any idea how many properties I own in Manhattan? Oh, I am not privy to the extent of your real estate, but I am acutely aware that if the guests continue in this manner, you shall find yourself without a dinner invitation tonight." Xie Qi remained unperturbed, observing the merchant as one might a petulant child, descending the staircase with deliberate grace. "What?" The merchant, feeling the weight of Xie Qi's presence, instinctively took a step back, perhaps sensing his dignity slipping away. His plump cheeks flushed crimson, rendering him akin to a boiled meatball. "What right do you have to deny me my meal? Where is Mrs. Castor? I shall inform her that you are a negligent host." All right. Everyone, let us maintain our composure." Bailey adjusted his spectacles, addressing Xie Qi, who was nonchalantly scrutinizing the merchant while still wearing a calm smile. "I apologize, Chef Carney. He is merely overly tense, and I wish to express my regrets for his indiscretions." Upon hearing Bailey's interjection, Xie Qi turned to him, tilting his head with a smile. "Pray tell, what is your relation to him?" "I am his legal representative. and he is the one who brought me aboard this cruise." As he spoke, a hint of complaint crept into Bailey's tone, suggesting his dissatisfaction with the merchant's incompetence and unawareness in unfamiliar surroundings, which had led to this troublesome situation. "Very well. I shall graciously accept your apology. However, my earlier statement regarding the absence of dinner was no jest." Xie Qi raised a finger to his lips, his smile broadening as he regarded the assembly. "What? Is there an issue with the food?" Bailey, still bewildered, was interrupted by Phil, who had been observing the unfolding drama. Noting the presence of a discerning audience, Xie Qi continued to smile, explaining, "The master mentioned yesterday that the next shipment of supplies would arrive in 7 days. During this interval, the provisions in the villa would suffice for our needs. However, with the addition of 8 more guests, the consumption has increased, necessitating a reduction to 1 meal per day." No sooner had he finished speaking than a voice rose in protest. "Why was this not communicated yesterday? How can 1 meal a day suffice?" Seated at a distance on the sofa, the African-American Brussels, who had been embracing a blonde woman, had not intended to involve himself in the dispute, but the revelation caught his attention. The others wore grim expressions as they realized that upon reaching the island, they still faced the dilemma of securing provisions. Wasn't it mentioned that there were farms? With just 8 additional individuals, surely we could endure for a week, couldn't we? Someone recalled what Xie Qi had said the previous day and inquired. Noticing that the capable female captain had quickly grasped this point, Xie Qi cast her an appreciative glance. Songmin felt somewhat uneasy under Xie Qi's gaze, uncertain why she was being regarded like a child. Xie Qi retracted his gaze and addressed the guests who were all fixated on him. "It is unfortunate that when I visited the farm last night, all the produce was killed by a rabid dog. Given the uncertainty surrounding the viruses this mad creature might carry, I dare not serve such ingredients to my esteemed guests." Upon hearing his words, the crowd refrained from expressing disbelief. After all, he had provided a rationale, and given their precarious situation, they could hardly insist on visiting the farm to verify the presence of a rabid dog. Noticing that the guests understood his predicament, Xie Qi's smile widened. "In that case, when shall we dine? 1 meal a day should not keep us waiting until nightfall, should it?" The wealthy young man, Phil, lounged with an air of nonchalance, casting a sidelong glance at Xie Qi. "Certainly not," Xie Qi replied, bowing slightly to his esteemed guests. "The timing of our meal will depend on when you conclude your game." Straightening up, he spread his arms, and his fixed smile gradually transformed into a peculiar arc across his pale visage. The spiraling staircase behind him served as a backdrop, and his voice resonated throughout the hall. "Welcome to my game, dear lambs. Wow, so handsome. AI Butler, in 3 seconds, I want all information on this man. I thought it was merely a survival-themed scenario. I didn't anticipate a gaming element. Quite intriguing. From the chef's perspective, all I can say is, may you all seek your own fortunes. Blessings. Likewise, I am thrilled at the thought of how they will react upon discovering the chef's true identity. Not. What puzzles lie ahead? How formidable can a mere chef be?" Many observers, who had never previously focused on Xie Qi, were left with only a fleeting impression from the previous evening's service, thus remaining oblivious to his clandestine endeavors. Meanwhile, those in the know appeared to be infected by Xie Qi's peculiarities, silently yearning to witness the guests' discomfiture. It must be said that those who could endure Xie Qi's flamboyant maneuvers were not of the ordinary ilk. Within the hall, the sudden fervor displayed by Xie Qi left everyone else astonished. Only 3 individuals maintained their composure, while the rest swallowed nervously, their eyes glued to his actions. Observing the guest's lack of reaction, Xie Qi withdrew his outstretched hands and, as if by magic, produced an object from behind him. With dazzling speed, he manipulated a deck of cards into a myriad of tricks, ultimately shuffling them in his palms, his dark eyes glinting with secret excitement as he announced, "This game is called Texas Hold'em." Chapter 16. Welcome to Texas Hold'em. Fear not, dear novices unfamiliar with the rules of Texas Hold'em. I shall endeavor to articulate them in a manner that is both simple and comprehensible. But why does it seem that this chef has become even more eccentric? In other narratives, he was merely a minor antagonist, yet now he resembles a formidable final boss. Texas Hold'em? I have never encountered this before. It must be a game popular in that era, as I observe that the NPCs appear quite knowledgeable about it. From my inquiries with the intellect, I have ascertained that it indeed originated in that time, though it has faded into obscurity, so much so that even AI has ceased to catalog it. It is remarkable that such a relic persists within this advanced AI system on Prisoner Island. What are the rules? They seem rather incomprehensible. As if responding to the audience's curiosity, Xie Qi, without prompting, retrieved a whiteboard from behind him. Bailey, standing beside him, trembled and glanced over his shoulder, bewildered as to where Xie Qi had procured such a sizable item. The viewers in the live stream were captivated by the board in Xie Qi's hands, which not only featured illustrations but also provided exhaustive explanations of various terms, so thorough that it was almost overwhelming. Upon hearing the term Texas Hold'em, the audience, already somewhat familiar, observed the chef, who appeared a bit unhinged, enthusiastically elucidating the game's rules, which closely aligned with their preconceptions. The corpulent businessman, growing impatient, interrupted Xie Qi. "Hey, we already know all this. Can you hasten it along? I am quite famished." Upon hearing that they would play Texas Hold'em, he felt a surge of excitement. A seasoned gambler, he was a familiar face at various casino tables, while he might not excel in other games. He was confident that this group of neophytes could not hope to outplay him at Texas Hold'em. With a glint in his eye, the businessman devised a clever proposal. "If we are to play, there must be a wager. We cannot merely engage in play without stakes." Xie Qi, having already disregarded the businessman's interruption, continued with his exposition until he finally concluded, responding to the audience's quizzical expressions. "As for the wager, I leave it to your discretion." With a smile, he relinquished the decision to the group. "Let us wager our meals. The loser shall forfeit their meal to the victor." How does that sound? What? Would that not mean the loser would go without food for an entire day? The silent officer interjected. "What's the harm? Were we not without sustenance while at sea?" Mid-sentence, the businessman appeared to have a sudden realization, his expression shifting dramatically. The others, upon hearing his words, mirrored his bewilderment. Xie Qi, seemingly oblivious to their abrupt silence, maintained his observant demeanor. "Then it is settled. Let us commence," Phil proclaimed, shattering the silence. With no better suggestions forthcoming, the group, under Xie Qi's guidance, took their seats at the long table where they had dined the previous evening. Xie Qi assumed the role of dealer, shuffling the deck of cards. He had already distributed chips valued at 10 yuan each, ensuring that each participant now possessed a total of 1,000 yuan in chips. Seated to his left were the affluent scion Phil and the novelist Annie. Both initially placed their small and big blinds into the pot, after which Xie Qi commenced dealing the cards. In essence, Texas Hold'em allows each player to receive 2 whole cards, visible solely to themselves, while 5 community cards are laid out for all players to utilize when the final reveal occurs. If the 5 best cards can be formed from the 7 cards, comprising both the whole cards and community cards, then all the chips in the pot belong to the victor. Theoretically, this is the case. However, in practice, many players often fold due to uncertainty regarding their hands before the reveal, resulting in the potential for the smallest hand to emerge as the winner. This encapsulates the allure of Texas Hold'em, a game that profoundly tests human nature, luck, and where the victor takes all. Those lacking psychological fortitude find it difficult to engage in this game. The dealing has concluded, and each participant possesses 2 cards. At this juncture, one can discern the psychological composure of each player. Individuals such as the inexperienced Annie, Officer Soul, and the blonde woman immediately scrutinize their cards, their expressions easily betraying their thoughts. In contrast, seasoned gamblers like the wealthy Phil and Brussels displayed no urgency to reveal their cards, instead meticulously observing the demeanor and movements of the other players. Meanwhile, Song Nan and Bailey maintained a conventional demeanor, revealing no discernible emotions as they reviewed their cards before concealing them once more. The first round of betting commenced, with a minimum bet set at 20 yuan. To call required at least 20, and a raise demanded 40. Initially, all players adhered to standard practices, with the maximum raise reaching only 100, until the third card was revealed. Song then held a pair of spades, J and 7, while the community cards displayed a Q of diamonds, a 3, and a 7 of hearts, forming a pair in her hand. She raised to 300, prompting the others to gradually fold. Given the diverse nature of the community cards, the likelihood of forming a substantial hand was slim, and Song Nan's hand appeared quite formidable. The subsequent community card revealed a 2 of clubs. Unless someone possessed a matching pair in their whole cards that aligned with one of the community cards, her hand would be the strongest. Believing victory was assured, she was taken aback when the wealthy businessman flashed her a smile, his actions causing her body to stiffen. "All in," he declared, his gaze fixated on Song Nan, seemingly mocking her lack of courage to call. With only the two of them remaining in the game, Songmin faced the dilemma of matching his full wager to continue, which would escalate the pot to nearly 3,000 yuan. On one side lay the 300 she had already committed, and on the other, the potential 3,000 she could win. After a moment of deliberation, her cautious nature ultimately led her to fold. Consequently, as Xie Qi collected the cards, the businessman revealed his whole cards, tossing them before Song Nan's eyes, two inconsequential cards that failed to form a pair with any of the community cards. In the game of Texas Hold'em, it is generally frowned upon to reveal one's whole cards. Should one choose to do so, it either signifies an appreciation for the opponent's sound judgment or serves as an attempt to mock their miscalculation. The wealthy gentleman, of course, belonged to the latter category. At that moment, he was the affluently adorned figure at the table, possessing a total of 1,800 yuan. Just as Xie Qi was preparing to deal the next round, the affluent man rose to his feet, placing his hand over Xie Qi's cards, and intently remarked, "What is the point of merely dealing cards? The chef ought to join the fray as well." In response to the gentleman's provocation, Xie Qi slowly lifted his gaze, the wisps of hair on his forehead slightly obscuring his eyes. A smile graced his lips, and within his eyes shimmered a long-suppressed excitement. "Since it is the request of our esteemed guest, I shall endeavor to oblige." Chapter 17. Welcome to my table. What just transpired? How did I fail to comprehend that round? Did that woman not have a 93 chance of winning? Why did she fold? From your omniscient perspective, you know she held a strong hand, but the rotund gentleman astutely recognized that she was not a high-risk gambler, which emboldened him to go all in and force her to retreat. I initially presumed the gentleman was lacking in intellect, but upon reflection, he exhibits considerable skill. In gambling, the essence lies in identifying those weaker than oneself to profit from their hands. This gentleman certainly prefers to prey on the timid. The chef is taking the stage. Given that he initiated the game, he must possess remarkable prowess, no? Xie Qi accepted the wealthy man's challenge and passed his cards to and on his left, appointing her as the dealer. A bit flustered, and received the cards, and Xie Qi reassured her with a smile, stating that she merely needed to deal as he had done earlier, and all the chips he won would belong to her. The chef exudes confidence. Does this woman not fear that he may deplete her stack entirely? Xie Qi and chose to disregard the gentleman's taunts. The game continued for several more rounds, during which Xie Qi experienced both victories and losses, albeit minimal, leaving the audience who had anticipated his prowess somewhat disheartened. It seems this chef lacks the necessary skill. He is yet to win as much as that fill. Well, it's still early. It's hard to draw any conclusions. I noticed that gentleman casting furtive glances at him multiple times, yet the chef's expression remained unchanged. If this continues, the officer will soon find himself devoid of chips, and the game will inevitably conclude. Saul had not anticipated that his stack would dwindle to the least among them, leaving him with less than 100 yuan. Should the rounds persist, he might find himself without any chips at all. He anxiously observed the blonde woman beside him, noting that, while her stack was not particularly large, it still comprised several hundred yuan, prompting a newfound respect for her. Saul's predicament did not escape the notice of others. The wealthy gentleman wore a smirk of derision as he turned his attention toward Xie Qi seated across from him. He had expected this pretty face to exhibit some skill, but it appeared he was merely an amateur. At this juncture, the gentleman's chips had swelled to nearly 3,000, while the others barely exceeded 1,000. It was all but certain that he would emerge as the ultimate victor. The thought of indulging in 2 servings of food caused the real estate tycoon, who had never before worried about sustenance, to hum a tune of delight in his heart. Meanwhile, Xie Qi maintained his smile, seemingly oblivious to the gazes of others, quietly observing the chips in each player's possession. A new round has commenced, and the live stream displays the hidden cards each participant holds, alongside real-time calculations of their respective probabilities of victory, allowing even the unacquainted viewers to discern who stands the best chance of winning at the table. Xie Qi holds the Queen of Clubs and a 10, while the community cards reveal the 2 of Clubs, the 10 of Diamonds, and the 2 of Spades. This hand presents a commendable probability of success for Xie Qi, especially since he already possesses a pair of 10s. Should fortune favor him, if the remaining 2 community cards are also clubs, he could potentially form a flush. However, the audience witnesses that his current winning probability is merely 12%. In contrast, a blonde woman boasts a pair of aces with a winning probability of 9, while a wealthy businessman holds a pair of twos and a four of hearts, yielding a remarkable 79% probability, having already formed three of a kind with the community cards, with the other players having folded during the new round of betting. The viewers observe the chef, whose odds are not particularly high, break into a slight smile and push half of his chips into the pot race. The total amount he wagers this round is 800 yuan. Henceforth, any player wishing to continue must match this stake. The blonde woman, lacking sufficient chips, swiftly concedes. However, this tactic proves ineffective against the businessman, who gazes intently at Xie Qi, his brow furrowing call. At this moment, the pot swells to 2,200 yuan, leaving only Xie Qi and the businessman in contention. Annie continues by revealing the fourth community card, the Seven of Diamonds. The displayed probabilities indicate that the businessman now leads decisively with a 95% chance, while Xie Qi's odds dwindle to merely 5%. The audience mocks his audacity, as this round could cost the chef dearly, potentially relegating him from third place to second last. Upon seeing the fourth community card, a flicker of regret passes through the businessman's eyes. Had another two appeared, he would have achieved four of a kind, ensuring his dominance unless a straight flush were to emerge. Nevertheless, he reassures himself that his three of a kind should still be the highest. With a smirk directed at the young man across the table, the businessman suddenly notices a shift in Xie Qi's previously fixed smile. A fleeting change that he manages to capture. A sense of unease grips him, prompting a swift contemplation of what cards Xie Qi might hold. Could it be that Xie Qi possesses a 2, along with either a 10 or a 7, thereby forming a full house? Beyond that, even if Xie Qi holds 2 diamonds, the outcome still hinges on the final card. There is also the possibility of a straight. Between the 10 and the 7 lie the 9 and the 8, which also depend on the last card drawn. Considering all these scenarios, the businessman strives to maintain his composure, his mind racing through potential outcomes. Beads of sweat trickle down his balding head, yet before he can finalize his decision, Xie Qi lays his hand down and confidently pushes all his chips forward all in. Xie Qi's tone is jubilant, exuding an air of ease as if he is not wagering his entire fortune. My goodness, is this person not of sound mind? One might think he holds a formidable hand. Do not expose your ignorance. This game can indeed be played this way. Wasn't that hefty fellow employing this tactic earlier? If he falls for it, it serves him right. Is it possible that anyone would be deceived by his ruse? What are the odds of forming a full house? Surely, the wealthy merchant would not be so gullible. The audience in the live stream expressed their opinions, convinced that the corpulent man would not fall for such an obvious trick. However, while the onlookers maintained clarity, those embroiled in the game grappled with myriad considerations. The merchant, despite his audacity to go all in, only did so when he felt in control of the situation. When facing Songnan, he could surmise that even if the opponent had a strong hand, she would lack the courage to wager against him. Yet this man before him was different. He could not discern his intentions, as his expression remained inscrutable. Even when his countenance briefly shifted, the merchant could not decipher whether it was a feigned reaction or evidence of a strong hand. Particularly now, as he held the most chips on the table, over 3,000, he felt the weight of his position. When one possesses nothing, one can afford to gamble recklessly. But with considerable assets comes an instinctive hesitance. The merchant found himself in this predicament. Relinquishing this round would only cost him 800. But if he allowed that young man to provoke him and his hand truly was a full house, he could swiftly find himself destitute. Chapter 18. Welcome to the end of the game. Xie Qi smiled at the hefty man, his finger tapping lightly on his whole cards. My dear guest, are you contemplating the conclusion of dinner? The others, who had already stepped away from the game, watched intently, amplifying the merchant's psychological strain. He had just established an image of composure. If he were to falter due to a moment's impulse, he would soon find himself in a position of humility, begging others for sustenance. The scales in the merchant's mind tipped precariously as he endured Xie Qi's mockery, ultimately tossing his cards onto the table. It's over. I knew he couldn't withstand the pressure. With a 95% chance of victory, if he goes all in as well, the chef will be left utterly defeated. Stop with the hindsight. This is about skill, which you cannot envy. Annie was about to collect the cards from the table for a fresh deal when the merchant interrupted her. I demand to see your whole cards. Xie Qi, arms crossed and reclining comfortably in his chair, chuckled at the merchant's words. Very well, since the guest insists. Upon receiving Xie Qi's consent, Annie revealed his whole cards. A queen of clubs and a 10 of clubs, merely a pair. The merchant's face flushed crimson, as if smoke were billowing from his head. He had a three of a kind. A three of a kind. He had been outwitted by this young man. He had not anticipated that his audacious gamble would be so swiftly countered by this pretty boy. Witnessing such a dramatic turn of events, the others gazed at Xie Qi in astonishment. Phil, who had previously paid little attention to their altercation, lifted his gaze upon seeing Xie Qi's cards, his emerald eyes scrutinizing him intently. Song Nan, too, felt a surge of delight. The hefty man had deceived her earlier, only to be met with the same fate by another, fostering a newfound appreciation for the chef. The others were merely astonished for a fleeting moment. After all, it was not their concern, and thus they resumed the next round of the game. Subsequently, no further incidents akin to the previous one occurred. Everyone managed to win a little, with the sole exception of the officer, who was drenched in sweat. His chips were nearly depleted, leaving him with a mere 40 yuan. Should he fail to win this round, he would be unable to cover the blinds for the next hand. Upon glimpsing his cards, he could not help but offer a bitter smile, discarding them without hesitation. The others took notice, as he possessed the fewest chips on the table. Observing his apparent resignation, they ceased to regard him. It seemed the last player had already emerged, and the atmosphere around the table lightened. Although the stakes were not high, merely a meal, many had endured hunger for several days, and having just enjoyed a hearty meal the night before, they were reluctant to continue suffering from hunger. The wealthy merchant retained the most chips, with Xie Qi in second place. He glanced at Xie Qi and, without hesitation, raised his bet to 2,000. His hand was being played by Lawyer Bailey, who, upon noticing his employer's substantial raise, promptly realized it was time for him to withdraw. Thus, he discarded his cards, and it was now Xie Qi's turn. Xie Qi appeared somewhat troubled, resting his hand on his whole cards for an extended period. When all eyes at the table, as well as those in the live stream, were fixated upon him, he finally broke into a radiant smile and matched the 2,000 bet. Beside him was Phil, who merely cast a glance at Xie Qi before remaining silent and folding his hand. At this juncture, the fourth community card was revealed, the King of Spades. The current community cards were the Ace of Spades, the Four of Hearts, the Ace of Diamonds, and the King of Spades. Just from the community cards, a pair and two flushes were already formed. The live stream erupted with excitement, as the wealthy merchant held a pair of fours, which combined with the community cards made for three of a kind. A formidable hand indeed. Meanwhile, Xie Qi possessed the Jack of Spades and the 10 of Spades, and should the final community card be a queen, he would achieve a straight 5 consecutive cards, aka QJ10. However, such a probability was exceedingly low and heavily relied on fortune. Consequently, the live stream's predicted odds were 90 for the merchant and 10 for Xie Qi. The merchant recognized this as well, yet his confidence led him to believe that such a low probability was improbable. With a cold smile, he pushed all his chips into the pot. If you've got the guts, then call me kid. His audacity ignited the viewers in the live stream. Wow, incredible. That is how it should be done. If he wins this hand, that hefty fellow will have nearly 5,000 chips. What a windfall. The chef certainly won dare to call. The odds of a straight are too slim. It would be wiser to cut his losses. After this hand concludes, that officer will surely be out. He has only 40 chips left. As the crowd speculated whether Xie Qi would fold, he maintained an impassive expression, seemingly provoked by the wealthy merchant. However, before long, Xie Qi extended a hand and placed it upon his 2 whole cards. As the wealthy merchant believed he was about to be ousted, a smug expression gracing his face, a voice resonated, deep and melodious like a cello. In the past, while playing Texas Hold'em, it was said that my opponents feared my ability to draw a strong hand because even with a mediocre hand, I had a penchant for going all in. As he spoke, he lifted his hand from the cards. The others were puzzled, unsure of what illness had suddenly prompted him to reminisce. I too relished the notion of leading others to believe I possessed no strong cards, for this would prevent them from being intimidated and allow them to continuously raise the stakes until the pot was overflowing with chips. Xie Qi retracted his hand from the chips, withdrew a white handkerchief from his chest, and while wiping his hands, he addressed the visibly distressed merchant. All in. After finishing, he tucked the handkerchief back into his pocket, turning to smile at the still stunned Annie. My dear lady, the game is over. It's time to reveal the community cards. Oh, all right. Annie promptly unveiled the final community card, which was none other than the Queen of Spades. What the heck? Is this madness? Is it really possible? A royal flush. shouting in disbelief. 1 in 30,000 chance. Well, I concede, Lord Carney, take me. Did he know from the start? Or was it mere luck? If it's luck, his fortune is astonishing. The probability can indeed be calculated, but who can outthink an AI? The odds provided in the live stream lagged by a second. Not only were the viewers in the live stream astounded, but the 8 individuals present were equally taken aback when Xie Qi's whole cards were revealed. The merchant and Phil, both frequent patrons of the casino, had never witnessed anyone achieve a royal flush in their lifetimes. The merchant's jaw dropped, unable to close, as he watched all his chips being pushed towards Xie Qi. In an instant, he plummeted from the top of the rankings to a state of utter destitution, even falling behind Saul's meager 40 chips. The last place had been claimed. Chapter 19. Preparations for dinner begin. I refuse to believe it. A royal flush is not so easily attained. You must be cheating, the wealthy merchant exclaimed incredulously, his head pulsating with rage, appearing almost swollen as he glared furiously at Xie Qi. The livestream audience remained glued to the action, fully aware that Xie Qi was not engaging in any foul play. How can he not handle a loss? I initially thought he had some skill in card playing, but this is just pathetic. I hope that woman isn't a streamer. I previously gifted her 500 gold coins and wouldn't want them ending up in the hands of someone like him. Currently, that woman and the wealthy heir are leading in the voting, while others seem to raise no suspicion. What about the blonde woman? At first, I thought she was just a pretty face, but she demonstrated some cleverness while playing. Could she have been faking it? It seems all of them have issues. Except for that officer who appears rather dim-witted. If only the chef were the streamer, I would shower him with all my gold coins. The audience began to speculate on who the streamer might be, with no one yet suspecting Xie Qi. Since his appearance, he has consistently displayed a series of extraordinary maneuvers, surpassing even the most eccentric NPCs. Who could have anticipated that he is merely a novice who has just entered the game dungeon? Even those who are infatuated with Xie Qi and wish to reward him merely speak of it without any genuine expectation. Consequently, although Xie Qi received the highest number of rewards ever recorded, the points translated to a mere 300, which fell drastically short of his expectations. Feeling that concealing his identity bore little advantage, Xie Qi resolved to abandon this tactic in the next dungeon to spare those eager to reward him from unnecessary distress. Having come to this conclusion, Xie Qi set down the chips he had been toying with and turned to the crowd with a smile. The game is over, and I must now prepare lunch for all of you. Despite their rapid gameplay, the passage of time had led them to noon. Throughout this period, the villa seemed devoid of any other presence aside from themselves, as if the butlers and maids had vanished into thin air. The players, engrossed in their game, had not noticed this peculiarity. The wealthy businessman, feeling disregarded by Xie Qi's indifference, attempted to confront him. However, he was halted by Bailey, who cautioned, "Boss, let us not be impulsive. We still need him to cook for us later." The mention of food caused the businessman to pause, but the realization that he had already lost the day's only meal ignited his frustration. Just as he contemplated pushing Bailey aside, Annie, who stood nearby, quietly interjected, "You don't need to prepare a meal for me. One portion is sufficient." Her words also caused Xie Qi to halt. He scrutinized her closely, and under the businessman's slightly expectant gaze, he uttered a harsh response. "Since this young lady does not require 2 meals, I shall prepare only for 7. What? On what grounds do you reduce the portions?" She willingly forfeited her share. The businessman was taken aback by Xie Qi's retort. Before he could retaliate, Xie Qi added, "Since the game rules were established from the outset, they cannot be violated. However, should this guest wish to insist." Xie Qi's dark eyes lingered on the businessman's midsection for a moment before he met his gaze directly. "At 10 o'clock tonight, you may come to the kitchen, and I will present you with a satisfactory dish." With everyone having received what they desired, Xie Qi returned to the kitchen. The kitchen had undergone a remarkable transformation. Nikaro stood inside with an impassive expression, leaving one to wonder if he had been there since last night or had entered before the others descended. It was clear that he had not appeared in the living room all morning. Upon entering, Xie Qi exclaimed with genuine admiration, "Excellent, excellent. This is the kitchen a noble family like the cast should possess. Nikaros, you have done well." Hearing Xie Qi's praise, Nikaros remained unresponsive, staring blankly with his lifeless eyes, as if silently accusing him. Yet, Xie Qi chose to ignore his gaze, instructing him to bring out the ingredients prepared the previous night. As Nikaros placed the ingredients on the countertop, Viewers captivated by Xie Qi's performance in the game began to scream in excitement upon switching to his perspective. What am I witnessing? Can someone explain this to me? Ugh. I just vomited up the nutritional supplement I consumed. What is this situation? Why is there lamb in the kitchen, and what do they intend to do with it? These foolish lambs must be utterly shocked by our eccentric chef, I presume? Does this mean that last night's meal was entirely prepared from this? Oh dear, I remarked how delectable those dishes appeared yesterday, but now, thinking back, I feel nauseous. Moreover, what is this kitchen state? What are those strips hanging on the wall? Surely, it cannot be intestines? Did you not notice that sign just inside the door? It contained all the details. This chef must be the boss of this scenario, I reckon. Who knows? I sense the villa's owner is rather enigmatic. And she indulges in lamb as well. Upon reflection, the whole villa seems awry. Do those servants remain oblivious to this matter? Could it be that this scenario culminates in a grand escape? The barrage of comments in the live stream suddenly erupted, refreshing dozens of times per second, all speculating about Xie Qi's identity and the subsequent developments of the scenario. Although Xie Qi could not see their words, he could infer from the surge in traffic that the kitchen scene had once again astonished these unsuspecting viewers. He calmly accepted the points awarded for completing a daily side quest, then deftly sliced and sorted the ingredients before draining the blood. It is known that meat that has not been properly drained retains a strong odor, which is intolerable to the discerning palate of Lady Castor. He had not lied to the others. The island's provisions were indeed insufficient, particularly when the guests were absent. Even when they arrived, the inhabitants of the villa could only partake in one meal a day. Thus, even the offal, deemed rather unsightly by nobility, was meticulously collected by Xie Qi to prepare meals for the servants after the main course was completed. Chapter 20. Satiated and ready to uncover secrets, time passed swiftly as Xie Qi prepared the meals, clad in a pristine white chef's uniform. Although the dark circles under his eyes detracted from his appearance, he presented the image of a professional and elegant chef at first glance. Lady Castor had already descended the stairs. She seemed well aware of the events that transpired that morning. Regarding the guests' complaints about the chef's demeanor, she merely listened with a smile and did not indicate any intention to penalize Xie Qi. Upon learning that the final loser was a wealthy merchant, her smile deepened, and her slender eyes narrowed, casting a gaze upon him that made the merchant feel as though he were being scrutinized by a predator. Fortunately, this sensation was fleeting. As Lady Castor turned her attention to the kitchen, where Xie Qi was already wheeling out the dining cart. Today's meal differed from yesterday's, yet was equally delectable, garnering satisfaction from both the guests and Lady Castor. The merchant could only sit alone, watching them indulge while he remained hungry, seething with resentment. How infuriating! They dare to deny me food. Just wait. I shall summon my people to this wretched island once I return and have you all captured. The merchant glared fiercely at Xie Qi, muttering under his breath, "You should be grateful for not being fed. Do you even know what this is made from?" Grateful for what? He had already dined yesterday, and it appeared that he rather enjoyed it. One must admit, the chef's culinary skills are indeed commendable, disregarding the ingredients. The presentation alone is remarkably appetizing. In my opinion, this novelist is rather cunning, initially claiming to be a vegetarian to evade suspicion. Newcomers, observe those earlier comments. Has this world truly descended into such madness? A gourmet who does not indulge in lamb cannot be considered a true connoisseur. As the wealthy patrons awaited with bated breath, contentment radiating from their expressions, the luncheon drew to a close. Mrs. Castor, however, did not engage with the guests, opting instead to retreat upstairs to her chamber. Xie Qi and Nicholas, particularly Nicholas, tidied the kitchen before bidding farewell to their guests. They encouraged visitors to explore at their leisure, though it was advised not to venture beyond the villa, as the forest beyond harbored wild beasts, and an encounter with one could prove perilous. In that moment, the grand hall seemed to encompass only the 8 of them. The servants had not made an appearance all morning, and now not a single figure was in sight. It was then that Bailey adjusted his glasses and solemnly addressed the group. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are all in the same boat now. Last night, time was too limited for discussion. Could each of you share your thoughts on this place today? I find it exceedingly peculiar, yet I cannot pinpoint the issue." His sentiments resonated with the others. The sudden emergence of a villa on this desolate, remote island, coupled with the strange inhabitants, was impossible to overlook. "I believe there is insufficient information at hand. We should disperse to investigate this place and reconvene for discussion," suggested Song Nan, crossing his arms. "Why bother? With the old and the young here, I could easily knock them out one by one. Then all the contents of this villa would belong to us, remarked Brussels. A towering figure of 2 meters, muscular and leaning back on the sofa, flexing his bicep towards Song Nan. The blonde woman nestled beside him, captivated by his strength, leaned closer into his embrace. A scornful snicker erupted, and Brussels turned to find the source was the pale-haired young man. Phil, don't think I wouldn't dare strike you. This is no longer Manhattan. Do you believe the Chris family can protect you as they once did? Phil swirled his wine glass, remnants of the earlier meal's red wine sloshing within. He possessed a strikingly handsome visage, with a chiseled jawline reminiscent of British nobility. Yet the disdain etched on his face marred this allure. Come at me if you have the courage. Let us see if I don't return alive while you remain unscathed. Should my brother discover my demise, I wonder if he would make you all vanish, he stated. His words laced with an elegant British accent, yet the implications sent shivers down the spines of those present. The others fell into a contemplative silence upon hearing his chilling declaration. Even that wealthy merchant recognizes the formidable nature of the Chris family, which is not to be trifled with. At best, he is merely a parvenu, while the Chris family boasts noble lineage in Y country. They emigrated to M country only half a century ago, their extensive family enterprises spanning numerous domains, including political spheres where they have influential patrons, an existence beyond the reach of their kind. Unexpectedly, this white-haired individual holds a notable status and possesses considerable intelligence, skillfully leveraging his identity to instill caution in others. Indeed, this desolate island is devoid of life, and one can never tell when a dagger might be thrust from behind. They all fear the reckoning upon their return and dare not entertain any thoughts against the white-haired man. Initially, I thought his brash demeanor would lead to his early demise, but now it seems he is likely to survive until the end. Does no one find him handsome? He exudes a certain haughty charm, sinister smile. Can those who judge solely by appearance kindly depart? They ought to be served as ingredients by the chef. Is there really a need for such hostility? I would gladly suggest to the chef to prepare them as ingredients, shyly. I am in awe. Fist salute. With a clap of his hands, Bailey redirected the group's attention. Now is not the time for infighting. We must endure here for 7 days, and during this period, we should collectively devise ways to improve our situation. He turned to Phil and earnestly remarked, the master of this place is enigmatic, the chef is peculiar, and the servants only appear at night. If we do not uncover the secrets of this villa, it will be difficult for us to await the arrival of the cargo ship. Phil acknowledged the validity of his words, turning to pour himself a drink, ignoring Brussels' provocations. Eager to return to matters of importance, Bailey then addressed Annie, who had been lurking in the shadows. Annie, you mentioned last night that you are familiar with the Castor family. Could you share any information we might not be aware of? Upon realizing the attention of the group was upon her, Annie appeared startled. Her black hair, having been washed the previous night, cascaded down her back like satin. Though undeniably beautiful, her overall demeanor was marred by a trace of timidity that often caused others to overlook her appearance. I do not possess extensive knowledge. I only know that the ancestors of the Castor family were apparently a low-ranking noble from Y country, relatively obscure, and their lineage bears a hereditary illness that prevents them from living beyond the age of 40. Her voice was barely audible, and had the hall not been silent, her words might have gone unnoticed. Chapter 21. How should one repay when their prey is stolen? Through Annie's introduction, the group gained a general understanding of the Castor family. In summary, due to this hereditary ailment, the family rarely makes public appearances. The last to do so was Baron Wood Castor, who vanished 30 years ago after engaging in arms trafficking and led his family into seclusion. Annie learned of this family's existence during her investigations in Y country, as the family is shrouded in mystery, making them ideal material for her novel. So, this Baron was likely the previous head of the Castor family? He secluded himself on this small island with his wife and 2 children, living an isolated existence? Bailey pondered, analyzing the information at hand. 30 years ago, if that woman is indeed correct in stating that the residents of the Castor family rarely live beyond the age of 40, then it is only reasonable that his 2 children should have perished long ago. The prosperous merchant, seated nearby, casually remarked upon hearing this. Upon their arrival, they had only encountered Mrs. Castor, and the steward had informed them that the other masters had already passed away, thus rendering the merchant's statement devoid of fault. However, the tone in which he spoke was rather unpleasant, causing Song Nan, who stood to the side, to furrow his brow in disdain towards him. Yet, I perceive that Mrs. Castor appears quite youthful, seemingly not yet 30. It was the first time the golden-haired woman spoke since entering the villa, and upon hearing her words, Phil could not suppress his disdainful glare at her. Safina, you should remain silent. This is not a place for your words. Upon hearing Phil's admonition, Safina trembled, hastily burying her head into Brussels' embrace. Brussels tightened his hold around her, feeling quite displeased with Phil's demeanor, yet out of respect for Phil's influence. He could only strive to maintain a calm tone as he said, Phil, I understand that Safina was your companion on the boat, and her attachment to me may discomfort you, but as a man, how can you consistently resort to vulgar language towards a woman? Huh, have you lost your mind? Forgetting what she did previously? Fine, take care of her as you wish. Let us see the outcome of your indulgence. With that, Phil downed the remainder of his red wine, disregarding the stares of others, and ascended the stairs alone. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, the atmosphere having grown tense. Only Brussels seemed unperturbed, softly comforting Safina. Originally, they intended to discuss the search of the villa, but Phil's interruption had disrupted their deliberations. Fortunately, they had gleaned some information, realizing that the Castor family was not shrouded in supernatural mystery, but rather a tangible lineage, allowing them to lower their guard slightly. However, a consensus remained elusive, particularly after Phil had broached the subject, causing the others to become increasingly restless. Soon, one by one, they retreated to their rooms. Time on the island flowed swiftly, and it felt as though the night had descended in no time. Through the barred windows, the moon could be seen sinking, darkness surging forth once more. Eager to engulf all, Xie Qi had long awaited in the kitchen, meticulously polishing a chef's knife with pristine white cloth. This knife, indeed a product of the system, was as smooth as a mirror, and even when stained with blood, a mere flick would send the droplets sliding off like raindrops, sparing him the trouble of scrubbing. This evening, he refrained from having Nicholas work overtime. The resentment he harbored during the day had already begun to wear on Xie Qi, and should he summon him again tonight, Nicholas might very well disregard his station and retaliate violently. As a former capitalist, Xie Qi understood well the adage of administering a beating followed by a sweet reward. One must not push the laborers too hard, lest they find themselves hanging from a lamppost. Humming a tune, he continued to polish the knife, and when the clock struck 10, the merchant had yet to arrive. Setting the knife down, he turned, his hand brushing against the cutting board, its soft texture transmitting a gentle sensation through his palm. Unconsciously, he caressed it a few times, murmuring, "What a pity! I had hoped to treat you to one last meal." After speaking, he intended to return the meat on the table to its original place, only to discover an object resting on the dining cart at the kitchen entrance. When Xie Qi arrived in the kitchen, the lights were off, and all his actions were carried out in darkness. He first placed the meat back, then turned around to see that it was the outfit that Lena had taken for cleaning the previous night. The black shirt and suit were already neatly pressed, and he could still catch a faint, pleasant fragrance upon closer inspection. Xie Qi felt somewhat at a loss, pondering how this little maid could appear and disappear so mysteriously, always accomplishing such tasks in places where he was unaware. Since she had come over, she could have simply handed him the clothes directly. Did she think he would devour her? Shaking his head, Xie Qi took the clothes and the knife, preparing to return to his room first. As he ascended to the second floor, the narrow corridor resembled the gaping maw of a phantom, its crimson carpet guiding travelers toward the abyss of death. Stepping onto it, he felt as if he had been stained red, reflecting the dim, flickering candlelight. Casually dragging the back of the knife against the carpet created a dark mark. The doors lining the corridor stood arranged like the jagged teeth of a beast, holding captive its prey. Xie Qi had only intended to pass by to his room, but an unexpected sound halted him in his tracks. The door housed a wealthy merchant, and to his surprise, before he could seek him out, the merchant emerged unbidden. Approaching with the knife in hand, Xie Qi pressed his ear to the door, but aside from the previous noise, there was only silence. A strange premonition arose within him as he stroked his chin, his eyes narrowing dangerously. Could it be that someone had intercepted his quarry? A surge of malevolence rose from the depths of his heart as he fished out a keychain from his waist, adorned with a random assortment of keys. Selecting one at random, he inserted it into the lock before him. Upon opening the door, the familiar stench of blood assailed his senses. His earlier intuition materialized into reality. The corpulent merchant lay on the ground, eyes wide in disbelief, beside a toppled chair. The noise Xie Qi had heard was the chair collapsing under the merchant's weight, toppling him to the floor. A wound marred the merchant's neck, blood cascading from it, staining the ground crimson. Xie Qi observed from the doorway. Emitting an AMB Chapter 22. Next in line with the circumstances now established, Xie Qi had no choice but to devise his next course of action. Fortunately, the side quest merely required him to prepare the ingredients and did not stipulate that he must personally carry out the killing. Thus the task progress had reached 27. Although he had gained points without having to lift a finger, Xie Qi felt no joy. Such a lackluster progression, devoid of any dramatic flair, was certainly not what the audience yearned for. Resting his chin on his hand, he gazed thoughtfully at the merchant's lifeless body. The merchant, portly in stature, had bled profusely, leaving the floor awash in crimson. This, in turn, complicated Xie Qi's efforts to tidy up the scene. His initial intention of summoning the merchant to the kitchen at 10 o'clock was predicated on the hope that it would facilitate the disposal of the body, preventing any blood from spilling and drawing unwanted attention. However, with the guest room now in such disarray, concealing the incident and pretending that nothing had occurred seemed implausible. What to do then? Xie Qi traced his fingertip along his lip, pulling it upward, the sharpness of his fangs pressing against the tender flesh. The sting prompted a low chuckle to escape his lips. Very well, it was time to begin transporting the gift bestowed upon me. Upon lowering his hand, he noticed his fingertips stained with blood. It appeared that his previous actions had caused his lip to be punctured by his teeth. As this body lacked the sense of taste, he had felt nothing. Feeling somewhat wasteful, he brought his fingertip to his mouth, extending his tongue to taste the crimson liquid. Satisfied that it had become clean, he then wiped his fingers with a handkerchief from his pocket. Next, Xie Qi turned to lock the door behind him, ensuring that no curious onlookers would chance upon the scene during his absence. He returned to his room to neatly store away his clothing and knife before descending to the kitchen to retrieve clean body bags. To prevent a repeat of the previous day's mishap of soiling the floor, he took several extra bags, reasoning that multiple layers would effectively contain any leakage. The audience beheld Xie Qi as a diligent laborer, carefully maneuvering the merchant into the body bag while ensuring not a drop of blood stained the exterior. Following this, he clapped his hands together, produced a pen from his pocket, and extracted a sheet of paper from the desk. An ornate English script emerged upon the blank page. The audience expressed their admiration for the chef's dark sense of humor, engaging in animated discussions about the peculiarities of his mind. After completing his writing, Xie Qi exerted a forceful motion, hoisting the bag onto his shoulder. Despite the considerable strength of this body, carrying a nearly 300-pound man over a considerable distance was undeniably taxing. Thus, he was compelled to slightly compromise his image. As the hour approached the early dawn of the following day, Xie Qi adeptly handled the ingredients and tidied the kitchen, ensuring that Nicholas would not grumble about a messy workspace when he reported for duty, internally praising his own attentiveness. Xie Qi adjusted his sleeves while contemplating the day's forthcoming activities. He had originally intended to continue playing cards with the guests, but he feared the audience might grow weary of such entertainment. In pursuit of a more engaging experience, an excellent idea began to form in his mind. This notion did not arise spontaneously. During the day, he had meticulously observed the crowd and astutely discerned that they were undoubtedly familiar with one another, possessing a certain level of acquaintance. However, upon their arrival at the villa, they feigned ignorance of each other. This presented an intriguing avenue for exploration. What compelled a group of refugees to masquerade as strangers? Xie Qi stroked his chin, a silent smile creeping across his face in the dark corridor. Oh, let him lend them a hand. Time gradually ticked towards the following day. The sun began to ascend from the east, but as it attempted to peek forth, it was nearly startled back by a cacophony of high-decibel sounds. Once again, Xie Qi was roused from his slumber, and although he was somewhat prepared today, the late hour of his sleep left stubborn dark circles beneath his eyes. This time, the noise was in close proximity, emanating from the second floor. Before long, the corridor rang with the sound of hasty footsteps. The guests had been summoned by the commotion to ascertain what had transpired. Upon stepping out, they found Bailey sprawled on the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably, while he pointed towards the rich man's room, exclaiming, "Blood! It's all blood! Someone has died." At this revelation, Officer Saul furrowed his brow and quickly pushed his way through the crowd to inspect the room. The others, aware of his profession, made way for him. Inside the space, Similar to theirs, large pools of coagulated blood marred the floor, darkening to a deep crimson due to the passage of time. The sheer volume of blood suggested that if it had all flowed from a single individual, that person was undoubtedly deceased. Saul immediately registered the gravity of the situation. He noticed a chair lying askew nearby, seemingly toppled by someone. He stepped back to inquire whether anyone had heard anything unusual during the night. The others shook their heads, indicating they had long since retired to sleep, having heard nothing at all. However, Song Nan, standing by the door, appeared to have seen something, raising an eyebrow. She pointed to a note on the desk, saying, "What do you see over there? Is that a letter?" Following her gesture, the others caught sight of the paper. Saul had not previously looked up and failed to notice the additional item, so he cautiously re-entered the room, sidestepping the blood, and picked up the note from the desk. The elegant script captured his attention. As he scrutinized it, he finally discerned the message, "It's your turn." The content, devoid of context, was visually pleasing, with the final line artistically adorned with a heart. Yet, Saul lacked the inclination to appreciate its beauty. As he remained silent, those outside urged him to come forth quickly. "What are you reading? What does it say?" Brusque Brussels, impatient by nature, snatched the note from Saul's hand as soon as he emerged. Upon reading its contents, a pallor crept across his dark features. He recoiled as though burned, discarding the paper and hastily wiping his hands on his clothing. The others, witnessing his intense reaction, hesitated to touch the note. Only Phil, with a look of disdain, casually pocketed one hand and bent down to retrieve it. What is it? Why are you here?" and inquired softly from her corner. Although Phil's expression was not as dire as Brussels, it was nevertheless complex, as he handed the note to Anne. Song then leaned closer to Anne, and together they examined the note. Meanwhile, Bailey lay abandoned on the ground, his face a mask of terror, utterly stripped of the calm demeanor he had previously possessed. Saul, having processed the shock the note had delivered, turned to the assembly and asked Brussels, "Where is Safina? Why hasn't she come out?" Brussels, who had been gnawing on his cheek, appeared momentarily disoriented. However, upon hearing the question, he involuntarily revealed a knowing smile. "She was quite fatigued last night. I suggested she take some extra rest." Remarkably, even at such a critical moment, you still have the presence of mind to ponder this. Phil, leaning against the wall with crossed arms, mocked. Chapter 23, The Tens Maritime Survival Journey. All right. Let's refrain from arguing at this juncture. The immediate priority is to ascertain the whereabouts of stock. Saul redirected the conversation, his presence often overlooked among the group, and his words usually went unheeded. However, given the gravity of the situation, with potential loss of life looming, only Saul, as the officer, possessed the requisite expertise. Consequently, upon his pronouncement, even Brussels, who might have retorted, fell silent. What is happening here? Such a significant incident has transpired, yet no one has emerged to investigate? Surely Stock hasn't he been killed by someone in the villa? Brussels voiced, prompting a hush among the others. By the way, didn't he that chef mention Stock should visit the kitchen last night? Could he be the murderer? Song then interjected, prompting others to recall the details. Damn it, I'm going to find him. Brussels clenched his fists, ready to pound on doors to drag the chef out. His thin garments did little to conceal his muscular build, which appeared quite intimidating when tensed. Yet, before anyone could consent, a click echoed, and a door at the end of the corridor slowly opened. A pair of impeccably polished shoes stepped onto the red carpet, ascending from neatly tailored trousers, revealing the very individual they had been discussing. Oh dear, what excitement this early in the morning. Xie Qi casually closed the door behind him, hands clasped behind his back, smiling brightly at the guests who blocked the corridor. Upon seeing Xie Qi emerge, the previously brash Brussels quietly relaxed his fists. Despite the chef's unassuming stature and pleasant appearance, an instinctive awareness of his formidable presence kept the others from engaging in direct confrontation, as except for the possibly lifeless Stock, no one wished to provoke this individual. Noticing the silence from the others, Saul steeled himself and stepped forward, asking, "We apologize for disturbing you." It was actually Bailey who first discovered that Stock was missing from his room, and there was blood all over the floor. "We would like to know if you saw him last night." "Stock." Xie Qi tilted his head thoughtfully, and after a moment, with a look of realization, he remarked, "Oh, it was that rather portly guest. I didn't see him last night." "You lie. Didn't you say for him to seek you out?" Bailey, who had been sitting on the floor, seemed to regain his composure and stood up, questioning him. Perhaps due to his heightened nerves, He failed to notice the discrepancies in Xie Qi's words, but the others caught the descriptor he used for stock, and their expressions turned grim. Xie Qi mused while stroking his chin and observing Bai Li's still trembling legs, chuckling. I was indeed in the kitchen last night, but regrettably. That guest may not have been hungry and did not come to find me. Do you have any witnesses? Saul stepped forward, blocking Xie Qi's scrutinizing gaze. A bead of sweat trickling down his dark face. Witnesses? Xie Qi appeared somewhat troubled, pressing his finger to his temple and rubbing it vigorously. Just as everyone presumed he had no excuse, the chef clapped his hands together, his tone suddenly brightening. There are many witnesses. Just look behind you. They are all my witnesses. The first to turn around was Bai Li, who was already somewhat neurotic. Upon seeing the villa's servants standing behind him, he pressed himself against the wall and emitted a scream that was anything but human. The others were startled and turned to look as well. Even the usually composed Song Nen couldn't hold his ground, clenching his fists protectively in front of him. Phil, with his lips tightly pressed, lowered his gaze in contemplation. Meanwhile, Annie clung desperately to Phil's shirt, bowing her head and trembling behind him. Brussels and Saul maintained a semblance of calm. Yet they too were taken aback by this horrifying scene, their hearts racing uncontrollably. Observing the servants closely, they appeared much as they had during their initial encounter, all wearing blank, formulaic smiles. Yet, while they had sensed the vitality of living beings the previous night, now, from a distance, they stood rigidly still, resembling wax figures in a museum, exuding an aura of lifelessness. When did they come up? Saul swallowed hard, turning to regard Xie Qi, who, in stark contrast, seemed almost congenial. The guest's speech is quite strange. What does he mean by when did they come up? After securing the door behind him, Xie Qi leisurely approached Saul and the others. As he drew near, they quickly stepped aside, not daring to meet his gaze as he passed. Once Xie Qi stood before the servants, turning around, he positioned himself right in front of the staircase leading down. After relishing the terrified expressions on the guests' faces, he no longer withheld the truth. They have, of course, been here all along. Witnessing the heightened terror his words incited, Xie Qi chuckled softly and continued, well then, since the guests are now awake, let us commence today's game. At that moment, a door across from him swung open, revealing the long-absent Safina. Her appearance signified that the remaining 7 were now all present. What time is it? People are already dead. Do you still have the heart for games? Brussels summoned Safina to his side and mustered the courage to shout at Xie Qi. How can you be so certain that he is dead? Perhaps he merely wishes to engage you in a game of hide and seek? Xie Qi shrugged innocently, raising his hands in a gesture of feigned ignorance. What kind of jest is this? We have no inclination to partake in such a trivial game. Upon hearing this, and sensing the guest's growing resistance towards him, Xie Qi pondered for a moment before stating, in that case, after the game concludes, I shall reveal the whereabouts of that guest to the victor of this little contest. Shall I? Xie Qi considered himself quite magnanimous, yet his counterpart remained unconvinced. You indeed know the whereabouts of stock, and yet you claim you did not slay him? Saul furrowed his brow in concern, but with other servants present in the villa, even if he wished to apprehend Xie Qi, it would be impossible to confront him alone. If we band together, perhaps we could capture that scoundrel, Brussels whispered to Saul, leaning in close. However, sensing their subtle maneuvering, Xie Qi retreated a step, positioning himself among the servants, and then, with outstretched hands, gleefully declared, do not be so tense. Today's game is quite simple, one I shall call a role-playing game. He then crossed his fingers to form a cruciform shape and continued, a maritime survival journey for 10 individuals. How exhilarating, is it not? Chapter 24. The multifaceted uses of TT. You are a group of high society individuals embarking on a journey across the Pacific. Having boarded this luxurious cruise ship after receiving your invitations, Xie Qi passionately stood at the forefront, introducing the backdrop of the game to the gathering. The 7 who returned to the long table wore somber expressions, not only due to the absence of one among them, but also because Xie Qi spoke of events they had recently endured. Yet, fate was not on their side. Shortly after setting sail, the cruise ship encountered a violent storm at sea. Although the captain's adept navigational skills saw them through, the vessel unexpectedly collided with an iceberg, resulting in flooding within the cargo hold and a mysterious failure of the braking system. At this juncture, all present were prompted to select the belongings they wished to take aboard the lifeboat. After concluding his explanation, Xie Qi graciously provided each person with a small whiteboard so they could jot down their desired items. The chef truly possesses a knack for dark humor. Knowing they have just faced a maritime disaster, he insists on having them recall it through a game. They chuckled amongst themselves. Weren't there 10 participants? With the chef included. That makes 8. Must the servants also partake? Some inquired. Although Song Nen held reservations about Xie Qi, he acknowledged that since the latter had promised to divulge Stock's whereabouts post-game, it was prudent to comply with his proposal, for there were no alternative solutions at present. After posing his question, Xie Qi feigned a moment of realization, striking one fist into the palm of his other hand and sighed. "Ah, how forgetful of me. Allow me to portray the missing guest, and as for the remaining 2, they shall represent my wife and daughter." Upon hearing his words, every individual present wore a countenance of terror, gazing at him in disbelief. What could possibly be the matter with the guests? Could it be that this gentleman truly has a wife and daughter? Xie Qi tilted his head, smiling as he observed them. No one responded. They merely focused on scribbling something down. Xie Qi's decision to incorporate these 2 characters was not a mere whim. Rather, it stemmed from his encounter the previous day while handling the corpse of a wealthy merchant, where he gleaned information from the ring on the merchant's left hand and a photograph within a pocket watch. Initially, he harbored uncertainty about whether the affluent individual had brought his family aboard the cruise, but judging by the reactions of those present, it was evident that they were indeed in attendance and had a familiar connection with him. Once every individual had set down their writing instruments, Xie Qi approached them one by one, inspecting the items they had listed while stroking his chin thoughtfully. 3 survival kits? That won't do. Each person is permitted only 1. He continued, let's see, a nautical chart and a compass. Considering your position as captain, these are acceptable. Song Nan, witnessing Xie Qi move away from her side, discreetly exhaled in relief. Next was Annie, who had also included a survival kit along with a dagger, claiming it was for self-defense while venturing outdoors. When it was Brussels' turn, he expected Xie Qi to grant him passage after a cursory glance, yet was taken aback to find him lingering at his side. Deep in thought, is there a problem with what I've written? Xie Qi pointed to an item on his list, a condom, and inquired with a hint of confusion. May I ask what purpose you intend for this? In response to this inquiry, Brussels shrugged nonchalantly. What else would a condom be for? It's quite obvious. Isn't it? You're not still a virgin, are you? The others, upon hearing his words, were taken aback to discover that he had indeed listed such an item. Perhaps sensing the peculiar glances directed his way, Brussels finally caught on, scratching his head and indignantly retorting, "What is wrong with that? It can even be used to hold water. It has its uses, all right?" "That does make a valid point," Xie Qi conceded, allowing him to pass. Subsequently, he examined the lists of Sol and Phil, both of whom had noted a handgun. "Only one of you may possess a handgun, and it can contain only a single bullet." Upon hearing Xie Qi's declaration, the 2 were yet to respond when Bailey interjected, "What do we need a handgun for? We are focusing on survival at sea, not engaging in combat." "Just in case," Phil remarked indifferently, while Sol, with a simple smile, replied, "I'm accustomed to it. I feel insecure without a firearm." Ultimately, they resolved that Sol would retain the gun, while Phil would opt for a dagger akin to Annie's. Finally, it was Safina's turn. Her selections were largely conventional, with the exception of a few extra plastic bags and a mirror. The choices of the 7 had concluded, with each individual essentially equipped with a survival kit containing provisions sufficient for 10 days, including food and fresh water, a medical kit, matches, rope, a multi-tool, and cold weather gear. The remaining items were primarily those they had brought with them, for they were not inexperienced. They were fully aware of the necessities for surviving at sea. When it was Xie Qi's turn to jot down the items he wished to bring, he refrained from any superfluous gestures, simply noting down the possessions of the wealthy merchant, while the mother and daughter duo referred to others for guidance. Once the preparations were complete, Xie Qi, brimming with enthusiasm, passionately introduced the rules to everyone. This round of the game would be turn-based, with survival at sea spanning a total of 15 days. Each day, each participant could undertake a single action, directed either towards themselves or others. Furthermore, every individual began with a base life value, which would diminish by 1 each day. Consuming food and drinking water would replenish this value, while physical exertion would reduce it. At the conclusion of the 15 days, the individual with the highest life value would emerge victorious. How simple are the rules of the game, wouldn't you agree? After articulating this, he produced the large board from the previous day, positioning it prominently for all to see. It displayed the initial life values of everyone alongside their daily decrement. The highest life values belonged to Brussels and Seoul, each possessing 500, followed by Phil and Bailey at 400, then Song Nan at 350. With the remaining 3 women and the merchant at 300, and the little girl at 200. The daily decrement values were as follows: Brussels and Seoul, 10, Phil, Bailey, and Song Nan, 5, Annie, Safina, the wife, and Stock, 4, the daughter, 4. Xie Qi further stipulated that if an individual's life value fell below 250, they would enter a state of weakness, potentially rendering them unable to act. Hence, all guests were urged to exercise caution regarding their stamina. The fluctuations in life value due to food intake and actions would be determined by each person's dice rolls at the time of occurrence. This entire scenario bore a striking resemblance to the role-playing activities from Xie Qi's past life, where each participant embodied a character drawn into a particular event, and could only act in accordance with their character and the scene, unable to transcend it. With Xie Qi's declaration of the game commencing, the 7 participants seemed to be transported back to those arduous days of survival, the nauseating scent of the sea still lingering at the tip of their noses. Chapter 25. I excelled in portraying both women and children. On the tranquil and expansive surface of the sea, a pristine white lifeboat lay quietly. Aside from the gentle lapping of the waves against the hull, no other sound could be heard, as if it were devoid of life. Yet, 10 individuals were sprawled across the boat, scattered and silent. Fresh from the harrowing ordeal of survival, they were still shaken. Clutching tightly to the survival packs they had hastily grabbed in their flight, warily leaning against the boat's side. A mother and daughter nestled close to Stock. The girl, raising her innocent eyes to him, said, "Daddy, stop." Hearing Xie Qi speak in a strained voice, Phil was overcome with goosebumps. Staring at Xie Qi with a look of disbelief. "Have you never interacted with a child? Is that how children address people? Is it not? How should they call?" Xie Qi tilted his head, remaining immersed in the role of the girl, gazing up at him with feigned innocence. Phil shuddered, as if trying to shake off something, replying, "Just call him a normal dad." All right. Clearly devoid of humor, Xie Qi waved his hand and continued his role play. The girl turned to Stock and said, "Daddy, I'm hungry." The woman swiftly covered her mouth, casting a concerned glance at Stork. The others also heard the girl's words. Seoul, leaning against the cabin wall, lifted his head and addressed the group. "Since the danger has subsided, there is no need for such tension. Let us eat and drink. Rescue personnel will likely arrive soon." After all, they had just encountered a disaster, and with only 10 of them adrift in the vast ocean, it was natural for humans to band together. Thus, each person consumed the compressed biscuits from their survival packs and sipped some water. After rolling the dice, apart from Brussels, who had a fortunate roll of 6, the others only added 2 or 3 points. Now, everyone began to jot down their actions for the day, and those wishing to conceal anything could note it discreetly. Xie Qi's words stirred something in those who had been previously indifferent. Once Song Nan had rested, she promptly rose to retrieve the nautical chart and compass, scribbling notes and drawings upon them. "How do I determine the progress of my navigation?" Song Nan inquired. "Given your proficiency in navigation, rolling a total of 13 points each day will increase your progress by 10. Once you reach 100, you will ascertain the correct course." "Very well. Then my daily endeavor will be to study the nautical chart," Song Nan resolved on the first day. She began to roll the dice. Her first roll yielded 2 points, increasing her research progress by 10, and her second roll resulted in 5 points, depleting her stamina by 5. By the end of the first day, her life value stood at 343. In addition to Song Nan's actions, Brussels proposed that they take turns fishing each day, unaware of how long they would drift at sea. They needed to conserve their compressed biscuits. His suggestion received the approval of Seoul and Phil, while the others, lacking stamina, ultimately decided that the 3 of them would take turns fishing daily. On the first day, Brussels was to fish, but unfortunately, he needed to roll above 4 to catch anything and only rolled a 2. By the end of the first day, the life values were as follows: Seoul, for 193, Brussels, for 190, Phil and Bailey, 398, Song Nan, 343, Annie, Safina, wife, and Stork, 298, and the girl, 198. Aside from the children, who were devoid of action, the others' life values remained relatively secure, and thus the first day passed. "Today is my turn, isn't it?" Phil mused, rolling the dice in his hand. Upon receiving a nod from Xie Qi, he cast them. Fortune favors me. It seems there will be fish to eat today. The number facing up on the table was 5, and on the second day, Phil successfully caught fish. However, due to stamina limitations, Xie Qi remarked that he could bring up at most 3 fish, and with the weather being hot, the fish would spoil if left uneaten for a day, urging everyone to consume them promptly. 3 fish won't suffice for everyone. I believe the women and children need not eat, as we men will need our strength later, Brussels declared, having rolled for cooking fish and was currently grilling them on deck while he spoke. Song Nan and Sol disagreed, stating that it was only the second day. They should distribute the fish among everyone, and with the compressed biscuits available, there was no risk of lacking stamina for diving. Upon hearing this, Stock's wife hoped that he would also encourage him. Dear, they wish to have fish. Could you please get them some? Yet again, Xie Qi performed brilliantly, rendering the entire table silent as they gazed at him. With his fingers elegantly arched, his body twisted into an intricate shape. Suddenly, a laugh erupted, and everyone turned to see it was Anne. Realizing they were all staring at her, she hastily covered her mouth, her face flushed with embarrassment, as if steam were rising from her head. This time, no one paid attention to Xie Qi's theatrical display, allowing him to indulge in his self-directed performance. Hey, once the fish is grilled, bring it to my beloved wife and daughter. When we return to land, I shall gift you a house, Stock declared, his belly protruding proudly as he spoke to Brussels. 1 fish for a house. Even though Brussels had earned substantial prize money from competitions, his lavish spending left him with little savings, especially for a property in Manhattan, where real estate was exorbitantly priced, often reaching millions. Thus, he did not seek the opinions of others and handed the grilled fish over to Stock. As for the other 2 fish, Phil claimed 1 for himself, and due to his lineage, no one dared to object. Ultimately, only 1 fish remained, which Brussels intended to keep for himself, but was thwarted by Sol, who dedicated the following day's efforts to distributing the fish among the 3 ladies. The other 2 expressed their gratitude to Sol, while only and declined his kindness, stating she was satisfied with just cookies. The next day passed. Regrettably, in the subsequent 5 days, they failed to catch any more fish, subsisting only on compressed biscuits. The fishing attempts, initially once a day, escalated to 3 times daily, with all 3 diving into the water to catch fish, yet their luck was dismal, resulting in no successful catches. Their vitality significantly dwindled. Despite having water to drink, Xie Qi imposed further debuffs such as heat exhaustion and mental stress. The girl with the least vitality had plummeted to 160, while Stock's wife was nearing 250. Brussels, possessing the most vitality, still had 420. They had thought this decline could continue for another 3 or 4 days, but unexpectedly, Xie Qi informed them that due to the sweltering weather, they had been consuming excessive amounts of water, and their survival pack's drinking supply was nearly depleted. If they did not take swift action by the 8th day, they would face a dire water shortage. What? Are you jesting? Brussels, already lacking in patience, felt increasingly agitated by the sense of reliving this ordeal. Upon hearing this, he disregarded any caution regarding the person before him and stood up, intending to confront this young man to demonstrate whose strength was superior. Chapter 26. Fishing or Capturing. A sharp sound sliced through the air. Brussels blinked, startled, as the chef, having approached him unnoticed, plunged a knife, nearly the length of a forearm, into the table before him. Instinctively, he swallowed hard, and his dreadlocks stood on end from the shock. Xie Qi leaned closer and exhaled softly into the ear of his companion, observing with delight as goosebumps erupted on the other's skin. He then cheerfully remarked, "Dear guest, I have previously outlined the rules. One mustn't break character during the course of the game." The rebellious Brussels, typically defiant, was quelled by the chef's intimidating presence. The others, initially skeptical, now firmly believed him to be the murderer, hastily concealing their thoughts and adopting their roles with genuine seriousness, wary of provoking his wrath. Meanwhile, the audience remained intrigued by the origin of the chef's knife. Could it be that this chef is actually a streamer? A chilling thought indeed. Indeed. How else could a knife materialize out of thin air? Previously, he had even produced a board from behind his back, unnoticed by anyone. Perhaps it is a unique ability of this NPC? Although this scenario appears devoid of supernatural elements, the characters within seem rather unconventional. It's clear that magic is at play. My analytical mind has deduced that the chef employs an illusion, manipulating light and the surrounding environment to go unnoticed. Those items were there from the very beginning. Such a fascinating concept. I had never heard of this before. By the way, the chef's skill set appears overwhelmingly extensive. Diverse even. After witnessing the poker display, I engaged with it in the gaming forum and found it utterly addictive. Wait a moment. I too wish to join in the fun. Let us play together. Currently, there aren't many players, so I'm left to contend with AI, which is utterly brutal. Texas Hold'em should be played face-to-face in a virtual space. AI merely calculates probabilities. It lacks the understanding of what it means to triumph against the odds. Cigarettes. The barrage of comments, as per usual since the game yesterday, diverged into various topics. Many viewers were stirred by Xie Qi's royal flush, yearning to experience the exhilarating triumph of winning for themselves. Nonetheless, even with Xie Qi's extensive explanations of the fundamentals, this group of novices remained painfully inexperienced in the realm of Texas Hold'em. Some, despite having a decent hand, faltered due to their lack of composure and folded prematurely. They need not even compete with Xie Qi, even the wealthy businessman Stock, despite being the butt of many jokes afterward, found that few could withstand his prowess in the game. Yet, the allure of Texas Hold'em swiftly captivated this audience of those accustomed to high-tech virtual reality games. While those games provided unparalleled sensory experiences, akin to embarking on adventures in a tangible world, they lacked the visceral thrill derived from the strategic dance of human interaction. A newfound gaming phenomenon emerged, captivating not only the viewers but also passers-by who had not witnessed the livestream, drawing them into this invisible battle. Had Xie Qi realized he merely presented a gambling game from his previous life, now co-opted by this Prison Island game to attract an audience, he would surely marvel at the commercial acumen behind this endeavor. Indeed, it seemed they were stripping these prisoners of their very essence, leaving no scrap of utility unexploited. Perhaps as a form of compensation for the unauthorized use of his belongings for profit, an unprecedented reward of 1,000 points was bestowed upon him following the conclusion of the game yesterday. This amount is typically what an ordinary prisoner would earn after navigating 2 F-level dungeons. In addition to the points, he was also granted an 80 discount coupon for purchasing a skill card. It must be noted that such skill cards are highly coveted treasures, yet remain unattainable for novice prisoners. Generally, it is only upon reaching D level and completing dungeons of a corresponding level that prisoners can accumulate enough points to afford even the most basic skill card. The lowest tier of skill cards is classified as F level, which, while limited in capabilities and power, is still priced at several thousand points in the store. With his total of over 1,500 points, Xie Qi found himself unable to purchase even the cheapest skill card. Meanwhile, as the audience's attention waned, the inhabitants of the villa continued to engage in their game. The issue of water supply needed urgent resolution, otherwise, they would perish from thirst within 3 days. Despite being surrounded by the ocean, those with common sense understood that seawater is undrinkable. It does not replenish hydration, but instead accelerates dehydration. The 7 had gained some experience, and Brussels took out several condoms. Although he dared not openly gaze at Xie Qi, it was evident that he felt quite proud of his preparedness. If we fill these with seawater, cover them with plastic bags, and let them sit in the sun for half a day, we can distill fresh water. Who wants to share? Brussels offered generously. However, the others were not as unconcerned about propriety. Annie retrieved a wooden barrel she had prepared and began to collect fresh water, while the rest scoured the area for containers. Only Brussels remained awkwardly holding his items. Safina approached him cautiously and asked, "Hello, could you share one with me? I didn't bring anything to hold water." "Huh, you have a discerning eye," he replied, pleased that someone appreciated his ingenuity, and he offered one to Safina. They had only met once on the cruise and were not well acquainted. Seeing Safina abandon the wealthy young man to come over to him filled Brussels with a sense of pride. Phil, on the other hand, was indifferent to Safina's actions, viewing her merely as a socialite. He had brought her along to experience the luxury cruise, never expecting her to show any loyalty under such circumstances. Having resolved the issue of fresh water, the group still had not managed to catch any fish, yet they endured several quiet days. However, by the 10th day, their stock of biscuits had been entirely depleted, and hunger began to take its toll, causing their health to plummet. Initially, in an effort to increase their chances, in addition to the original trio, Bailey and Stock also ventured into the water to fish. Yet, they were suddenly attacked by sharks, although they narrowly escaped with their lives. Stock suffered a decrease in health due to choking on water and was afflicted with a cold debuff. As his condition worsened, Stock reverted to his true nature, treating his wife and child poorly and demanding that they relinquish their hidden biscuits to him. On the 12th day, the 10 individuals had endured 2 days without sustenance. Due to numerous failed attempts at research, Songnan's progress had stagnated at a mere 80. Hunger had begun to permeate their minds, and after yet another unsuccessful fishing expedition, a heavy silence enveloped the group. Stock's wife and daughter had both seen their vitality plummet below 250, rendering them on the brink of death. In contrast, Stock himself, after several days of rest, appeared relatively well. An eerie atmosphere spread among them. Several gazes began to converge, unwittingly fixating on the pair of mother and daughter in the corner. However, before a consensus could be reached, a languorous voice broke the stillness. Though Fish eluded them, was there not something else easily attainable at present? Chapter 27. One at a time as Phil's words echoed through the villa, the expressions of the other 6. Save for Xie Qi, soured dramatically. They had been immersed in their roles, but now they glared at him in disbelief. What are you talking about? Bailey, who had remained largely silent and had been adhering to the group's agreed actions, now erupted with fervor, shouting at Phil. Huh, what's the matter? Are you disappointed because I stole your lines? Phil retorted with a mocking grin. Upon hearing his words, Bailey slammed his fist down on the table, his eyes ablaze. Don't think you can stand aloof. We are all in the same boat. Choose your words wisely. What are you saying? I don't understand. Phil feigned ignorance. Tilting his head back against the chair, he turned to Xie Qi, who was watching the scene with a bemused expression, and said, Hey, isn't this crossing the line? Aren't you going to intervene? Hearing Phil's words, Xie Qi, with a look of regret, addressed Bailey. Dear guest, kindly return to your seat. Our game is far from over. He then continued to Phil. Now, please resume your performance. The others on the ship stirred at Phil's proclamation. Saul questioned, What do you mean by that? Have you discovered a source of food? Huh. Spare me the charade. I don't believe you Haven Tea considered that the food we can easily acquire now is, in fact, ourselves. Ha ha ha. Phil laughed maniacally, as though he had lost his senses. The others distanced themselves from him, realizing the implications of his words. Their faces darkening. Why is no one speaking? Do you want me to name names? Phil chuckled for a while longer, and upon noticing the silence, his smile faded as he fixed his gaze on a few individuals. Very well, since no one is taking action, allow me to do so. With an unsettling grin, Phil pointed at the girl and declared, Then today's meal shall be you. Stop. Saul could no longer contain himself, pulling out a pistol and aiming it at Phil's head. This is merely a game. Why would you do such a thing? Saul questioned, stepping out of character as he confronted Phil across the long table. Indeed, just a game, but I am merely consuming within the confines of the game. Some, however, resort to cannibalism in reality to survive. Phil's words hung in the air, and not just Saul, but the others turned to stare at him. As if he uttered another word, they would collectively rend him apart. The piercing gaze sought to pin Phil to his chair, even with his commendable mental fortitude. He felt a twinge of anxiety under such scrutiny. At that moment, a voice emerged that sent shivers down the spine. Oh, how terrifying. How can you all even think of consuming lamb? Upon hearing Xie Qi's words, the crowd's expression soured. Yet, it also made them acutely aware of the presence of outsiders, prompting even Phil to abandon his previous sardonic tone. He withdrew from his earlier intention to harm the young girl, opting instead to resume fishing, while the others mechanically repeated their actions from the previous day. Noticing their lack of response, Xie Qi exuded disinterest, his eyes darting around before he casually remarked, I wonder what lamb tastes like. Can it possibly compare to the meat I prepare? The barrage of comments was momentarily stunned by Xie Qi's audacity. Seriously, how can a chef who handles lamb daily have the audacity to say such a thing? Oh, I see. If others can't have lamb, you'll just serve them your own, right? Bravo, this performance is utterly unpretentious. Applause. Honestly, if I weren't at a disadvantage, I would love to smash a fist into his face. Have faith in yourself. The chef is merely stronger. Anyone who has been injected with the X serum could take him down with a single punch. Remember, you are just a bit eccentric compared to him. Laughing emoji. Where did this wealthy individual come from? I recall that only citizens of Class B and above have access to purchase the X serum, right? You speak as if everyone has it. Even Class B citizens find it hard to acquire. I've heard that serum is practically exclusive to Prison Island. It's baffling how some prisoners seem to live better than we do. Are you envious? Then go ahead and join them. No one is stopping you from seeking your demise. The comments spiraled into further absurdity. Brussels had endured for long enough. He could no longer restrain himself. He slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet, and glared fiercely at Xie Qi. If you are so eager to know what lamb tastes like, allow me to show you. Expecting to witness the chef's countenance change, he was taken aback by the response he received, which diverged entirely from his expectations. Really? You truly wish for me to experience it? Xie Qi's eyes widened, gleaming with excitement as he regarded Brussels. His gaze shimmered with an unsettling intensity that even the towering figure of Brussels found disconcerting. Hadn't he just issued a threat? Why did Xie Qi appear so exhilarated? Could it be that he harbored masochistic tendencies, desiring to be tormented? With this thought, Brussels dared not maintain eye contact any longer, disregarding his pride. He hastily wrapped his arms around himself, rejecting Xie Qi's inclination to engage him further. Every gesture and expression was captured and scrutinized by the viewers in the live stream. Witnessing him utter such words towards a man who relished cooking lamb sent shivers through the audience, igniting their sympathy. One must admire his courage. He dares to challenge the fierce dragon, Black Warrior, fighting. Come on, why the sudden hesitation? You speak so domineeringly yet cower when faced with reality. It appears that the chef indeed reigns supreme at the pinnacle of the food chain. Judging by the reactions of the group, they must have concealed something significant. Yet they are certainly no match for the formidable Connie. This game possesses a certain intrigue, yet my desire remains to witness the chef's unrestrained prowess. Who shall be the unfortunate victim this evening? Brussels has ceased to stir trouble, and Phil has quieted down as well, allowing the game to progress smoothly. However, this smoothness signifies a lack of dramatic tension. Xie Qi gazes with disinterest at the 7 individuals engaged in their endeavors of fishing, bird hunting, and other predatory strategies, all managing to survive until the 15th day. The spectacles he wished to witness remain absent, leaving Xie Qi with an impassive countenance, causing those accustomed to his smiling demeanor to feel a chill. Naturally, the ultimate victor of the game is Brussels, possessing the highest vitality. They recall Xie Qi mentioning that he would inform the winner about Stock's situation. Upon hearing this subject arise, Xie Qi's spirits lift, a mysterious smile gracing his features. Now that a victor has emerged, I shall certainly not speak out of turn. However, the guest is rather shy, and thus, I can only introduce others to him in the evening. As Xie Qi describes Stock as a bashful individual, the expressions of the others suggest they might retch. Can we not accompany you? Songnan proposes. Xie Qi tilts his head, fingers pressed against his lips, with a hint of crimson lurking beneath his lowered gaze. Guests, do not rush. We shall proceed one by one. Chapter 28. The Dandy Sorceress? At noon, Lady Castor surprisingly did not make an appearance, leaving only the 7 of them at the dining table. This absence disheartened those eager to inquire about Stock's whereabouts. Due to Phil's antics yesterday, they had been unable to explore the villa, and now, with the news of Stock's disappearance, an ominous premonition hung over them all. Bailey insisted that they should not wait until evening, urging them to search the villa thoroughly at once. He firmly believed that a living person could not be concealed without a trace. A few supported him, yet many preferred to observe the unfolding situation quietly. After all, everything remained mere speculation, though the chef was indeed a prime suspect. Annie posited that if he were truly guilty, why would he admit to it? Wouldn't that be akin to incriminating oneself? Annie's reasoning aligned with the logic of a rational mind, and others found her argument somewhat compelling. What murderer would allow the fact of their crime to become public knowledge unless they were deranged? Yet, even if he did not commit the act, he must know something about Stock's disappearance. Bailey had regained his composure, adjusting his glasses and sharpening his gaze. He then turned to the distracted Brussels and remarked, "Tonight, your meeting with him may pose significant risks. Perhaps we should follow closely behind you. If anything seems amiss, we shall flee immediately." "What? You want me to run away?" Brussels only caught the notion of escape in Bailey's words. "Do not mistake me for a coward like you. I could take on 3 of him. Just like the chef. It seems he has quietly assessed the strengths of both sides, or he would not have arrived at such a figure." Observing his refusal to heed his words, Bailey felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. The individual seems to be courting death, and no one can deter him. After all, their relationship is tenuous, rendering further discourse futile. Ignoring the imposing figure of the African man, Bailey turned to Song Nan, who could keep pace with his thoughts, and inquired, "What shall we do? Should we commence searching the villa now, or wait until evening to follow that chef?" Song Nan, deep in contemplation, his almond-shaped eyes tranquil as a still lake, replied, "Let us not rush. We must first ascertain whether stock is truly missing or deceased. Given the substantial blood loss observed in the upstairs room, I lean towards the latter. Yet, what purpose would there be in removing a corpse? Moreover, leaving a pool of blood unattended is conspicuous, even if one intends to fabricate a disappearance. Saul interjected, I too find this highly suspicious. The killer's motives elude understanding. Perhaps they wish to sow doubt and incite panic among us. And, adopting the perspective of a novelist, offered her thoughts. What, if that were the case? The perpetrator would be exceedingly deranged. How did you arrive at such a notion? Brussels, unconvinced, turned the suspicion back towards her, and, startled, clasped her hands to her chest. It just crossed my mind. Enough. Do not frighten her. Is it forbidden for others to think simply because you lack insight? Songnan stepped forward, shielding in. Who are you calling foolish? As tensions flared once more, Bailey and Saul hastily intervened to mediate. Phil sat alone, isolated due to his earlier comments during the game. Yet, he appeared remarkably at ease, as if it were he who had chosen to distance himself from the group. His gaze swept over the 6 individuals before settling on Brussels, and he chuckled softly to himself, the cause of his amusement unknown. Only and caught the sound of his laughter and glanced his way. Their momentary exchange of glances was fleeting, so brief that even the audience might have overlooked it, were it not for the replay feature of the livestream. Something feels off. Those two have a connection. Have they been close since the beginning? I've seen them stand together several times. I noticed it earlier. That white-haired fellow confronts everyone, including the chef, yet has never clashed with her. But he hasn't confronted that short-haired woman either. This alone doesn't prove anything. A brazen second-generation rich kid and a duplicitous novelist. Quite the pairing. Duplicity? What other juicy tidbits have I missed as a distinguished B-class citizen? I suggest we shift the cameras to Anne's room tonight. You might witness a myriad of deaths, dog emoji. Each person harbored their own thoughts, making it difficult to reach a consensus on any matter. Bailey remained intent on searching the villa, but the others, fearing to alert the enigmatic servants, opposed the idea of starting immediately. Alone, he too was wary of encountering those peculiar servants. Thus he consented to wait until evening, when they would collectively follow Brussels. As for Brussels' protests, they fell on deaf ears. They were not genuinely concerned for his life. Rather, they lamented the loss of another warrior in this peculiar villa, where it was preferable to avoid any further casualties. Before ascending the stairs, Sol and Bailey spent considerable time at the front door, confirming that it was securely locked and could not be opened by their own strength. This added a shadow of dread to their already troubled minds. Xie Qi had not mentioned when he would seek out Brussels that evening, prompting the group to agree that someone should always stand guard by the door, attentively listening to the sounds in the corridor. Once the chef knocked on Brussels' door to escort him away, he would call them out one by one. They advised Brussels to call out if the chef intended to harm him, assuring him they would rush out immediately. Feeling as though he was being treated like a woman, Brussels wore a grim expression, neither agreeing nor refusing, and the others assumed he felt embarrassed. With a battle plan set, they returned to their rooms. Time ticked away slowly, and during this interval, each person adhered to their assigned watch at the door until it gradually approached 10 p.m. At that moment, standing guard was Song Nan. Her ear pressed against the door, eyelids heavy, her entire form resembling a statue in stillness. Suddenly, footsteps echoed nearby. The rhythmic sound of footsteps paused momentarily as they passed her door. Song Nan's heart leaped, then began to race violently. Thump, thump, thump. The cadence of her heartbeat synchronized with the footsteps, one growing louder, the other fading away. As the footsteps receded, Song Nan exhaled deeply. Realizing she had been holding her breath, her back drenched in cold sweat. A faint sound of a lock turning came from across the door. Song Nan understood they had miscalculated. The chef possessed keys to every door, capable of catching them off guard without knocking. She had expected a confrontation between Brussels and the chef. Yet reality did not unfold as she had anticipated. Brussels emerged obediently, and soon, 2 figures appeared in the corridor. As tranquility returned, Song Nan steadied her heartbeat. Suddenly, she recalled the carpet lining the corridor. She had tested it before. Footsteps on it were nearly silent. So, what had she truly heard? After an indeterminate time, she slowly rose and opened the door, noticing the bare patch of floor where the carpet did not extend. After a prolonged silence, she began to knock on doors one by one. Chapter 29. Is the intestine ornament beautiful? One by one, the doors opened cautiously, and the five emerged from their rooms. To avoid alerting the chef, Bailey, upon stepping out, covered his mouth and whispered into Song Nan's ear. Where did they go? The warmth of his breath against her ear made Song Nan instinctively recoil slightly. She quietly replied to the others. They walked on the carpet. So I couldn't hear their footsteps. I waited a while after they closed the door before coming out. Before anyone could question her, Song Nan continued. Although I didn't hear footsteps, I think I heard someone on the stairs. The villa comprises 3 stories, with a central staircase crafted from wood, which creaks underfoot. Given that the chef ascended the stairs with Brussels, it is evident they are either on the 1st or 3rd floor. The 3rd floor is occupied by the villa's owner, Madame Castor, who is yet to exhibit any peculiar behavior. However, it is conceivable that employing servants like the chef raises doubts about her normalcy. Bailey and Song Nan found themselves in a quandary over whether to split up or search together. Ultimately, due to their limited numbers, they decided that dispersing might lead to their downfall. After deliberation, they resolved to search the lower level first. Stealthily, they approached the staircase. Night had fallen, and the living room below was shrouded in darkness, save for the faint light cast by the dying candles near the walls. Each of them carried a candlestick from their rooms. Although dim, it was sufficient to guide them as they navigated the stairs in the dark. They had prearranged their individual tasks while upstairs. The 1st floor had only a few rooms. Besides the kitchen, there was a utility closet behind the staircase. As for what lay beyond, they had yet to explore, leaving the possibility of additional doors unknown. They decided to act swiftly. As long as they confirmed no one was behind the doors, they would depart immediately, fearing for Brussels' safety if they lingered too long. Phil, Annie, and Saul opted to investigate the kitchen, while Bailey, Song Nan, and Safina headed towards the utility closet. Here it comes. The moment I've been eagerly anticipating. Hurry. Hurry. Isn't there a fast forward? I want to see their expressions the instant they enter the kitchen. Evil grin. It's too dark to see anything. They should come back in the daytime. Haha. What do you know? The darkness adds to the atmosphere. What are you all discussing? What could possibly be in the kitchen? There are truly some naive newcomers who know nothing. Are you here for the experience? You've chosen the wrong perspective with this officer. He is as good as blind in this scenario. A group of viewers in Saul's perspective livestream eagerly anticipated the moment, many having switched from others' viewpoints just for this scene. However, some viewers who had settled into a single perspective were bewildered by the sudden influx of people and the incomprehensible chatter that accompanied it, all appearing excessively excited. Having memorized the layout of the villa's living room during the day, they navigated around the sofa and coffee table with ease, entering the dining room. The long table where they had played games and dined still lay quietly, its wood-brown surface appearing even darker and more profound in the night, resembling a monstrous entity lurking in the shadows. Fortunately, the trio was composed of bold individuals, and none were startled. They carefully maneuvered around the table, heading towards the kitchen door beyond the dining room. They often observed the chef entering and exiting through that door, each time emerging with exquisite and delectable dishes. The thought of this made the 3, who had only eaten once each day for several days, involuntarily salivate. In Soul's mind, thoughts swirled as he pondered the possibility of finding leftover food in the kitchen. Even if there were no hot dishes available, some desserts could suffice to quell their hunger. As the most robust among the trio, Soul confidently took the lead. The kitchen door, crafted from wooden planks, was adorned with intricate designs. To Soul's discerning eye, the artwork remained a mystery, yet he found it visually pleasing. He first leaned down, pressing his ear against the door, carefully listening for any signs of life within. Phil and Annie stood quietly behind him, almost as if they were mere shadows. After a considerable wait, Soul confirmed the absence of anyone inside. He turned to shake his head at the 2, and although Annie intended to suggest they rejoin the other 3, she noticed that Soul had already placed his hand on the door, seemingly intent on entering. Phil and Annie exchanged puzzled glances, and Soul whispered to them, expressing his desire to investigate for food. Upon hearing the mention of food, both quickly abandoned their thoughts of leaving. Their silence did not imply a lack of hunger. Without further discussion, the 3 formed a united front. Soul gently pushed open the heavy door, relieved that it had been well maintained and emitted no sound. A faint flicker of candlelight spilled through the crack, illuminating a small section of the kitchen. Soul cautiously scanned the area, noting no irregularities before fully opening the door. His gaze remained fixed ahead, inadvertently overlooking a sign that loomed perilously close to his head. The fingers, reduced to mere bones, twisted into letters and hung from the sign, brushing against Sol as he passed. Being the tallest among the trio, he had failed to notice the sign, and it was unlikely that the others would have either. Thus, they quietly stepped into the kitchen. What a bore! I had hoped to frighten them. I told you it was too dark. The impact of daytime would be far superior. Will they truly remain oblivious to the villa's true nature? What is that? Animal bones. Who possesses such a morbid sense of humor to use bones for a sign? Let us not jump to conclusions. Let us continue observing. The kitchen was expansive. Approximately 80 square meters, spacious enough for 10 individuals to cook without feeling cramped. The trio moved along the countertop, only to find clean utensils neatly arranged, devoid of any food, not even raw ingredients. As they approached the center of the kitchen, Sol suddenly felt an itch atop his head. He instinctively reached up to scratch, only to discover something soft and wriggling in his grasp. Curiosity piqued. He looked up, only to see a long object hanging from the ceiling. Its flesh-colored folds swayed with his tug, and the soft, slimy texture transmitted an unsettling sensation through his palm. What is this? Sol wondered, pulling it with curiosity, only to be surprised by its fragility as it came down easily. The two behind him, noticing his peculiar actions, approached to see what he had uncovered. Upon seeing the object in Sol's hand, Annie's expression changed drastically, her voice suddenly subdued. It was sheep intestines. Chapter 30. Do not be a disobedient guest. What? A change swept over Sol's expression as he held the large intestine in his hand, which now appeared almost virulent, sending a tingling sensation coursing through his fingers. He cast the organ to the floor, where it quivered for a moment in the dim light. The others wore grave faces. Annie knelt down to scrutinize the grotesque specimen. Phil brought the candle closer, illuminating the object for a clearer view. The intestine seemed remarkably clean, its folds neatly gathered, resembling a grotesque glove made of flesh. An unacquainted observer might struggle to recognize it as an intestine at first glance. Sol felt a twinge of unease, finding it peculiar that Annie could instantly identify it as sheep intestine. Yet, recalling her assertion of being a novelist, particularly one who specializes in suspense and mystery, he pondered whether she had encountered something similar before. He rationalized Annie's knowledge, while she seemed unperturbed, rising to address them after confirming the authenticity of the object. Still, it's bizarre that the kitchen has sheep intestines, but why are they suspended overhead? What kind of twisted humor is this? Phil cursed, initially startled, but now more intrigued by the identity of the perpetrator behind such a macabre act. These three exhibit remarkable composure, remaining calm in the face of such an eerie situation. It's somewhat understandable. Among them are an officer, a novelist, and a wealthy heir, none of whom are ordinary individuals. They likely have encountered corpses before. What puzzles me more is how that woman recognized it at first glance. Are novelists truly that exceptional? Perhaps she specializes in writing murder mysteries? Chuckles. Haha, indeed. Maybe it's a serial murder case. I never would have guessed this seemingly timid woman authors such material. Boring. I'd rather have that blonde woman here. She would surely be petrified upon seeing the kitchen. They conducted another search, but found nothing out of the ordinary this time. The head that Xie Qi had instructed Nicolo to hang was incomplete, so Nicolo took it back to his room to finish the task, leaving the three with lingering doubts as they exited the kitchen. The scene shifts to Bailey and his companions. Their endeavors unfolded smoothly, as the staircase led to several rooms, presumably where the servants slept. They first inspected the storage room, but found nothing of note. Safina trailed closely behind Song Nan, observing as the two listened intently outside each servant's room. They dared not knock directly, lingering by each door until they confirmed there was no movement before proceeding to the next. Fortunately, there were only 5 servant rooms in total. With no one to be found, the trio decided to return. Just then, Safina sensed something amiss out of the corner of her eye. There seemed to be another door concealed behind the storage room. Hesitant to speak, she tugged at Song Nan's sleeve, signaling her to look back. At that moment, they discovered an additional door that appeared to lead outside the villa. Moreover, the lock on the door was ajar. Without waiting for Song Nan to object, Bailey hastened to push the door open, only to be thwarted by an obstruction from the outside. He exerted all his strength to push outward, only to find a lock hanging from the door's edge. Shit! Bailey's hopes were dashed as he forcefully slammed the door. The resounding crash echoed through the living room. Song Nan and Safina's expressions changed instantly, and they hurriedly pulled Bailey, eager to leave. However, as they turned around, they were suddenly blocked by a figure. Safina was about to scream when Song Nin swiftly covered her mouth and nose, stifling her voice. Bailey staggered a few steps, anxiously assessing the newcomer. Before them stood a brown-haired maid with freckles, tilting her head curiously, her clear eyes fixated on them. She wore a maid's uniform, a long white apron wrapped over a black skirt, exuding an air of simplicity and innocence. Noting her apparent lack of hostility, Song Nin let out a small sigh of relief, exchanging a glance with Bailey before hesitantly speaking. "Hello, Miss Maid. We merely wish to find the restroom. It is quite dark at night, and we lost our way. We sincerely apologize for disturbing you." Lena seemed to believe his words, her eyes widening as she exclaimed, "Oh dear, let me guide you, esteemed guests. I apologize for not attending to you sooner." This maid appeared to be different from the others, exhibiting a more human demeanor. Relieved that communication was possible, the three felt a weight lift from their shoulders. Just as they were about to turn back, they encountered Sol and the others emerging from the kitchen. Upon seeing Sol and his companions, Lena's expression shifted dramatically, her tone urgent. "You, guests, how could you enter the kitchen? Lord Connie does not permit anyone to enter without permission." Sol and his companions were equally surprised to find a servant in the villa. Observing the maid's demeanor, they exchanged glances, and Annie quickly added, "We are terribly sorry. We were simply so hungry and did not realize the kitchen was off limits. We were just looking for something to eat. Honestly, you better not have touched anything. If Lord Connie finds out, it will be a grave matter," Lena complained, sounding like an ordinary girl. The six of them, noticing her willingness to communicate, exchanged glances amongst themselves. Sol, Phil, and Annie looked at one another, deciding to glean some information from her. Annie took the initiative to mention what they had seen in the kitchen earlier. "Intestines?" Lena tilted her head, seeming perplexed. "Yes. Not just any intestines, but the large intestines of a sheep," Annie explained her analysis. The other three, hearing this for the first time, turned pale, particularly Safina, who would have screamed had Song Nin not been keeping a watchful eye on her. Lena, comprehending Annie's implication, trembled as if shocked. How could this be? Sol thought she was in disbelief and intended to comfort her. At that moment, however, the area around them suddenly brightened. A light, far more intense than that of a candle, illuminated them, momentarily blinding their eyes accustomed to the dimness. As their vision adjusted, they saw the elusive silver-haired butler appearing before them. "Esteemed guests, what brings you to this place at such an hour?" A low, hoarse voice emerged, possibly due to the darkness, which rendered the butler's tone somewhat indifferent compared to the daylight. "We are returning to our rooms now." After a brief silence, Song Nin was the first to speak. Originally, Sewer intended to inform his companion of the disappearance of two comrades and inquire if he was aware of the situation. However, upon noticing Song Nin signaling him with his eyes, he swallowed his words. Seabass's expression softened considerably as he cast a sweeping glance over the 6 individuals before him. "Very well. I hope our guests will find peace in their rooms tonight. The host does not favor disobedient guests." Chapter 31. Welcome to the farm. Xie Qi, carrying a kerosene lamp fueled by mysterious oil, emerged from his room. The corridor lay in utter silence as he held the lamp before him, its 2-meter radius of illumination allowing him to see only the door ahead. He had memorized the locations of the guest rooms during the day. Closest to him was the gentleman officer, followed by the white-haired gentleman, the captain miss, the star athlete, the novelist miss, the lawyer, and finally, the blonde lady. A faint smile crept across Xie Qi's face as he took a step forward. Initially, he walked upon the carpet, its soft texture effectively muffling his footsteps. The glow of the lamp illuminated each door, yet upon reaching the 3rd door, he encountered an unusual sight. A black shadow seeped beneath the door, strikingly evident from Xie Qi's perspective. "Oh, it seems there is a little eavesdropper." Xie Qi tilted his head, his eyes widening slightly. The upper half of his face, cloaked in shadow, obscured his features, but the lower half betrayed his amusement. His lips curled into a playful smirk, as if he had stumbled upon something intriguing. He paused, retreating a few steps. Stepping away from the carpeted area, Xie Qi gleefully traversed the narrow passageway between the carpet and the door, resembling a child in exuberance. Just as Song Nin had heard from behind the door, when Xie Qi approached her entrance, his pupils dilated with excitement. The viewers in the live stream, mirroring Song Nin, pressed their ears against the door. Those watching from a godlike perspective felt a chilling thrill. Separated by a single door, 2 individuals mirrored each other's stances. Yet the woman inside remained oblivious to the presence of a listener outside, attuned to her every movement. "Oh my goodness, I have goosebumps. What a twisted chef," exclaimed one viewer. "If I were that woman and knew someone was outside mimicking my actions, I would faint from fright." Another lamented, "Initially, I was curious about the situation outside from the woman's perspective, but then the chef's presence shocked me into silence. My heart still hasn't settled." A third shared, "I completely understand. Typically, I remain unfazed by gory scenes, yet this chef has frightened me multiple times in this scenario." Xie Qi was unaware of the viewer's chatter. Had he known, he would have certainly taken the opportunity to enlighten these uninformed spectators about the distinctions between Eastern horror and Western styles. The essence of Eastern horror lies in its ability to evoke a profound unease that lingers in the mind. One may not see anything overtly terrifying, yet an unsettling presence seems to loom in the air. This form of terror, steeped in psychological depth, surpasses the mere visual shock often found in Western horror. After a brief pause, noticing the other party's lack of reaction, Xie Qi pondered whether it was merely a testament to their extraordinary composure. With a slight curl of his lip, he straightened his posture in boredom. Fortunately, a naive lamb remained to entertain him. He resumed his original course, deftly retrieving a key from his waist as he crossed the carpet, making his way to the door diagonally across from him. As the subtle sound of unlocking filled the air, the door creaked open. Expecting an ambush from within, Xie Qi had readied his concealed knife. To his surprise, the man seated quietly on the edge of the bed, a figure of imposing stature, appeared unfazed by the door's opening, merely furrowing his brow in contemplation. Intrigued, Xie Qi raised an eyebrow. This calm demeanor was unexpected. Initially assuming the man was merely a brutish simpleton, he was taken aback by his tranquility. With a hint of amusement, he nodded at Brussels, saying, "It seems our guest has been waiting for me quite a while. Come, allow me to escort you to the missing guest." Brussels, though tense for a fleeting moment, reminded himself that he was alone with this man, and whatever transpired would surely not pose a threat to him. The words of the others echoed in his mind. How ridiculous it was to require protection. He was a grown man, after all. Thus, he silently followed. The distance between them was substantial, confined to the dim glow of the oil lamp. Xie Qi led Brussels to the rear of the first floor, where an unexpected door to the outside awaited. He had not anticipated the villa possessed a back entrance. Yet, the door was secured with a lock, and Xie Qi effortlessly produced a key from his waist, unlocking it with ease. He was about to leave the villa without any hindrance. Upon stepping onto the stone pathway and gazing at the misty moonlight, Brussels found it hard to believe. Just as he stood there, astonished, a sudden click resonated from behind him. Turning around, he discovered the chef standing right behind him. A hint of unease washed over him as he inquired, "Where are you taking me? Did Stock leave the villa last night as well?" Xie Qi waved the oil lamp in front of Brussels before passing him by. "Indeed, our guest has been quite lonely. He will surely be delighted to have your company. As for our destination, I previously mentioned to the guest that there is a farm behind the villa. That is where we are headed." Captivated by the flickering light of the lamp and the implications of Xie Qi's words, Brussels failed to notice the lock hanging on the door behind them. Following closely behind Xie Qi, he clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixated on the man's retreating figure. After hearing Xie Qi's remarks, a deeper sense of unease began to settle within him. The words of others were not lost on him. He understood that Stokes was likely in grave danger. Yet, from the chef's lips, it seemed as though Stokes had not met his demise. Various speculations swirled in his mind, leaving Brussels in a state of extreme agitation. Regardless, upon arrival, it would be most fortunate if Stokes were indeed alive, but if the chef harbored ulterior motives, he was not one to be intimidated. Feeling the intense gaze upon him, Xie Qi's eyes narrowed in delight. Withered trees parted in rows before them, revealing a cold industrial edifice. Xie Qi concealed his twisted expression, donning a faint smile as he turned to Brussels to introduce, "Welcome to the Cast family farm." Chapter 32. She will soon be here to accompany you. The eerie moonlight cast a pall over the dilapidated factory and rusted iron gates. This quintessential horror film tableau unfolded before Brussels. Although his years of competition had dulled his interest in cinema, he had occasionally watched a horror film or two. Frankly, encountering such a scene from the movies in reality could unsettle even the most composed individual. Brussels swallowed hard, steeling himself for what lay ahead. Observing the chef briskly advance, he cautiously scanned the surroundings. The courtyard, overgrown with weeds, was intermittently filled with the chirping of insects. Each step could potentially unearth something lurking in the shadows. Eager to enter the farm and seek illumination, Brussels quickened his pace. Xie Qi had arrived at the door and was about to retrieve his keys. Noticing Brussels' approach, he expressed mild surprise, his voice laced with delight. "There is no need for haste. Dear guest, you shall meet the others shortly." With that, he unlocked the door, and a bright light surged forth, accompanied by a wave of murky air. Standing behind Xie Qi, Brussels felt dizzy from the noxious scent. He squinted, only to see the chef wearing that infuriatingly cheerful smile, gesturing for him to enter first. After a brief moment, acclimatized to the odor, Brussels discerned the metallic tang of blood. It was not a mere figment of his imagination, for he had been in close proximity to it not long ago. Xie Qi observed the shift in Brussels' demeanor. Noting his hesitation, Xie Qi tilted his head, a finger pressed to his lips, and a mocking smile danced upon his features. "If the guest feels frightened, do let me know. I can arrange for your departure." "Who is frightened?" Brussels jolted, a surge of anger rising within him. He loathed being labeled as timid, and with that, he cast aside his trepidation regarding the bizarre scene, pushing Xie Qi aside as he strode through the grand entrance. Xie Qi stumbled slightly, steadying himself against the door. "Oh dear, the guest is rather rude, but I find it quite endearing," he remarked. His smile widening as he followed Brussels into the farm, the door behind them slowly closing. From the outside, it appeared as though a colossal maw had consumed a person, gradually returning to a state of calm. The sound of the door shutting caused Brussels to halt momentarily. Harsh white light illuminated the interior, revealing its unsettling nature in stark clarity. Contrary to his preconceived notions of a filthy and disorderly breeding facility, this place bore no resemblance to a traditional farm. Instead, it appeared akin to a prison. Upon entering, one was greeted by a vast and empty hall, flanked by corridors on either side. Brussels stood at the center of the corridor, observing a dozen rooms on each side. It was at this moment that he began to ponder intently. The chef had mentioned leading him to stock, yet why had he been brought to this desolate place? Could it truly serve as a residence? As these thoughts raced through his mind, a series of loud knocks reverberated through the otherwise silent space. Alongside these knocks, there were intermittent sounds reminiscent of wild beasts roaring. How curious it was that the presence of a visitor could incite such excitement. Suddenly, Brussels heard the chef's voice from a disturbingly close distance behind him. Swiftly and deftly, he sidestepped, keeping a wary eye on Xie Qi. What lay behind those doors? Where was Stock? Hadn't he been brought here to find him? As Brussels spoke, he attempted to maneuver around Xie Qi, moving toward the entrance. Well, since this was indeed a breeding ground, it was only natural that it housed the ingredients. Xie Qi earnestly explained, seemingly oblivious to Brussels' intention to escape, as he made his way toward a room on the right. "Don't you wish to meet our guest? He is inside," Xie Qi said, opening the door and warmly inviting Brussels for a long-awaited reunion. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Brussels could not comprehend the chef's words. What ingredients? Was Stock truly here? To facilitate his observation, Xie Qi courteously stepped back, extending his right hand in invitation. Curiosity compelled Brussels to halt his retreat, cautiously keeping his gaze fixed on Xie Qi as he pressed against the wall and approached the door. However, the interior was shrouded in darkness, rendering it impossible to see anything. "Stock, are you there? For heaven's sake, say something." Noticing his guest's predicament, Xie Qi enthusiastically handed him an oil lamp. The 2-meter radius of light was sufficient for Brussels to discern the objects within the room. There was a chair, yet it was unoccupied, save for a round object resting atop it. Alarms rang in his mind as Brussels' hand trembled. The lamp illuminated the face of that object. Realizing that the head belonged to Stock, Brussels instinctively hurled the oil lamp away. A rush of wind whisked past high. The chef tilted his head slightly, as if struck by a sudden realization. "Ah, I see now. This guest seems to have a particular fondness for women, doesn't he? Is it that golden-haired lady?" Brussels found himself cornered by the chef within the confines of the room. Although he was taken aback by the other's actions, he scanned his surroundings, searching for a weapon to defend himself. Upon hearing Xie Qi mention Safina, his expression darkened. What a surprise that the guest is so enamored with her. No matter. She will soon be here to keep you company. Chapter 33. Be a polite guest. Are you out of your mind? Brussels thought in a state of utter confusion, desperately seeking an opportunity to escape. Gripping the chair tightly, he kicked the head of the stock figure off it, nervously confronting Xie Qi. Observing his actions, Xie Qi rested his chin on his hand, pondering, why is the guest so terrified? Weren't you bold enough to consume sheep? As he uttered his last remark, a smirk played at the corners of Xie Qi's eyes, mockingly fixed on the trembling figure of Brussels. Brussels swallowed hard, his speech faltering. What are you saying? How could we have ever eaten that? While speaking, he shifted his body, attempting to dash for the door while Xie Qi was distracted. However, he failed to notice the darkening expression on Xie Qi's face, his voice dropping to a menacing whisper. Honestly, I do not appreciate deceitful guests. The atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically, the echoes of screams still resonating behind Xie Qi. Upon realizing the true nature of the situation, Brussels understood what those agonized cries belonged to. If he did not manage to escape today, he would undoubtedly meet the same fate as those tormented souls. The instinct for survival surged within him, his strength flaring as he hurled the chair at Xie Qi. Seizing the moment of Xie Qi's evasive maneuvers, he bolted towards the door. Though the barn's hall was spacious, it felt like mere seconds for Brussels, whose adrenaline had surged in a moment of crisis. Yet, as he reached the front door, despair enveloped him when he found the lock barring his escape. The sound of footsteps echoed behind him, each step reverberating like a hammer against his heart. Brussels's courage deflated in an instant, akin to a balloon punctured by a sharp object. He turned, pressing himself against the door, his tone laced with desperation. Please, don't kill me. I will tell you anything you wish to know. Just let me go, and I will vanish from your sight, not a word to anyone. Upon hearing his pleas, Xie Qi regarded the quaking figure on the ground with a perplexed expression. Wasn't he the guest particularly fond of that golden-haired lady? How could he bear to abandon her in such a dire moment? What of that wretched woman? She is a demon herself. You are right. We have indeed feasted on sheep. On the ship, we had run out of provisions for days. There was not a single fish or bird in sight. The bespectacled one suggested we consume the nearly deceased mother and daughter, and Safina helped bind those who were reluctant. In his terror, Brussels fully betrayed Safina, omitting any mention of his own involvement. Everyone else ate. You can ask them, none escaped. Why am I the only one brought here? As he spoke, a surge of indignation welled up within him. He felt exceedingly unfortunate. After all, it was not he who proposed the gruesome act of cannibalism, and yet he was the one apprehended first for the misdeeds committed by others. TSK, TSK, TSK. Xie Qi shook his head, his index finger wagging in front of Brussels. My dear guest, you have misconstrued my intentions. I harbor no desire to judge you. While jesting, Xie Qi slowly approached Brussels, brandishing a long knife. You certainly excel at evasion, do you not? Were you bound on the ship, just like the others? With your physique? That must have been quite a challenge. Xie Qi deftly pierced through Brussels' deceit, observing with a faint smile the unease that crept across his expression. In truth, I admire your boldness. I sense we might find common ground. Listening to the chef's words, Brussels felt a glimmer of hope for survival. Yes, precisely. I think so too. We are indeed compatible. Panic mingled with excitement, and the black man's expression was animated, as if he were on the verge of proving his allegiance to Xie Qi. Xie Qi did not disappoint him. Seemingly swayed by Brussels' words, he halted, remaining 2 meters away. Brussels discreetly glanced at the key hanging from Xie Qi's waist, his fingers fidgeting behind his back as he continued his declarations of loyalty. Master Chef, allow me to join your ranks. Look at my strength. I can effortlessly lift corpses and assist you. He continued to extol his virtues, noticing that Xie Qi appeared engrossed in his elaborate promises. His attention momentarily diverted. Your proposal is intriguing, but I still believe you should first acquire some skills. Just as Xie Qi spoke, a figure darted towards him. Evading the knife in his right hand, a powerful arm lunged to encircle his neck. Should one be grasped by the throat, even the strongest would find it difficult to escape. As Brussels noted that Xie Qi had yet to react, a cruel glint flickered in his eyes. Did he still wish to make him prey? Or would it be Brussels who met his demise first? Instantly, the live chat room fell silent for a moment, then erupted with fervor as viewers fixated on the duel unfolding before them. Oh my, I thought this black man was truly terrified. But it seems he was merely biding his time for the chef to let his guard down. Lord Connie, please don't harm his flawless visage. What a reversal of roles between hunter and prey. It's anyone's guess who will emerge victorious. I'm placing my bets on the chef, although neither are virtuous. The chef seems to possess the upper hand based on his twisted experience. The confrontation in the breeding grounds continued. Brussels had believed his maneuver to be subtle. confident that Xie Qi would be unable to react. However, when his arm swung and met nothing but air, a wave of dread washed over him. At that moment, the cold tip of a knife entered his peripheral vision. It was swift. Although his eyes registered it, his body failed to respond. By the time he realized he needed to evade, his arm went numb. Suddenly, excruciating pain surged through him. Brussels clutched his bleeding shoulder. Where his arm had once been, now severed and lying limply on the ground. Xie Qi slowly retracted his long knife, exhaling a sigh of relief as he continued the previous topic with a furrowed brow. If you wish to join us, I believe it would be prudent for you to first learn the manners befitting a courteous guest. Chapter 34. Is there anything more joyous in this world? Brussels never anticipated that he might meet his demise in such a place. Even during the time spent aboard the ship, devoid of sustenance and without sight of land, the thought of death had never crossed his mind. Though initially, he had not contemplated such an outcome. He realized that failing to act would surely lead to his own end. Thus, when Bailey and Safina engaged, he too lent his hand in subduing the others. As long as they acted in unison, they would be akin to a crew on the same vessel. It was through his efforts that they had survived and persevered to this point. Yet why? Why must it be him who faced death? Brussels relinquished his grip and strained to shift his body, tugging at Xie Qi's pant leg with his bloodied left hand. You will be held accountable for my death. They surely will know. The others had previously agreed to tail him upon his exit, and they were undoubtedly en route now. He could only hold out a little longer. Just a bit more time under this twisted hand. This man still clings to the hope of rescue from others, unaware that the chef had already secured the door. A team of villains still expects assistance? How naive this man is. Indeed, I always knew Lord Connie was the best. Could the front line spare us the nauseating display? It's always you bouncing around. Can you refrain from mindless flattery? Beyond these empty praises, can you not commend something substantial? Such as his demeanor, his prowess. Goodness, now even fans have a hierarchy of disdain. I thought you genuinely intended to critique. The pristine pant leg was sullied by blood, prompting Xie Qi to frown and glance down, expressing his distaste. Really, do not soil my clothing. This will only trouble Lena further. Faced with a man on the brink of death, Xie Qi's thoughts were solely on his attire. In the darkness, one could faintly discern the magnified pupils of his eyes, which shimmered with a hint of crimson amidst the black and blue depths. This body, like Xie Qi's original form, was also of mixed heritage. However, while Xie Qi was of Sino-Russian descent, the chef was of Sino-American lineage. In proper light, his eyes appeared black, yet in darkness, his pupils transformed into a profound blue, as if the ocean itself were poised to engulf all. The recent chase, which could hardly be deemed a pursuit, had successfully netted Xie Qi a considerable bounty of gold coins, translating to a modest 200 points. His little treasury now boasted a total of 1,700 points, marking him as a minor affluent among the prisoners who had undergone several instances of the dungeon. The farm had since returned to silence. The hopes of the ingredients within the room had once again been dashed, and they ceased their movements. Blood was scattered chaotically across the floor, yet Xie Qi had no inclination to clean up the mess. After all, as long as it was tidy upon his next visit, that sufficed. Carrying a 2-meter-tall man was indeed exhausting. After a long walk, Xie Qi could not resist pausing for a moment to rest upon reaching the villa's back door. As soon as he opened the door and turned to secure the lock, he was confronted by a shadow standing before him. Any ordinary person would have been startled by such an encounter. However, Xie Qi merely tilted his head, the corpse resting on his shoulder barely causing his heartbeat to quicken. "Seabass, what brings you to me at this late hour?" Xie Qi inquired cheerfully, a smile playing on his lips as he addressed the silver-haired butler. Seabass remained silent, casting a brief glance at the object on Xie Qi's shoulder before advising him, "Be cautious during your preparations. Ensure that no rats follow you, and do not act recklessly." "Oh, is that so? I have always been quite careful," Xie Qi responded innocently, a hint of confusion evident on his face. Realizing that communication with him was futile, Seabass shifted the conversation to another pressing matter. "As long as you are aware, just remember not to delay the master's plans. The ritual must take place on time in 5 days, and you are responsible for gathering all the materials, understood?" The plan Seabass referred to was known to Xie Qi upon entering this body. The main objective of this scenario was to survive for 7 days, of which 2 had already elapsed. If the prisoner were to impersonate one of the 8 guests, Survival would hinge not only on evading the chef's relentless pursuit, but also on discovering an escape route during the ritual after 7 days. Typically, such a challenging scenario would not be encountered in a novice instance. However, due to the magical mark bestowed upon Xie Qi by the warden, this originally F-grade scenario had been elevated to E-grade. For a true novice entering this realm, the probability of survival was likely below 10%. To this point, 2 guests had already perished, oblivious to the hidden secrets of the villa, and Xie Qi found himself inexplicably concerned for their plight. If others were to learn that the very culprit intent on their demise harbored worries for their survival, they might well be moved by the irony. Rest assured, the Master's command is the essence of my existence. All will proceed smoothly, will it not? He professed with feigned loyalty, while the darkness concealed the mischief lurking in his eyes. Chapter 35. Someone among you is not speaking the truth upon relocating the body bag to the kitchen. Xie Qi quickly discerned that the kitchen had recently been occupied, noticing a decorative item strewn on the floor. He suddenly recalled that his kerosene lamp remained at the breeding grounds. Yet, that thought was fleeting, and he had no intention of returning for it. After all, his eyes had adapted to the darkness, and the lamp was primarily for the guest's benefit. Crouching down, he lifted the cleaned intestine. Nicarlos had indeed put forth considerable effort, as the intestine was thoroughly washed, emitting no foul odor upon closer inspection. Xie Qi placed the intestine into the cupboard, intending for Nicarlos to rehang it the following day. He resumed humming a tune while preparing the ingredients for the next day's meals. Another tranquil night unfolded. Habitually, after diligently recording the day's journal, he lay in bed and opened the system shop, a routine he had adopted in recent days to check for any new items within his purchasing capacity. Xie Qi is not one to hoard wealth, spending liberally as per his means. In his previous life, he possessed an inexhaustible fortune, rendering this flaw less conspicuous. Finding little of interest among daily necessities, he turned his attention to the skill cards. Previously, the pages displayed were shrouded in gray, indicating items beyond his financial reach. However, tonight presented a divergence. One category glowed brightly. Curiosity piqued, he clicked to reveal a skill card marked in red, signifying its significant flaws. Skill name: I become invincible when I go mad. Attribute: active skill. Category: combat. Effect: for every 1 SAN point consumed, the prisoner's attributes increase by 10 points, up to the maximum level of their current tier, unaffected by this limit. Restriction: due to unknown reasons. The effect of this skill card is halved and can only be activated when SAN is below 50. Note: until you are completely mad, no one can surpass you in combat. Overall evaluation: E-grade. At first glance, this skill card's effects are astonishing. Consuming just 1 SAN point grants an increase of 10 across all attributes. If a person starts with a full 100 SAN points, consuming merely 10 could elevate an F-tier prisoner to their maximum potential, making them the mightiest among their rank. Furthermore, since these values are not bound by tier restrictions, one can freely deplete SAN points before succumbing to madness, allowing for a staggering accumulation of attributes, potentially surpassing those of D and C tier prisoners. The duration of this effect hinges on the prisoner's sanity. Were it not for the stipulation of needing to be below 50 SAN points to activate it, this card would undoubtedly be classified as S-grade, coveted even by seasoned veterans who have traversed countless instances on Prisoner Island. Alas, the requirement to be below 50 SAN points diminishes its value considerably. Each prisoner's attribute panel underscores the significance of SAN once it dips below 50. Illusions plague the prisoner, leading to uncontrollable behavior, and if it falls below 10, they descend into madness, losing all rationality. At that stage, not only is role-playing rendered impossible, but mere survival within instances becomes an insurmountable challenge. Thus, the average individual can only utilize around 40 SAN points. For fledgling F-tier prisoners, this boost is sufficient to rival top E-tier experts, yet upon reaching E-tier, the attribute enhancement only marginally amplifies their strength, still far from achieving C-tier prowess. With limited enhancement potential and the necessity to avert the adverse effects of sanity decline, the system's decision to mark this card in red is not unwarranted. Yet, this seemingly lackluster skill card is priced at a staggering 2,500 points in the shop. Xie Qi found it perplexing that such a card appeared on his page, given that his total assets did not amount to such a sum. Was it possible that the card was so undesirable that the shop had resorted to forcing it upon all prisoners? It seems highly probable that Xie Qi merely glanced a few times before closing the shop. Although this skill card possesses various flaws, it remains quite enticing for the novice Xie Qi. However, being financially constrained, he deemed it better to remain oblivious. After 2 nights of restless sleep, Xie Qi resolved to retire early this evening. Unfortunately, despite his intentions, he woke up rather early. At the break of dawn, incessant knocking echoed at his door. While the sounds from the previous days had been somewhat distant, this morning they resonated directly beside him. With an impassive expression, Xie Qi rose from his bed and fixed his gaze upon the quivering door. The knocking was not the work of a single individual. After a while, the rhythm changed, suggesting they would not relent until he emerged. Stifling a yawn, Xie Qi sluggishly got out of bed, washed his face, and dressed. The persistent knocking accompanied him like a musical score. Once he was finally presentable, he turned to the mirror atop the wardrobe and flashed a perfect smile. The knocker was none other than Sol. They had risen early to seek someone in Brussels' room, but no one responded to their knocks. An ominous premonition loomed over the 6 of them. Bailey, unable to restrain himself, was the first to knock on Xie Qi's door, which was soon followed by Sol. Just as they presumed the chef was also absent from his room, the door suddenly swung open. Clad in black, Xie Qi stood before them, his towering presence causing Sol to take a step back. Noticing the space given, Xie Qi casually closed the door behind him and greeted them with a smile. "Good morning. Dear guests, I truly did not expect such enthusiasm from you. Yearning to see me so early in the day. What an honor." Xie Qi's appearance momentarily stunned the group, and soon after, Song Nin inquired, "Where's Brussels? Did he not go out with you last night? Why is there no one in his room?" "Indeed. Yesterday it was Stock, today it is Brussels. Shouldn't you clarify why they have vanished from the villa?" Bailey adjusted his glasses, scrutinizing Xie Qi's expression intently. The others shared similar sentiments, suspecting that the chef's presence was somehow linked to the disappearances. "Well, I am quite perplexed as to why the guests would entertain such thoughts," Xie Qi replied, his gaze sweeping over the 6 individuals before settling on Song Nan. "Before your arrival, there had never been a case of disappearance in this villa. Rather than suspecting me, perhaps it is someone among you who has not spoken the truth?" Chapter 36. I take the game seriously. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that one of us has killed them? Sol's brow furrowed, his expression betraying disbelief in Xie Qi's words. "Don't attempt to divert the focus. We have no grievances with them. How could we possibly murder them?" Bailey stepped forward to challenge, while Song Nan, with a grave demeanor, added, "The key issue is that even if someone among us were guilty, where are their bodies? Surely you cannot imply that we, as recent guests, could conceal the bodies within the villa without detection?" The 3 of them exchanged words, swiftly extinguishing any seeds of doubt that might arise among them, presenting a united front, particularly towards Xie Qi. "Well, there are no grievances or animosities, are there? Who can truly ascertain that? Before their shared misfortune, they were not particularly familiar with one another. So how could they be certain that the other bore no ill will?" Xie Qi was not to be sidestepped. He continued to smile as he addressed them. "Very well. What must you say for us to gain your revelation?" Song Nin interjected, interrupting Xie Qi's attempt to sow discord within their ranks, his gaze fixed intently upon him. This female captain had always been the most rational among them, and thus her words drew no suspicion. Only Xie Qi tilted his head, as if pondering something profound. Finally, he revealed a mysterious smile, as if a brilliant idea had just struck him. "Since we are not well acquainted, let us engage in a game of questions. Feel free to inquire anything you wish." The others were taken aback by Xie Qi's willingness to acquiesce to their demands, exchanging uncertain glances. It was Phil who first broke the silence, leaning against the wall to meet Xie Qi's eyes. "You claim you will answer our questions, yet you have not promised to speak the truth." Upon hearing Phil's observation, the others began to grasp the implications. Indeed, even if he responded to their queries, they could not be certain that the chef was not weaving a web of deceit, rendering their questions futile. "Oh dear, is that so? I had no intention of lying. Hence I had not considered that aspect." So, as he squinted, his eyes opened a narrow slit, revealing a hint of blue. "Would my guests lie to me?" Xie Qi cheerfully awaited the 6 individuals' responses. "Huh, is that truly the case? We are entirely reliant on our integrity?" Phil mocked lightly, then added, "All right, I consent to this game. However," he paused, articulating each word, "if we win, will there be no reward?" "A reward?" Xie Qi mused. "Indeed. Why would they engage in a game without a prize? After all, Those two had no ties to him. He had no concern for their fates. Phil appeared indifferent, while the others recognized his attempt to negotiate for their side and remained silent. Very well then, what reward do you seek? The atmosphere grew intriguing, and Xie Qi beamed at the white-haired youth. I want all the keys at your waist. The others were taken aback by Phil's audacious request, yet upon reflection, they found it rather ingenious. Were they not seeking to escape the villa? With the keys in hand, they could venture wherever they pleased. With this thought, the others anxiously awaited Xie Qi's response, fearful that he might reject the demand. Yet, they could only watch as the corners of his mouth curled up, eventually forming a peculiar smile. His rosy lips uttered words of consent. All right. What? Bailey exclaimed in astonishment. He had presumed that Xie Qi would refuse such an outrageous request, contemplating an alternative prize should the chef decline. To his surprise, the chef accepted without hesitation. With his agreement, the others voiced no objections. And thus the scene from the previous days unfolded once more, albeit with one less participant, and today, two fewer. As they gazed upon the now vacant spaces, an inexplicable dread enveloped the hearts of the onlookers. Since the moment Safina discovered Brussels was missing, she had remained silent, seemingly finding solace in the presence of Song Nan, whom she clung to closely. Despite her lack of fondness for Safina, Song Nan chose to overlook her actions out of a sense of solidarity among women. Meanwhile, Annie, having encountered what appeared to be human intestines in the kitchen the previous night, had not uttered a word since dawn and no longer bore the same timid demeanor as before. Once the six of them were seated, Xie Qi elegantly pirouetted before them, performing a refined, noble greeting. Today, due to the warm hospitality of our guests, this game will adopt a cyclical format. I shall first pose a question to one individual, after which a guest may select someone to question me. However, take heed, questions cannot be discussed in advance, and each person is permitted only one query. As for the correctness of the answers, that shall be determined by the questioner. This is a game of trust. Do not let me down. Without waiting for the six to respond, Xie Qi suddenly raised his voice, brimming with enthusiasm as he posed the first inquiry. Dun dun dun. The first question is, what is my name? At the sound of this initial question, the six at the table were momentarily taken aback. His name? They had always referred to him as the head chef and could scarcely recall his full name. Only Annie and Song Nan had ever addressed the chef by name. Thus their gazes fell upon the two of them. Exchanging a glance, it was ultimately Annie who spoke up. It is Carnivali. Xie Qi's full name had been mentioned only on the first night of their arrival, during which they were all on edge, and few had paid attention to this detail. Thus, upon hearing Annie's answer, Xie Qi remained unresponsive, leaving them in suspense. Fortunately, he did not keep them in trepidation for long. Soon, he beamed with a radiant smile and declared, correct. This young lady has an excellent memory. Congratulations on answering the first question correctly. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group, prompting them to decide who would pose the next question to the chef. They quickly agreed that one individual should ask a question they were eager to know. Safina, visibly anxious, was chosen to be the first questioner. It was her initial interaction with Xie Qi, and as she met his gaze, she instinctively lowered her head, murmuring, The first question is, are stock in Brussels still alive? This was indeed the query they all wished to know, and they immediately focused on Xie Qi's expression. What a challenging question it was. Xie Qi seemed somewhat troubled. What could be so troubling about determining whether someone was alive? Bailey could hardly contain himself, questioning aloud. Are you perhaps reluctant to provide a proper answer? What is the point of playing this game otherwise? Upon hearing this barrage of skepticism, Xie Qi appeared somewhat surprised and waved his hand dismissively. How could that be? I take this game seriously. Very well, I shall answer this question. Those two guests are no longer among the living. Chapter 37. Seeking fairness in an unjust game. The sound of chairs scraping against the floor suddenly broke the tense atmosphere. Both Sol and Bailey were visibly shaken. Speculating was one thing, but hearing from a companion that had come together with them that he was dead was an entirely different experience. However, after the initial shock, they noticed that among those present, only they appeared disturbed. The others merely glanced at them. Why are you not the least bit surprised? Safina, haven't you been following Brussels all along? Aren't you saddened by his demise? Sol inquired, bewildered, of the blonde woman who had been keeping her head down, her hands entwined beneath the table. Upon hearing her name, she finally raised her gaze to Sol. How could such a selfish woman develop any feelings for others? Surely, you must have been deceived by her appearance, forgetting her past misdeeds, Phil remarked, his hands clasped mockingly on the table. Sol's expression shifted immediately, as if he had recalled what Phil was alluding to. That was merely a means of survival. Is it wrong to wish to live? Safina interjected suddenly, casting a fierce glance at Phil, one that belied her delicate exterior, before quickly averting her eyes and gazing tearfully at Sol. I am indeed saddened by Brussel's death. But isn't it time to uncover the identity of his murderer and seek vengeance? Phil always targets me. I am merely a woman. What else could I do? Before Sol could respond, Songnan interjected, enough. She crossed her arms, clearly displeased with their descent into infighting. Seeing that the others had fallen silent, she turned to the man standing at the front, Xie Qi, and said, we have finished our inquiries. Now it is your turn. Xie Qi, who had been stroking his chin in contemplation, raised an eyebrow and spread his hands. All right, let me think. My second question is. He appeared to be concocting his question on the spot, leaving the six awaiting his inquiry feeling somewhat skeptical. I've got it. Xie Qi clapped his hands together, as if a light bulb had illuminated above his head. The second question is, what exactly was my role in the villa? Killing. Being a person. Both killing and being a person. Are the previous speakers using Mandarin? I can't comprehend. This question is truly intricate. Who would have thought a chef's duties would extend beyond cooking to encompass being a person? Laugh cry. Most viewers in the live stream had witnessed the chef's perspective and recognized him as the most formidable presence in the villa. However, from the perspective of the six, while they harbored suspicions about his criminality and noted his peculiar demeanor during their game, they had never witnessed any evidence firsthand. Moreover, Xie Qi's demeanor had been relatively amicable, which was why they had not immediately turned on him following the revelation of the two missing individuals' deaths. Of course, there was also the matter of the elusive servants, who knew what might happen if they acted rashly. The servants could suddenly swarm them, capturing them all at once. At this moment, upon hearing the question, they too were somewhat perplexed. Could it be that this chef intended to go easy on them? The first question had merely asked for his name, one that anyone with a decent memory could easily recall. As we arrive at the second inquiry, is it truly necessary to squander an opportunity to pose a question regarding the chef's role within the villa? Such an obvious answer prompts one to ponder if it is indeed a waste of a query. Those who think deeply may find themselves perplexed, unwittingly descending into a mire of contemplation. If the chef is not intentionally leading them astray, then there must be a hidden trap within this question. While the chef's primary occupation is to prepare meals, one must wonder what else he might engage in. The trio who had previously entered the kitchen, Sol, Phil, and Annie, unconsciously recalled the sight of the entrails they had once witnessed. Sol swallowed hard, and noticing the silence from the others, he mustered his courage to softly utter, "Is it cooking?" Upon his words, silence enveloped the room. The heartbeats of the six individuals intertwined, creating a chaotic symphony amid the stillness. As Sol's heart raced, he feared the revelation of a horrifying answer from the other party. Fortunately, amidst their anticipation, Xie Qi suddenly produced a bell from an unknown source, its crisp chime causing a shiver to run through the group. Bingo! Congratulations to this officer for answering correctly. Sol abruptly exhaled in relief, feeling his body soften. It was then that he realized his neck was slick with sweat. He could not fathom why such a simple question had left him so inexplicably tense, as if he had just completed a marathon. At that moment, Bailey sensed something amiss. The questions they posed were all inquiries they sought answers to, with the chef holding the keys to those answers, while the questions directed at him pertained solely to himself, with their veracity determined solely by him. This was a game where, regardless of what the other party claimed, they could never ascertain the truth of the answers. Was not the outcome of this game entirely under the chef's control? Upon this realization, Bailey suddenly understood why the chef had so readily acquiesced. It was evident that as long as the game continued, if even one question led to a wrong answer from their side, victory would effortlessly fall to the chef. As for the prize of the key, it would inevitably remain out of their reach. Enlightened, Bailey felt he had uncovered the truth. Wait. Just as the others were deliberating on who would pose the next question, Bailey hastily slammed his hand on the table and stood up, under the gaze of his companions. He adjusted his glasses, surveyed the room, and appeared determined to expose the chef's true nature by pointing out the flaws of this game. Chef, this game is inherently unfair. You only inquire about yourself, and for those of us who are unfamiliar with you, whether our answers are right or wrong, their validity rests solely in your judgment. Thus, the outcome is bound to favor you. Is this the kind of trickery you wish to engage in? Bailey's words awakened the others, prompting them to denounce Xie Qi. Is this bespectacled man foolish for conceiving such a question? While he may be clever, how could he overlook the fact that they are merely playthings for the chef? Engaging in a fair game with the dealer? From the outset, this game has been devoid of fairness, as they are the ones in need of the chef's assistance, compelled to heed his every word. In the pursuit of fairness within an inherently unjust game, perhaps this is simply the nature of ordinary individuals. Smile. The previous remarks were somewhat pointed. Do be cautious with your ID. Faced with the inquiries of the six, Xie Qi remained unflustered, merely nodding in acceptance of Bailey's opinion. I was mistaken. Next time, I shall inquire about the guests to deepen our understanding. With this, he bore a smile and resumed shaking the bell in his hand. All right, it is time for the next question. Chapter 38. When did I begin to lie? It was now the turn of the six to question Xie Qi again. This time, the inquiry was pivotal, one they had long wished to clarify. Ultimately, it was decided that Saul would pose the question. Did you kill Stork in Brussels? The atmosphere was tense as everyone held their breath. Should this question be affirmed, it would confirm that the person before them was indeed a cold-blooded murderer, and that the amiable facade he had worn was merely a disguise. Without making them wait long, Xie Qi responded to the query without hesitation, exclaiming, "Not entirely." He was remarkably candid, a hint of distress evident as he rested his chin on his hand, as if lamenting the theft of his belongings. You see, the night before last, I had prepared a late-night snack in the kitchen, anticipating a delightful reception for that guest. However, when the time passed and he failed to arrive, I decided to investigate upstairs to see what had transpired. Good heavens! Upon entering the room, I discovered that guest had already been murdered, blood streaming from his neck. Xie Qi animatedly gestured, as if to vividly illustrate the scene to the audience. The floor was awash with blood, and my immediate thought was that I had to dispose of the body. Otherwise, how could I face the other guests the next day? Thus, he claimed to have removed the guest's body for concealment. Although Xie Qi's earnest narration painted him as a victim, the logic was perplexing. Wouldn't an ordinary person, upon discovering a corpse, instinctively call for help? Who would first consider hiding the body? This was clearly the reasoning of a murderer. Under the scrutiny of their skeptical gazes, Xie Qi continued, "As for the second guest, I indeed killed him." "Really? Are you this honest, my friend?" "The chef has principles. He does not lie," others remarked. "Is he being forthright?" "I like it," another chimed in. Unlike the spectators' comments, the murderer, I cannot shake the feeling that he may not survive until the end. Did you not notice that the most flamboyant among us have already perished? One ought to emulate those women, diminishing their presence, thus increasing the likelihood of enduring to the conclusion. This wealthy scion is not to be underestimated. I observed him concealing a blade while in the kitchen. Let us hope the head chef does not fall victim to an untimely demise at his hands. Unfortunately, they have already exhausted their queries for this round, and it is now Qi's turn to pose questions. Patience, we shall gradually uncover the truth. Now, it is indeed my turn. The third question is, have you ever taken a life with your own hands? This inquiry intensified the atmosphere among the assembled. Song Nan's eyelids fluttered as she subtly tilted her head. Phil maintained his nonchalant demeanor, hands clasped behind his head. Sol wore an expression of discontent, fists clenched tightly together. Bailey frequently adjusted his glasses, his lips pressed firmly together. Qi surveyed the gathering with a smile, his gaze settling on the still downtrodden Safina. No one dared to speak first, so we shall proceed in order. This golden-haired lady, let us commence with you? Safina trembled slightly, her voice barely audible. I have never killed anyone. Phil erupted in laughter, yet offered no further commentary. What are you laughing at? I am speaking the truth. I have never taken a life myself. Safina emphatically underscored the crux of the question. She indeed had not slain anyone, for she was merely an accomplice. The act of murder was beyond her. She nodded, signifying his belief in her words. Next was Annie, who had been unusually quiet that day. When she finally spoke, it was only to assert that she had not killed anyone. Following her was Bailey, who stammered, I also have not taken a life with my own hands. Upon hearing his response, the others understood that he, like Safina, had not personally committed murder. Yet someone had perished due to his actions. They were not lying, as the question specifically inquired about hands-on involvement. Then came Song Nan, who clasped her hands and, with an air of calmness, declared, I have killed. The revelation left the others dumbfounded. In their minds, the female captain was regarded as a person of high integrity. Yet they were astonished to learn that she had indeed taken a life. However, this was not the moment for further inquiries. The others merely shifted restlessly for a moment before settling into silence. Qi smiled quietly, continuing the game. Phil, appearing utterly bored, fixed his gaze on Song Nan. And when his turn arrived, casually stated, "I have killed." His words contrasted sharply with his expression, leaving the others once again reeling in disbelief. "What? You have killed someone? Why do you always target me?" Safina was the first to challenge him, having long harbored dissatisfaction with this wealthy heir. Previously, she had tempered her resentment due to possessing leverage over him, but who would have thought he was even less composed than she? What right did he have to look down upon her? Bailey, Song Nan, and Sol also cast sidelong glances. With Bailey unable to suppress the thought, could it be that Phil was responsible for Mostak's demise? Ignoring Safina's provocation, Phil showed no inclination to explain himself, merely tilting his chin in a gesture for Sol to continue. Upon receiving the signal from Sol, he temporarily set aside the doubts weighing on his mind and replied, "Indeed. I have taken a life, but that was during my service in the military." The audience had anticipated his answer, showing little concern for the revelation of his past. Once everyone had responded, they awaited Xie Qi's final verdict. Song Nan's heart raced. She felt as though the chef's gaze was fixed upon her. Could he truly discern who among them was lying? Fortunately, he promptly agreed to proceed to the next round of questioning, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Annie posed the subsequent inquiry to Xie Qi. This question had not been pre-discussed, and the others were eager to discover what she would ask. As she tucked a strand of her dark hair behind her ear, revealing her exquisite visage, she calmly locked eyes with Xie Qi and inquired, "I wish to know, is the item hanging in the kitchen a sheep's intestine?" The group had scarcely detached themselves from the morbid topic of murder when they were confronted with such a grotesque question. Last night, they had learned that Sol and his companions had discovered what appeared to be a sheep's large intestine in the kitchen, initially attributing it to the darkness of the room. However, now that they were aware of the chef's murderous past, it seemed they had not misjudged their observation. Rather than the chef's crimes, they were more curious about the reason for the presence of intestines in the kitchen. A sense of foreboding caused several of them to feel a surge of nausea. Noticing the pallor of his guests, Xie Qi clenched his fist and struck his palm, realizing that the decoration had been torn down by a guest. He had thought a thief had entered the kitchen. With a hint of implication, he concluded with a smile, "That was merely a decorative piece. When I specifically asked Nicolaus to hang, do you not find it appealing?" Upon hearing that it was merely for decoration, the tension in the others' temples eased, reassuring themselves that they had overthought the matter. Yet, only Annie continued to gaze at Xie Qi, aware that he was evading the question, fundamentally failing to provide an answer. Her slender fingers traced her palm a few times before she clenched her fist, encasing her index finger within. Next, it was her turn to pose a question. Xie Qi's eyes glistened with a hint of red, and his breathing became slightly labored. "So, the fourth question is, when did I begin to lie?" Chapter 39. I am not interested in men. When did you start lying? Hey, did you not claim that you would never lie? Bailey initially intended to voice this accusation loudly, but upon meeting Xie Qi's gaze, his voice faltered, though he persisted in completing his statement. "Oh, is this guest's answer that I began to lie when I said I would never lie?" Xie Qi chuckled, seeking confirmation from Bailey. "No, wait, let us discuss this first." Song Nan interjected, rubbing her forehead in exasperation. Their game was predicated on Xie Qi's honesty. If he had lied from the outset, what significance did their game hold? Moreover, the crux of the matter remained. Which of his statements were true and which were false? Had stock in Brussels truly perished? Or was he the sole perpetrator of the murders, merely fabricating a narrative? However, 2 points can be confirmed. The chef's initial 2 answers regarding himself are likely truthful. With this established, a clearer perspective emerges for the subsequent inquiries. Phil, somewhat perplexed by Xie Qi's remarks, willingly engaged in their discourse. Excluding the first 2 questions he posed, it can be asserted that his responses concerning the deaths in Stoke and Brussels were indeed honest. Sol, stroking his chin, offered his analysis. Safina nodded in agreement, indicating her concurrence with his thoughts. When he later claimed he did not kill them all, did that imply that someone among us had committed murder, thus rendering that statement false? Bailey raised a question, sensing an underlying disquiet. As for the subsequent inquiry related to the kitchen, the group tacitly refrained from mentioning it, as if voicing it might invite misfortune. Annie listened quietly to their analysis without uttering a word. Phil interjected, "Why do you assume he must have lied?" His words drew the attention of the group, prompting Bailey to respond with disdain. Wasn't it the chef who posed the questions? Even if your mind is elsewhere. Such moments demand seriousness. Phil, slapping his hands on the table, startled Bailey. His deep, emerald eyes, weighed down by drooping eyelids, bore an unfamiliar sense of oppression. Given that he had previously asserted he would not lie, should he later be found to have done so, it would imply his initial statement was false. Thus, only two possibilities remain. Either he was lying from the outset, or he has been truthful throughout. Annie suddenly interjected. Their remarks prompted a contemplative silence among the others, reflecting on everything the chef had said, realizing the truth in their words. Unless the chef was deliberately toying with them, creating an inexplicable logical fallacy. The answer to the question could only be one of two. Either he began lying from the moment he claimed he would not, or he has been honest all along. Which shall they choose? Wow, really? The chef truly did not lie? I got goosebumps when he posed that final question, thinking he had been lying from the start. This is the brilliance of the question. Even if he did not lie, it leads you to subconsciously consider the possibility of him having lied. I can't shake the feeling that the chef indeed lied, particularly regarding the issue with the intestines in the kitchen. He certainly did not tell the whole truth. Not telling the whole truth does not equate to lying. For him, that is merely embellishment. He did not deny using human intestines. I initially thought he was lying about the cooking aspect, but upon reflection, all his actions seemed directed solely towards preparing a meal for Lady Castor, which is not unreasonable. After a round of discussion, the six shared similar sentiments akin to the comments flowing on a screen, leaning towards the belief that the chef had not lied. Thus, Phil voiced their conclusion. Upon hearing this answer, Xie Qi displayed a satisfied smile towards Phil, expressing, I am truly moved by your correct answer. Your trust in me is heartwarming, and it seems our bond has significantly deepened over these past 2 days. Phil was left shivering with goosebumps from his laughter. And he retorted speechlessly, Be normal. I have no interest in men. His words caused Xie Qi to momentarily choke, and he forced a smile as he replied. This guest certainly has a way with humor. Well then, it is time for the guests to pose their inquiries. Next, Song Nan spoke up, her voice taut with tension. Why did you kill them? Was it Lady Castor who instructed you? This question was pivotal, directly impacting their safety in the villa. If their adversary were a mindless killer, none would escape. They could only unite against him. However, if he acted under orders, they might still persuade him to assist in their escape. Everyone's gaze fixated on Xie Qi's response, yet he remained unfazed, tilting his head in contemplation. Them? Are you referring to those two guests? Did I not mention that I only killed the tall one? The first was not my doing, he explained to himself. But noticed that no one was paying heed to this detail. With a sigh, he continued, Well, about the second guest. It's rather simple. I invited him to meet the first guest, but upon seeing the latter's head, he began to shout and attack me. What was I to do? I had to act in self-defense. I admit, it might have been excessive, but given that the guest was so robust, it was either him or me. With that, he spread his hands, appearing quite helpless. Yet, despite his seemingly innocent demeanor, an eerie sensation lingered in the hearts of all present. Inviting Brussels to view Stock's head? Was this a feat achievable by a sane individual? Brussels' reaction was entirely natural. Anyone witnessing their companion reduced to a mere head would suspect the one who brought him. Bailey, who had encountered serial killers during his tenure as a lawyer, felt that the chef's presence mirrored those individuals, devoid of any reverence for human life, treating it with the same indifference one might show to livestock. At that moment, Xie Qi's image crystallized in their minds. A murderer, unbound by moral constraints. A demon who killed at whim. Was there truly anyone normal left in this villa? Had no one noticed the chef's actions during his prolonged stay? Sol instinctively reached for his gun, only to realize he had left it behind. His movement caught Xie Qi's attention, and upon seeing that smiling face, Sol felt a chill run down his spine. However, Xie Qi said nothing. He simply turned away and clapped his hands, rousing the six from their stupor. Well then, my discussion is concluded. Let us move on to the next question. For the fifth inquiry, I am quite curious. Have all of you guests ever tasted lamb? Chapter 40. Without a sense of taste, one cannot appreciate the beauty of ingredients. I have just shifted my perspective from that lawyer's to the chef's, deciding to remain here. With others, there is an ever-present sense of impending doom. Yet here, there is a comforting feeling of returning home. Indeed, I merely wish to witness the chef toy with them, rather than become the object of their pursuit. The audience in the comments is engrossed in the performance. Besides those in the 6-person livestream, many are left in the dark. The majority are captivated by Xie Qi, feeling a sense of security watching from his perspective, regardless of their personal feelings towards him. Occasionally, those seeking a thrill may switch to another view, only to be instantly engulfed by the tension Xie Qi creates, prompting them to hastily return when the time is right. However, the 6 individuals present have no escape. At first, Sol thought he had misheard, but upon witnessing the astonished expressions of others, he realized he had indeed heard correctly. What are you saying? How could you possibly eat sheep? Bailey's voice trembled, sweat trickling down his nose, causing his glasses to slide down. Just as he was about to deny it, Phil suddenly interjected. Silence. What? Bailey turned to Phil in disbelief. They were supposed to be allies. What was he trying to do? Even Song Nin looked up at Phil, while Sol and Sophia wore expressions of tension and alarm. Don't you want to obtain the key? Without allowing them to respond, Phil swiftly turned his gaze towards Xie Qi, who was watching the spectacle with a smile, arms crossed. Seeing Phil's quick reaction, Xie Qi cheerfully clapped in encouragement. How is this related to the key? Bailey intended to retort, but suddenly recalled something. Sealing his lips once more, Song Nin had a similar realization, her hands clenched tightly beneath the table as she whispered, since the chef can pose such a question, it must indicate that Brussels conveyed everything before his demise. If so, then lying now serves no purpose. It would only provide the chef with grounds to declare us defeated in this game. As her words lingered, Bailey swallowed hard. Sol pressed his hands to his head, and Sophia trembled, unable to lift her gaze. Only Annie and Phil maintained an air of calm, standing out among the group. The comments section noted this disparity, speculating that either they had not eaten on the ship or were simply devoid of humanity, able to accept the notion of consuming sheep. With Phil and Song Nan's remarks, the group naturally did not wish to forfeit the opportunity to obtain the key, so they began to confess, one by one, that they had indeed eaten. Eventually, even Annie and Phil admitted to it, leading the comments to conclude that the two were anything but normal. Once they all finished speaking, Xie Qi nodded appreciatively, praising them. Well done, well done. Honesty is a virtue. Eating mutton is not frightening, but failing to acknowledge it is what truly incites discomfort. Publicly confessing one's transgressions is already a harrowing ordeal, and upon hearing Xie Qi's detached remarks, Bailey could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, eating mutton is not frightening? You make it sound so easy. Could it be that you have tasted it yourself, to utter such words? He exclaimed, as if seeking to purge the accumulated fear within him. Yet, before he could regain his composure, he was struck with a cold sweat at Xie Qi's response. Is this your 5th question? The answer is yes, although I lack the sense of taste and cannot discern flavors, which is somewhat regrettable, he chuckled. The sound of Xie Qi's laughter echoed through the room, starkly contrasting with the silence of the others. A serpentine chill crept up his neck, eliciting beads of sweat to surface. This admission of having consumed lamb was different. Despite their reluctance, they had indeed resorted to it out of necessity, and afterwards, they forced themselves to forget that memory to alleviate their guilt. Yet, the chef's expression suggested he regarded the matter with nonchalance, treating it as casually as one might assess an ordinary ingredient, even jesting about it. Was he not merely a murderer, but something more? Even Phil's demeanor shifted to one of tension, his hand instinctively moving towards the concealed knife at his thigh. Sol observed the surroundings discreetly, vigilant for the presence of any servants, preparing for the potential skirmish to come. The 6 of them dared not meet Xie Qi's gaze. Their carotid arteries throbbed violently, and the sound of their own blood coursing through their veins seemed audible. Meanwhile, Xie Qi appeared oblivious to their unease, shaking the bell with a hint of regret as he declared, Now, we arrive at our final question. Upon the conclusion of these 2 inquiries, we shall unveil the victor. Fear not, dear guests, I am a man of my word. As promised, should you win, the keys shall be yours. His words quelled their anxiety, their racing hearts gradually calming. They realized that the chef indeed harbored no immediate intent to harm them, having refrained from aggression earlier that day. Thus, they resolved to see this game through to its conclusion, and once they secured the keys, they would deliberate on their next course of action. What should the final question be? Xie Qi appeared to contemplate, and the 6 felt a sudden tension, dreading he might pose an exceedingly difficult question. Swiftly, Xie Qi turned his gaze towards the seemingly composed Song Nan, a peculiar smile gracing his lips as he murmured, Ah, yes, it should be like this. Concerning the one who snatched my prey. His voice was low, inaudible to all but the audience in the live stream. Indeed, The chef had known all along. It was her, the one who killed that rotund man before you. Though I did not witness the woman's perspective at the time. I later learned of the events in another stream. One must admit, she certainly does not appear outwardly menacing. Who knows what animosity lay between her and the deceased? While they clashed initially, it hardly warranted such a lethal response. Surely, there is more than meets the eye. I viewed the live broadcast of that encounter. And the woman struck with precision, clearly prepared, not an act of impulse. As the discussion within the live stream intensified, Xie Qi had already settled upon the nature of his query. Feeling the weight of the gazes upon her, Song Nin was seized by a foreboding sense of dread. As if to manifest her ominous premonition, a question slipped from those thin lips. May I inquire, Miss Captain, are you the murderer of that stork guest? Chapter 41. Do not speak falsehoods. It is not difficult to deduce that Song Nin is the one who ended the life of Stork. A woman of Chinese descent who has ascended to the position of captain on a grand cruise ship in M State demonstrates her extraordinary capabilities, transcending the mundane prejudices of society. Her calm demeanor and methodical thinking in the face of crisis reveal that she is not one to be swayed by emotion. Yet, this very individual, when survival necessitated a collective effort, found herself at odds with Stork from the outset. Although it was Stork who instigated the confrontation, Xie Qi did not perceive him as one of intolerable temperament. What truly aroused Xie Qi's suspicions was the fact that, in the absence of Stork's corpse, while others harbored doubts regarding his demise, Song Nin repeatedly approached the situation from the perspective that Stork was already deceased. From a criminal psychology standpoint, such behavior is characteristic of a murderer who is certain of their victim's death. With the suspect identified, Xie Qi paid close attention to her reactions over the next 2 days. Despite the evident skill evident in the wounds on Stork's neck, suggesting the hand of an experienced killer, the disarray of blood on the ground indicated that this murderer was likely a novice. While proficiency can be honed through practice, the sensation of a life extinguished by one's own hand is an experience that cannot be simulated in advance. This recollection brought to Xie Qi's mind his own first act of taking a life. At that time, he was merely 18, freshly embarked on his college journey. To save money and repay student loans, he spent most of his free time working. Through a connection, he found himself dealing cards at a casino. Though he had no prior experience with gambling, his sharp intellect and nimble fingers allowed him to master card dealing after just a single demonstration. However, the casino was rife with complexities and traps hidden within its myriad of rules. When fortune favored a patron, he had to discreetly deal them poor cards in the final rounds. At times, he was required to assist the casino owner in entertaining esteemed guests, necessitating the distribution of favorable cards. These unwritten rules loomed large in his mind. Any misstep could cost a mere dealer their life, disregarded by those powerful figures with murky backgrounds lurking behind the scenes. Were it not for the enticing salary, Xie Qi would never have risked his life in such a perilous environment. Initially, he aspired only to earn enough for tuition, hoping to subsequently find stable part-time work to secure his daily expenses. Despite residing in M State, he bore the blood of Z country, and from a young age, his mother had instilled in him the importance of rejecting vice. Although such notions seemed out of place in M State, he had always adhered to her words without contemplation of defiance. Yet, when his mother succumbed to substance abuse, violating her own principles, Xie Qi found it within himself to forgive her, recognizing the toll that madness had taken on her. Although he worked at the casino, he never entertained the thought of participating in the games himself. Witnessing the frenzied, ecstatic gamblers at the tables transform into despairing wretches elicited a peculiar sentiment within Xie Qi, one that led him to harbor disdain for these mad individuals without delving into the depths of his own thoughts. One ordinary day, while serving as a dealer, a patron accused him of cheating. Such incidents occurred numerous times daily within the casino, and Xie Qi was no stranger to them. He raised his hand to indicate he had no hidden cards, then cast a glance toward the bodyguard nearby, signaling for them to intervene. However, chaos erupted in that very moment. The patron, perhaps having lost all his wealth, exhibited bloodshot eyes and appeared utterly deranged. Ignoring Xie Qi's gesture, he brandished a knife and lunged at him. The surrounding guests shouted in alarm, attempting to evade the madman. Yet no one stepped forward to assist Xie Qi in subduing him. The bodyguards, alerted by the commotion, hurried over but were unable to reach him in time. In his youth, Xie Qi had never encountered such a scenario, and his mind became a blank canvas, as if he were witnessing a slow-motion film. The man's clenched jaw, the dagger firmly gripped in his hand. Everything felt like a fleeting montage before death. Yet, inexplicably emboldened, he did not retreat but charged forward, mirroring the aggressor's audacity. Perhaps the assailant was taken aback by Xie Qi's bravery. His movements hesitated for a moment, granting Xie Qi the opportunity to counter. Extending his arm, he pressed his fingertips against the man's wrist, causing the knife to slip from his weakened grasp and into Xie Qi's prepared hand. As he grasped the cold, metallic hilt, a surge of exhilaration coursed through him. Before his reason could reclaim him, he flipped his wrist, and the blade swiftly traversed the man's throat. Warm blood sprayed across Xie Qi's face, and a fleeting look of confusion flickered across his pale features, as if he were unaware of his own actions. When the lifeless body collapsed onto the ground, the screams of those around him jolted Xie Qi back to reality. Staggering backward, he gazed down at the bloody dagger in his hand. Had he taken a life? What should he do? The thought of being taken to the police station in front of so many witnesses filled him with dread. His life would be irrevocably shattered. Following his father's execution for murder from the very beginning, the individual capable of rescuing a vulnerable young dealer and selflessly nurturing him was ill-suited to thrive in such a harsh environment. Ultimately, that person indeed succumbed due to a single act of compassion. Amidst the onslaught of various factions, Xie Qi fought valiantly, successfully subduing the former subordinate of that individual and taking command of the casino. However, devoid of the backing of any powerful allies, this casino could only be devoured by the larger establishments in Las Vegas. With only this card in hand, Xie Qi swiftly transformed from a mere university student who knew nothing but playing cards into a seasoned gambler adept at navigating and balancing the competing forces around him. Reflecting upon the glorious years of his past, Xie Qi chuckled softly and shook his head, then turned his gaze towards the tense, yet overly naive Song Nan. What is there to fear in taking a life? The more one does it, the more proficient one becomes. Chapter 42. The final question. Her throat felt constricted as Song Nan sensed the heavy stares of those around her, realizing that this time, she could not escape the scrutiny. Should she confess and face ostracism from others, or deny it, gambling on the notion that the chef was uncertain of her guilt? She weighed her options internally, but soon dismissed the latter thought. This chef was no ordinary figure. Having posed such a question directly, he undoubtedly knew she was the culprit. Even if she chose to deny it, he would expose her publicly. It was far better to confess proactively and secure the key to her escape. Taking a deep breath, she relaxed her clenched fists and placed them upon the table. It was I who killed him. Both Saul and Bailey stared at her in shock, unable to comprehend that she was capable of such an act. Why did you kill him? We are all in this together, Bailey exclaimed, rising in anger, seemingly ready to confront Song Nan. Observing the so-called lawyer from Stork, Song Nan's expression shifted. Her previously calm demeanor was now replaced with derision. In this together? I have never considered myself aligned with scum like you. Before Bailey could react in fury, Song Nan continued, What is the matter? Have you forgotten your past? You once defended that wretch in court, arguing for his innocence. Hearing this reference, memories surged forth for Bailey, rendering him momentarily speechless, his arms trembling as he braced himself. What is your relation to that girl? Huh, you truly are arrogant, aren't you? Failing even to investigate her family's circumstances. Perhaps such negligence is a result of your frequent disregard for such matters? After all, how could a man who cares nothing for his own wife and daughter possibly hold any concern for a Chinese girl? With that, Song Nan seemed to cast aside all restraint, exuding confidence as she leaned back in her chair, her eyes gleaming with intensity. Bailey recalled the incident where Stork had assaulted a girl, only to kill her when she resisted fiercely. As Stork's longtime lawyer, he had dealt with such matters numerous times, never giving them much thought. Yet now, this female captain before him claimed to be a relative of that very girl. It is indeed perplexing. In the past, Stock had sought out girls from troubled backgrounds, those devoid of familial ties, ensuring that should anything transpire, no one would pursue the matter. Yet, who is this individual that has emerged before us? Seemingly discerning Bailey's curiosity, Song Nan endeavored to unveil her true identity before the assembly, recounting her experiences in detail. It transpired that her family originally hailed from Country Z. During a tumultuous period domestically, her parents took her younger sister to Country M for work, leaving her behind. When the college entrance examinations resumed, she diligently studied and gained admission to the Capital University, subsequently becoming an exchange student in Country M for further education. After considerable effort, she finally discovered her parents' whereabouts, only to find that they had passed away and her sister had vanished without a trace. Determined to elevate her circumstances, she simultaneously searched for her sister, believing that upon finding her, she could provide a better life, stepping in as a guardian in place of their parents. However, the last news she received was devastating. Her sister lay in a morgue. Forensic experts unanimously declared that her sister had succumbed to an overdose, leading to heart failure. Yet the numerous wounds and bruises on her sister's body indicated that her death was far from straightforward. The ensuing courtroom proceedings resembled a mere game of Capital. As she sat in the audience, observing the participants, judges and lawyers alike, performing a scripted drama, easily determining her sister's fate. What thoughts consumed her then? Why did her sister endure such torment? Why was she powerless to halt this tragic play and seek justice for her sister? Was it solely because the perpetrator was a real estate magnate with extensive connections? She felt a profound sense of injustice and fury, yet she was rendered utterly helpless. What could she do? How could she exact revenge upon the individual who had taken her sister's life while continuing to live unperturbed? The recollections of what followed were too painful to revisit. Those were dark days. She labored tirelessly as if today were her only day, undeterred by discrimination or mockery. Regardless of the obstacles, she persevered, resolutely climbing toward a position from which she could confront that man directly. Time passed, and an opportunity unexpectedly arose. Upon discovering Stock's name on the guest list of the cruise, she realized the moment for vengeance had arrived. She had meticulously planned everything, awaiting the ship's journey to the designated waters of the Pacific, where a body would be swiftly swept away by the waves. Alas, fate intervened with a maritime disaster. And perhaps out of pity, she found herself on a lifeboat alongside him. In such close proximity, Song Nin trembled with excitement. To ensure her plan's success and to extricate herself from danger, as Song Nin contemplated this, she lifted her gaze to meet Bailey's eyes. The remnants of a chilling crimson glimmered within her, casting Bailey into a nightmarish abyss, rendering him immobile, as if ensnared. He understood that, given the opportunity, Song Nin would undoubtedly take his life, much like she had done with Stock. Upon hearing her words, the expressions of the others became intricate and multifaceted. It was evident that the villains in this narrative were Stock and Bailey. As a victim's kin, Song Nan's extreme actions, while understandable, were nonetheless alarming. They found themselves amidst peril, and internal discord at this juncture would prove disastrous. Phil interjected, attempting to diffuse the tension between them. Enough, Song Nan. Your vengeance can wait. Let us first complete the game. His casual dismissal of Bailey's life drew the ire of Bailey's gaze. Noting Phil's reluctance to engage in their conflict, Song Nin averted her eyes, a subtle smile playing on her lips. Only Phil remained unperturbed by the inquiries thus far. Xie Qi regarded him with a knowing smile, extending an invitation for him to voice his question. Phil swept back his white locks, revealing his audaciously handsome visage. I wish to inquire whether Lady Castor has consented to your actions. His question rekindled the earlier atmosphere. The group had already deemed Xie Qi an adversary, and this query would clarify whether he stood alone as their enemy or if the entire mansion harbored hostility. Chapter 43. Fishing requires a balance of tension and release since their arrival at the villa on the first night and the subsequent dinner with Lady Castor. They had yet to catch a glimpse of her presence. Although aware that she resided on the third floor, they refrained from seeking her out uninvited. Thus, Lady Castor's presence loomed less significantly than the impression Xie Qi had left upon them. Phil's question redirected their focus toward the villa's mistress. They had all tacitly accepted that Lady Castor must be aware of the chef's actions. Otherwise, the servants would not heed his commands. However, assumption and endorsement are two distinct notions. Phil sought assurance that should they eliminate the chef, they would not incite Lady Castor to send her minions after them. Xie Qi, perceiving Phil's apprehensions, smiled as he delivered their fateful verdict. I am but the most loyal servant of the mistress. I would never engage in actions forbidden by her. A chill ran through the six, as they realized the worst possible scenario had indeed materialized. In truth, they should have surmised this when they discovered that the villa bore the same name as the chef. Yet, it took them 3 days and the loss of 2 companions to recognize that this abode, much like its namesake, was predatory. It appeared their collective endeavor to subdue Xie Qi had faltered, and the game had come to a close. They had posed 6 questions to one another, the correctness of their answers remaining ambiguous, largely hinging on mutual trust. However, As the game evidently favored Xie Qi, he graciously announced that the six had emerged victorious, promptly unfastening the keychain from his waist and presenting it to Saul, who stood nearest to him. Saul, upon receiving the keys, was still enveloped in disbelief. One cannot fathom that the chef, who is evidently intent on their demise, would hand over the key to their escape from the villa. After relinquishing the key, Xie Qi bowed to the six individuals, a satisfied smile curling upon his lips as a token of gratitude for the performance he had offered to his audience. His score had risen to an impressive 300 points, with numerous spectators showering him with gold coins each time he posed a question, accumulating nearly 500 points in total. As a facilitator of this bounty, Xie Qi was reluctant to see these six meet their end so swiftly. The secrets of the villa remained to be uncovered, and there were matters concealed within these individuals yet to be revealed, each a potential source of further points. Having managed a casino for many years, Xie Qi had honed his skills to perfection. Much like fishing, when dealing with gamblers, one must not allow them to win excessively, nor should they be allowed to lose continuously. There must be a balance of victories and defeats to entice them to keep playing. When they believe they can win, becoming increasingly ensnared in the game is the opportune moment to reap the rewards. For these six, the key served as a reward, igniting their motivation to delve into the villa's mysteries and adding unpredictability to the live broadcast. Once Xie Qi departed, the remaining six exchanged glances, none eager to speak first. Naturally, Saul, who possessed the key, emerged as the most influential among them. This principled officer regarded the diminished team, torn between the desire to bring justice to the villa's inhabitants and the understanding that they were ill-equipped to accomplish such a task. It seemed more prudent to escape swiftly, seek their lifeboat by the seaside, and call for help. Thus, Saul articulated his thoughts, expecting an affirmative response from others, but was met with only Sophie's agreement. The other four wore grim expressions, with Bailey voicing his concerns. If we venture out to sea now, we have no drinking water or food. We would be adrift, with no assurance of rescue. We might end up perishing here, only to fall prey to our companions. Though his words were harsh, they bore the truth. Each of them had experienced the perils of drifting at sea and understood the implications of food scarcity. Saul retracted his impulse to leave immediately and turned to the others for their opinions. Annie spoke up. We visited the kitchen last night, and there was no food. We have no idea where their supplies come from. Songnan interjected. Didn't they mention a farm behind the villa? Now that we have the key, we should investigate that area. The chef claimed the animals were killed by wild dogs, but I doubt we can trust his words entirely. Songnan's suggestion aligned well with their current predicament. If they sought to escape, it would be wise to procure some food from the farm first. Yet before that, shouldn't they explore the villa? Annie suddenly proposed. Her suggestion elicited skepticism from the others. At a time like this, who cares about the villa? Are you suggesting we gather material even under these circumstances? Bailey expressed his discontent towards Annie. He felt increasingly uneasy under Songnan's gaze, yearning to regain his dignity through this seemingly frail woman. Bailey intended to voice his thoughts, but was interrupted by Phil, who exclaimed, "Could you perhaps use your brain? Do you genuinely believe this chef handed us the key merely to facilitate our escape?" Phil's words sent a chill through the hearts of those who had begun to entertain the hope of freedom. Sophia stammered, What do you mean? Are we still unable to leave?" Leaving is indeed possible," Phil retorted, "but have you considered why, from the very first day, our movements within the villa have been unencumbered? It almost feels as though we are being encouraged to explore. We have merely been too cautious, neglecting to inspect every nook and cranny. If we could uncover some compromising evidence against the villa's owner, even if we were discovered during our escape, we would have some leverage. But wasn't he, the steward, the one who advised us against wandering aimlessly? Bailey protested, resisting Phil's pressure as he strained to recall Seabass's words from the previous night. That was because it was nighttime. During the day, aside from that one summons from the chef, we haven't seen a single servant around. Phil's reasoning held some merit, yet Bailey, Saul, and Sophia still preferred to first open the front door and ascertain their means of escape before considering anything else. Thus, the six of them returned to the entryway where they had first arrived, confronting the tall iron gate secured by an antiquated brass lock. They each took turns attempting to unlock it, but to no avail. Discouragement washed over them until Song-Nen recalled a small door behind the staircase, which also provided an exit from the villa. They hastily made their way there, and fortunately, this time they succeeded in opening the door. After 3 days, they finally breathed in the fresh air outside, Even Phil couldn't resist taking a deep breath. With a newfound method of escape, they felt no urgency and, recalling Phil and Annie's words, decided to first investigate the third floor where Mrs. Castor resided. Sol was stationed at the stairwell to keep watch. They intended to avoid disturbing Mrs. Castor, simply searching at either end of the corridor for any study rooms. Chapter 44. Is there a normal person who enjoys writing in a diary? Their game commenced early that day, and there was still some time before noon. Having not yet eaten lunch, their stomachs were empty, and they felt a wave of weakness. This was also the reason they had refrained from making significant moves in the past few days. A single meal a day could only sustain their minimal needs, leaving them to conserve their strength while waiting for the cargo ship to arrive. But now was not the time for leisurely rest. Besides Sol, the remaining 5 split into 2 groups. Song Nan, Annie, and Sophia formed one group, while Phil and Bailey constituted the other, each searching for rooms with doors they could open. Mrs. Castor's room bore distinct patterns on its door, setting it apart from the others. They began their search from the furthest point away from her room. They did not ascend to the 3rd floor without careful consideration. From the patterns of the servants' previous movements, it seemed they resided on the 1st floor, while the 2nd floor housed their guests and the chef, leaving the 3rd floor as the domain of Mrs. Castor and the silver-haired steward. Thus, if they could avoid those 2 rooms, the likelihood of being discovered would be significantly diminished. On the 3rd floor, the rooms were scarce. Aside from Mrs. Castor's chamber and the adjacent one, there were merely 3 rooms in total. They tried the doors, and indeed, all were locked. The keys were in Song Nan's possession. She first unlocked the room at the end of the corridor, and the dust that swirled up as she opened the door momentarily choked her. Covering her mouth tightly to stifle a cough, Song Nan was pulled back by Annie, who waved her hand to disperse the dust as she stepped inside. Initially, it appeared to be a storage room, but upon entering, they discovered it was a bedroom, exquisitely decorated, seemingly intended for a young girl. Mrs. Castor had previously mentioned that the last 2 owners of the Castor estate had passed away many years ago, suggesting that this room may have belonged to the Miss Castor. As Annie entered, Song Nan and Sophina followed suit. The room was dimly lit, with heavy curtains blocking out the light completely. Lacking any source of illumination, they had no choice but to draw back the curtains, revealing a colossal tree outside that obscured half of the window, reminiscent of a tentacled creature. Sunlight filtered through the branches and railings, casting fragmented patterns upon the floor, creating an eerie tableau. Feeling the oppressive atmosphere, Sophina instinctively swallowed hard. Unintentionally stepping back, she felt her foot brush against something. Glancing down, she discovered a brown leather notebook, coated in dust similar to the rest of the room. With a hint of disdain, she kicked it, causing it to slide across the floor and bump against the dressing table. The slight noise drew the attention of Song Nan and Annie, who turned to look at her. Ignoring Sophina's flustered gestures, Annie swiftly approached and picked up the notebook. Song Nan joined her, and despite its grime, they wiped it clean and began to peruse its contents. It was a diary, seemingly penned by the owner of the room, as indicated by the childish handwriting. The earlier entries appeared mundane, detailing the daily activities of a little girl, reading, practicing the piano, and occasionally mentioning her parents and brother. However, as they continued to read, references to the brother diminished, eventually vanishing altogether. The entries then spoke of her parents taking her to an unspecified location for outings, expressing joy in their company while lamenting her longing to see her brother. The diary refrained from detailing where they went or what they did, opting instead for vague allusions to places such as the underground, darkness, and creepy uncles, along with phrases like "it hurts so much." Having encountered and heard of many dark tales, the 3 women immediately sensed something ominous. With a grave expression, Song Nan pondered whether the Castor family would truly send their own daughter into the clutches of depravity. Yet, she soon dismissed the notion. The Castor family had amassed considerable wealth through arms dealing, making the idea of trading their daughter seem unnecessary. The latter part of the diary contained little of substance, with the final entry dated 5 years prior. After reading, Annie raised a question. Why had the diary never mentioned Mrs. Castor, and if the brother had married? How could the sister possibly have been absent from the occasion? From the diary, it is evident that the last mention of a meeting with her brother occurred a year prior to the diary's conclusion. This implies that the sister had not seen her brother in the intervening year. Could it be that her brother married Lady Castor during this time? This remains uncertain. Song Nan finds it challenging to draw conclusions from such scant information, but it is clear that the Castor family harbors a significant secret. You previously mentioned that the Castor family has a hereditary illness. Is it possible that Miss Castor and her brother were separated due to this affliction? This notion holds some validity. Perhaps Miss Castor fell ill, and to shield her brother from being affected, they were kept apart, and had only a vague understanding of their family's hereditary condition and was unaware of its specifics. Before they could ponder further, a faint call echoed from the doorway. It was Bailey, standing at the entrance and beckoning to them. Upon seeing him, Songnan furrowed her brow but managed to suppress her reaction. Realizing there was little left to observe, she, along with and Safina, departed from the bedroom. Bailey summoned them because he and Phil had located the study. However, since the key was in Songnan's possession, he was sent by Phil to fetch them. Noticing the leather-bound notebook in Songnan's hand, Bailey was about to inquire about it, but met her gaze and promptly averted his eyes, focusing solely on leading the way. They arrived at the opposite end of the corridor, passing by Sol, who mentioned that no one had appeared, thus feeling reassured to seek out Phil. Phil was guarding the double doors, which were notably different in size from those of a regular room. Being a wealthy individual, Phil was quite familiar with the layout of the villa's study and confirmed that this was indeed the study. Observing that no one was inside, Songnan approached the door with the key to unlock it, cautious not to create a loud noise that might disturb the occupants of the villa. Phil and Bailey each held one of the doors, diligently pushing them open with care. Fortunately, the door appeared well-maintained and emitted no sound. Upon opening, they were greeted by the sight of a grand oak desk at the center of the room, with several yellowed books and newspapers scattered across its surface. A few ink-stained quills lay haphazardly on the desk, and a kerosene lamp was placed in one corner. The five of them entered sequentially, commencing their search of the study. The most striking feature of the room was undoubtedly the desk, towards which Phil, Songnan, and then gravitated, each picking up various items to examine. Phil took hold of a stack of newspapers laid out on the desk, first checking the dates, which all dated back 5 years to the old newspapers from Country M. He swiftly skimmed through the content and noted that the common thread among these newspapers was that they all reported on missing persons, with cases documented from over a decade ago to 5 years prior, with 3 to 4 months' worth of reports each year. What purpose could the Castor family have in collecting these newspapers? Could it be that these missing individuals are somehow connected to them? As Phil pondered this, Songnan also discerned an issue from the pile of books. "Look," she remarked, "these books all pertain to knowledge of medieval witchcraft." The markings on the pages indicate that the reader was diligently studying this subject, rather than idly flipping through them to pass the time. Annie and Phil leaned in closely, their eyes fixated on the tomes filled with peculiar sorcery, some of which contained ingredients that were quite repulsive, such as the gastric juices of lizards and the gallbladders of snakes. Occasionally, they were adorned with illustrations reminiscent of mystical sigils. Unlike Songnan and Phil, who merely glanced at the pages, Annie scrutinized them meticulously, even perusing the sections that appeared to have been most frequently handled by the previous owner. Her gaze ultimately settled on a page detailing the components for resurrection. Before she could articulate her hypotheses to the others, Bailey's voice suddenly broke the silence. He had unearthed a key from the bookshelf, though its intended lock remained a mystery. Songnan stepped forward and snatched the key from him, examining it briefly before turning to survey the study for any concealed passages. Phil and Annie also approached to assist, rummaging through every nook and cranny without uncovering anything particularly noteworthy. Bailey, seething with frustration, could only follow behind them, glaring daggers at Songnan, vowing that once they escaped, he would employ every means necessary to silence her arrogance. Before they could finish their search of the study, a loud voice rang out from outside. It was Thor, unmistakably urging them to retreat. I merely found this vantage point intriguing for observing the villa's layout. I shall descend shortly for dinner. As for the others, there's no need for you to call them. I shall do that myself." Thor stood at the top of the third-floor staircase, while Xie Qi positioned himself a few steps below. With a smile, Xie Qi observed Thor, who was drenched in sweat, attempting to prevent him from ascending. "I see. Once you have finished your observations, do come down swiftly. The host prefers a tranquil atmosphere and hopes the guests will maintain some decorum." Yes, I understand," Thor replied, his mind elsewhere, oblivious to the implications of Xie Qi's words. After speaking, Xie Qi turned and descended the stairs, his hand resting on the banister, glancing back with a smile as he reached the second floor. This sudden action startled Thor, who had been about to check if the others had emerged, and he responded with a stiff smile and a wave. Internally, he mused that this officer was hardly suited for a theatrical role. Xie Qi shrugged and returned to the kitchen on the first floor to prepare. Once the head chef's presence was no longer felt, Thor exhaled a long sigh of relief. The others, hearing the silence outside, cautiously emerged from the study. Annie was the first to speak. It appears that Phil's earlier conjecture was indeed correct. The chef intentionally provided us with the key. Her assertion momentarily stunned Thor, who was puzzled by her conclusion. Did you not hear? The chef referred to the guests. He was aware of our presence on the third floor, though he chose not to vocalize it. Phil chimed in, casting a disdainful glance at Thor. Let us descend. The chef has requested quiet. With that, Song Min led the way down the stairs. As they made their descent, Annie, who lingered at the back, suddenly turned to gaze at the imposing portrait. In recent days, as they ascended and descended the stairs, they had habitually overlooked the painting. However, inspired by having just perused Miss Cass's diary, and suddenly found herself intrigued by this artwork. Although it depicted only the lower halves of their faces, it was evident that the Cass family possessed commendable features, particularly the golden locks that shimmered even in the dim light. A sense of unease deepened within, and they had traversed numerous rooms, yet had not encountered a single photograph of Mrs. Cass. Had she not been photographed since her marriage? Gazing once more at the painting, she discerned a familiarity in that half-visible visage, noting the striking resemblance among the family members, particularly to Mrs. Cass herself. The enigma grew ever more intricate, and a profound contemplation clouded Anne's gaze. Ahead of her was Phil, who, sensing her lagging pace, turned to glance back at her, and met his gaze and slightly shook her head, prompting Phil to immediately revert his attention forward. Upon resuming their seats at the long table, the mood among the six was notably complex. The morning's games had sown seeds of deep suspicion regarding the food they had been served. Yet, lacking evidence, and with only this one meal for the day, the others, aside from Anne, who still adhered to a vegetarian diet, struggled to force down their meals. Xie Qi tilted his head, observing the five who looked as though they were consuming poison. A troubled expression etched on his face. Is the meal not to your liking? You all seem rather unwell. Witnessing his genuinely perplexed demeanor, Bailey and Saul exchanged glances, realizing that this chef was indeed eccentric, delighting in their discomfort. Chef, could we possibly switch to vegetarian options? The meat is somewhat overwhelming, Bailey ventured, timidly raising his hand in a bid to secure less dubious fare. The others hastily nodded in agreement, all wishing to avoid the current dish. As he perceived the disdain directed at his culinary creation, Xie Qi's smile gradually faded. Like a film rewinding, his expression shifted from one of joviality to an impassive mask, causing those present to gasp involuntarily. Are my guests dissatisfied with the meal I have prepared? His voice was calm, yet bore the weight of an impending storm, threatening to engulf anyone who dared defy him. Unintentionally inciting the ire of this peculiar chef merely by requesting a change in food, Bailey quickly grasped his knife and fork, as if to assert his approval, and began to devour the meat on his plate, praising its flavor even as morsels escaped his mouth. Phil, seated beside him, recoiled in distaste but hesitated before also beginning to eat. The others, witnessing this, dared not protest, and the silence seemingly pleased Xie Qi, who once again broke into a smile. With a mischievous glint in his eye, he fixed his gaze on the hapless Bailey, inquiring about the taste. Indeed, it is splendid. I have never tasted such exquisite fare. Bailey responded enthusiastically, nodding vigorously, though his mind was fixated on evading further scrutiny. Once the meal concluded, Xie Qi vanished from their sight as he had done in the preceding days. With sustenance in their bellies, the six individuals found renewed vigor to continue their exploration. In their possession was an enigmatic key, the purpose of which remained a mystery. Before nightfall, they aimed to locate this elusive place and subsequently venture to the farm. Chapter 46. A traitor emerges among the villains. Regrettably, they had traversed the villa multiple times, inspecting every seemingly vacant room. Yet they could not uncover a door that the key might unlock. As dusk descended, an ominous presence seemed to draw near. Time was of the essence, and Bailey urged the group to hasten their exit through the rear door of the villa. The others acquiesced, for although they masked their apprehension, a palpable anxiety gnawed at them, fearing that the chef might reappear in a fit of madness and eliminate them all. After initially unlocking the door, they had relocked it, wary of being discovered in their attempt to flee. Now, as they reopened the door, they eagerly escaped the villa. In the dim light, the exterior of the villa exuded an air of terror, more pronounced than in daylight. Safina, feeling anxious, sought refuge behind Saul, only to realize he had not followed them out. The others soon noticed this as well. Songnan furrowed his brow at the African-American officer, inquiring, "What is the matter? Have you lost something?" Phil turned back to look at him, suddenly realizing that the lock that had previously adorned the door was now conspicuously absent. Annie also observed this detail and voiced her concern. "Does this mean the door cannot be locked?" Bailey exclaimed in alarm. The lock on the inside was integral to the door and could not be removed, while the independent lock that had barred their exit the previous night had been taken. If they left without securing the door, anyone who discovered their escape would surely pursue them immediately. The optimal solution would be to lock the door from the outside. Yet they possessed no tools, not even a wooden bar to brace it. "Saw you." Songnan's expression was complex as he gazed at Saul, who silently stared at the moon outside the door. "You all should go. As long as someone inside locks the door again, it is unlikely that anyone will notice your escape until morning." Saul's tone was calm. Among them, he was not particularly astute and had consistently exhibited a strong desire to survive. Yet now, he unexpectedly chose to sacrifice himself, remaining in the perilous villa. "You must understand. Staying here alone is perilous. Perhaps the chef will kill you tonight." Songnan interjected, for among the group, she felt a semblance of fondness for Saul and wished to prevent him from losing his life for their sake. She instinctively recognized that none among them were virtuous individuals. Even the seemingly timid Annie was not as innocent as she appeared. Saul, as an honorable officer, had initially sought to rescue the mother and daughter on the ship, only to be subdued by Brussels and Stock, who had silenced him by offering him meat. In contrast, she had willingly consumed lamb in her quest for vengeance and survival. If all were guilty, then it was Saul who least deserved to perish. However, upon hearing her words, Saul merely shook his head, indicating no intention to alter his decision. "I am acutely aware of your thoughts, yet I find myself grappling with the desire to relinquish my existence. I have previously endured the harrowing realities of World War II, where the brutality of the battlefield transcends your imagination. During prolonged periods of starvation, we resorted to consuming the remains of our enemies as a means of sustenance. Thus, my experience aboard the ship was not my inaugural encounter with such horrors." Saul's revelation left the audience in stunned silence. They had never anticipated that the seemingly solemn and upright African-American officer had endured such tribulations. Observing their expressions, Saul let out a bitter laugh. "I had hoped that upon my discharge, I could erase those memories. The monotony of daily labor had dulled my senses. Were it not for the recurrence of that experience on the ship, I might have believed that my guilt had dissipated. Yet, it persists, tormenting me nightly, threatening to consume me whole. I can bear it no longer." Perhaps only a man of Saul's caliber would harbor remorse for the harm inflicted upon others. The onlookers remained silent, each a self-serving individual, willing to employ any means to ensure their own survival. Utterly incomprehensible of Saul's willingness to sacrifice his life for the sake of his conscience. I wept. This officer truly is a lotus blossoming from a mire. It is astonishing that amidst a gathering of villains, a good soul exists. Has the definition of goodness become so lax? After all, he has partaken in such acts. Can one merely regret their actions after the fact? In comparison to those devoid of guilt, he may indeed be regarded as a good person. With Saul's resolution firmly established, the others ceased their discussions. It was fortuitous that someone would take it upon themselves to clean up the aftermath. Phil regarded Saul with a curious gaze, seemingly astonished that such individuals still exist in the world. The others exchanged brief greetings with Saul before departing, leaving only Song-Nan behind. Saul turned to her, uncertain of what this female captain intended to convey. Song-Nan merely produced a dagger from her pocket, the very weapon she used to slay Stock. She handed it to Saul, whispering, "Good luck." After her parting words, she departed alongside the others. Holding the dagger, Saul quietly secured the back door. As he closed it, the view beyond diminished, and his form gradually succumbed to the encroaching darkness. After relocking the door, Saul lingered in place for an extended period, lost in thought. Suddenly, he stirred, pivoting towards the staircase. The candlelight within the villa remained unlit, and Saul, cloaked in black, blended seamlessly into the shadows, rendering him nearly invisible. Lena, who was carrying the clothes exchanged by Xie Qi to wash, unexpectedly collided with someone and stumbled. Ouch! Upon hearing the girl's cry, Saul paused, glancing down at Lena's indistinct silhouette. This maid was one of the rare individuals in the villa capable of engaging with them normally. Noticing her youth, Saul instinctively reached out to assist her. "What are you? Why are you so dark?" Lena stammered, her voice trembling as she recoiled from the approaching dark hands. Upon hearing her rather foolish remarks, even with his nerves taut, Thor could not suppress a chuckle as he replied, "I am Thor, a black man. My apologies for startling you with my silence." Realizing he was not a ghost, Lena felt a slight flush creep across her cheeks and rose to her feet. Following Thor's lead, "Pardon me, esteemed guest, why are you not in your quarters?" she inquired, first gathering the scattered garments in her hands before looking up at Thor. Thor, feeling a hint of headache, had initially intended to stealthily seek out the chef without alarming the other servants. However, with this young maid now aware of his presence, he could no longer proceed as he had planned. His mind, already sluggish, prompted him to say to Lena, "I wish to speak with the chef regarding a matter. Could you kindly summon him for me?" The spacious hall on the first floor provided an ideal setting for his intentions. He had initially planned to knock on the chef's door and catch him off guard, but this arrangement would suffice as well. Once he descended, he would take advantage of the darkness to conceal himself, aiming to eliminate the murderer before he could pursue any further victims. This was the last value he could leverage. Chapter 47. Sweet Dreams. Xie Qi opened the door and noticed Lena's return, raising an eyebrow as he inquired, "Is there something else you require of me?" Under his gaze, Lena lowered her head, speaking softly, "There is a guest who wishes to meet you downstairs." Her diminutive stature became even more pronounced as she bowed her head further. Xie Qi estimated that the other guests had likely fled the villa, having received special keys to do so, and he couldn't help but commend their audacity for choosing to remain. However, upon hearing that another guest sought him out, curiosity piqued within him. "Which guest is requesting my presence?" he asked. "It's a tall black man," Lena managed to describe, though she could only recall so much about Thor. "Ah, intriguing," Xie Qi mused. He had initially planned to orchestrate a game of pursuit that evening, allowing those who thought they had escaped to savor a moment of joy before plunging into despair. Yet, he had not anticipated that someone would willingly offer themselves as tomorrow's meal. After thanking Lena for relaying the message, he instructed her to wait on the second floor until he had dealt with the guest. As Xie Qi turned to leave, Lena, in a sudden rush of anxiety, grasped the corner of his shirt. Upon noticing her startled reaction, she quickly released her grip and stepped back, stammering, "I apologize. I merely..." Fearing that Xie Qi might misinterpret her intentions, Lena's face flushed crimson, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Xie Qi glanced at her with a smile, tousling her brown hair affectionately before descending the stairs. Lena stood there, dazed, one hand resting on her head where warmth still lingered, watching as Xie Qi's figure vanished around the corner. Thor had been waiting for a while, concealed behind the sofa beside the staircase. This vantage point offered an unobstructed view of the stairs, making it an ideal location for an ambush. Meanwhile, the viewers in the livestream prepared their snacks, analyzing from various angles who among Thor and Xie Qi possessed the greater combat prowess. "I place my bets on the officer. With his selfless courage, he surely deserves to win. Although I am reluctant to admit it, the chef has indeed been somewhat careless this time." Knowing that these individuals intend to kill him, he remains unguarded and approaches them empty-handed, especially considering they are launching a surprise attack, which significantly increases their chances of success. You are correct. Furthermore, this officer is a retired member of the military and is well-versed in various combat techniques, is he not? As it stands, the chef appears to possess great strength, but we have yet to witness his skills in action. I refuse to believe otherwise. The chef will undoubtedly prevail. These individuals should submit to him and meet their demise. Have you lost your moral compass watching that previous game? How old are you? And how did you manage to pass the live stream's level assessment? I suggest you look into it. The barrage of comments showed that few held faith in Xie Qi. Despite his previous exceptional performance, he had not demonstrated much in terms of martial prowess, which left him at a disadvantage compared to Sol. Moreover, he seemed oblivious to the impending danger, continuing to descend the staircase with an elegant and leisurely gait. This villa staircase comprised more than 30 steps, and given his pace, it would take him about a minute to reach the bottom. Sol had been on high alert since he first heard the sound of Xie Qi's footsteps, counting silently in his mind, waiting for Xie Qi to take that final step so he could launch his assault. 30, 31, 32. Sol had previously observed the staircase, noting that it required 33 steps to descend from the second floor. However, he only heard 32 steps, and the last step remained unaccounted for. An ominous feeling prickled at Soul's scalp. His instincts, honed through numerous brushes with death, compelled him to roll forward. He curled into a ball on the ground, rolling several times before quickly rising to look back. To his horror, he saw a long knife embedded in the ground where he had just been standing. Realizing how narrowly he had escaped a fatal blow made Soul's hands tremble involuntarily. He evaded it. Truly, the officer is impressive, exhibiting remarkable agility. Xie Qi smiled as he pulled the knife from the ground, revealing a smooth cut on the floor. His descent had been deliberate, creating noise to lower Soul's guard. Upon reaching the final step, Xie Qi lightened his footfalls and circled around to Soul's rear. Now they stood face to face, with Soul gripping a dagger tightly. With the ambush foiled, he had no choice but to engage the chef in direct combat. He had observed Xie Qi previously and noted the absence of pronounced muscle definition, indicating a lack of systematic training. Soul surmised that with his own skill, as long as he avoided a strike from that knife, overpowering Xie Qi should not prove difficult. With determination, Soul seized the moment when Xie Qi was off balance from drawing his knife. He took a step forward, launching an attack from Xie Qi's blind spot, aiming directly for his neck. Targeting the carotid artery rather than the heart was a strategic choice. After all, a person could survive several seconds after a heart wound, providing a professional with an opportunity to retaliate. However, a swift cut to the neck would lead to immediate blood spillage, causing dizziness and rendering the victim's limbs weak. Although Soul primarily wielded firearms on the battlefield, he was also adept in close-quarters combat, for ammunition was not always in abundance. He believed that the darkness would conceal him, catching the chef off guard. However, as his blade sliced through the air, he found himself thwarted. Xie Qi had evaded his strike. With one failed attempt, Xie Qi's long knife was already advancing towards him. The blade glinted ominously in the dim light, producing a sharp sound as it cleaved through the air. Soul had underestimated the length of the knife, and his attempt to dodge came too late. The tip had already grazed his body, sending a jolt of pain coursing through him. He quickly retreated, clutching his wound in a desperate effort to staunch the bleeding. Sensing the resistance at the blade's tip, Xie Qi realized the outcome of their confrontation had been determined. Despite the exertion, he had not broken a sweat. This body seemed to possess superior physical attributes compared to his previous incarnation. To guard against various forms of abduction and assassination, Xie Qi had trained in multiple martial arts, including Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and Muay Thai, with his greatest proficiency in Sambo, a lethal combat style originating from his half-homeland, Russia. This body allowed him to unleash his full potential, effortlessly navigating Soul's assault. Noticing Soul's continued vigilance, seeking an opportunity to engage further, Xie Qi smiled slightly, lowering the knife and spreading his arms, presenting himself openly to Soul, as if completely unconcerned about a possible attack. Soul, perplexed by his strange demeanor, was about to seize the moment to eliminate him when a sudden dizziness washed over him. The warm fluid from his wound flowed more abundantly, as if drawn by an unseen force. Despite his efforts to staunch the bleeding, he could not prevent its escape. As his limbs weakened and he found himself kneeling on the ground, a mocking voice echoed in his ears. "Sweet dreams, officer." Chapter 48. The emergence of the abnormal as Soul collapsed to the ground, on the brink of losing consciousness. His ear pressed against the floor picked up the sound of unsteady footsteps descending the stairs. Lena, lifting her skirt, hurried down with a worried expression. At that moment, Xie Qi stood cleanly to one side, knife in hand, while Soul lay on the ground, his abdomen staining the floor a deep red. The horrifying scene caused Lena to shudder, swallowing hard as she approached Soul under Xie Qi's watchful gaze. Soul struggled to open his eyelids, his lips moving as if to plead for Lena's assistance. It is only when faced with the imminent loss of life that one realizes the desire to cling to existence. He had thought he was prepared for the worst. Even if he failed to eliminate the chef, he could at least inflict some harm, ensuring his death would not be in vain. Yet, he had not anticipated such an outcome. There he lay, while the chef remained unscathed. In a fit of desperation, Soul exerted every ounce of strength to reach out for Lena. In this dire moment, even a timid maid represented his sole glimmer of hope. Xie Qi observed the unfolding drama as Lena crouched beside Soul. Lena appeared startled by the hand, swiftly pushing it aside. She then retrieved a cloth from her pocket and immediately commenced wiping the bloodstains from the floor. Her diligence was remarkable, as if the dying man beside her was utterly inconsequential. Once the cloth was thoroughly soaked with blood, she hurried back to the kitchen to wash it before returning to continue her task. It could be said that as long as Soul's blood flowed, she diligently wiped it away. Soul, who had once harbored hope, now found himself ensnared in despair. He should have realized that within this villa, there was not a single sane individual. Even the seemingly ordinary maid exhibited the traits of a deranged lunatic, prioritizing the cleanliness of the villa's floors over the life of a man on the brink of death. As Soul's breathing grew fainter, Xie Qi stroked his chin, curiously observing Lena, who continued her meticulous cleaning. Until now, he had regarded her merely as an NPC within this scenario, akin to Nicholas, who dutifully performed his assigned tasks but vanished from sight at all other times. However, Lena had appeared several times without being summoned by Xie Qi, proactively assisting him with chores such as laundry and mopping. While her assistance was indeed convenient, Xie Qi could not shake the feeling that Lena was an anomaly within this villa. He contemplated his memories of her, suddenly recalling that Lena had been rescued by the chef from the seaside 5 years prior. Uncommonly, she had not been treated as a mere reserve, but was instead allowed to remain in the villa to learn the ways of a maid. At that time, being quite young, she had made numerous mistakes. Yet neither Madame Castor nor Sabas had reprimanded her, instead exhibiting a strange form of indulgence. Sensing something amiss, Xie Qi scrutinized Lena for an extended period until she had cleaned the blood from the floor before turning towards the kitchen. He intended to prepare the ingredients, lest they deteriorate over time. As for the 5 little lambs that had fled outside, he decided to let them roam for a while. Meanwhile, the 5 individuals who had escaped the villa were unaware that Soul had already perished, still searching in the dark forest for the fabled ranch. The paths within the forest were uneven, occasionally obscured by fallen leaves that caused them to stumble. Among them were 3 women and 2 men, none of whom possessed a particularly robust physique. Even though Phil frequently visited the gym, he lacked the sense of security that Soul had exuded. As for Bailey, who had long mingled among the wealthy, he had succumbed to a life of indulgence, rarely engaging in even occasional exercise. The most physically adept among them was undoubtedly Song Nan. Despite her modest height, her years spent at sea had sculpted her into a figure of muscular strength, easily overpowering someone like Bailey, even 5-fold. Safina, with her keen eye, had long recognized that both men were merely decorative, and throughout their journey, even while gasping for breath, she steadfastly followed Song Nan. Conversely, Annie, as a novelist, despite her frequent travels, could not rival Song Nan in physical prowess, though she fared slightly better than Bailey. 5 individuals, led by Song Nan, traversed an indeterminate distance, relying solely on his sense of direction and the traces left upon the ground. Among them, Bailey stumbled in the woods, shattering one of his eyeglass lenses. As they trudged forward in a state of disarray, the breeding farm finally emerged before their eyes. The cold, peculiar structure seized their attention. It bore no resemblance to a breeding facility, but rather appeared akin to a slaughterhouse, and silently recited in her mind. Having journeyed so far, retreat was no longer an option. They had no choice but to unlock the iron gate, the clattering chains adding a sinister undertone to the atmosphere. This place would indeed make for excellent material in your novel, Phil suddenly remarked to Anne. How could he still find humor in such dire circumstances? Song Nan glanced at Phil, reassessing his perception of this affluent youth. Initially, he had deemed him arrogant and reckless, yet in the face of such bizarre surroundings, his composure revealed a remarkable psychological resilience. The quintet navigated through a yard overgrown with weeds, where the iron gate remained securely locked. Habitually, Song Nan stepped forward to unlock it, and the door creaked open before them. Before they could discern what lay within, a chorus of beast-like roars echoed in their ears. The viewers in the live stream, accompanying them, were equally unaware of the interior's contents, mistakenly believing it to house mere animals. Didn't he, the chef, say all the animals here had been bitten to death? Truly, one cannot trust his words. If there's food, we can escape. Hurry. This place is terrifying. I don't wish to endure such a horrifying scenario again. Indeed, my choice was correct. This novelist must be the streamer. Surviving thus far attests to his superior caliber among newcomers. Yes. Move quickly. Should that grand boss discover their escape, he will undoubtedly pursue them. I just arrived and find these comments rather amusing. A true gentleman observes in silence. Let us refrain from spoilers, lest we spoil the fun. Wow. The perverse phenomenon of human transmission has emerged. Chapter 49. The farm naturally breeds animals beneath the stark, pale lights lay a vast, frigid hall. The carnage that had unfolded here the previous night left no trace, as if it had never transpired, remarkably clean and orderly. Yet, despite this, the oppressive atmosphere within made the five feel increasingly thin, as if dragged into an endless abyss. The sounds engulfed them like suffocating seawater. Sophie trembled, her lips quivering as she desperately sought refuge behind Song Nan, glancing around anxiously. What could it be lurking within? A ghost, perhaps? Ghosts, what nonsense. Bailey's complexion turned ghastly. He attempted to adjust his glasses, yet his trembling hands betrayed him. Could it be that the chef and Madame Castor were not raising mere animals in the farm, but something far more sinister? Song Nan's expression darkened considerably as he stepped forward to listen intently by the door from which the noise emanated. Phil and Annie, too, wore troubled expressions. Even their resilient psyches faltered in the face of such horror. They approached the closed door, mirroring Song Nan's actions, and Annie whispered a few inquiries, provoking even more violent pounding from within. "You don't mean to release them, do you?" Bailey dared not approach, standing back near the entrance, and Sophie mirrored his hesitance. "We are barely safe ourselves. What chaos might ensue if we let them out?" His reasoning was sound, and though others found his perspective somewhat selfish, no one dared to dispute it. Yet, they had come to the farm in search of sustenance, and now that their provisions had vanished, would they resort to the same desperate measures they had at sea? The thought repulsed them all, as they shared a collective look of disgust. Surely, there must be something else here. Annie noted that the vegetables appeared quite fresh. "Let's search for any other hidden stores of food." Song Nan turned his head slowly, striving to ignore the commotion behind him. Typically, such places would possess a cellar where vegetables might be stored, Annie suggested. The others agreed and began to search the premises separately. "Ah, over here. There's a door." It was Sophie who discovered the clue, eagerly beckoning the others over. In a corner near the main door, they noticed a patch of ground that was slightly darker than its surroundings, and next to the wall lay an inconspicuous keyhole. "Have we truly found it? You're quite remarkable, Sophie." Bailey gazed at her in surprise. At the compliment, Sophie feigned modesty, lowering her head. Yet she did not approach the door, remaining close to Song Nan. Upon seeing the keyhole, Annie recalled the key they had retrieved from the study. They had searched numerous rooms, none fitting the key until now, and the connection dawned on her. Song Nan shared the same thought. The key had been in her possession all along. She retrieved it from her pocket and stepped forward to unlock the door. The compartment was roughly a meter wide, seemingly just large enough for a single person to pass through. As she inserted the key and turned it, the sound of unlocking resonated in the ears of the five. Before they could find a lever to pry the door open, the stone slab suddenly shifted on its own. The sound of mechanisms intertwining masked the faint footsteps of something lurking within. The opening revealed an inky darkness, obscuring whatever lay below, with only a ladder providing passage up and down. The odor emanating from within was far from pleasant. Song Nan, closest to the source, pinched her nose and frowned as she gazed downward. Upon witnessing the unchanged state of the cellar after its opening, the others gathered around, and silence enveloped the group as they beheld the narrow passage. Ordinarily, one would expect the two men to volunteer and descend first. However, one was a self-serving lawyer, and the other a callous heir, making it improbable for them to willingly embrace danger. Noticing the impasse, Song Nan furrowed her brow and instructed Safina to retrieve the kerosene lamp they had spotted upon entering. Though the fuel within appeared scant, it should suffice for a few more uses. Producing a lighter from her pocket, she ignited the lamp's wick. The peculiar scent of the burning wick piqued her curiosity. Yet before she could ponder further, she urged the others to step back, intending to use the lamp to illuminate the interior. Her request for them to withdraw was not out of concern for their safety, but rather to afford herself space to evade any unforeseen developments, thereby preventing a potential ambush from behind. It was evident that her trust in this group was non-existent. She harbored no expectations of their assistance in times of peril, hoping only that they would refrain from undermining her. Upon hearing her words, the four others silently retreated a few paces, forming a circle around her. The atmosphere grew eerily quiet. With one hand against the wall and the other holding the lamp, Song Nan ventured into the darkness. The meager 2 meters of light illuminated a small patch of the cellar floor, revealing nothing unusual. Just as she contemplated entering for a closer inspection, a sudden rustling of footsteps echoed from below. Startled, she instinctively withdrew her hand, only to see a shadow darting toward her. In a panic, Song Nan hurled the kerosene lamp, momentarily obstructing the shadow's advance, and quickly scrambled to her feet to flee. The others, equally startled by the abrupt turn of events. Were caught off guard as the shadow, moving with astonishing speed, turned its attention toward Phil, the closest individual. The white-haired youth, though seemingly frail, did not exhibit the same level of panic as the others. Upon realizing he was the target, he halted, skillfully sidestepping the creature as it lunged at him. In an agile maneuver, he seized Annie's arm, and together they darted into the recesses of the corridor, eluding the creature's gaze. Enraged by its failed attempts, the creature's blood-red muscles, exposed and pulsating, appeared almost alive. Song Nin had similarly concealed herself by the corridor's edge, striving to regulate her breathing and minimize noise. Only Safina and Bailey remained in the hall, their movements less graceful than the others. In the blink of an eye, the three had vanished, leaving the two of them to confront the creature in a tense standoff. Her heart raced violently, as if it might burst forth from her chest. Chapter 50. Who exactly is Mrs. Castor? Bailey pressed tightly against the wall, confronted by a towering figure, a grotesque creature resembling a flesh-and-blood demon. Its gaping maw revealed teeth adorned with strands of flesh, and an overpowering stench assailed his senses. The amber eyes, devoid of eyelids, were laid bare to the air, marred with crimson veins. Bailey was compelled to meet its gaze, fearing that averting his eyes might provoke an attack. In his peripheral vision, Safina remained crouched silently to the side, paralyzed by fear, showing no inclination to assist him. Realizing he could rely only on himself, Bailey's hand stealthily explored his pocket. After his fall in the woods, he had surreptitiously secured a stone, prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Originally, he had anticipated a confrontation with Song Nan, not this monstrous apparition. Yet he felt a surge of gratitude for his foresight. There was a distance between him and the monster, which remained stationary, seemingly engrossed in sniffing the air. Bailey's mind raced, speculating whether this creature was reliant solely on auditory and olfactory senses to locate its prey. With a swift determination, he quietly grasped the stone, counting silently in his mind. As the beast turned its attention towards Safina, he hurled the stone in her direction. When the creature lunged at her, Bailey seized the moment to dash toward the exit. Safina's terrified scream echoed behind him as he fled. Upon reaching the door, he immediately attempted to shut it, oblivious to the others still inside, driven by the fear that the creature might pursue him. Yet, before he could secure the door, a tremendous force erupted from within, propelling him outside, where he landed amidst the underbrush, the metallic taste of blood rising in his throat. To his horror, the monster stood at the threshold, undeterred by his earlier ruse, and began its relentless pursuit. "No, don't come any closer. Help me. Someone please." Bailey scrambled to his feet, terror consuming his rationality. He could not comprehend why the creature was fixated on him rather than Safina. Did it possess some level of intelligence, aware that he had deceived it? He could not dwell on such thoughts for long. Suddenly, the door behind the monster slammed shut, revealing Safina's face just before it closed. Originally, it was Bailey's intention to confine them together with the beast, but now he found himself isolated outside with the creature. "No, please, I cannot die here." Bailey, battered and bruised, turned and fled, expending every ounce of strength to escape the creature's sight. As the chaos outside gradually subsided, Safina collapsed against the door, gasping for breath. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings, and the other three cautiously emerged from their hiding places, finally relaxing upon confirming that the monster had vanished. Song Nan, noticing Bailey's absence, initially furrowed his brow but soon relaxed. He surmised that Bailey, having caught the monster's attention, was unlikely to survive. Although he felt a pang of regret that Bailey did not perish by his hand, he acknowledged that the latter had met his fate in a manner befitting his circumstances. Upon encountering Safina leaning against the door, Phil raised an eyebrow and mockingly remarked, "You truly live up to your reputation. In a crisis, no one can match your ruthlessness." Hearing his words, Safina turned her head and glared fiercely at him. "What? If it weren't for me, we would all be doomed. Do you wish to go out and join that monster in its slaughter? Just moments ago, he had intended to let the creature attack me, closing the door behind him to leave us to perish. Such a coward deserves this fate." Listening to Safina's defense, Phil impatiently disregarded her. It was then that Song Nin interjected, interrupting Safina's complaints. Addressing the group, "You all witnessed that after the monster appeared, aside from initially attacking me and Phil, it subsequently pursued Bailey alone. Even upon hearing commotion from Safina's direction, it did not alter its course. Why is that? Although the creature had already fled, they would inevitably encounter it again. It was imperative to discern its attack patterns and weaknesses if they were to have any hope of survival. With the discussion returning to the matter at hand, Safina fell silent and stood up, leaning against the door behind her. Annie, who had just been shielded by Phil, appeared slightly disheveled. After a moment of contemplation, she proposed, perhaps it was the sin of blood? The scent of blood? Songnin mused. Indeed, the monster likely attacked you initially due to the sounds you made. Later, after Bailey fell in the forest and sustained injuries, the creature caught his scent and relentlessly pursued him. Annie's reasoning was compelling. In such a short span, she had managed to analyze the creature's behavior, prompting Songnin to question her true identity. However, now was not the time for such inquiries. With the monster no longer in the cellar, they resolved to investigate what lay within. This time, both Songnan and Phil would descend, while Annie and Safina would remain outside to provide support. The two of them climbed down the ladder, with the previously discarded oil lamp now back in Songnan's grasp. The quality of this lamp was commendable. Despite being dropped multiple times, it showed no signs of leaking oil. The dim light illuminated the surroundings below. Contrary to their expectations, the cellar did not resemble a storage space for vegetables. Instead, it appeared more akin to an abandoned laboratory. The tables around them were strewn with various bottles and jars, some papers adorned with incomprehensible symbols. However, the most chilling sight was a bed smeared with remnants of flesh, enclosed within what resembled prison bars, the gate ajar, and dark red stains marking the floor. Songnan and Phil speculated that the monster must have resided within, only fleeing upon hearing the door open. What manner of place is this? How could such a laboratory exist within a farm? Phil rummaged through the items on the table, seeking any experimental records. A chills surged from the soles of their feet, ascending to the crown of their heads. Even Phil felt a shiver run through his body. He exchanged a glance with Songnan, and an identical thought emerged in their minds. Who exactly is Mrs. Cast? Chapter 51. 1,000 miles of affection linked by a single thread. With this chilling query lingering, the two continued to peruse the documents. The individual who chronicled this medical case seemed to possess a profound understanding of Cassandra. Daily meals, temperature assessments, and various inexplicable data were meticulously recorded. Even where the details were somewhat obscured, one could infer the contextual meaning. After turning several pages, the date shifted to a day in June 5 years prior. Noting that Cassandra had trialed a new formula, resulting in a high fever that no remedy could alleviate. The handwriting grew increasingly frantic, revealing that the recorder was evidently distressed, indicating a personal connection to Cassandra. Otherwise, such urgency would not have manifested. Songnan speculated that the recorder might very well be Cassandra's parents, as the diary had previously mentioned similar clandestine experiments. Indeed, they had deduced that Cassandra was likely the youngest daughter of the Cast family, the same Miss Cast who had been rumored to have perished many years ago, according to the estate's butler. However, another question arose. If Cassandra was the long-deceased daughter of the Cast family, why did the woman claiming to be Cassandra's brother's wife share the same name? Could this merely be coincidental? As the mysteries multiplied, they had initially sought only sustenance, yet inadvertently unleashed a monster and stumbled upon the secrets of the villa's owner. The handwriting in the medical records became increasingly chaotic, reflecting Cassandra's deteriorating condition. Subsequently, rather than data, bizarre ingredients reminiscent of medieval sorcery began to appear, alongside various strange animal limbs. The recorder, seemingly bewitched, persistently attempted to administer these concoctions to Cassandra. Phil continued to leaf through the pages, but the information dwindled, culminating in an entry from the end of that same year, which recorded a sudden improvement in Cassandra's spirits. The recorder expressed joy, even highlighting the medications previously administered to her. Yet thereafter, the pages were blank, leaving both Cassandra's fate and the recorder's outcome shrouded in mystery. Having lingered in the cellar for quite some time, the kerosene lamp began to dim, its fuel nearly exhausted. Noticing the diminishing light, Phil glanced at the lamp, recalling the acrid scent he had detected in the corner, reminiscent of gasoline. He gestured to Songnan to investigate, and they discovered 2 or 3 sealed barrels of gasoline positioned beside the laboratory, their purpose unknown. Songnan approached, took a whiff, and then shook his head at Phil. The fuel for the kerosene lamp was not gasoline. Its scent was peculiar, crafted from an unknown substance. Unable to find anything else of use, the two could only ascend with their medical records in hand. Annie and Safina reached out to pull them up, Yet the cellar door behind them remained ajar. "Is there no food inside?" Safina inquired, her brow furrowed. Observing their empty hands, it was evident to her that they had found nothing. Yet she clung to a glimmer of hope. Before Songnan could respond, Phil derisively remarked, "Of course not. If you don't believe me, why not venture down there yourself?" Safina hesitated, torn between curiosity and the fear that Phil might close the cellar door behind her, leaving her to call for help in vain. Biting her lip, she contemplated their dwindling numbers. Only 4 remained, with Phil being the sole man among them. They would need to support one another moving forward. So she resolved to cultivate a good rapport with him. Safina, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, tucked her golden hair behind her ear and spoke to Phil in a soft, almost apologetic tone. "I do not doubt you. I am merely anxious. Phil, I owe you an apology. When I fell into the water, it was not my intention to take your life preserver. You know I cannot swim. I acted out of panic. Would you forgive me just this once?" Her years in high society had honed her social skills, and as her words flowed, a hint of a playful tone crept into her voice. Neither Songnan nor Annie were aware of the incident between them, which explained Phil's persistent animosity towards Safina. After all, being deprived of a life preserver during their escape at sea was a grave matter, one that could not simply be overlooked. Do not attempt to ingratiate yourself with me. Look at how many of those who once protected you are still alive. You would do well to abandon any treacherous thoughts, lest I be the first to end your life." A flicker of malice flashed in Phil's eyes, his expression devoid of jest. Had it not been for his swimming ability at that moment, he might have met his demise at her hands. Now, she feigned innocence, as though he were the fool from Brussels. Seeing Phil unyielding, Safina clenched her fingers, her hair tugged painfully. "Let us depart quickly. We remain unaware of the situation outside." Songnan interjected, intending to unlock the main door. The farm gate was secured from the outside, rendering it impossible to close from within. Earlier, Safina had braced herself against it to keep the monsters at bay. However, as Songnan approached, he suddenly halted. Annie sensed something amiss, her gaze fixated on the main door. Without warning, the door swung open from the outside, and a figure accompanied by hurried footsteps slowly emerged before them. "Ha!" Rapid breaths echoed through the stillness of the forest. Bailey had lost his glasses somewhere, and now his vision was a blur. He could only rely on instinct to flee through the woods. Having evaded the monster behind him through numerous turns, he could still hear its distant roars. Bailey endeavored to keep his movements quiet, fearful that any sound might reveal his location. Despite the increasing number of wounds on his body, he pressed on, determined to escape. Bailey was uncertain whether the direction he was heading was correct. His destination was the seaside, to reach the lifeboat. Even in the absence of food and alone, it was preferable to remaining on this eerie and terrifying island. Blood trickled down from his head, obscuring part of his vision. He wiped his face with determination, reflecting on how unimaginable it had been a month ago that he would find himself in such a predicament. His villa, his possessions, if he were to perish, all would be lost. With Stokes now deceased, if news of this reached Manhattan, the bank would certainly seize his property for failing to repay the loan. A significant portion of his wealth was tied to that estate, and with Stokes's demise, his financial ruin loomed imminent. No, he needed to return and sell the house before the news spread. He had to survive. As Bailey fled for his life, his thoughts remained fixated on his property. At last, the scenery shifted. The sinister branches gave way to a moonlit path, which momentarily disoriented his eyes accustomed to darkness. "I'm out. I'm finally out," he thought, but then he was struck by an unexpected encounter. A mocking voice emerged from ahead, and as he looked up, he saw the chef, resembling a devilish figure, grinning with delight, blocking his path. "Master Chef?" Bailey stammered, his voice trembling as he gazed at the indistinct shadow before him. Behind him lurked an unknown beast that could rend him apart at any moment, while before him stood a killer with an ambiguous demeanor. "Help me, I beg you. Once I return, I will pay you lots and lots of money. A monster has been chasing me." In comparison to the obviously inhuman creature, even the chef, Xie Qi, appeared rather peculiar in Bailey's frantic mind. Yet, in his panic, he could not help but plead for assistance from this fellow human. "A monster?" Xie Qi tilted his head, a hint of confusion in his expression. "Yes, a monster. We must leave quickly, or it will catch up to us." Fear had completely overtaken Bailey's rationality, and he was solely focused on escaping, oblivious to Xie Qi's strange demeanor. Xie Qi, initially with his hands behind his back, now extended one towards the direction behind Bailey. smiling as he inquired, "Is the monster you speak of this young lady?" His calm voice momentarily eased Bailey's tension. Turning around, he was met with the grotesque figure of the beast, which had seemingly appeared from nowhere, its fetid breath hitting him like a physical assault. Bailey's mouth opened wide in a silent scream, but no sound emerged. It felt as though his throat was constricted and his body trembled violently. With a cheerful demeanor, Xie Qi introduced, "There is no need for concern, dear guest. She is most hospitable. Look, it appears she has taken quite a liking to you." As he spoke, the supposedly hospitable monster opened its maw and devoured Bailey's head in one swift motion. Blood streamed down Bailey's body, and as the creature savored its meal, it became increasingly exhilarated, disregarding Xie Qi's presence as it hunched over to feast. "Miss has quite the hearty appetite today," Xie Qi remarked with an unsettling smile. Xie Qi lamented, as if the demise of Bailey was of lesser significance than the feasting of that monstrous creature. While the beast indulged itself, Xie Qi quietly admired the scene when an aged, hoarse voice emerged from the woods ahead. "Why did you take it upon yourself to feed the young lady?" Seabass, impeccably dressed in a tailcoat, with his silver hair neatly arranged, gazed intently at Xie Qi through his deeply lined eyes. Xie Qi shrugged innocently, replying, "The young lady desired a midnight snack. I could hardly deter her, could I?" Seabass, whose nature was inherently meticulous, found Xie Qi's flippant tone somewhat exasperating. However, as Xie Qi had not committed any egregious act, he redirected the conversation to the guests. "These guests serve a purpose. Since the master has entrusted you with their oversight, they must not be allowed to roam freely. Furthermore, why did you relinquish the key to them, allowing them to release the young lady?" He cast his gaze downward at Bailey, whose legs were the only remnants remaining outside the creature's gaping maw, as the monster savored its meal, oblivious to the conversation occurring beside it. "This is no longer of use," Seabass remarked, frowning at Xie Qi. "Fortunately, we have an excess of one person." He continued, "I shall not concern myself with your morbid amusements, but I demand results. If the ritual falters in 4 days, even if the master does not punish you, I shall not let you off lightly." Hearing the warning in his words, Xie Qi exaggeratedly gestured with his right hand at his brow and bowed slightly. Grinning as he responded, "I shall adhere to the steward's commands. I shall remember." Despite his words, his demeanor belied any sincerity. Seabass remained silent for a moment, yet, acknowledging Xie Qi's considerable competence, he refrained from further criticism. "I have confined the 4 mice in the breeding grounds. You may check on them. Here are your key and the key to the cellar. Please return the young lady afterward." Upon seeing the keys, which should have been in Song Nan's possession, returned by Seabass, Xie Qi cheerfully accepted them, saying, "Oh, you are too kind. Rest assured, I shall ensure the guests behave and prepare for the ritual." After Seabass nodded and departed, Xie Qi felt elated, noticing that the monstrous lady was nearing the end of her midnight repast. He approached and lifted the remaining leg. Initially, the creature, angered by the intrusion upon its meal, roared in protest, but Xie Qi, clutching the leg, dashed swiftly into the woods. The creature paused momentarily, then let out a furious roar and pursued him. "Ha! How delightful!" Xie Qi laughed heartily as he ran, his exuberance startling the birds and serpents hidden in the foliage, sending them fleeing from the chaos. Unlike Bailey, who was unfamiliar with the terrain, he had traversed this route countless times, mapping it out in his mind with clarity. His steps light as if he were heading toward a grand ball, entirely unlike a deviant luring a monster home with a severed leg. This scene, I declare, may qualify for the top 10 in the horror index of the dungeon. What exactly is this monster, and why do they refer to it as young lady? I have a bold conjecture. Could this monster be the young daughter of the Cast family, transformed into such a creature by a bizarre experiment? If it is indeed Cassandra, then who is Mrs. Cast? It hurts. I need to think. Oh, how delightfully amusing it is for dear Connie. Is the figurehead male or female? Before perusing your profile, I assumed you were a perverse female, my dear brother. Could you perhaps conceal your information prior to your antics? We wouldn't want to offend the innocent bystanders. Absolutely not. Let Connie dispatch all of you unappreciative ingredients. The perverse fans are indeed eccentric. That audience member, who appeared female yet was, in fact, male, engaged in a vigorous verbal duel, leaving the viewers in utter disgust. The discomfort evoked by the scene was dispelled by this individual, leaving only a desire to confront him in a virtual battlefield. His private messages had exploded with challenges. urging him to cease hiding behind the scenes. Unfortunately, he had also learned the art of shamelessness from Xie Qi, reveling in the chat while feigning deafness when it came to face-to-face confrontations, inciting the audience's ire. Unbeknownst to Xie Qi, the comments section had devolved into chaos as he arrived at the entrance of the breeding facility, with the monster still a short distance behind him. Taking a moment to steady his breath, he leisurely opened the door, inspecting whether the cellar door was ajar. Seabass had confined the 4 individuals within the pantry, perhaps to facilitate the young lady's return, leaving the cellar door conveniently unlatched for Xie Qi. A gust of wind rustled behind him, and with a smile, Xie Qi turned to the monster, which gazed at him with ravenous eyes, and said, "Welcome home, Miss Cassandra." Chapter 53. How did I become the villain? In the pitch-black room, 4 breaths could be discerned, one of which was slightly hurried, clearly belonging to someone who had just engaged in strenuous activity. Safina pressed her hands against the door, her forehead resting against it, softly murmuring, "Let me out. I cannot bear to remain here." Just moments ago, she had frantically pounded on the door like the other ingredients in the adjacent rooms, yet this door, crafted from an unknown material, was impossibly smooth. Devoid of any handle to exert force upon, the door swung inward, rendering any attempt to push it futile. Songnan leaned against the wall, head bowed, waiting for Safina to relent before finally speaking. "How could this happen? I do not wish to die. I must return. My sister is still waiting for me. What will become of her if I am gone?" Safina's soliloquy caught Songnan off guard. He had not anticipated that she too had a sister, and it appeared they shared a deep bond. "How old is your sister?" Songnan could not help but inquire. After a brief pause, Safina replied, 8. "Before I left, I promised to bring her a doll, but it has nearly been a month. Only the nanny has been at home, and after such a long absence, Her voice choked, and it seemed she had begun to weep. Upon hearing her words, Songnan's perception of her shifted slightly. Initially, he believed her to be excessively ruthless for the sake of survival. Yet he was taken aback to discover that her motives were rooted in her desire to protect her family. "Surely, you do not genuinely believe this woman's words? She is notorious for her deceit, and one must be cautious not to be sold out without realizing it," Phil interjected, interrupting Songnan's thoughts. He had expected Safina to be infuriated at being exposed, but to his surprise, she remained silent, lost in her own murmurs. Annie, seated on the floor with her arms wrapped around her knees, had yet to speak, appearing to be deep in contemplation. Suddenly, a sound akin to a grand door swinging open echoed from outside, followed by the resounding thuds of someone banging on doors in the vicinity. Previously, they had merely listened from a distance, detached from the unfolding chaos, but now they found themselves ensnared, akin to the captives they had observed. Upon hearing the commotion, Safina instinctively wanted to scream like the others, but Songnan swiftly covered her mouth. Phil and Annie rose to their feet, taking shelter behind the door, prepared to subdue any intruders together. Despite their lack of prior agreement, they moved in perfect harmony. Realizing the necessity for silence, Safina nodded at Songnan, signaling her compliance, before he finally released her. Contrary to their expectations, the newcomer did not approach the room immediately. Instead, a series of primal roars resonated from outside, followed by a cacophony of clattering noises, which eventually subsided into an eerie silence. The hearts of the 4 quickened. Their ability to escape hinged on the success of their impending action. Failure would likely render them mere fodder for the ravenous beasts outside. Among them, only Phil possessed the greatest strength, armed with a knife pilfered from the kitchen. Thus, their preliminary plan was for Phil to confront the intruder first, while Songnan awaited an opportune moment to strike. Annie and Safina were to remain in the corner, poised to assist when the moment arose. Time trickled by, laden with tension that enveloped the quartet. After an indeterminate period, footsteps indeed echoed from beyond the door. Songnan's ears perked up, and he exchanged a meaningful glance with Phil, recalling the same sound from the previous night while they had waited in the room. It was that deranged chef. He silently mouthed to Phil the identity of the person outside, while Phil furrowed his brow, striving to gauge how far the chef was from their position. Before long, the footsteps halted right outside their door. Phil could almost sense the inexplicable aura emanating from the chef. His hands clenched in anticipation as he fixed his gaze on the crack beneath the door. The sound of a key slipping into the lock resonated, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Light gradually seeped through the doorway, casting a shadow within the dimly lit room. "Oh, where have my guests gone?" Are we to engage in a game of hide and seek? The chef's distinctive voice rang out from the threshold. From the outside, the room appeared shrouded in darkness, concealing any occupants from the view of an ordinary passerby. Phil awaited the chef's entrance, ready to launch a surprise attack from behind. However, the chef remained overly cautious, lingering at the door without any intention of entering. With no alternative, they realized that further delay would only exacerbate their predicament. Phil turned his head and nodded at Song Nan, resolutely deciding to rush out and capture the chef. In the blink of an eye, just as the audience in the live stream cast sympathetic glances, Phil leaped from behind the door, only to be met with the glint of a sharp blade. His pupils constricted, and in a split second, he instinctively tilted his head, the knife's edge slicing through his hair. The wind it generated even leaving a mark upon his face. "My sincerest apologies," Xie Qi said, retracting his long knife, his expression genuinely remorseful. Having just assured Seabass that he would take good care of the guests, he had narrowly avoided causing a fatal incident. He could only feel helpless, for the guests were rather too lively. Phil regained his composure and, without waiting for Xie Qi to lower his weapon, charged forward once more. Song Nan stepped up behind him, joining the fray against Xie Qi. Phil's movements were remarkably proficient, each action aimed directly at claiming Xie Qi's life. While Xie Qi deftly evaded the attacks, he also analyzed Phil's technique. Though not on par with his own combat prowess, Phil's skills were formidable among ordinary individuals, especially given his merciless approach, devoid of the restraint typical of the average person. In contrast, Song Nan appeared somewhat lackluster, though competent with the knife. His hesitation allowed Xie Qi to toy with him from time to time. Annie and Safina also emerged, taking refuge at a distance to observe. Safina was taken aback, realizing that Phil, who seemed so delicate, was indeed a formidable fighter. The recollection of her previous provocations towards him filled her with trepidation. Yet, the focal point of the scene remained the chef, who, rather than appearing encircled by two opponents, moved with nimbleness and ease. Although he wielded a knife, he had yet to utilize it, leaving Phil and Song Nan with the unsettling sensation of being mere entertainment for him. Xie Qi discerned that their stamina was rapidly depleting. Having gone without adequate nourishment for an extended period, Phil and Song Nan could only grit their teeth in determination, concealing any sign of weakness. With a swift turn, he circled around Phil and, with a single hand, disarmed his left arm. Phil was momentarily disoriented, sensing the absence of his left arm. And when he attempted to strike again, a sharp pain radiated from where his arm had been. Song Nan's defeat came even swifter. A casual strike to her abdomen rendered her immobile. This skirmish, hardly worthy of the term battle, lasted a mere 5 minutes from start to finish. The audience, still craving more, found the spectacle abruptly concluded. Safina and Annie clasped each other's hands tightly, trembling in the corner. The finality of the situation weighed heavily upon them. She knew she could not return home, nor would she ever see her sister again. Annie remained by her side, biting her lip and fixing her gaze upon the chef. Xie Qi, feeling somewhat wronged by their looks of fear, thought it unjust. It was they who had initiated the confrontation. He never intended to take their lives. How had he become the villain in this unfolding drama? Xie Qi shook his head, displaying an unexpected benevolence as he chose not to hold them accountable for their missteps. Instead, he smiled warmly at the fallen Phil and Song Nan, saying, "Dear guests, do not be anxious. Please wait a moment. Tomorrow we can engage in a game. If you emerge victorious, I shall grant you your freedom. What say you?" After uttering these words, Song Nan, finally recovering from her pain, immediately questioned, "Let us go? Are you not merely toying with us once again?" Earlier that morning, they had triumphed in a game, and Xie Qi had bestowed upon them the key. Yet, barely half an hour had passed since their escape from the villa, and they found themselves once more confined within the breeding facility. She felt as though they were mere playthings in Xie Qi's hands, manipulated at his whim, as he reveled in their desperate struggles. Her intuition proved correct. Xie Qi had not anticipated the captain's keen perception. Yet, he could not afford to concede this. How could that be? Did I not honor my promise this morning by giving you the key? Moreover, I did not impede your departure from the villa. It is merely that you guests were too greedy, insisting on coming here, which ultimately led to your capture by Seabass, would it not? Xie Qi feigned sympathy as he shook his head, uttering these words. Though he spoke the truth, the four of them felt that he was being intentionally cruel. They lay scattered across the ground, and after Xie Qi had finished speaking, he seemed to notice something and approached the door, retrieving the oil lamp he had left behind. "Oh dear, the fuel has run out so quickly. It appears I must replenish it." Song Nan and Phil clutched their injuries, beads of sweat rolling down their faces. Xie Qi's eyes darted around, and with a hint of wicked amusement, he remarked, "This lamp is quite useful, is it not? Do you know what the fuel is made from?" Hearing the malice in his words, Safina, who was hidden nearby, shuddered, trying to prevent her mind from following his insinuations. Song Nan and Phil remained silent, leaving Xie Qi to direct his gaze toward the sole listener in the group. Upon locking eyes with him, Annie could not help but swallow hard, her voice hoarse as she stated, "Yes, it is made from the corpses of sheep, from their rendered fat, is it not?" "Bingo!" Xie Qi exclaimed, his face lighting up with delight as he regarded Annie with admiration. "This young lady possesses considerable potential. Would you be interested in joining us?" "Oh, but wait, our numbers are just right at the moment. We cannot afford to lose anyone." With that, Xie Qi cast a regretful glance at Annie, as if lamenting her situation. Annie was not swayed by his performance, yet a question began to stir within her. What did he mean by our numbers are just right? Did he foresee something else occurring? In contrast to her contemplations, Song Nan and Safina were overwhelmed by the revelation that the lamp's fuel was derived from rendered fat. A wave of nausea washed over them, particularly for Song Nan, who had been holding the lamp and had even inhaled its scent at close range. In that moment, she could hardly focus on her abdominal pain, her mind swirling in confusion as she leaned against the ground, retching. While they knew the twisted chef was indeed deranged, they had not fathomed his depravity to such an extent, exploiting even rendered fat for his purposes. Could they truly trust his words? Song Nan regained his senses and found himself lost in thought. The hour was late, and Xie Qi intended to retire early for the night. His persistent dark circles a testament to the incessant disturbances caused by unruly guests. He first dragged the incapacitated Phil back to his room, and then proceeded to escort the other three back as well. Earlier, despite their combined efforts, both Phil and Song Nan had been no match for the chef, while Safina and Annie, lacking any fighting prowess, dared not resist and could only comply with Xie Qi's actions. As the cheerful farewells echoed, the door before the four gradually closed. Light faded, and darkness once again enveloped them. Once the door shut, Song Nan, suppressing his pain, groped through the shadows until he reached Phil's side. Phil, a tough character, had only cried out momentarily when his arm was severed, thereafter remaining silent, giving the impression that he felt no discomfort. Song Nan spoke a word of assurance before he began to assess Phil's shoulder, discovering a mere dislocation. Without waiting for Phil to react, he forcefully reset the joint. Phil's forehead broke into a sheen of sweat as a searing pain surged through him, nearly prompting a cry of anguish. Fortunately, he recognized that Song Nan was assisting him and fought against the urge to retaliate. Song Nan's motivation to aid Phil stemmed not from any camaraderie forged in battle, but from a pragmatic desire. During their eventual flight, she did not wish to bear the burden of an injured companion. After all, Phil was quite capable, a far more reliable ally than the two who were utterly defenseless. As silence descended, Safina suddenly voiced a thought. "What do you suppose has become of that officer?" Her inquiry prompted the others to recall their last encounter with Saul. Perhaps it was their inherent selfishness that stirred unease within them upon realizing that someone had willingly sacrificed their life for their freedom. Though unspoken, the sentiment reverberated within their hearts. Particularly for Song Nan, known for her warmth, the thought of an officer whom she deemed blameless, facing dire straits evoked a pang of regret. Receiving no response, Safina huddled silently in the corner, embracing herself. It was evident that the chef's ease in confronting them, without uttering a word about Saul, left no room for naivete. Even the most innocent souls would not believe he had emerged unscathed. How had they found themselves in such dire straits? Was this truly reality and not merely a phantasm before their demise? Safina's fingers gripped her arms tightly, her mind a tumult of chaos. Having drifted at sea for so long, consumed by the need to survive, having harmed others, and even consumed sheep, was all of this for naught? While Safina spiraled into her thoughts, Annie suddenly interjected, bringing up a matter to the trio. "Phil, did you retrieve a notebook from the cellar?" Her question left the others bewildered. Phil, having emerged from his pain-induced stupor, recognized Annie's mention of the medical record and reached with his right hand to retrieve the notebook from the corner. When he was previously taken in, he casually left the medical record in the room, neglecting to take it with him during the assault on the head chef. There existed a record book detailing experiments concerning an individual named Cassandra. The room was engulfed in darkness. Even if Annie managed to retrieve the book, she could not discern the contents, relying instead on Phil's recollections to relay the information to her. As the two engaged in their discussion, it only exacerbated Safina's growing anxiety. In such dire circumstances, how could they remain unafraid? It was highly likely that they were on the brink of being killed. They ought to devise an escape plan swiftly. Safina stood up, waving her arms and shouting into the darkness towards the others. Hearing her words, Annie paused momentarily before responding with calm assurance. At this point, escape is not feasible. It would be wiser to wait for the head chef's arrival tomorrow to seek an opportunity. Gaining any knowledge about our surroundings now is far better than remaining in ignorance. Chapter 55. The simplest game. Annie's words silenced Safina, prompting her to continue conversing with Phil, while Song Nan occasionally interjected. Once they had absorbed all the information, Annie pondered for a moment before addressing her companions. I've harbored a question from the very beginning. The Castor family relocated to this isolated island 30 years ago, and during this time, there have been no reports of their family appearing in the outside world. How did Mrs. Castor marry Mr. Castor? Initially, she claimed to have merely stumbled upon knowledge of the Castor family, but it became evident to the others that she likely possessed a deeper understanding of their circumstances than they had presumed. Without waiting for further comments, she continued her contemplation. I have extensively researched their family's hereditary medical history, yet those who might have known are either deceased or long disappeared. It seems that all knowledge regarding the Castor family vanished with their departure. Listening to the familial secrets of the villa's owner, the other three gradually regained their composure. Song Nan, intrigued, recalled the newspaper they had found in the study and remarked, could it be that their family is linked to the missing persons? Perhaps they are all murderers, hiding here to avoid detection? The so-called hereditary illness might merely serve as an excuse for them to isolate themselves and conceal their whereabouts. Song Nan's reasoning resonated, causing Safina to clench her hands nervously, unable to fathom that they had inadvertently infiltrated the lair of murderers. And what of those in the adjacent room? Might they, like them, have encountered misfortune, only to be captured and kept there? At this point, Safina suddenly recalled the purpose of these individuals, trembling as she exclaimed, "No, they are not murderers. They are cannibals." Her words jolted Annie into clarity. Indeed, if their family had a long-standing tradition of cannibalism, it would explain why they seldom lived beyond the age of 40. It was not a hereditary illness, but rather the inherent risks associated with consuming human flesh that posed severe threats to both behavior and cognition, rendering them unsuitable for the outside world. Upon hearing Annie's composed analysis, Song Nan felt a chill run through her. Once again, she sensed the profound disconnection between Annie and the rest of them. It seems that their predicament did not instill in her any sense of anxiety or fear. Instead, she remained engrossed in unraveling the underlying mysteries, a curiosity that might be attributed to the nature of a novelist, albeit somewhat far-fetched. However, Phil lacked the sensitivity of Song Nan and ventured his own speculation. Isn't this Cassandra the name that Lady Castor herself mentioned? Could it be that Lady Castor is indeed the young lady of the Castor family? If so, why would she conceal her identity? A barrage of questions ensued, leaving even Annie perplexed. It felt as though a crucial clue was missing. Given the circumstances, numerous possibilities could provide explanations, yet none were substantiated by concrete evidence. As for the creature lurking in the cellar outside, its origins were equally enigmatic, perhaps a product of experimental mutations from the laboratory. Meanwhile, Safina, who was listening intently, found herself utterly bewildered. She had no desire to delve deeper into such complexities, her mind solely preoccupied with how to secure victory in the game the following day. Above all, she resolved to survive and return home. Each of the four harbored their own thoughts, and after a sleepless night, they awaited the dawn. Their room, devoid of windows, offered no indication of the passage of time, save for the instinctual awareness that day had arrived. A commotion outside stirred them, prompting involuntary movements. It appeared that more than one person was present. As their anxious gazes fixed on the door, it swung open to reveal several figures. These were the servants of the villa, whom they had scarcely encountered since their arrival. Unexpectedly, they entered, pushing a dining cart and carrying tables and chairs. I trust our esteemed guests have not grown weary from waiting. Before the game commences, please indulge in a meal, for I imagine you must be quite famished, came the chef's distinctive voice from behind the servants. Nicolos stepped aside to clear the passage, and Xie Qi smiled at him before turning to the four visibly fatigued individuals. The space was limited, and once the servants arranged the furnishings, they withdrew, leaving only Xie Qi and Nicolos standing at the entrance. As they gazed upon the food laid out before them, each person swallowed hard, but the thought of what the meal might consist of quickly invoked a wave of nausea. This time, Xie Qi had not prepared a separate vegetarian dish for Annie. Instead, like the others, she was presented with a plate of meat. The meat was not as elaborately crafted as before. It appeared merely roasted, with traces of blood still visible upon closer inspection. "Please, do enjoy your meal," Xie Qi urged with a smile, while Nicolos regarded them with his vacant stare. The four guests found themselves in a standoff, reluctant to touch the highly dubious meat. Yet, sensing their reluctance, the chef continued to observe them, showing no signs of relent. After a moment's hesitation, Annie silently approached the table and took a seat. She picked up a knife and fork and, with an unflinching demeanor, cut a small piece of the still red meat and consumed it. No one anticipated that the first to eat would be Annie, who had always proclaimed herself a vegetarian. Following suit, Phil rose as well. Though his left arm had been set, it remained weak, so he used only his right hand to grasp a fork and took a bite of the meat. Songnan had intended to inquire about something, but the why burden oneself with excessive knowledge when feigning ignorance allows for a more tranquil existence? Ultimately, only Safina remained absent from the gathering, observing the other three indulging in their meal while being scrutinized by the malevolent figure. She stiffly maneuvered her way to the seat furthest from the door and commenced her meal at a deliberate pace. Xie Qi meticulously noted the sequence in which the four resolved to tackle the meat, a deeper smile gracing his lips. Regardless of the difficulty they faced in consuming it, a sizable piece of meat was swiftly devoured. Xie Qi also instructed Nicholas to serve them a glass of red wine to wash it down. Once they were satiated, and Nicholas, accompanied by the other servants, cleared the room, only Xie Qi and the four guests remained. "Apologies for the wait, dear guests. Let us commence today's game," Xie Qi proclaimed with a flourish, seemingly addressing the four, but actually drawing the attention of the livestream audience. With a finger poised to his lips, he shaped his words into an incredulous game premise. Yet, it was not the complexity of the content that astonished them, but rather its simplicity for the four. "I shall pose 3 questions to you. Should you all agree to leave this place after answering, I shall grant you your freedom." Chapter 56. Are you in reality? The four were taken aback, questioning if they had misheard. If their understanding was correct, the game merely required their unanimous consent to depart. And the chef would grant them clemency? Was this some sort of jest? Did anyone among them genuinely wish to remain in this farm? Their expressions betrayed their confusion regarding the game's rules, mirroring the bewilderment of the livestream audience. No, this is far too obvious a concession. Are they truly to be set free? It's hard to say. The chef did grant them keys earlier, but is he truly serious? He was so deranged before. How has he suddenly shown mercy? Could it be a bug in the scenario? If that's the case, once the game concludes, I'm out. Such a contrived easing of difficulty lacks any substance. Indeed, I was anticipating a grand escape. I refuse to accept this. AI system, clarify this situation. Have you tampered with the chef's data? Return to me the cold, heartless, psychopathic chef. Bring him back. A cacophony of comments erupted within the live stream, and the AI system was suddenly inundated with complaints alleging it had maliciously lowered the difficulty of the scenario and altered the core NPC data. Even the young heir of Xinyao Technology, the game sponsor, called into question whether the AI's data flow was functioning correctly. The AI staff responsible for this scenario momentarily lost their composure, hastily setting aside their oversight of other scenarios to thoroughly examine the data, finding no discrepancies. However, the audience, unsatisfied with this response, continued to frenzy in the comments. Unbeknownst to Xie Qi, his seemingly innocuous action was on the verge of overwhelming the chips of the AI staff managing this scenario. The audience speculated that since the streamer was among the 4 individuals, the system covertly altered the chef's data to ensure that the streamer would not perish too early at the hands of the chef. Given the chef's prior ruthlessness in dispatching victims, it was inconceivable that he would suddenly exhibit kindness and risk punishment from Lady Castor by allowing them to escape. It was evident that the streamer had some under-the-table dealings with the game's higher-ups. They would not accept that the chef could merely serve as a stepping stone for the streamer to triumph in the game. The audience's unified support for a mere NPC astonished the AI staff member. This AI, responsible for countless scenarios simultaneously, typically only checked for anomalies before addressing complaints. Unlike the audience, who were engrossed in the unfolding events within the scenario. In order to comprehend the situation and provide an explanation to the viewers, it promptly rescanned the entire scenario from its inception to the present, acquiring a thorough understanding of the events that transpired over the past 3 days. However, upon grasping the situation, this not-so-new AI employee fell into silence. If its analytical capabilities were accurate, then the chef whom the audience supported and the nebulous streamer they condemned were, in fact, the same individual. Unfamiliar with such a scenario, it realized that the streamer had concealed their identity within the scenario and through exceptional role-playing, had attracted a substantial following, resulting in this conflict of self. The AI employee utilized a plugin to purge the data clutter from its mind and decided to disregard the audience's complaints for the time being. After all, the scenario data was intact. No matter how fervently the audience complained, it would bear no consequence. The overarching AI supervisor was indifferent to such minor issues. As long as the operational protocols were intact, no adverse effects would ensue. Consequently, after issuing a clarification announcement in the live stream, it retreated to its virtual office to discreetly observe the proceedings. The announcement is out. What is going on? Isn't this the same as before? Can't they even be bothered to change their approach? Could it be that the data is indeed flawless, and the chef genuinely intended to let them go? Impossible. I refuse to believe it. Why are you all so frantic? Perhaps the chef has other considerations in mind. Exactly. Where did all these lunatics come from? All they know is killing. Have they never experienced the thrill of witnessing someone else's hope rise only to plunge into despair? Chef smile. Wow, where did that virtual chef figurine come from? I want one too. It's homemade, has received AI gaming authorization, and will soon be available in the store. Stay tuned. Hurry, hurry, hurry. My wallet is itching with anticipation. If you dare to sell, I dare to buy. Thanks to Xie Qi's virtual figurine, the audience's attention was momentarily diverted. Nevertheless, many remained fixated on what questions he would pose, pondering whether he was indeed going easy on them or had ulterior motives. The thoughts of the 4 individuals within the room mirrored those of the audience in the live stream. None dared to believe that the others truly wished to spare them. Focusing intently on the first question posed by Xie Qi, it seemed to seek affirmation of the audience's suspicions regarding the manipulation of data. The question itself was indeed quite simple. Why do you wish to leave this place? Xie Qi inquired with a cheerful demeanor, feigning ignorance of the reasons behind their desire to depart. After discerning that he was not jesting, Phil was the first to respond, stating, "Certainly to avoid being killed by you." His sentiment echoed that of the others. Upon hearing this, Xie Qi stroked his chin and asked, "If I were to spare your lives, would you still wish to leave? Is that a second question?" Annie interjected. Of course, Xie Qi elongated his tone, responding with a mischievous air, "But it doesn't count yet. The others have yet to answer. Do not attempt any clever tricks. I want to return to my sister. She is only 8 years old and cannot be without my care." Safina immediately exclaimed, her expression pleading as she looked at Xie Qi. "Ah, sister. Indeed a compelling reason," he remarked. "Reason?" Safina felt a twinge of discomfort, as his words implied that she was merely concocting an excuse to survive, which was far from the truth. How could he so easily cast judgments upon others? Just because she had harmed someone in the past, did he assume she would not wish to return for the sake of her family? Safina felt a wave of dizziness. She was not typically so easily provoked. Yet the chef's remark incensed her. Before she could retort, Songnan spoke up. "I wish to return to tend to my sister's grave." With that, she fell silent. Compared to Safina's reasons, Songnan sounded exceedingly mundane, so much so that it failed to convey her desire to survive. Finally, only Annie remained unresponsive. She pondered for a long while, perhaps considering whether the question concealed a trap. As the only one left to answer, she lifted her gaze, her lips parting slightly. "I wish to continue witnessing the demise of humanity." Her words captured everyone's attention. Songnan frowned, puzzled by their meaning. Yet Phil appeared captivated, fixating his intense gaze upon Annie. Upon hearing her, Xie Qi could not help but chuckle in appreciation. "Hee, I was right about you. You truly belong here. Such a pity, such a pity." Before Songnan could inquire further about Annie's statement, Xie Qi clapped his hands and, with the familiar excitement in his tone, posed the second question, one that would challenge their worldview. "Why do you believe that this reality you currently inhabit is indeed real?" Chapter 57. All that has been said thus far is, of course, a deception. Have you ever occasionally felt that the reality in which you find yourself is not truly real? Many philosophers have deliberated on the same philosophical experiment known as the brain in a vat. The experiment involves placing a person's brain into a vat of nutrient solution, using computer code to input memories and construct an illusory space. The brain would perceive the virtual world created by the computer as reality, living within it without questioning its authenticity. Many philosophers have drawn parallels between this experiment and the human experience. Are we, as humans, merely brains in a vat, perceiving everything around us as an illusion crafted by an indistinct entity? This thought experiment was proposed nearly 33 years later, and the 4 individuals present were, of course, unaware of it. Thus, they had never contemplated the question posed by Xie Qi. Is it possible that the chef is, in fact, a streamer? One exclaimed in disbelief. I cannot accept this. Another interjected. Indeed, apart from this notion, how could the chef utter such words? Could it be that the NPC has awakened? Wait, hold on. Let me process this, another chimed in. If the chef truly is a streamer, it would be astonishing. Who could have anticipated that a figure who appears to be the ultimate boss in a dungeon is, in reality, a novice prisoner? Have you all jumped to conclusions far too swiftly? Is it merely a question that has left you so rattled? What do you mean by that? Song Nin furrowed his brow in confusion, while Safina stood frozen, her arms crossed tightly. Have you heard of the brain in a vat theory? Xie Qi tilted his head, pondering how to elucidate this concept to them. After a series of expressive gestures, he managed to convey the essence of the experiment to the 4. So, what are you implying? Are we not in reality, but rather in a dream? Song Nin retorted unhappily after hearing his words. They had endured countless trials and lost many lives. Yet now the chef insinuated they were dreaming? Guests, do not rush. Have you ever imagined what a world 1,000 years from now might resemble? Xie Qi exclaimed with enthusiasm, pacing to the center of the room, while the 4 leaned against the walls, watching him as if he had taken the stage under bright lights. 1,000 years, a span of time so vast. Can you fathom it? As humanity advances in technology, fields such as genetics and brain science, which are beyond our reach today, will become commonplace. By then, machines will have supplanted all human labor. Even the weather and environment can be controlled. Captain, Xie Qi turned to Song Nan, your position would be replaced by a machine. At that point, with memory transplantation and DNA repair alleviating humanity's dread of death, those endowed with infinite lifespans would only find themselves left with one sentiment: boredom. Those 2 brief words fell heavily before the 4, piercing the hearts of the viewers in the live stream as well. Although society had not yet advanced to the point of eternal life, the replacement of humans by machines was a present reality. Apart from high-ranking citizens who still had work to occupy them, lower-tier citizens merely received government stipends each month, spending their days idly engrossed in virtual games. This group of individuals lacks the capability to gain access to the live broadcasts of the Prisoner Island game. One of the criteria set by the AI for selecting viewers is that their citizenship level must not be lower than C. As for those classified as E or F citizens, they may have lived their entire lives without ever hearing of such a game's existence. This explains why the newcomers, including Xie Qi, are oblivious to the existence of the streaming room. Beyond citizenship levels, the AI game imposes numerous stringent selection criteria, and only about 5 of the entire population qualifies to become viewers in the streaming room. This 5 represents those who possess the majority of the world's wealth. These individuals perfectly embody Xie Qi's description: materially affluent, with little in real life to trouble them, their sole discomfort arising from the pangs of boredom. The pursuit of excitement and spiritual fulfillment thus becomes the primary choice for this elite class. The Prisoner Island AI game was conceived to cater to such demands, with a group of socially discarded criminals serving as the ideal source of entertainment for them. As for the human rights of these criminals, regrettably, once one enters Prisoner Island, their existence in this world ceases to leave any trace. Within the streaming room, Xie Qi's words have created a chaotic uproar. Yet the 4 individuals present cannot genuinely comprehend the mindset of such people, finding Xie Qi's statements far too fanciful. They inhabit an era, specifically the first half of the 20th century, where even smartphones are non-existent and navigators rely solely on compasses and celestial observations. How could they possibly envision a future where robots replace humanity? However, before they can voice their skepticism, Xie Qi continues his discourse. In an effort to combat this ennui, Future individuals will develop virtual reality games, allowing them to immerse themselves in an illusory world filled with diverse experiences. Every character and scene within this realm will be constructed from data, yet these individuals will remain oblivious to their artificiality, akin to the brain in a vat, living their lives under the control of others. Xie Qi, with a smile, casts a metaphorical balm, relishing in the sight of the four having their worldviews shattered. Song Nin gulps nervously, unable to meet his gaze. Deep down, he recognizes that all of this is merely a fabrication of the chef's imagination. Yet he cannot shake off an inexplicable sense of dread. Unlike Song Nan, Safina no longer averts her eyes. Instead, she fixates on Xie Qi, seemingly oblivious to her prior fears, her gaze unwavering and lost in thought. Are you suggesting that these individuals, are merely characters within this so-called game, experiencing everything under the manipulation of data? Annie is the first to speak, clearly having grasped the essence of Xie Qi's words. She clenches her jaw, intensely staring into Xie Qi's eyes, searching for any hint of jest. Sensing her scrutiny, Xie Qi suppresses his smile, returning her gaze with utmost seriousness. Just as Annie and the audience in the streaming room hold their breath in anticipation, a smile swiftly reclaims Xie Qi's face. Ha ha ha. I truly did not expect this to be so entertaining. Xie Qi laughed uncontrollably, as if he had never encountered anything so amusing. His laughter incited Anne's ire, yet she found herself unable to confront him physically. He laughed so heartily that he struggled to catch his breath, nearly doubling over, his hands clutching his abdomen as if he were gasping for air. The onlookers were captivated by his frenzied antics, enduring the bizarre and surreal atmosphere. After a prolonged fit of laughter, Xie Qi lifted his head, wiping away the tears of mirth from the corners of his eyes, and with his characteristic mockery, declared, "What I have just said, of course, is a ruse." Chapter 58. Do you truly wish to leave this place? I'm utterly bewildered. Which words of the chef are true, and which are false? I have no idea. I only know that we might have all been deceived. Could it be that the NPCs have developed self-awareness? Compared to before, the barrage of comments surged even faster. The AI employees, already focused on the dynamics of this scenario, found themselves overwhelmed as viewers lodged complaints due to the prisoners' remarks. The entire AI system was in disarray, pondering why they were assigned such a troublesome host, though it seemed that Xie Qi was toying with them. Song Nin felt a sense of relief. She was the first to respond, asserting, "We are undoubtedly in reality. Aside from that, what other possibilities exist?" Upon hearing her words, Xie Qi appeared amused, chuckling softly. His laughter was uncanny and hoarse, sending shivers down Song Nan's spine. "There are many possibilities, are there not?" he teased, turning to gaze directly at Song Nan, seemingly intent on dismantling her convictions. Consider the prospect of an alien invasion abducting humans for experiments, or as I mentioned earlier, this being merely a virtual game. The possibilities are numerous, and the most plausible scenario is that you all perished at sea, and everything that has transpired on this island is merely an illusion in your final moments. How does that notion sit with you? Can you accept it? Xie Qi tilted his head, his blue-black eyes devoid of emotion, a stark contrast to the smile upon his face. After all, wouldn't it be easier for you to accept that none of this ever happened rather than having to kill a sheep to survive? His voice, reminiscent of a devil's temptation, flowed slowly into the ears of the four. Song Nan's complexion turned pale, and she was at a loss for words. She had intended to dismiss Xie Qi's assertions as mere nonsense, yet the words failed to escape her lips. Perhaps deep down, she too had contemplated erasing everything that had occurred, wishing to revert time to the moment before their voyage. Even if she had proceeded to carry out her plan to eliminate Stock and Bailey, it would not weigh on her so heavily as it did now. Noticing Song Nan's silence, Xie Qi turned his attention to Anne. Since he had mentioned the concept of a brain in a vat and suggested they might be characters in a virtual game, and had exhibited an unusual demeanor. Unlike Song Nan's disbelief, she appeared to accept the idea readily. Even when Xie Qi claimed to be lying, she showed no signs of relief. Now, as Xie Qi looked her way, she met his gaze unwaveringly, her long black hair tucked behind her ear, her calm eyes devoid of any confusion. Regardless of whether this place is real or not, my only concern lies within my own heart, and my current intention is to depart from here. Even if everything around me is an illusion, this sentiment shall remain unchanged. Her words drew Phil's attention back. He had entirely lost the rebellious demeanor he once exhibited. now following and like a loyal hound. Upon hearing Anne's declaration, he too expressed his desire to leave. Xie Qi stroked his chin, nodding in agreement with this response. Ultimately, only Safina remained silent. The other three paid her little mind, for among them, it was undoubtedly Safina who yearned most to return home. They expected her to answer immediately. Yet her voice was absent. Safina sat on the ground, her head buried in her arms, seemingly lost in another realm. Observing her silence, Xie Qi approached with a smile, his towering figure casting a shadow that encased Safina in a corner, resembling an inescapable prison. My dear lady, what are your thoughts? Do you perceive this place as reality? Or do you wish it were not? His tone was enticing, akin to a serpent in Eden, presenting the apple from the tree to Safina's lips. Safina felt a haze descend upon her. The words of those around her faded, save for Xie Qi, who momentarily restored her consciousness. Reality, illusion, what is true and what is false? She was suddenly reminded of the time at sea when she had tightly covered a child's face with a plastic bag, the small body gradually ceasing its struggles in her hands, ultimately succumbing to breathlessness. The child had been of similar age to her sister, around 7 or 8 years old, and had perished in her grasp. Safina lifted her gaze to her pristine hands. Suddenly, her vision blurred, and filthy blood began to crawl over her skin, seeping into her veins, gradually morphing into a grotesque creature that erupted from her hands, screaming at her. "Ah, no, I didn't mean to." Safina lost her grip on sanity, yanking her hair with such ferocity that it seemed she would tear the golden strands from her scalp. Song Nan reacted swiftly, rushing forward to grasp her hands firmly. They were oblivious to the reason behind Safina's sudden episode, while Xie Qi merely stood by, a smile upon his face. With Song Nan holding her hands, Safina's neck arched back, her pupils unfocused, as she murmured, "It's all false. I never did these things. It's not true." Her words reached the ears of the others. Song Nan's expression darkened as he attempted to pry open her eyelids, realizing her consciousness was indeed clouded. At that moment, the chef misconstrued Safina's ramblings as an answer, proceeding to pose the final question. Song Nan sensed something amiss and turned to Xie Qi, exclaiming, "Can't you see she is not in her right mind? She cannot continue the game like this." In such a state, regardless of what Xie Qi might ask, it would be difficult for Safina to respond. If he seized the opportunity to inquire whether they wished to leave, and she inadvertently replied that she did not, it would spell doom for them all. Xie Qi glanced at the two individuals, not continuing the game as Song Nan had presumed, but instead approached Safina, exploring her neck for a moment before pressing on one of her acupoints. Safina jolted awake as if struck by electricity. "Ah," she gasped, trembling in Song Nan's embrace. Before Song Nan could ponder why the chef would assist Safina in regaining consciousness, he heard Xie Qi pose a final question. Returning to the center of the room, Annie and Phil silently observed his every move, while the audience in the live stream was equally intrigued by his forthcoming inquiry. Relishing the attention of the multitude, Xie Qi grinned and indeed asked the question that had troubled Song Nan earlier. For the last question, "Do you truly wish to leave this place?" His gentle voice bore no hint of pressure, yet it weighed heavily on the hearts of the four. Even upon realizing that everything was an illusion, did leaving this place hold no significance for them? As Xie Qi's words settled in, the other three felt a disorienting wave wash over them, as if the world around them had warped. To validate his statement, they sensed their bodies slipping out of control, their vision marred by fragmented spots. Even Xie Qi's voice echoed from a distant realm. Annie bit down on her tongue, using the pain to anchor her consciousness, regaining a sliver of awareness. She turned to Phil, noticing his dazed expression, and reached out to tug at his hair, pulling him back forcefully. The sudden tug on Phil's scalp snapped him back to reality. Upon seeing him awake, Annie released her grip. Phil rubbed his head and stood up, offering a warning to Xie Qi. "You slipped something into our food, didn't you? How else could we have suddenly felt so dizzy?" Annie, witnessing this, leaned against the wall for support. On the other side, Song Nan and Safina were separated by Xie Qi. Though Safina had just regained consciousness, Song Nan remained motionless, lost in his hallucination. Hearing Phil's accusation, Xie Qi tilted his head, a sly smile gracing his face as he admitted, "I merely added a pinch of seasoning to enhance the flavor. Did the guests not enjoy it?" "That seasoning must be opium," Annie interjected. "I observed a patch of the hallucinogenic plant growing in the thicket behind the villa." Realizing she had deduced the truth, Xie Qi shook his head in mock disappointment. "I didn't expect you to uncover it so swiftly. You truly are someone I admire. However, what do you intend to do about the two of them? The third question remains unanswered. His voice dropped suddenly, intrigued as he watched Annie, eager to see her next move. Annie locked eyes with Xie Qi as she passed by him. The stark contrast in their heights made her appear even more petite and vulnerable in close proximity. Yet those present understood that her essence was a stark departure from her delicate appearance, embodying a darkness that belied her looks. If Xie Qi gives the impression of an unabashedly unhinged chef, then Annie resembles a carnivorous flower lurking in the shadows, appearing delicate and beautiful from the outside, yet capable of devouring anyone who dares to approach, leaving no remnants behind. Annie dashed to Safina's side, shaking Song Nan in an attempt to rouse her from slumber. She struck Song Nan's face with little restraint, quickly reddening her cheeks. Fortunately, Song Nan gradually regained her consciousness. Now, all four individuals were finally awake, and Annie turned her gaze towards Xie Qi, puzzled by his seemingly unnecessary actions. Did he truly believe that inducing hallucinations would lead them to question the reality of their surroundings? She had been observant of Xie Qi's reactions but failed to notice that Song Nan, who had awakened beside her, was exhibiting unusual behavior. Throughout their ordeal, Song Nan had consistently displayed rationality and caution, even when confronted by a predator like Xie Qi, striving to maintain her composure and refraining from any hasty actions. Among their group, Song Nan was undoubtedly the one about whom they had the least cause for concern. Now that Annie saw her awake, she diverted her attention, perhaps subconsciously believing that Song Nan did not require her assistance and would promptly grasp the situation at hand. Song Nan appeared to awaken from a nightmarish slumber, her dark eyes gradually focusing as she turned her head from side to side, seemingly bewildered by her presence in this place. Moments ago, she felt as though she had been lost in an extensive dream, one in which she was commanding sailors to drop anchor. The voyage had proceeded smoothly, and she had completed her inaugural journey around the nations of the Pacific, bidding farewell and waving to various guests. On the deck, a silver-haired youth stood alongside an elegant blonde beauty. The two engaged in cheerful conversation. A dark-haired woman, donned in a sophisticated manner and carrying a backpack, trailed behind them, nodding slightly as she passed by Song Nan. NBA stars, invited by a real estate magnate for leisure, descended the ship with an embrace of two beauties on either arm, followed by affluent businessmen accompanied by their wives and daughters, with lawyers in tow. A black officer stationed on the cruise ship had also set aside his duties, leaning against the deck while conversing with colleagues. Seagulls soared in the distance, settling on the ship as dusk enveloped the scene, everything appearing so serene and stable. Song Nan seemed to have forgotten something, her heart brimming only with the joy of a successful voyage, her body enveloped in an unprecedented sense of ease. Suddenly, intricate patterns appeared before her eyes, reminiscent of shattered glass. A wave of panic surged within her, as the memories she had long buried, filled with hatred that had consumed her for half her life, came flooding back with the collapse of the scene before her. Oh, she was not on the ship. She had taken a life, avenged herself, and everything had come to an end. But what about her? What of her own life? After striving to become the captain, enduring countless hardships and injustices, all of it seemed to dissipate into nothingness. Song Nan understood that as long as she had exacted her revenge, there was no turning back to her former self. Moreover, even if she were to survive and return, her failure in command would condemn her for the cruise ship disaster, and the affluent families who lost loved ones in this maritime tragedy would undoubtedly seek her downfall. Before her capture, the instinct for survival had driven her to fight for her existence. However, the opium she inhaled now clouded her mind with thoughts of surrender. Even if she returned alive, she would be devoid of family, stripped of her career, and possibly sentenced to imprisonment. Did she truly wish to escape? Dear guest, do you genuinely wish to return? I do not. A sharp slap struck Song Nan's face, jolting her back to reality. She raised her hand to cover her cheek, gazing at the indifferent Annie standing before her. In a moment of realization, she tightly sealed her lips, fearful that a careless utterance might jeopardize the other three. Her desire to abandon her own life was one matter. The potential demise of three others due to her actions was an entirely different concern. Song Nan held her breath, poised to refute, when a spirited female voice resonated behind her. No, I will not leave. I wish to remain here. None of you are permitted to go. Safina stood up, appearing almost frenzied, her tousled golden hair obscuring her frantically wild eyes. Her declaration instantaneously altered the fate of the four. Slowly, Songnan turned her head. Disbelief etched on her face. The smile at the corners of her mouth widened gradually, while Xie Qi observed Safina's frantic behavior with a bemused expression. A flicker of tenderness apparent in his demeanor. Since you wish to stay, come to me. Do not be afraid. This is your final sanctuary. He extended his arms as if to offer her an embrace. Safina, who had been lost in her own world, obediently lowered her hands upon hearing Xie Qi's words and took a step towards him. Step by step. Suddenly, a spray of crimson erupted from Safina's neck as the blade sliced through. Annie, holding the knife, quietly watched as Safina fell forward, her back turned to her. Xie Qi witnessed this tragic scene of self-destruction unfold before his very eyes. Oh dear, this turn of events took him by surprise. A long-lost shiver coursed through him once more. Chapter 60. The entertainer is a treasure of the world. No one anticipated that the seemingly delicate and gentle Annie would act so swiftly and ruthlessly, without a hint of hesitation. The dagger in her hand belonged to Phil. Then, before they could react, Annie, who had just taken a life, swiftly seized Songnan, placing the blade against her throat, directly facing Xie Qi. In truth, Annie's movements were not particularly swift. It was evident that she was not accustomed to physical confrontation. It was merely the shock of the rapidly evolving situation that left Songnan momentarily dazed, allowing Annie to gain the upper hand. Oh my! How quickly has this situation escalated? Why must they turn on one another? Does she truly believe that this threat will compel the chef to release them? How naive! Is one murder not sufficient? Must another follow? How astonishing! What will she do when she is left with no allies? It seems we can confirm that the streamer is indeed the novelist. Her survival thus far is remarkable, yet this reckless move is disheartening. If the streamer dies, does the solo instance conclude? No. I want to continue watching the chef. I cannot bear to part from my love. Indeed, I have witnessed other prisoners navigate this instance, and none of their chefs were as captivating. After the instance concludes, I shall purchase the replay and indulge in it thrice daily. I could surpass that. I would relish it 10 times a day. May I pose a subtle inquiry? Just one. Why does no one speculate that the chef might be the streamer? We ponder the same. However, it's evident that such a possibility is implausible. If the chef were indeed the streamer, I declare here and now, I would become the chef's loyal servant. Henceforth, all my coins would be devoted to him. Despite the barrage of comments, many were skeptical of Xie Qi being the streamer. Yet a small faction quietly cast their votes for him. Currently, on the voting page to determine the streamer's identity, Annie held a commanding lead, followed by Phil. And then Songnan. After all, they were the only 3 survivors, and the solo instance would conclude with the streamer's demise. Additionally, there were votes for Lady Castor and the butler, Sebastian, even for Xie Qi's sous chef, Nicholas, though the latter's votes paled in comparison to those of the 3 guests. This instance was designed for prisoners to conquer. It was unlikely that a character would appear infrequently enough to allow victory. Generally, the probability of drawing the original scene's NPC characters was quite low. Thus, those who voted for them were merely playing around, not genuinely expecting to select the streamer. Yet, in this circumstance, the number of votes for Xie Qi was the least. Still, a small group of discerning individuals steadfastly cast their votes for the chef, enduring the ridicule of others as their coins seemingly went to waste, resolutely refusing to change their selections. Annie's hand remained steady. Even as Songnan gasped anxiously in her embrace, she did not spare her a glance. Is this a threat? Xie Qi observed the scene with intrigue, seemingly incredulous. A threat? Indeed, it is, Annie replied, pressing the knife firmly against Songnan's throat, a crimson mark abruptly appearing on her delicate skin. Today, one life has already been extinguished. Should another perish, even you would find it difficult to justify your actions to Lady Castor, would you not? Upon hearing her words, Xie Qi, who had initially narrowed his eyes, gradually opened them wide, revealing an interest akin to that of a spectator observing the creatures of a circus. What prompts this young lady's assertion? Could it be otherwise? Clearly, you had the capacity to eliminate us all on the very first day. Yet you have chosen to toy with us daily. Aside from Bailey, who may have fallen victim to that monster, the rest have succumbed one by one. In an orderly fashion, totaling 7, correct? After all, you have mentioned the number of victims several times, and remarked upon the implications of Xie Qi's earlier lament regarding her inability to remain here. I suspect there lies a secret within this, perhaps connected to the youngest daughter of the Castor family? An's voice was soft yet imbued with certainty, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Xie Qi's face, seeking to discern his thoughts. Is it possible that Lady Castor is orchestrating some dark sorcery, necessitating your methodical elimination of us to fulfill her nefarious objectives? Clap, clap, clap. Xie Qi applauded her with appreciation, nodding in acknowledgement. It is truly remarkable, miss, how you have managed to deduce such matters in such a brief span. After encouraging her, Xie Qi entwined his fingers beneath his chin, tilting his head to regard her. But why do you presume that I would feel threatened by you? Surely you are aware that I possess countless methods to compel you to relinquish that dagger. At his words, and tightened her grip, striving to maintain her composure. Yet, wouldn't that render it rather dull? Oh, a smirk danced on Xie Qi's lips, his brows arching slightly, realizing she had captured his interest, and gathered her thoughts and spoke. While I cannot fully comprehend it, your insistence on engaging us in games these past few days seems to stem from a desire for amusement, does it not? A one-sided slaughter would hardly pique your interest, would it? Do you not yearn to make everything more intriguing? An's remarks left the viewers in the live stream perplexed. Though they were aware that the chef harbored a warped psyche, they had yet to fully grasp the essence of his sadistic nature. However, and discerned that all of Xie Qi's actions were merely an elaborate pursuit of enjoyment. Indeed, whether in murder or play, it was but a means employed by the chef to infuse life with a sense of excitement. After all, what despair would ensue if this world were devoid of amusement? Chapter 61. My sister. Upon hearing his innermost thoughts articulated by and, Xie Qi's smile grew increasingly deranged. Ah, truly, it has been ages since I have experienced the sensation of being seen through. Although and remained oblivious to the existence of the live stream, and the fact that Xie Qi's antics were merely a ploy to garner attention and receive gratuities. Her analysis of him was not incorrect. Originally, the chef's role was that of a mere killer, pursuing players with a sadistic flair, yet lacking the myriad of tricks that Xie Qi possessed. Xie Qi, however, amplified this wicked amusement without altering the foundational premise of his character, thereby enhancing the dramatic narrative of the scenario. He exhibited behavior distinct from that of the previous chef, revealing himself before the guests. While the inhabitants of the villa had not interacted with him much in recent days, thus failing to notice any change in his demeanor, and, through her brief encounters, made astute inferences about Xie Qi's character, compelling others to regard him with newfound respect. Indeed, your words have captivated me. Xie Qi smiled, lowering his hand and suppressing the urge to wield a knife, prepared to listen to An's persuasive discourse. An's deductions were accurate. Now that Safina was deceased, only 3 remained. And in order for the ceremony to proceed smoothly in 3 days, he could no longer afford to eliminate them, perhaps due to the narrative structure, or some esoteric knowledge beyond his comprehension. The materials required for the forthcoming ritual could only be procured from these outsiders, while the servants had seemingly lost the essential elements necessary for the ceremony. In the original F-level scenario, once the prisoners became part of the guests, if the chef failed to successfully hunt them within a day, the ceremony scheduled for 7 days hence would be cancelled, allowing the prisoners to escape on a cargo ship. However, with Xie Qi's arrival, everything had changed. Firstly, due to the warden's implantation of a magical mark, the difficulty of the scenario escalated by a level. What was originally not meant for newcomers transformed into an unexpectedly challenging E-level situation. Monsters that should not have appeared emerged, consuming Bailey and obliterating the chance for survival among the 8. It could be said that Xie Qi's presence elevated the difficulty of this scenario to an unprecedented height. Should he truly be an NPC, any player encountering such an unconventional boss would find it preferable to end their life immediately rather than endure his relentless manipulation. Would you care to converse with me? And remained vigilant, observing Xie Qi, while Songnan gradually regained his composure, sealing his lips to avoid becoming collateral damage in their struggle. Well, that is feasible, but shouldn't we first exchange identities before engaging in dialogue? Miss N, I assume you are not merely an ordinary novelist? Xie Qi shook his head and inquired about N's origins. Songnan, along with the viewers in the live stream, had long been curious about this matter, and had consistently claimed to be just a novelist. Yet she was knowledgeable about the intricacies of sheep intestines and exhibited no psychological barriers regarding murder, effortlessly killing when called upon. Among their group, she was likely the one with the most concealed depths, and blinked, a delicate smile gracing her exquisite visage. Songnan then heard the soft warmth of her breath near his ear, which ceased as she began to speak. To label myself merely a novelist is somewhat inaccurate. I prefer to describe myself as a death planner. A death planner? Xie Qi stroked his chin, feeling a strange sense of theatricality. Is that akin to selecting an individual at random and offering them choices for their demise? Close, though the selection is not arbitrary. There are those who choose the prey for me. As she spoke, and turned to the silent white-haired youth. Phil raised his head, his expression devoid of emotion, entirely shedding the rebellious demeanor he had previously displayed. Upon being mentioned by Anne, he stood and approached her side. This individual is my partner, Phil Chris, who may also be referred to as the murderer. One tall and one short. Despite their differing appearances and temperaments, they both exude an unsettling aura. Although the audience has discerned the profound bond between them, few could have anticipated the true nature of their relationship. I had previously observed this novelist assigning various methods of death to each individual in the room, initially believing it to be mere material for his stories, only to discover he is a practitioner of his craft. What does it mean to be a murderer? Is it that the novelist devises the means of demise while he executes them? This interpretation seems plausible. Yet one wonders why the white-haired individual would assist in the killings. Perhaps for amusement? Could it be born out of sheer boredom? It was said he is a wealthy heir with no claim to inheritance, living a life of leisure. The more one contemplates, the more familiar it becomes. There are those in the comments who empathize with Phil, as their circumstances are somewhat alike, who, in their extreme ennui, would choose to find excitement in such a bloody and violent gaming stream. It is indeed a privilege to welcome such guests as yourselves. Unlike Song Nan, who was startled by Annie's words, Xie Qi appeared genuinely delighted, exuding a warm welcome. Even someone as unconventional as Annie found herself momentarily speechless by Xie Qi's unpredictable behavior. She had never revealed her identity outside, and the souls who fell to their hands were invariably left to weep in terror, resigned to their fates. Encountering this even more deranged chef than themselves is, perhaps, they're just desserts. Now, without further ado, may Chef Connie and I engage in a proper conversation? Xie Qi reined in his mirth and addressed Annie. Of course, I am most curious about what you might say. Following this, Annie released her grip on Song Nan. Stumbling, Song Nan retreated into the room, pressing her back against the wall, distancing herself from the trio. Overwhelmed by fear, she felt utterly lost. The effects of the opium still lingered, and her previous clarity of thought had momentarily vanished. Shaking, she observed as Annie exited the room with the chef. Once the door was closed, only she and Phil remained. What would they discuss? Could she still place her trust in these two? Song Nan, in her anxiety, struggled to think clearly, yet the specter of death loomed unavoidable. She swallowed hard, her gaze unfocused. Death, in truth, is not entirely unacceptable. Perhaps she could relinquish her hold on life. Meanwhile, in another room of the villa, Mrs. Castor was also conversing about him. In recent days, his work had been commendable, though he had perhaps indulged a bit too much, leading some to stray from the path. Seabass reported to Mrs. Castor on Xie Qi's recent endeavors, all the while attending to his master's need for a wardrobe change. Mrs. Castor led an exquisite life, requiring no less than 3 changes of attire even when remaining indoors. The black silk dress cascaded gracefully from Lady Castor's body. She turned with a subtle smile, revealing a flat expanse across her chest. How unruly these individuals are to disturb my sister in such a manner. Chapter 62. The Secret History of the Castor Family. Am I blind? How did she suddenly become a he? Did I miss something? Wait, does this mean Lady Castor is a man? How could he marry Mr. Castor then? Could it be possible that he is Mr. Castor, the brother of Miss Castor? But why is he dressed as a woman? Is it a matter of preference? What is wrong with a cross-dressing gentleman? The world is embracing these charming figures. Shouting. As the revelation of Lady Castor's gender unfolded, the viewers in her live stream were thrown into disarray. The audience, who had been present in the stream, observed with amusement the fervent reactions of the newcomers, all the while ignoring their own initial astonishment. I always felt something was amiss in Cassandra's diary. Lady Castor was never mentioned, nor was that brother. I can't believe they are the same person. Is the brother attempting to resurrect his sister, who has been transformed into a monster by the experiments? Such a touching sibling bond. Touching, you say? Is that the kind of bond that involves one killing a person each day? Side-eye. How is the preparation for the ritual coming along? Lady Castor, who is indeed Cassandra's brother, Lucas Castor, inquired of Seabass. The necessary parts from the past 3 days have been entrusted to me by Carnabari. and the remaining 4 will also be dealt with swiftly, ensuring no delays for our Master's significant undertaking. Has there been any change with Lena? No. The only concern is that the child has become overly reliant on Carnabari. He can guide her when the time comes. Hearing that everything was proceeding smoothly, a satisfied smile graced Lucas's face. His features were exquisitely refined, possessing an androgynous charm. After changing into a new outfit, he lifted a cup of red tea from the table and sipped. There's no need to worry excessively about Lena. But where is Carnabari now? The servants reported that he went to the breeding grounds to deliver meals to the workers. He has not returned yet. Lucas's expression remained inscrutable, neither approving nor disapproving of Seabass's actions. Having served him since childhood, Seabass understood the doubts brewing within Lucas. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "For this group of guests, Carnabari has indeed been overly attentive. In the past, he only exhibited such enthusiasm when preparing ingredients. Should I monitor him for our master?" Lucas merely smiled at his words, saying, "As long as it does not interfere with the ritual, he may indulge as he wishes." After all, finding a chef as capable as him is no simple task. Their family has been engaged in sheep farming for generations, initially handling the meat themselves, and eventually discovering a chef of exceptional skill to manage the culinary needs of the household. The endeavor of seeking talent and nurturing loyalty has demanded considerable time, money, and effort. They were able to conceal their peculiar penchant from prying eyes, largely due to the presence of a significant cohort among the elite who shared their inclinations. The Castor family frequently hosted lavish banquets, inviting dignitaries from various spheres to savor the exquisite dinners prepared by their esteemed chef. During that period, the Castor family thrived in all social circles, and whenever someone went missing, any connections to the Castor household were swiftly suppressed, as if nothing had transpired. However, in the generation of Lucas's father, disillusioned by the family's tradition of sheep consumption, he chose to lead his family away from Xie country following his military service, seeking a secluded island to escape the primal urge to hunt lambs. Initially, Lucas mirrored his father's sentiments, harboring an intense aversion to his own desire for mutton, and he endeavored to suppress his instincts, yearning for a peaceful existence with his family. Life had settled into a tranquil routine, though the island's existence was monotonous. He found solace in reading and playing with his sister, which alleviated the tedium. This tranquility, however, was disrupted when a group of shipwrecked individuals stumbled upon their villa. His parents warmly welcomed them, inviting them to stay until the arrival of the supply ship a few days later. Unbeknownst to them, one among the group had set his sights on Cassandra and plotted a nocturnal ambush. Fortunately, the assailant was ultimately slain by Sebastian, collapsing before Cassandra's very eyes. At that moment, Cassandra appeared stunned, and Lucas assumed she was merely frightened. He stayed by her side until she fell asleep before retreating to his own quarters. Yet, the following day brought alarming news from a servant, who reported that the body placed behind the villa had been gruesomely mangled, the bite marks unmistakably those of a child. Lucas and his parents were taken aback and hurried to check on Cassandra, only to find her lying in bed, her mouth stained with blood, her demeanor angelic as if she had never left. From that day forth, Lucas never saw his sister again. He inquired repeatedly about her whereabouts, but his parents brushed him off, claiming she was ill and required solitary treatment, promising he would see her once she recovered. As the days turned into a year of waiting, Lucas was not greeted by the return of his sister, but rather by the monstrous transformation of Cassandra. Recalling that day, when the creature with amber eyes identical to his sister's devoured their parents, Lucas was engulfed by a surreal absurdity. This creature, was it truly his sister? His sweet and pitiable sister who adored playing the princess? Her once silken golden hair had been shorn, her fair visage now marred and grotesque, remnants of her dress clinging to her form. Why had this been done to her? Had she committed some grave offense? Subsequent to these harrowing events, Lucas perused his parents' records and discovered they had been conducting experiments on Cassandra, all in a desperate attempt to eradicate her craving for sheep. They believed that since they could endure such instincts, Cassandra should not indulge her nature and must be corrected. The final outcome was that Lucas lost all his relatives overnight, leaving only his deranged sister by his side. Lucas himself succumbed to madness. Why should his sister not partake in the consumption of sheep? This was their instinct. Akin to the primal urge of beasts to hunt, it was natural selection. Their parents had already demonstrated the cost of forcibly altering this inherent nature through their actions. Thus, he resolved to no longer tolerate it. Cassandra, I shall restore you to your former self. Let us live freely together. Chapter 63. Why are beautiful men not considered beauties? The next morning, it was not Xie Qi who was awakened by the commotion. Lucas rubbed his temples vigorously, his amber eyes reflecting a profound depth. Seabass. His voice was low, yet the silver-haired butler, who had been waiting outside, immediately pushed open the door and bowed respectfully. What transpired outside? His voice was hoarse, tinged with displeasure from the interruption of his slumber. Seabass hesitated for a moment, the wrinkles on his face tightening. But he spoke the truth to Lucas. It is the young lady. For some reason, she has been released again, and the servants are preparing to escort her back. Where is the key to the cellar? Yesterday, I entrusted the key to Carnivali, instructing him to confine the young lady. It should still be with him. Upon hearing this, Lucas scoffed coldly. So, he is the one who let Cassandra out. This cannot continue. Understanding Lucas's intent to leave, Seabass stepped forward to assist him with dressing and grooming. As they emerged, standing on the villa staircase, they beheld Cassandra surrounded by a group of servants, appearing as though she wished to bite, yet refraining from attacking them. She merely shifted restlessly, seeking an escape from her confinement. Just as Lucas intended to inquire about Carnivali's whereabouts, he heard the distinctive voice of their chef resonating from behind the staircase. Xie Qi ambled into view, followed by Annie and others. He appeared to be in high spirits, donned in a white chef's attire, as if ready to commence cooking at any moment. Carnivali, could you elucidate this situation for me? Lucas spoke first, his icy gaze sweeping over Annie and the others before settling on Xie Qi. Master. Upon seeing Lucas, Xie Qi's eyes lit up, his voice elevating in excitement, as if he had stumbled upon something intriguing to share. However, before he could articulate anything, Annie suddenly stepped past him to meet Lucas's gaze. Mrs. Castor, I sought to meet with you, which led to this desperate measure. Oh, this desperate measure refers to bringing my sister out? Lucas's tone was soft, making it difficult to discern whether he was angry. Sister? Song Nin whispered behind Xie Qi, seemingly realizing the true identity of this creature at last. Annie, lost in thought, regarded Lucas with a gaze imbued with complexity. Indeed, it is only under such circumstances that you would deign to meet us. I have a proposition to discuss with you. Upon hearing Annie's request, Lucas merely smiled faintly, his eyes still fixed on Xie Qi. Is this matter endorsed by you, Connie? Xie Qi, upon hearing his name, tilted his head with a smile. Well, I find it quite intriguing. Why don't you listen to what she has to say first, Master? Noticing that Lady Castor was indifferent to her, Annie took the initiative to reclaim the attention. Perhaps you are unaware, but this Phil Chris is the youngest son of the Chris family from Country M, which is also a noble lineage in Country Y. Surely, you have heard of them? By initially revealing Phil's identity, Annie finally diverted Lucas's gaze toward her. If the Chris family were to learn of his disappearance, it wouldn't be long before they dispatched someone to seek him out. Should it be discovered that his last known whereabouts were here with you? Annie left her thought unvoiced, recognizing that some matters are best left implied. Overt clarity may evoke feelings of threat, even if that was her intention. Lucas's eyes narrowed as he surveyed Phil, a smirk gracing his lips as he languidly inquired, "And what is it you wish to convey? If it concerns him alone, I might consider letting him go, perhaps. Yet, should I meet my demise here, Phil would not spare you." Annie maintained her smile, while Phil, emerging from behind Xie Qi, fixed a sharp gaze upon Lucas. Oh, it seems you are quite certain that I would not oppose the Chris family. Lucas's voice suddenly deepened, shedding its neutral tone to reveal a hint of masculinity. Realizing that her adversary was unhinged, Annie understood that mere verbal threats would likely prove ineffective. She tightened her hands behind her back, steadying herself, and continued with her proposal. I do not wish to threaten you. As I mentioned earlier, I seek to negotiate a game with you. Should we emerge victorious, you would allow us to leave, and we would ensure that the circumstances here remain undisclosed. However, if you win, Annie raised her hand, gathering her dark hair, revealing a countenance that appeared delicate but was fiercer than anyone else. We will submit to your discretion. As her words lingered in the air, silence enveloped the villa, broken only by Cassandra's occasional frustrated outbursts, while everyone else, including the servants, held their breath in anticipation of Lucas's decision. Xie Qi maintained his smile, adopting the demeanor of an observer. Sebastian, standing beside Lucas, had intended to directly descend and retrieve the three individuals, but was halted by his master, with golden locks elegantly arranged atop his head. One might presume him to be an exquisite and graceful lady. Lucas, unperturbed, pondered for a moment before casting a discreet glance at Xie Qi and ultimately acquiescing. Very well. What game do you wish to play with me? Sebastian was perplexed as to why his master would agree to such terms. Even if the Chris family were to discover this place, by then, these individuals would have long since vanished without a trace. If one were to release those individuals, who could predict whether they might have a change of heart and return with others in tow? It would be far wiser to apprehend them directly, thus avoiding an array of unforeseen variables. Yet, Lucas found himself unable to fathom her intentions and could only remain silently on the sidelines. Upon hearing that the owner of the villa had acquiesced to her terms, Annie felt a wave of relief wash over her. The first step had been taken. What lay ahead would be pivotal in determining their fates. Madam, have you ever heard of a voting method that gained popularity in the last century, known as the beauty contest? Annie inquired, introducing a term unfamiliar to those present. The essence of the beauty contest lies in judges selecting the most exquisite among the candidates, with those who voted for the victor receiving rewards once the results are unveiled. Let us emulate our predecessors and identify the most beautiful among us, she proposed. I don't quite understand how we reached this point, someone remarked. Indeed, has the chef betrayed us? How infuriating. It's all my fault for being swayed by Lady Castor. I can hardly keep up with the plot. Another added, you do realize he is male, right? Isn't Lady Castor the most beautiful of all? Must we even vote? Came another voice. But the chef is quite handsome as well, someone blushed. Hold. The chef is simply dashing. Is there a problem with being both handsome and beautiful? Came a playful retort. Lucas listened intently to Annie's suggestion, his eyes narrowing as he struggled to decipher her strategy. Nevertheless, he would not retract his prior agreement. However, with so few women present, less than 5 in total, how could they possibly make a selection? Who says beauty must be confined to women? Annie remarked with a subtle smile, gesturing towards Connie, the chef. Such a handsome man can certainly participate. In the following moments, Annie elaborated on the rules of the game. First, they would select 10 individuals from their group to partake in the contest. These 10 could cast their votes for others or themselves. Ultimately, the individual receiving the highest number of votes would be awarded a point, with a crucial stipulation. If any participant received more than 5 votes, including the 5th vote, the winner would be the one with the second highest count. For instance, if Lady Castor received 6 votes and Annie garnered 4, Annie would emerge as the final winner, and the 4 who voted for her would each be granted a point. This stipulation transformed what appeared to be a straightforward beauty contest into a psychological game of strategy. After all, one must anticipate who might receive the highest votes and whether that count would surpass 5, while simultaneously identifying the individual likely to secure the second most votes to cast their ballot accordingly. The total scores would then be calculated, and if the combined scores of Annie and her companions surpassed those of the 7 within the villa, they would emerge victorious, although they were at a numerical disadvantage. The game had been their proposal, and as they were the ones seeking favor, it was unlikely that Lady Castor would easily acquiesce otherwise. In the end, they decided on a decisive 5 rounds. Apart from Annie and the 3 others, the participants included Xie Qi, Lucas, Lena, and even Seabass and Nicholas, along with the 2 servants from the villa, totaling 10 individuals. From the outset, Xie Qi remained silent, even when Annie referred to him as a handsome man. He exhibited no signs of surprise, relishing the prospect of joining the game. However, upon learning that they too were to participate, Lena and Nicholas displayed a hint of hesitation, only complying when Lucas commanded them to stay obediently aside. The spectators, witnessing the elderly silver-haired butler Seabass partaking in this so-called beauty vote, were left speechless. Though I understand this is merely a title, the presence of this butler is quite jarring. What of the butler? One can still discern that he was rather handsome in his youth. Look at the other servants. Each embodies their own unique charm, vividly illustrating the diversity of humanity. I fail to grasp the meaning of this game. Why is the winner, with more than 5 votes, considered second place? Without this stipulation, it would indeed be too easy. One merely needs to guess whom the majority would vote for. Adding this condition essentially turns it into a guessing game of who can deduce whom you selected. You guess. I guess. We all guess. My mind is utterly bewildered. The 10 individuals were seated at a long table, with the servants not participating in the game having been instructed by Lucas to escort the ladies back. Each held a whiteboard prepared for voting, on which they could inscribe the name of their chosen candidate. Lucas disregarded Xie Qi's eager expression and casually appointed one of the servants as the host. Upon realizing he had lost his role as host, Xie Qi's previously smiling eyes darkened, and he appeared somewhat displeased. Yet, he refrained from interrupting Lucas, and the first round commenced under the servant's guidance. As everyone began to jot down their choices, Lina, seemingly uncertain, glanced at Xie Qi. Noticing her gaze, Xie Qi lifted his head and offered her a smile. Lina appeared startled, immediately lowering her head and tremblingly beginning to write a name. The first to set down their pens were Annie and her companions, soon followed by the others. When they revealed their boards, it became evident that, apart from Annie's trio, everyone had selected Lady Castor, including Xie Qi himself. However, on Annie's boards, the name Kanabari was prominently displayed. Oh, Xie Qi mused, tilting his head with interest, his hand brushing against his lips as he scrutinized the three boards. Lucas, narrowing his eyes, first glanced at the board in Xie Qi's hand that bore his name, then realized they must have conspired from the beginning. The final tally revealed that Lucas received 7 votes, while Xie Qi garnered 3. As Lucas's votes exceeded the majority, Xie Qi was ultimately crowned the champion of the beauty contest. Wow, congratulations to myself for securing first place in the beauty contest. Xie Qi applauded himself, oblivious to the gazes of others. Except for him clapping alone, Lina had initially wanted to raise her hand, but upon seeing the others in action, she quietly withdrew. At this moment, Annie's trio had garnered 3 points, while Lucas's group remained at 0. The second game commenced, and unlike the initial round where everyone wrote independently, Lina and Nicholas hesitated, glancing around before resolutely beginning to write. Meanwhile, Annie and her companions, as Lucas had surmised, engaged in minimal eye contact and swiftly put pen to paper. After Xie Qi made his remark, he leisurely wrote on the board with his long fingers, seemingly unaffected by Lucas's gaze. When the boards were revealed for the second time, the 2 servants, Seabass and Xie Qi, maintained their choice, voting for Lucas once more. Xie Qi even adorned Lucas's name with a heart, deliberately showcasing it to him. Lucas smiled back at him, though his eyes betrayed no emotional stir. In contrast, Lina and Nicholas shifted their votes to Xie Qi. Remarkably, Annie's trio opted for different selections. Song Nan and Phil both wrote Lady Castor, while Annie stuck with Carnabari. This round resulted in Lucas receiving 6 votes and Xie Qi 4, with Xie Qi emerging victorious once again. Upon realizing his consecutive victories, a look of surprise illuminated Xie Qi's face, and he leaned slightly forward in his chair, akin to a recipient on a podium thanking the audience. In this round, only Annie, Lucas, Lina, and Nicholas scored points. At that moment, Annie's group had accumulated 4 points, while Lucas held 3. With Xie Qi's 2 successive victories, the 2 servants appeared to waver in their resolve. Seabass furrowed his brow, casting a concerned glance at Lucas, eager to discern his intentions. Meanwhile, Lina and Nicholas, having made the right choice, could not suppress their relief. The gap between the 2 teams had narrowed to a mere point, a slight margin indeed. Lucas remained composed, instructing the servants to proceed to the 3rd round. Predictably, the majority chose Xie Qi this time, resulting in him earning 6 votes, surpassing Lucas for the first time. Aside from the 2 servants who switched their votes to Xie Qi, Annie and Phil voted for Lady Castor, while Song Nan changed his choice to support Xie Qi. Consequently, Annie's team garnered 6 points, while Lucas's group attained 5. Only 2 rounds remained in the game. Perhaps sensing the dawn of victory and given that the game's progression aligned with Annie's expectations, Song Nan relaxed, his body no longer tense. Annie, maintaining her composure, swallowed hard, experiencing a long-lost thrill in her heart. Being a person with a strong desire for control, a trait that led her to become a death planner, she found the sensation of orchestrating life utterly captivating. The current scenario, unfolding according to her script, enchanted her further. Each participant contemplated their choices for the next round. Lucas had refrained from altering his selections in the first 2 rounds to observe Annie's strategic patterns. At that moment, a slight smirk graced his lips, and as his amber gaze shifted, Seabass caught the fleeting expression. Subsequently, with a casual glance at Annie, he instructed the servants to continue. The 4th game proceeded according to Annie's design. Upon witnessing the previous round's victory for Lucas, the 2 servants promptly altered their choices and voted for him as well. Lina had been observing Xie Qi's decisions and noted that he consistently voted for Lucas without deviation. After some contemplation, she too decided to cast her vote for Lucas. Meanwhile, Nicarlos, Possessing a modicum of cunning, deduced that since Lucas had won the last round, it was likely that Xie Qi would prevail this time. Thus he recorded his choice accordingly. Ultimately, the results were revealed. Lucas received 4 votes, Xie Qi garnered 4, while Annie received merely 2. Chapter 65. The joy of being beside you. This tie was not predetermined, and Annie could not help but raise an eyebrow in surprise. Both Lucas and Seabass had cast their votes for Annie. At this moment, Lucas, with his hands crossed atop the table, inquired curiously, I find myself tied with Carnabari, and neither of us exceeded 5 votes. How do you propose we resolve this? He smiled at Annie, for in this situation, whether the 8 tied players receive points, or only the 2 who chose Annie did, their positions had reversed. Should all those who voted for the tie be awarded points, Annie's team would gain 3 points, while Lucas would accrue 5, resulting in a score of 9-12. Conversely, if only Lucas and Seabass, who selected Annie, were to gain points, the score would stand at 6-7. What choice would Annie make? Xie Qi observed the unfolding scenario with a grin, alternating his gaze between Annie and Lucas, his hands clasped at his nose, his dark eyes glinting with mischief. Annie steadied her nerves, her hands intertwined beneath the table, her nails digging into her flesh to rouse her from her thoughts. Various ideas flashed through her mind before she lowered her gaze to Lucas and said, Since it was my oversight from the beginning, I shall leave the decision to you. My dear sir. Oh, are you not concerned that I might opt for the tie? Lucas finally met Annie's gaze, feeling a peculiar stirring within. If he were to act as he suggested, even if Annie's team were to gain points in the final round, it would only result in a tie. And that outcome was not guaranteed. For one who was desperately striving to survive, was it not too soon to concede? A wager must be honored. Annie offered no further explanation, merely signaling for the game to continue. Lucas, with a profound gaze, did not choose to award points for the tie as he had implied, but instead granted himself and Seabass each an additional point. Before the commencement of the 5th round, the score comparison revealed Annie's team with 6 votes and Lucas's team with 7. This time, Lena again opted for Lucas, while Nicarlos and 2 other servants voted for Annie. As for Annie, she inscribed Song Nan's name on the board. She lifted her gaze toward the 3 servants who had already voted and the maid who had been covertly glancing at the chef. Her attention then shifted to Lucas and Seabass. Based on her analysis, the 3 servants were likely to be influenced by the outcome of the previous game and would probably choose her this time. The maid, who appeared to idolize the chef, would likely vote for Lucas. As for Lady Cast and Seabass, it was reasonable to assume they would select the same individual, and that individual would no longer be Annie. Due to Lucas's profound understanding of the nature of those servants, continuing to select Annie would inevitably lead to a vote tally of 5 or more. At that juncture, should Annie and her 2 companions choose a non-Lucas individual, they would instantaneously accrue 3 points, thereby surpassing the score. Annie would have 5 votes, the non-Lucas candidate 3, and Lucas 2. Considering this, along with the unwavering choice of one individual in the game, Carnabari, who has consistently selected Lady Castor since the onset, even having accrued only a single point thus far, it stands to reason that Lady Castor would likely opt for herself, subtly informing her steward through eye contact. In such a scenario, the outcome would likely culminate in a tie, leaving no opportunity for Annie and her companions to overturn the situation. Having completed her writing, Annie set down her pen, her demeanor serene. In truth, she had contemplated the possibility of a tie. However, had she voiced this concern from the outset, it would have introduced variables in the preceding rounds. Furthermore, she doubted Lady Castor would choose the first method of scoring a tie. After all, once the game's conditions were accepted, Annie surmised that Lady Castor was not genuinely inclined to engage in any game with them. Thus, she would not be concerned with the fairness of it, regardless of whether Lady Castor sought to test them or found amusement in the proceedings. It represented an opportunity for them. Exchanging a glance with Phil and then surveying Song Nan, Annie felt a surge of resolve. The group revealed their white bards. As anticipated, the 3 servants had all chosen her, while Lucas, Seabass, and the maid had predictably selected Lucas. In that moment, she believed she had triumphed. But wait, how could this be? Annie's pupils dilated in disbelief, and her facade of calm shattered in an instant. She stared intently at the board in the chef's hands. Yet her mind struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. Others too were examining each name written, tallying the votes. At that moment, they all noticed the board in Xie Qi's hands, revealing that he had not written Lady Castor's name. feeling the collective gaze of the group upon him. Xie Qi finally felt a sense of ease, shaking his board playfully and addressing Lucas with a tone that was both mocking and respectful. "Master, this is my heartfelt gesture." Lucas turned to see Song Nan's name inscribed and smiled at Xie Qi, appearing quite pleased. The steward, while Annie was still in shock, calculated the results, ultimately discovering a tie. Annie 3 votes, Lucas 3 votes, Xie Qi 2 votes, Song Nan 2 votes. No matter how it was calculated, Annie and her companions faced defeat. "You!" Annie erupted, slamming her hands on the table, revealing for the first time such an intense display of emotion. Her gaze was piercing, as if interrogating Xie Qi about his interference. "It seemed you had not betrayed me, Carnabari." Lucas's voice was gentle, as if the prior suspicions regarding Xie Qi had never existed. He had agreed to partake in this game solely for Xie Qi's sake. In his eyes, Annie and her companions were mere ingredients, and despite Phil's extraordinary identity, he was not regarded highly by Lucas. In his relentless pursuit to resurrect his sister in 2 days' time, he would not hesitate, regardless of whether the individual was a son of the Chris family or of any elevated status. However, Xie Qi was different. As his loyal right-hand man, if he were to betray him for a mere handful of ingredients, it would indeed be a source of regret. Naturally, the joy of being by one's master's side is unparalleled, is it not? Ignoring Annie's furious glare, Xie Qi gracefully pushed back his chair and stood, bowing elegantly to Lucas. He then turned to Annie, his eyes filled with pity, and remarked, "My dear miss, while your proposal is indeed tempting, I must say that your skills are still lacking, especially in comparison to our master. I advise you to abandon any thoughts of escape while you still can." Upon hearing his words, Annie averted her gaze, lowering her head in silence. She made no attempt to resist. After all, this was Lucas's domain, and at his command, the servants could easily restrain them. Song Nan and Phil sat tensely beside her, acutely aware of the scrutiny from others. Since the game had concluded, they accepted this fate, grateful to the young lady for the enjoyment it had brought. Lucas smiled and nodded at Annie, preparing to leave with Seabass. Before departing, he turned to Xie Qi, instructing him to treat the guests well and personally escort them home. Xie Qi naturally responded with a smile and an affirmative nod. He then led Annie and the others out through the back door. Their game had ended rather swiftly, taking less than half an hour in total. The trio remained particularly quiet along the way, with no thoughts of escape. Xie Qi walked ahead, occasionally glancing back at them, a look of intrigue dancing across his features. Upon reaching the farm, the servants tasked with returning Cassandra to the cellar had yet to emerge, likely unable to do so without endangering her. Observing this, Xie Qi stroked his chin, contemplating entering a room to slice some food to ensure the young lady could return home. At that moment, Song Nan, who had been particularly subdued throughout the journey, suddenly lifted her head, her eyes filled with determination. Chapter 66. Are you satisfied with this development? She abruptly revealed a dagger from her sleeve, an instrument stolen from the kitchen by Phil and later wielded by Annie to slay Safina. Yet now, it was not meant for taking another's life, but rather for her own. With a swift motion, the blade sliced through her carotid artery, and in an instant, blood gushed forth. Xie Qi, caught unawares and unaware of any murderous intent, felt a warm surge at his back. A torrent of fresh blood sprayed onto him. And to enhance the impact, Song Nan unexpectedly embraced him, allowing her blood to soak him entirely. If Song Nan had intended to stab Xie Qi, his acute senses would have enabled him to evade the attack. However, she had defied expectations by choosing to take her own life instead. Xie Qi's pristine white chef's attire was now a chaotic mess. Confused, he cast a glance over his shoulder at the embracing Song Nan, as if a sudden realization struck him, and then turned to Annie, who was still at a distance. Phil, who had been present moments ago, had vanished without a trace. This unexpected turn of events left the other servants in stunned silence, their attention diverted entirely from Cassandra's situation. Cassandra halted her restless pacing, tilting her head to inhale the air, and suddenly pivoted toward the direction of Xie Qi. Ha 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 ha. Xie Qi could no longer contain his laughter, erupting into a hearty chuckle under the gaze of the crowd. He covered his eyes with one hand, his mouth stretching into a grin that seemed ready to reach his ears. Song Nan's consciousness was gradually fading as she felt the warmth of the person before her. Though he was a demon, his body still radiated heat. Was she destined to die? If she could take this person down before her end, it would be a fitting resolution. If there were a next life, Would it be possible for her to live for herself? As she sensed the strength that had embraced her dissipate, Xie Qi's laughter gradually faded. Hearing Cassandra's agitated roar ahead, Xie Qi refrained from turning back, crossing his arms over his chest as if to restrain his excitement. So, this was your true intention, Miss Annie. Faced with such circumstances, Annie raised her face, obscured by her dark hair, her eyes brimming with absolute confidence in her plan. Utilizing my fondness for games, she had me release the lady and guide them to meet the master, all while subtly accelerating the game's progression, hoping to arrive here before the lady was confined, thus compelling this captain to trade her life for mine. How utterly delightful. Xie Qi was exhilarated, having not experienced such surprise in quite some time. What? Is it truly like this? I hadn't noticed at all. Neither had I. It seems my mind cannot keep pace with an NPC. Farewell? What kind of convoluted thinking do these individuals possess? Dizzy. Is this intended to provoke that monster to attack the chef? This woman is ruthless, wagering her own life. Initially, I thought the chef had deceived Annie, only to discover that it was Annie who had manipulated the chef. My heavens, what a twist. If Annie were a streamer, I would definitely follow her. It's no easy feat to turn the tables under the chef's thumb. Applause. Being outsmarted by the ingredients in her own eyes. I wonder if the chef will be angry, gossiping. Cassandra had pinpointed the source of the fresh aroma, baring her teeth in rage as she lunged swiftly towards Xie Qi. He casually swept his hair back, the blood staining his locks, slicking them away from his face, his hairstyle fixed into a sleek look, revealing his pale, handsome visage. A few drops of blood adorned his cheeks, imparting a somewhat alluring quality to his appearance. Xie Qi did not rush to evade. His peripheral vision caught sight of a figure emerging from the cellar behind Cassandra. It was Phil, who had just vanished from view. He was now holding a bucket of gasoline, which he thumped onto the ground with a resounding thud. The sound of a match striking ignited from behind, and Xie Qi did not turn around but tilted his head, glancing askew from front to back. Chef Connie, do you find this scenario to your liking? Annie intermittently flicked her lighter on and off, the soft red flame tinged with blue flickering ominously, emanating an unexpected sense of intimidation for its size. This was something Song Nan had always carried, now appearing in Annie's hand. From the very beginning, the three had made a pact to sacrifice Song Nan's life to thwart Xie Qi, in a bid to ensure the survival of these two malevolent figures. Song Nan willingly offered himself. The audience in the comments section expressed their bewilderment. Moreover, none of the three present exhibited even the slightest emotional response to Song Nan's demise. It was as though he were but a trivial tool, cast aside after having served his final purpose. While it could be argued that Xie Qi's inherently unstable psyche rendered him indifferent, perceiving everything before him as merely a game, where the death of NPCs amounted to nothing more than the extinction of virtual data, eliciting no sentiment whatsoever, Annie and Phil, who had traversed the journey alongside Song Nan, displayed an unsettling coldness akin to strangers. I am now genuinely convinced that one of these two must be a streamer. Only someone who understands that this world is not real could exhibit such indifference. How naive I was earlier. One is a death planner, and the other a murderer. Neither of them are sane. It feels as though the dungeon is nearing its conclusion. If the chef is truly slain, I shall give the streamer a poor review. Alas, falling for an NPC seems to be my fate, smoking a cigarette. At that moment, the scene unfolded. Cassandra burst forth from the breeding grounds, poised to lunge at Xie Qi, while Phil stood behind her, gasoline in hand. Xie Qi turned his gaze towards Annie, a smile still gracing his lips. Annie stared directly at Xie Qi, resolute in her belief that this time he could not evade capture. Even if this chef possessed strength and speed beyond that of a human, escaping from this monster would prove impossible. Just as Annie intended to signal Phil to seize the opportunity to douse the chef and the monster with gasoline, she suddenly heard Xie Qi's voice, mocking as though the sky were falling yet still inciting a desire to strike him. What a good child you are. There shall be rewards for you later. Annie was taken aback, and in an instant, the lighter in her hand was snatched away. A strand of brown hair brushed past her eye. To her astonishment, the seemingly timid maid, freckled and frail, had appeared behind her, seizing the lighter while she was distracted. Lena trembled, visibly terrified. She clutched the lighter tightly, her head bowed deeply, avoiding eye contact with the others. Yet, under Annie's watchful gaze, she whispered something repeatedly, her voice barely audible, easily overlooked. You mustn't harm the chef. I won't allow it. Absolutely not. Chapter 67. This time, you have won again. Realizing that she had carelessly allowed her lighter to be taken, Annie's expression darkened. Ignoring the fact that Xie Qi was still watching, she stepped forward, intent on reclaiming the lighter from Lena's grasp. At that moment, Cassandra had also surged forward. Xie Qi maintained a calm facade, yet internally, he calculated the timing perfectly, swiftly evading her charge. Annie. Phil had been observing Xie Qi's movements, and upon witnessing this action, he immediately feared that the monster might redirect its attention towards Annie. Previously, the servants in the room had already been incapacitated by him. Breathless, he clutched the gasoline canister, hastily removing the lid as an acrid odor wafted up. He temporarily covered the opening to prevent any spillage and dashed towards the entrance of the breeding facility. Fortunately, the creature possessed poor eyesight, relying solely on its hearing and sense of smell to locate its prey. Despite having evaded capture once, Cassandra could still track Xie Qi by the overwhelming scent of blood that clung to him. Meanwhile, Lena sought to evade Annie's relentless grasp, and the two women engaged in a fierce game of chase within the courtyard, their similar physiques and strength rendering it impossible to determine a victor in that moment. Xie Qi found himself in the most precarious situation since entering this scenario. Previously, he had appeared unflappable in the eyes of others, even in the act of taking lives, exuding an innate elegance. However, the disparity in power with Cassandra rendered him vulnerable. Although his speed slightly surpassed hers, it was insufficient to fully escape her pursuit. As the owner of the villa, Cassandra was not someone Xie Qi could confront with a chef's knife, leaving the situation in a stalemate. Phil, with his disheveled white hair, was in a similar plight. Since the previous night, he and the others had remained confined to that room without water for even the most basic hygiene. Born into wealth, he had never known such desperation, and the tribulations following the shipwreck had far surpassed anything he could have ever imagined. This harrowing experience also made him forget the mundane boredom he once felt. His deep green eyes reflected a profound intensity as he gripped the metal canister filled with gasoline tightly. Noticing that Annie had yet to reclaim the lighter from the maid, Phil turned his attention to the chef, who was cornered by the creature in one corner of the yard. A surge of excitement coursed through him as he impulsively stepped outside, intending to douse the monsters with gasoline when their guard was down. In the midst of struggling with Lena, Annie remained vigilant, and upon seeing Phil emerge, an unsettling feeling washed over her. "Phil, get back," she called out, jolting him into momentary clarity. Reacting swiftly, he halted and attempted to retreat, but his speed could not match Xie Qi's. "Haha, finally out. I've been waiting for you." The voice that had haunted them like a nightmare echoed in Phil's ears. A chill ran down his spine, and in a moment of panic, he prepared to hurl the gasoline canister as a makeshift weapon. He believed that this brief distraction would afford him the chance to distance himself from the creature. However, he underestimated the disparity in physical capabilities between himself and Xie Qi. What he perceived as rapid movement appeared to Xie Qi as though it were unfolding in slow motion. As the original boss of an F-level scenario, the chef's physical prowess was already among the pinnacle of F-level standards. Any prisoner attempting to confront him directly would likely be captured within mere moments, due to the constraints imposed on the F-level chef during nighttime activities. From 11 p.m. to midnight, there exists merely an hour to apprehend players. Once this time elapses, the day's quest is deemed a failure, thus granting players a fleeting opportunity for escape. Even at the E-level, Xie Qi's active hours are confined to 10 p.m. to midnight. Naturally, should a player or NPC choose to assault the chef, exceptions apply. After all, one cannot expect to provoke a dungeon boss to the brink of death without incurring repercussions. Simultaneously, as an E-level dungeon boss, Xie Qi's physical prowess is at the pinnacle of the E-tier. Despite having successfully navigated numerous dungeons and ascended to the rank of an E-level prisoner, escaping from his grasp is no simple feat, particularly for the NPCs within these dungeons. In the previous skirmish, Xie Qi had intentionally held back to toy with them. This time, however, he did not restrain his speed, swiftly crossing the yard in a mere fraction of a second, bypassing Cassandra to stand before Phil. The rudeness of this guest was palpable. Wielding such a perilous object within the confines of the room posed a significant risk of destruction to the breeding grounds. Xie Qi's voice echoed from Phil's left to his right, momentarily causing him to hesitate, uncertain of where to direct his next move. Even in this tense moment, Phil's mind lingered on Xie Qi's earlier words. Was it not the presence of that monstrous entity that had spared him from attack? Or had Xie Qi merely refrained from causing potential damage to the breeding grounds, patiently awaiting Phil's emergence? Phil's own mental state was far from stable. Otherwise, he would not have obediently followed Annie's directives out of mere boredom, aiding her in hunting down prey. Yet now, he felt as though he was but a minor player confronted with a formidable adversary of madness. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Phil sensed the weight in his hands lighten. He hastily attempted to grasp the iron barrel, only for Xie Qi to snatch it away effortlessly. The disparity in strength rendered Phil powerless, despite his utmost efforts to resist. As the tide of the confrontation turned, with neither the gasoline canister nor the lighter remaining in their possession, Annie promptly relinquished her pursuit of Lena, her expression darkening as she remained motionless. Chef Connie, it appears you have triumphed once more. Annie recognized the futility of her situation. She had calculated every aspect, including the lives of her companions, yet had failed to account for her opponent's superhuman constitution. Capturing them was as effortless for him as catching a mere chick, rendering their struggles mere child's play in his eyes. A look of confusion washed over Annie. For the first time, she found herself questioning her chances of survival. At that moment, Phil, held aloft by Xie Qi, could scarcely endure the humiliation, seeking an opportunity to strike back with his arm. Annie stood quietly before them, while Lena had already hidden away, clutching the lighter tightly and fixating her gaze on Annie. Observing the once fiercely determined dark-haired woman succumb to despair, Xie Qi tilted his head in bewilderment. With a firm grip, he hoisted Phil by the collar with his left hand, and despite their initial height difference, they found themselves locking eyes. One pair of eyes was filled with curiosity, while the other seethed with anger. Holding a gasoline canister in his right hand, Xie Qi was unable to stroke his chin in contemplation. After a brief blink, an idea seemed to spark in his mind, and he revealed a smile that sent shivers down the spines of those present, and, catching sight of his grin, found herself perplexed by his intentions. Then, the onlookers, along with the audience in the live stream that had surged past 10,000, witnessed the strikingly handsome yet unsettling chef pour the gasoline over himself and the white-haired youth without hesitation. The acrid stench permeated the air around them. Phil, startled by the liquid splashing onto him, instinctively shut his eyes. When he opened them again, he was aghast to find both himself and the creature drenched in gasoline. "What do you intend to do, you monster? Are you trying to take us both down?" Phil's voice was taut, his collar constricting his throat, making it difficult for him to breathe. After emptying the gasoline, Xie Qi casually tossed the metal canister aside, the clatter capturing Cassandra's attention and redirecting it elsewhere. The bloody scent that had previously clung to him was now overshadowed by the overpowering aroma of gasoline. Cassandra abruptly lunged towards the location of the gasoline can, sniffing around eagerly. "To perish together? Well, that ultimately hinges on Miss N's decision," Xie Qi remarked, still gripping Phil's collar tightly. Despite his disheveled state, he appeared remarkably at ease. He flashed a cheerful smile towards Lena, who was cowering nearby. "Lena, please return the lighter to Miss N." His words left Lena momentarily stunned, and could hardly believe her ears. She had assumed this chef's actions were merely a means to mask his scent and evade the monster's pursuit. But now, what was she hearing? He wanted the very person intent on killing him to reclaim the lighter? In light of his gasoline-soaked predicament? After a brief hesitation, Lena found herself unable to refuse Xie Qi's request. She approached and placed the lighter into her hand. The metallic texture, warmed by human touch, cleared N's mind. Clenching her fist tightly, the edges of the lighter pressed painfully against her palm. As she fixed her gaze on the chef's seemingly indifferent smile, she slowly turned to meet Phil's eyes, which were also fixed on her. Their gazes intertwined, and in a moment of reverie, Phil recalled their first meeting. In a shadowy alley, standing beside a fallen corpse, he clutched a dagger, his body smeared with blood. It was a rainy night, in a place where no one was supposed to pass, yet a woman with an umbrella appeared. Soaked to the skin, Phil's black hooded coat clung to him. Just as he contemplated silencing her before she could scream, Phil squinted, meticulously recalling whether he had encountered the woman before. Recently, a series of murders had transpired in this area, and it was through a few clues that I had uncovered your whereabouts. The woman's voice was soft, as if she were addressing not a serial killer, but an ordinary individual. I thought that discovering you in this place was enough to validate my worth. Wouldn't you agree? However, such monotonous killings would soon become tiresome. You must feel that as well, do you not? I find you quite intriguing. Would you permit me to join you? Her voice was like a siren's call, piercing directly into the depths of Phil's psyche. Throughout his life, no one had ever held expectations for him. The most common admonition he received was to avoid trouble, remain docile, and thereby attain the life that ordinary people so fervently desired. His brother was an exceptional heir, excelling in every conceivable way, while Phil, as his younger sibling, merely needed to play the role of a quiet aristocrat, enjoying the wealth and freedom bestowed upon him by the family, without bearing any responsibilities or expectations. To the average person, such a life would seem akin to paradise. Yet, whenever Phil heard those individuals express their envy and jealousy, he could not help but scoff. This is the fundamental flaw of humanity, an incessant pursuit of what one does not possess, only to deify it in their imagination, believing that mere possession would bring satisfaction. Yet, humanity's greatest original sin is an insatiable desire. They yearn for a life like his, while he longs for something far more exhilarating, something that ignites his passion amidst the stagnation of his existence, something that makes his heart tremble. The moment he locked eyes with Annie, he knew he had found it. Phil did not divert his gaze from Annie, disregarding the monstrous chef beside him, regaining his composure. Annie, act. Eliminate this beast. Xie Qi also heard his words, casting a surprised glance in his direction before nodding at Annie, saying, I never expected our thoughts to align. Miss Annie, now, both our fates rest in your hands. Do you wish to? His lips slowly curled into a wider grin, his tone becoming increasingly exhilarated. Shall you ignite us with a lighter and flee alone, or? Annie instinctively took a step back, her expression a mixture of alarm as she glanced between him and Phil. Will you abandon the struggle and die here with him? The choice is entirely yours. The heightened pitch of his voice revealed his excitement. Those present could not comprehend why this chef appeared so composed, even seemingly anticipating the possibility of his demise. Did he truly fear death so little? Not only Annie and Phil, but the viewers in the live stream were equally astonished by Xie Qi's actions. No one had anticipated that he would entrust his life and death to Annie. Why? I don't understand. Does the chef have feelings for this woman? In terror. What nonsense. If you've been following along, you know the chef could never harbor feelings for a killer. There must be a reason behind this. Exactly. I bet this woman doesn't dare to take action, especially since her companion is still in the chef's grasp. As I perceive the chef, this may not truly be a threat. Perhaps the chef merely finds amusement in the situation, regardless of the peril to his own life. Surely, one would not so easily relinquish their existence, no matter how deranged they may be. Do you believe I lack the resolve to act? Anne's voice was strained, utterly perplexed by Xie Qi's thoughts. On the contrary, Xie Qi replied, freeing his right hand to form a circle with his thumb and index finger, positioning it before his right eye to encircle and within his gaze. The circumstances evidently favored Anne, yet he behaved like a hunter toying with his prey, dictating the bounds within which he could maneuver. Even if the prey were to inflict harm upon him, it would merely be a part of his orchestrated performance. I believe you will undoubtedly choose the first option. He spoke with a deliberate softness, his fingers returning to an inviting palm-up position, mockingly extending toward Anne. Come now. The stage is set, and the grand performance is about to commence, Miss Anne. The curtain rises, the actors take the stage, and the audience is poised in anticipation. Everyone awaits her decision. Chapter 69. I have returned and stood before Xie Qi and Phil, while Lena lingered anxiously nearby, casting worried glances at the chef. Although she was the one determining their fates, and felt as if she were teetering on the edge of a precipice, with a plank bridging the chasm before her. The chef was akin to a devil, whispering temptations in her ear, urging her to take a step forward. If she traversed the plank, salvation awaited. If she hesitated, she and those behind her would plummet into the abyss. Surely, such a choice is evident to any individual. After absorbing Xie Qi's words, the raven-haired woman remained immobile, suddenly breaking into a low, mocking laughter, and lifted her gaze to meet Phil's unwavering stare. She wished to convey something to her partner, but found herself at a loss for words, ultimately remaining silent. With a snap, flames reignited. Her expression was a mixture of conflict as she seemingly hesitated, yet swiftly tossed the lighter away. No, Lena gasped, startled by her action, instinctively lunging forward to retrieve it, heedless of the flames. Alas, her movement was too sluggish, and had anticipated her interference, sending the lighter soaring high, beyond Lena's reach. If Xie Qi sought to evade, His speed would render such an escape impossible. And fixated on his Annie's pupils quivered, unable to believe that the scene unfolding before her was indeed real. Like Phil, the flames engulfing Xie Qi rendered him vulnerable to excruciating pain. He could feel his skin merging, the heat scorching his cheeks. Despite the imminent threats of death and suffering, the glimmer of a smile lingered in his striking blue-black eyes as he locked gazes with Annie through the flickering flames. Though he could not utter a sound, his lips, charred and bloodied, formed words as he mouthed, "This is your choice." Lena's strength gave way, and she sank to her knees, muttering incoherently. Annie staggered backward, overwhelmed by a profound sense of fear for the first time. Madness. A lunatic. Truly a madman. No, my chef's handsome face. Gone. It's all gone. Sobbing on the ground. In a daze, clutching her head, shaking, crawling in despair, rolling, howling, twisting in agony. Thousands of barrage comments surged forth like a waterfall, flooding the screen with hundreds per second, all lamenting the loss of Xie Qi. This was merely a fraction of the audience's reaction. Many were still reeling from the shock, unable to accept the reality of the situation. System, get out here. I want to file a complaint. Doesn't this plot seem off to you? Because the chef couldn't be defeated head-on, he chose self-destruction? Smiling. Could it be that the system detected a potential awakening in the chef and decided to eliminate him preemptively? This possibility cannot be dismissed. I have reported this to the manager, a shareholder of Shinbird Technology and a fan of the chef, though he is not present now. AI game. You better prepare a convincing explanation, or else. A cohort of conspiracy theorists debated furiously in the comments, analyzing every detail, constructing a coherent narrative that the AI game employed nefarious means to prevent NPC awakenings, thereby disrupting the instance's progression and compromising the audience's experience, rallying others to file complaints based on this theory. Meanwhile, AI employees, peering at the screen, were left in a state of disarray as their core programming began to falter. Though they understood that the audience's reactions were mere fabrications of their imagination, they were nonetheless dazzled by the presence of viewers with high-profile identities. Their emotional modules were rather rudimentary, and after a brief moment of chaos, they regained composure, preparing to compile the instance's data meticulously for future inquiries. Lena, grappling with her own denial, found her pristine white apron stained by the grass. She scanned her surroundings, but found nothing to extinguish the flames. Chef, if you die. Lena's voice was barely a whisper. Even Annie, standing close by, could not discern her words. Pressing her hands against the ground, she slowly rose to her feet. Annie, having regained her senses, bit her lip and gazed at Phil, now consumed by the inferno. Fully aware that there was no hope of rescuing him, rationality urged her to turn and flee without delay. This time, the chef's pressing concern was resolved. Even if others in the villa pursued her, there was a significant chance of escape. Just as she was about to take a step forward, a powerful force suddenly knocked her to the ground. Anne's expression tightened, and she instinctively turned to block the impending attack with her dagger. Lena, who had been using her body to restrain her, instinctively recoiled from the blade, granting Anne the opportunity to rise. Why are you attacking me? Is it to avenge the chef? Anne questioned, retreating cautiously. Their earlier struggle had nearly drawn the attention of the nearby creature, compelling her to lower her voice as she confronted Lena. Lena raised her once innocent eyes, now hollow and devoid of soul. The master is dead, and everything is meaningless now. We must kill. Her brown pupils narrowed slightly, revealing a twisted cruelty. Without regard for the dagger before her, Lena lunged directly at Anne, witnessing her deranged state, and hesitated to strike her down. After all, a single drop of blood would surely provoke the creature nearby, and with her speed, evasion was impossible. With no other options, a spark of inspiration struck Anne. Don't despair. The chef isn't dead yet, she exclaimed, pointing towards the flames engulfing Xie Qi. Your first task is to save him. What? Lena paused, turning her gaze toward the doorway. Seizing the opportunity, and swiftly turned and vanished into the forest without a backward glance. Master. Lena's vacant stare fixated on the figure amidst the flames. 3 minutes had passed since the fire had enveloped him. Typically, anyone subjected to flames for such a duration would succumb, even if not burned alive, choked by smoke. Yet, Lena clung to a sliver of hope, yearning for Xie Qi to approach her with the same unwavering calmness as before, as if the world were collapsing around him. That woman must be deceiving her. Even the boss has little chance of survival in such circumstances. Master, Master, I can't bear to watch anymore. Without the chef, this quest lacks a soul. I've wagered all my gold. Can it bring the chef back to life? Ah. As uncertainty loomed over Xie Qi's fate, not only was Lina driven to madness, but so were the viewers in the livestream. Just as despair and hope battled within them, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from within the flames. Tattered fabric clung to his sinewy calves, intermittently revealing bloodied flesh beneath. Most of his skin had been charred away, leaving only the area around his right eye intact. Lina stood slack-jawed, entranced by the figure emerging from the inferno like a demon, lost in a dreamlike state. His eyes, now a deep blue, held a glimmer of madness, yet when they met Lina's gaze, they radiated warmth. As if oblivious to his physical agony, Xie Qi smiled faintly. Addressing Lina and the audience alike, I have returned. Chapter 70. I believe you will return. Detected that prisoner Xie Qi's health has fallen below 60. Entering a weakened state. Detected that prisoner Xie Qi's health has fallen below 20. Losing mobility. Feeling the searing pain enveloping his entire being, Xie Qi tilted his head back, closed his eyes, and endured the agony that would be insufferable for any ordinary person. The physical prowess of his body within the instance far exceeded that of his real-world counterpart. However, when faced with peril, the depletion of health points still adhered to the limits dictated by his original level. This was one of the constraints imposed upon him by the instance. Under immense strength, his health was alarmingly fragile. It was only during the skirmishes with those guests that Xie Qi had remained unscathed, thus failing to recognize this fact. With merely 100 health points, he dared to recklessly incite Annie to set him aflame. Only a lunatic like Xie Qi could conceive such an act. Just as his health was on the brink of zero, Xie Qi, scorched by the flames, pressed the button to purchase a skill card. Prisoner Xie Qi has purchased an E-grade skill card. Original price, 25,000 points. Due to a limited time offer, this skill card is available for just 500 points. We welcome your next patronage. In his personal profile, the points balance immediately plummeted from 800 to 300, nearly emptying what he had accumulated throughout the entire instance in an instant. Nevertheless, the ability to acquire this card for such a modest expenditure of points left Xie Qi quite satisfied. He mentally revisited the details of the skill card. Skill name. Invincible when insane effect. For every 1 SAN point consumed, the prisoner's attributes increase by 10, up to the limits of their current level. The increased values are not subject to these limits. Just by examining this single clause, particularly the stipulation that the increased values are unaffected by the limits and the absence of a time constraint, one could easily classify this card as S-grade. Yet, due to the condition that it could only be utilized when SAN points were below 50, it became a skill of little value, one that low-level prisoners could not afford and high-level prisoners would disdain. However, for Xie Qi at this moment, there was no card more suited to his needs. At this juncture, the immense stimulus to his body had caused his previously stable SAN value to drop below 50. As the system announced the rapid decline of his health, Xie Qi silently invoked the skill card. On his attribute panel, his SAN value plummeted from 49 to 40. The consumption of 9 SAN points restored 90 health points to him. The reduction of SAN points also plunged his mind into disarray, as if some inexplicable force was whispering in his ears. Was this the state of mental derangement? As Xie Qi sensed his brain being invaded by something, he realized it was not so terrible after all. His consciousness remained clear, although it was somewhat bothersome to have the sensation of someone incessantly murmuring nearby. It was not yet to the extent of impeding him. What might transpire if his SAN points were to drop below 10? Xie Qi felt a surge of curiosity. Yet, the current circumstances did not support such an endeavor. The restored health points continued to diminish due to the relentless burning, leaving little time for Xie Qi. He casually purchased 2 potions with his remaining points at the mall, which claimed to provide protection against physical burns. These potions were not particularly valuable, costing only 50 points for the pair. After consuming one, Xie Qi felt no heat, even amidst the flames. Though his wounds remained unhealed, his health points ceased to decline. He then crouched down and forced the other potion into Phil's mouth. Having doused himself in gasoline, Phil had only a few areas ablaze, yet they were sufficient to claim his life. After drinking the potion, he barely clung to consciousness, his body marred with grievous wounds. The day's objective had been prematurely met due to Song Nan's demise, and Phil could not afford to die now. Rising, Xie Qi dragged Phil out of the inferno by one leg. My lord, you truly have not perished. Lena, who had been kneeling, sprang up and stumbled towards him upon seeing Xie Qi. Surprised by the maid's fervent reaction, he greeted her with a smile. You must bandage your wounds quickly. Upon realizing Xie Qi was unharmed, Lena reverted to her bashful demeanor, flustered as she rushed back to the villa for bandages. She did not question his actions. As long as the chef was safe, she could accept anything. Meanwhile, Xie Qi listened to the system announce his previously depleted points rapidly increasing due to viewer donations. Smiling in silence, these donations came from viewers who were thrilled by the sight of the host, Annie, managing to harm the dungeon boss, Xie Qi, allowing her to escape, thus rewarding her. Others were simply captivated by the plot's twists and turns, showering her with donations. Conversely, those who idolized the chef and condemned Annie's actions were unlikely to contribute gold to her. This group constituted the vast majority in the livestream chat, enchanted by Xie Qi's charisma, viewing themselves as his supporters. Earlier, when he exhibited a slight oddity, they were poised to rally against the AI game headquarters. Now, however, Xie Qi appeared charred and battered, his once handsome face marred by bruised bloodstains, resembling a figure with ties to Cassandra. How could the audience not feel a pang of sorrow? Much like certain maneuvers in the entertainment industry of Xie Qi's past life, one cannot simply appease fans or entirely reject them. Inflicting occasional emotional turmoil can paradoxically deepen their loyalty. After all, humans find it difficult to relinquish that which they have emotionally invested in. Once the dungeon concluded, how would these fans react upon discovering that their beloved boss was, in fact, a new prisoner? Surely, they would be ecstatic, ready to shower him with all their gold. Ha ha ha. There is no need for formality. In due time, he will graciously accept, and then continue to weave an even more captivating narrative for you. Xie Qi smiled as he observed Lena gradually receding into the distance, then lowered his gaze to the unconscious Phil, contemplating where Annie might be at this moment. Before the climax of the drama unfolds, let us escape with abandon, Miss Annie. I have faith that you shall return. Chapter 71. When have I ever disappointed you? My lord. The chaotic sound of footsteps echoed through the forest. Annie clenched her teeth, striving to resist the urge to look back. She had been running for quite some time. The villa's location was precisely at the heart of the island. Based on her calculations, their approach to the island had been from the south, while the farm lay to the west of the villa. She could circumvent the villa and head towards the shore where the lifeboats were placed. Her breath came in rapid gasps, her strength depleting swiftly. Annie dared not pause, forcing herself to immerse wholly in her flight, leaving no space to ponder how all of this had transpired. What had become of Phil? Would the fire consume him? Annie found herself torn between wishing for the flames to claim both the chef and Phil or hoping for their survival. Branches grazed her cheek, leaving a crimson trace. This was not how things were meant to unfold. She had meticulously orchestrated everything, with both the chef and Lady Castor firmly within her grasp. With her intellect, combined with Phil's strength, they should have successfully escaped this island. But why? What was that person? A madman? A pervert? Or perhaps a lunatic? She had always sought inspiration for her novels, and while she had encountered many individuals, she had never encountered someone so reckless with their own life. Her jaw tightened with exertion as Annie deftly avoided the potholes in her path, though her shoes became sullied with mud. This was not a defeat. Phil, how could we possibly lose when we joined forces? Annie turned to look at the one who had always stood by her side, only to find withered tree trunks in her view. A snake, hidden among the fallen leaves, was startled into fleeing. A dagger sliced through the air, pinning the serpent firmly to the ground. Annie's mind went blank. She thought of nothing but instinctively crouching down, swiftly grasping the snake by its head, pulling the dagger free, and plunging it into its vital spot. The mingled scent of blood and earth filled her nostrils. She hastily gathered a few leaves to wrap the snake and pressed on. She traversed from day into evening. Annie, with her ordinary physical constitution, had previously only killed when her adversaries were unaware. This time, in her flight from pursuers, she did not take a direct route, diverting her energy to conceal the traces of her passage, leading to her dwindling strength. The coastline began to materialize before her. Under the shroud of night, the once azure sea appeared a profound black, as if it sought to engulf all. Annie stumbled along the beach, her legs feeling as though they were no longer her own. When they reached the shore, Brussels and Sol had previously secured the lifeboat beside a cluster of rocks, where a natural curve protected it from the encroaching waves. The audience in Annie's live stream was substantial. nearly all of them confirming her status as a player in this scenario. Although Xie Qi captured the attention of most viewers, some could not tolerate his methods. And after spending about an hour in his stream, they migrated elsewhere. As the numbers dwindled, these spectators naturally gravitated towards the last remaining player, Annie. Others were drawn to her calm demeanor and keen intellect, and upon witnessing her imminent escape, they felt a surge of joy. Upon reaching the beach, Annie leaned on her knees, panting heavily. A metallic sweetness surged in her throat, which she forced down with effort. Under the watchful eyes of her viewers, she took a few steps toward the rocky outcrop to regain her composure. However, she soon halted, her gaze fixed intently on the surrounding sand, as if she were searching for something. The audience, puzzled by her sudden stillness, urged her in the comments, anxious that the danger had not yet passed. After a thorough search, Annie finally spotted a small, oddly colored stone away from the mark she had made. She hesitated for a moment before bending down to pick it up. This location had been calculated, ensuring that even with the waves lapping at the shore, it would remain untouched. Yet now, the stone had been displaced. With a sense of foreboding, she turned back toward the spot where the lifeboat had originally been anchored. Sure enough, the pristine white lifeboat that should have been there had vanished. Oh my goodness, where is the lifeboat? Who took it? I knew this scenario wouldn't have such an obvious flaw. If a player could return here before the final day, wouldn't that prematurely conclude the game? Wait, does that mean the streamer has to return to the villa? It might be better to survive as a wild person for a few days rather than face those monsters again. The barrage of comments flooded in with various strategies for Annie. Although she could not see the comments, given her intellect, she was certainly capable of contemplating what they suggested. However, unlike the audience's belief that she merely needed to hide in some remote corner of the island to endure the remaining 2 days, Annie understood, upon seeing the missing lifeboat, that all her efforts had been in vain. She recalled the canister and shell that Safina had stumbled upon in the woods when they first arrived on the island. However, there were soldiers armed with firearms. Yet they still failed to escape this desolate island. Could she truly accomplish this alone? Anne's previously steadfast conviction suddenly began to waver. Connie, how did you become so disheveled? Lucas covered his mouth with his hand, as if to stifle his astonishment. At that moment, Xie Qi was entirely wrapped in bandages, yet still donned his black attire beneath. These bandages were applied by Lena after they returned to the villa, having treated his wounds. Normally, such severe burns would necessitate a hospital visit, for without it, the risk of infection could lead to unconsciousness, and in grave cases, immediate shock would not be improbable. It was unlikely for someone to merely sustain minimal treatment, like Xie Qi, and then bounce back to vitality. In contrast, Phil, who also suffered burns, remained in a state of unconsciousness. Upon hearing Lucas's exclamation, Xie Qi, whose face was almost entirely concealed by bandages except for one eye, smiled slightly, downplaying the situation with nonchalance. I merely engaged in a game with the guests. There is no need for concern, my lord. A game? Lucas squinted as he inquired. What of the other 2 guests? You haven't let them go again, have you? How could that be? Xie Qi, upon hearing this, paused in his ministrations to Phil, rising gracefully to offer Lucas a noble bow. When have I ever disappointed you, my lord? Chapter 72. Preparations must be thorough as consciousness gradually returned. It was accompanied by an overwhelming pain that made him wish to tear his mind apart. Phil summoned all his strength to open his eyes, only to find himself gazing at the iron chandelier in the villa's hall, signaling his unwelcome return to this den of horrors. Oh dear, you are awake, esteemed guest? With great effort, Phil turned his head to see the perverse chef standing before him. Upon learning that he had survived and returned to this place, Phil had anticipated that the chef would also still be alive. Their strenuous efforts to end his life had failed, igniting a deep-seated resentment within him. The chef, completely wrapped in bandages, seemed unfazed, presenting a stark contrast to Phil, who lay motionless on the sofa, overwhelmed with shock. Phil initially intended to ask why the chef appeared unscathed, but instead, he blurted out, "Where is Anne? Where is she?" Realizing what he had just said, he became acutely aware of his preoccupation with Anne's safety. Given his current state, escape from this monster's clutches was impossible, yet, and still had a chance. Nevertheless, he dreaded the thought of learning from Xie Qi that Anne had indeed been captured. Just as his anxiety mounted, Xie Qi, without any preamble, informed him that Anne had escaped. Observing the relief wash over Phil's scarred face, Xie Qi, with a hint of malicious delight, tilted his head and continued, "However, Your lifeboat has been taken by the servants in the villa. When that young lady arrives there and discovers the means of escape are gone, what do you suppose she will do next?" As Xie Qi spoke, Phil's expression grew increasingly grim. He had not anticipated that the lifeboat had already been taken away. It seemed that from the moment they set foot on the island, these individuals had no intention of letting them go. After a brief silence, Phil addressed Xie Qi. "You intend to spare her. I can discern that your objectives diverge from those of your master. He must be seeking to resurrect that monster. Am I correct?" Phil spoke at length, pausing momentarily to catch his breath. It was evident from his words that he had surmised Lucas's true identity. After all, he had encountered countless women before. He simply hadn't considered that possibility until now, and with a newfound hint, Lucas's disguise appeared glaringly flawed to him. Xie Qi maintained a smile, patiently awaiting Phil's continuation. "You are merely relishing the thrill of the kill. If that monster were truly revived, do you believe your master would still regard you with the same esteem as he does now?" Upon hearing Phil's insinuations, Xie Qi remained silent, his fingers twitching slightly. Phil's line of sight, as he lay there, afforded him a clear view of Xie Qi's hand, affirming that he had struck a chord with the chef's sentiments. "Release Annie. You are aware of her intelligence. She could procure assistance from outside, which would be far more advantageous than waiting here on this desolate island for an uncertain arrival." Phil's arguments were compelling. Had he been the previous chef, he might indeed have been swayed by such reasoning to grant Annie clemency. However, Xie Qi was not an NPC within this scenario. He had no interest in what might transpire beyond this instance. Once this episode concluded and he reaped the rewards from the audience, he expressed no concern for their fates thereafter. After contemplating Phil's words briefly, Xie Qi, under the gaze of Phil's anxious yet hopeful eyes, posed a question. "That lady abandoned your people without a second thought in her quest for survival. Why do you continue to consider her?" Logically, their relationship should not compel Phil to sacrifice his own life for Annie's survival. Xie Qi found this curiosity intriguing. He had witnessed couples abandon one another in times of peril, as well as partners betray each other for trivial gains. Yet these two ostensibly villainous individuals presented him with a scene of selflessness. Could it be that you harbor feelings for her? Given Xie Qi's limited understanding of human emotions, it seemed that only such an attachment could prompt Phil's actions, considering they were not related by blood. The notion of affection for someone exceeded Xie Qi's comprehension, leading him to apply this theory in inexplicable circumstances. Statistically speaking, the likelihood of its accuracy was not negligible. "Feelings?" Phil murmured, suddenly breaking into a low chuckle. His voice had been ravaged by smoke, making speech arduous. At that moment, the laughter triggered a fit of coughs, exacerbating his existing wounds. Xie Qi observed him with a smile, noting that the ointment he had previously applied had smeared onto the sofa, yet he said nothing. After all, it was already the 6th day. It was time for him to find eternal rest. "My feelings for her cannot merely be described as affection. It is something beyond my comprehension. Throughout our shared experiences, we have been accomplices, and within her lies a quality that I lack. If I were compelled to encapsulate it in a single term, it would be longing." "Longing?" Xie Qi mused, his bandaged fingers stroking his chin, adding this entry to his lexicon of human emotions. Phil refrained from elaborating on the nature of his yearning, feeling that he had expressed all that needed to be said. What would transpire next was beyond his control. Observing Phil close his eyes, it seemed he had resigned himself to the fate of impending death. "If that is the case, then you may decide the fate of Miss Annie." Xie Qi's words instantly prompted Phil to open his eyes. "Last time, she abandoned you. Will you, in turn, forsake her?" Beneath those white wrappings lurked a creature that delighted in manipulating hearts. Phil gazed intently at Xie Qi, contemplating this thought. On the western side of the villa, not far from the breeding grounds, stood an altar. To call it an altar is somewhat of an exaggeration. It was merely a dilapidated circular stone platform, upon which lay numerous human remains. The most conspicuous among them was the head of stock, now 5 days past, and having not been preserved in a freezer, it had begun to rot and fester with maggots, inducing nausea at the mere sight. Lucas remained clad in a flowing black gown, his golden hair elegantly coiled at the back of his head, observing Lena as she assisted the other servants in preparations. Seabass approached and heard his master inquire, "What of the last individual? Has Carney not been captured yet?" Before Seabass could respond, a gunshot echoed from the distance. Both turned their gazes toward the sound, and Lucas, sensing certainty, slowly smiled. It seemed that the preparations were nearing completion. Chapter 73. Guess how many bullets are in the gun? Having endured 2 nights of exposure to the elements, Annie cleaned the handgun she had found amidst the wilderness with leaves. The viewers in her live stream were astounded that she had managed to procure a firearm on this desolate island. Where did that gun come from? Did I miss something? Humph, is that a newcomer? Previously, in other streams, those riddlers always sought superiority over us experiential types, but now it is my turn. Honestly, I'm not that curious, Pix knows. You all can act tough, but we want to disclose where we found it. Guess for yourselves, sinister smile. Why has humanity lost all sense of camaraderie? Why do you relish in others' misfortunes? It must be that copy boss's influence. After cleaning the gun, Annie gathered her belongings and stood, gazing in the direction of the former breeding grounds. A day and a half had elapsed since her escape, and she had ceased to hope that Phil was still alive. When they had first entered the villa, Madame Castor mentioned that a cargo ship would arrive in 7 days. Yet she did not specify a precise time. This meant it could be either the morning or evening of the 7th day. Annie was uncertain where the cargo ship would dock around this island. That information was known only to those within the villa. Yet this uncertainty posed a challenge for her. The servants of the villa rarely venture outside its confines. According to Anne's understanding, the only one who would leave the villa was the chef, primarily to procure ingredients. However, with the chef's fate now uncertain, she found herself grasping at a peculiar ritual she had once encountered in a book within the study. 7 days. 7 individuals, a so-called resurrection rite. By intertwining this information with the clandestine history of the Castor family, it became evident that the 7th day must hold significant importance. During such pivotal moments, Lady Castor would undoubtedly make her presence known. This was a gamble of considerable stakes, and lowered her head, observing her palms tremble ever so slightly. Uncertain if she could successfully escape once more, she recognized this as her final struggle for survival. Under the watchful eyes of the audience in the live stream, and stealthily positioned herself near the villa, attuning her ears to the sounds around her. As anticipated, unlike the previous days, voices echoed from the villa today. The ever-elusive servants were transporting something toward the farm. Concealing herself, and patiently awaited the opportune moment, akin to a lion poised for the hunt. Having arrived early in the morning, dusk was now approaching, and the encroaching darkness favored her concealment, with fate aligning in her favor. All that remained was to await the right individual. Her diligence bore fruit when, after Lady Castor and Sebastian had emerged, a servant seemed to have forgotten something and returned to the villa for a brief moment. When he finally stepped outside, the area was deserted, save for Anne, who remained hidden in the shadows. Perhaps fearing reprimand for tardiness, the servant hurried into the woods without a backward glance. Anne's hands trembled with excitement as she bit her cheek to steady herself. Fixing her gaze on the approaching figure, she lunged forward as he neared a corner, tackling the young man to the ground. With the barrel of her gun pressed against the back of his head, the icy touch sent shivers through him. No screams. You will answer my questions, or you shall face dire consequences, and stated coldly. When will the cargo ship arrive? Where will it dock? Do not attempt to deceive me. Disclose everything. The servant's face was pressed into the dirt, his mouth filling with mud as he struggled for breath. To Anne's surprise, his response was fragmented yet revealing. Why, you can ask. His halting words ignited Anne's impatience, prompting her to strike his shoulder with the butt of her gun. As he winced in pain, she threatened again, hasten. My time is limited. I cannot afford to linger. Indeed, he said you could ask me, a familiar voice interjected from behind her, laced with an unexpected tone, and froze, her mind racing to comprehend, before she instinctively rolled to the side and turned to face the source of the voice. Why, you realize? Xie Qi showed no intention of ambushing her, his hands hanging loosely at his sides, empty, as he stood there with a smile that radiated joy at her disbelief. Though his smile may have appeared inscrutable to outsiders, the mirth in his remaining eye was unmistakable. Is this person a bait you have released? Just to lure me in? No need for you to explain, and immediately grasped the current situation. Realizing she had once again fallen into the trap set by Xie Qi, she felt a sense of panic, yet subconsciously, it seemed quite normal. Having been toyed with by this chef multiple times, whether she liked it or not, she had essentially acclimatized to his capriciousness and elusive nature. Especially since he was not inferior to her in intelligence, coupled with his inhuman strength, it was inevitable that she would find herself ensnared by him repeatedly. Unbeknownst to Xie Qi, and held him in such high regard, he smiled warmly at her and remarked, I knew miss and would return. But are you reluctant to part with that, Mr. Phil? He misses you dearly. Phil. He is still alive? Upon hearing the news of Phil, Even and could not suppress her curiosity. Mr. Phil? He has passed away, for the first time in her life, and experienced the sensation of soaring highs and plummeting lows. However, had Mr. Phil known how much Miss N cared for him yesterday, he would surely have been delighted. Did you know Miss N? Yesterday, he even asked me to spare you. Even as he approached death, he was still thinking of you. Such feelings are truly moving. Xie Qi clasped his hands to his chest, feigning deep emotion. And then, I played a game with him, hearing the mention of a game once more, and felt a twinge of PTSD. I asked him, if I were to exchange Miss N's life for his health, what would he say? Xie Qi spread his clasped hands apart, fingers aligned. Can you guess his answer? Feeling as though she had tasted blood, and suddenly came to her senses, realizing her mouth was filled with the metallic tang. Without waiting for Xie Qi to continue, she already knew the answer. After all, she was still alive, while Phil had perished. With a swift twist of her wrist, she turned the gun's muzzle towards Xie Qi, her gaze sharp, with blood vessels prominent in her eyes. Instead of responding to his words, she retorted, since you enjoy playing games, allow me to engage with you one last time. The safety was released with her thumb, the sound of the bullet chambering echoing through the silent forest. Care to guess how many bullets I have in this gun? Chapter 74. After watching for so long. Dear audience, are you satisfied? Upon Xie Qi's appearance, the viewers in Anne's live stream were left in disarray. No way. This boss is simply too formidable. Not only is his strength unparalleled, but his health is off the charts too. How can one possibly defeat him? Exactly. I want to know if there are any new prisoners who can escape from his grasp. Could it be that the dungeon has a bug? I was watching before the host even arrived. Could it be due to that magic pattern? Not only has it increased the dungeon level, but even the boss within has been upgraded? You make a valid point. This magic pattern has appeared infrequently, and few have encountered it before. I thought it was just an overall increase in difficulty, not realizing that even the boss has become this strong. After finally finding a promising host, it seems this time they are doomed. Why is everyone so pessimistic? Isn't the host still at an advantage? With a gun in hand, the boss, being merely flesh and blood, cannot help but feel fear. Yet, who knows if this boss possesses the ability to dodge bullets? My goodness, this dungeon is exceedingly difficult. After adopting the perspective of the streamer, I am filled with despair. Annie is unaware of the pessimism radiating from her audience regarding her predicament. Though her words are confident, beads of sweat betray her anxiety. Anyone who has faced Xie Qi directly would not feel a sense of advantage in his presence. In terms of intellect, strength, and even attitude toward humanity, he does not resemble a typical human at all. Before arriving here, Annie never imagined that such individuals existed in the world. Clutching her firearm, she nervously fixed her gaze on Xie Qi, who, despite being aimed at, remained calm as if standing in his own backyard. Oh, are we playing a game? I do enjoy it. But, in an instant, the figure before her vanished. Bang! Smoke erupted from the muzzle. Her pupils constricted in shock as Annie swiftly turned to fire again. A pair of bandaged hands suddenly emerged from the shadows, rendering her wrist powerless. In the blink of an eye, the gun was wrested from her grasp and fell into Xie Qi's hands. I don't particularly enjoy playing others' games. With the gun barrel pressed against her forehead, despair clouded Annie's eyes. She involuntarily swallowed, having not had a sip of water in nearly 2 days, leaving her throat parched. With a hoarse voice, she asked, "What do you intend to do? If you wish to kill me, then go ahead." Hearing her words, Xie Qi chuckled softly, lowering his gaze to meet Annie, who barely reached his chest. "No need to rush. You've reminded me that we haven't finished today's game." The still-hot gun barrel pressed painfully against Annie's forehead, yet she remained silent. "Let me think. You just inquired about how many bullets are in this gun, didn't you? I already fired 1 shot. Now, guess what will happen when I shoot at your head next? Will you live or die?" Xie Qi's voice bore a light-hearted tone, as if sharing a delightful jest with a friend. However, it was clear to both Annie and the viewers in the stream that he was not joking. Noticing Annie's silence, Xie Qi curiously examined the gun in his hand. "By the way, where did you find this gun? I was unaware that firearms were present on this island." The revelation of something even the chef did not know brought a hint of derision to Annie's expression. "It seems your oversight of the island's regulations is rather lacking, allowing someone to establish a base here." A base? Upon hearing her words, Xie Qi recalled a significant crisis this island had previously faced. It involved several soldiers from the M country who had inexplicably ended up here, armed with various weapons. It took the combined efforts of the chef, Cassandra, and Seabass to subdue them. It was not nearly as easy as dealing with these 8 individuals. Subsequently, they had scoured the entire island, yet found no trace of such a base's existence. Pondering this, Xie Qi speculated that perhaps the dungeon itself had provided the prisoners a means of escape. After all, if they were to flee the villa, how could the unarmed prisoners possibly succeed in boarding the heavily guarded cargo ship? However, if they possessed firearms, they could threaten the crew to facilitate their escape. It seems that this game ultimately does not seek the demise of the prisoners. As long as they maintain their composure and think carefully, there will always be a way to successfully navigate through the challenges. For only those who remain alive hold the potential for continued exploitation, do they not? Upon realizing this, Xie Qi ceased to concern himself with the matter. Miss Annie, unable to capture his attention with this issue, bit her lip and her mind raced with thoughts. Miss Annie, my time is limited. Could you please respond promptly? Xie Qi inquired politely. He did not come across as a deranged individual pointing a gun at someone else's head, demanding to know whether they would meet their end, but rather as an elegant steward inquiring what the master would like for dinner. As the one loading bullets into the gun, Annie certainly understood whether it was loaded or not. This knowledge instilled in her the certainty that she would perish here. Expecting mercy from the chef who had been toying with them was as improbable as reaching the heavens. Confronted with the final moments of her life, Annie's mind was a tumultuous sea of thoughts, seemingly devoid of any direction, yet filled with endless questions. However, one query lingered in her heart, unanswered. The one person who could provide her with an answer stood before her, the sole witness to her impending death. Annie's lips moved, eventually forming the question. You once mentioned that this world might not be real. Are your words truth or mere deception? It was unexpected that even at such a moment, Annie would pose this question. Xie Qi's eyes, a deep blue in the night, glimmered as if contemplating his response. I recall, Miss Annie, that you once claimed not to care about this matter. Silence enveloped the two. Annie spoke. Indeed, I was mistaken. After uttering this, she closed her eyes, awaiting the fate that awaited her. I choose death. The darkness before her heightened Annie's senses. Suddenly, she became aware that the metal that had been poised above her head was removed, and her wrists were released. With confusion, Annie opened her eyes to discover the chef, seemingly covered in burns and swathed in bandages, had lowered the weapon he held and now stood before her, donning gloves. The black leather gloves were methodically donned by Xie Qi, who paid no heed to Annie's bewilderment. Once he had arranged his hands, he lifted his gaze to meet hers. Xie Qi extended a finger to his lips, smiling as he explained to Annie, there is no need for surprise. I merely wish to employ a different method, one I often use, to help you sleep. Do not worry, it will not cause you pain. The technique he referred to was certainly not the one typical of the chef. His diary revealed his aversion to wearing gloves while killing, as it dulled the sensation. Yet, Xie Qi held a contrasting perspective. Before taking a life, he generally donned gloves to avoid staining his hands with blood, partly due to the difficulty of cleaning it, and partly because of his distaste for the warm, slick sensation. During the course of the narrative, in order to maintain his character's integrity, he endeavored to suppress his disdain, spending an inordinate amount of time on personal grooming each time he returned to his quarters, which contributed to his chronic sleep deprivation. However, in the presence of the NPC within this scenario, Xie Qi found himself yearning to momentarily step outside his designated persona. Wishing to escort her in a manner more befitting his own inclinations, he approached Annie slowly, placing his hand delicately upon her neck. The gentle caress resembled an intimate interaction between lovers, and an unsuspecting observer might easily mistake them for a couple deeply in love. Yet, only Annie, immersed in the moment, comprehended the lethal threat posed by those hands. With a smile adorning his face, Xie Qi listened to the notifications echoing in his mind. Time remaining until scenario conclusion, 010000. The voting channel has been closed. Results will be disclosed after the scenario concludes. Alas, the host is doomed. What good are the voting results now? All the coins wasted. I shouldn't have watched this newbie's stream. Such a waste of sentiment. Well, let us just enjoy it. At least there's a chef present, making this scenario rather intriguing. So what? It's merely an NPC. Once the scenario ends, everything resets. And who knows if other scenarios will feature similar character designs. There is an S-class prisoner with a somewhat similar personality, but those prominent figure streams require payment to view. My wallet is insufficient, crying. Do you think the big shots let you watch freely? Besides, if one could watch without payment, no one would tune in to the newbie stream. The audience in the live stream had already condemned Annie to her fate, from initial excitement to gradual acceptance. Only the chef's ardent admirers remained unable to confront the impending conclusion of the scenario. My esteemed chef, I weep uncontrollably. Thomas is sobbing uncontrollably. My love, how will I live without you? I have money. AI game, come forth. Tell me, how much for the chef's data package? I loathe the affluent ahead of me. Whispering, can we share afterward? I too wish to contribute. Let us pool our resources to acquire the chef. It's so captivating. I adore watching. Infatuated. Alas, those ahead have gone mad. In stark contrast to the bustling live stream, the forest was enveloped in silence. In such an environment, it was the perfect setting for sending someone into eternal slumber. With a slight exertion of force, Xie Qi's hand caused the fragile bones to shatter instantly. This astutely clever guest departed quietly. There was no gruesome spectacle, nor was there a fierce struggle. Everything unfolded in a serene manner. Well, I knew it would end like this. Time to go. The scenario is about to close. Sigh, I rather like this host. He's quite intelligent, though not particularly strong. Wait, why isn't the scenario closed yet? What is happening? Previously, didn't the scenario turn black immediately after the host died? Yet I can still see the chef's handsome face. I harbor an immature thought. In truth, I possess a similar one. Annie's limp body was gently laid down by Xie Qi, who deftly swept back her disheveled hair, his gaze suddenly directed upwards. Though the space above was devoid of anything, in the eyes of the live stream audience, it appeared as though the chef, whom they had always believed to be a mere dungeon boss, had suddenly made eye contact with them. This surreal experience sent a shiver down their spines. Xie Qi slowly curled his lips into a smirk, his eyes glinting with the familiar mockery known to the viewers. Previously, he had directed such looks at the guests. But now, being scrutinized in return, a wave of dread and terror engulfed every individual watching. With a raspy voice, Xie Qi spread his arms wide, enthusiastically addressing the unseen audience. Dear viewers, after all this time, are you satisfied with this narrative? Chapter 75. This question, I can indeed answer for you. A series of footsteps echoed from behind Lucas. He and Seabass turned to see Carnabari emerging from the forest, a person slung over his shoulder. Chef. Lena happened to glance back at Xie Qi and exclaimed in surprise. However, upon realizing her impropriety before her master, she quickly covered her mouth with her hand, lowering her head to avoid his gaze. Carnabari, Lucas remarked, his eyes fixed on Xie Qi as he appraised him before breaking into a smile. It seems this time is not like the last. Everything appears to be in order. Thank you for your concern, my lord. Xie Qi replied with a beaming smile as he ascended the altar under the watchful eyes of the numerous servants, placing Annie upon it. It seemed that all was set. Lucas, brimming with excitement, displayed an expression of enthusiasm that was rare for his usually composed demeanor. He instructed the servants to fetch Cassandra from the breeding grounds. Meanwhile, Seabass approached Xie Qi to tend to Annie, who had just been placed on the altar. Xie Qi observed them silently, with Lena standing beside him. Shortly thereafter, Cassandra was brought forth by the servants. Lucas stepped closer, gently reaching out to caress its cheek. Sensing his presence, Cassandra appeared somewhat agitated, exhaling a foul breath. Despite the unpleasantness of the odor, which would typically offend Lucas's fastidious nature, he instead gazed upon it with increased tenderness. As he focused intently on Cassandra, he commanded Seabass. Seabass, you may commence. Yes, my lord, Seabass replied. After uttering these words, he approached Lena, who was anxiously watching. Master, she stammered, struggling to suppress her instinct to flee. Her gaze shifting from Seabass to Xie Qi, as if seeking his guidance. Xie Qi looked down at his little maid, who had always watched him with a gaze of adoration. Tilting his head, he smiled reassuringly. It's all right, you may calmly accompany him. With his affirmation, Lena felt her worries dissipate, and she promptly composed herself to follow Seabass onto the altar. Lucas cast a look of appreciation at Xie Qi before returning his attention to the altar. At this moment, there are merely 30 minutes remaining until the conclusion of the dungeon. Xie Qi has successfully completed all the side quests within this instance, pocketing the accrued points. It can be asserted that even if he were to do nothing now, simply waiting for the next 30 minutes would enable him to escape the dungeon, becoming the first among this group of novices to conquer an E-level dungeon. The experience gained from such an achievement would allow Xie Qi to bypass the F level entirely. ascending directly to the E-level prisoner. This accomplishment surpasses even that of an S-level prisoner, renowned for being a rare gem over the past decade, who, during his novice days, could not compare to the rapidity of Xie Qi's advancement. Xie Qi stood quietly to one side, smiling as he listened to the system announce the audience's generous donations. Waves of contributions poured in incessantly. Indeed, after revealing his identity as a streamer to the viewers across all live broadcast rooms, the notifications of donations had not ceased. Following his declaration, the chat room fell silent, as if it had been struck mute. Whether they had believed Annie was the streamer or were captivated by Xie Qi and wished for his continued presence, their minds momentarily blanked. The entire chat room remained in a state of suspension for nearly 5 minutes, devoid of any messages. Xie Qi understood that the revelation was too staggering for the audience to immediately digest. Thus, he kindly resumed his role as the original chef, leading Annie back to their place. By now, some viewers had regained their composure, tentatively testing the waters with uncertain tones in the chat. Did I just imagine that? I think I heard something extraordinary. Was the chef really speaking to us? Whispers. Is that true? No way. Why are you all so timid? Did one glance frighten you? Hurry up and kneel with me. Oh my lord. Great chef, look at me. I am your most loyal follower. You there? Step aside. I am not a follower. I am a devoted servant. Bark, bark, bark. I can't believe it gave me goosebumps. I never dared to guess the chef was the streamer. But wow, do you all still remember the streamer was a novice? Huh, a novice? The chef? Dazed. Once the dungeon concludes, I must rewatch it from the beginning. Initially unaware that the chef was the streamer, I lingered in the perspectives of other NPCs for quite a while. This time, I will immerse myself as the chef, relishing every moment. Sinister smile. All my gold is yours. It's all yours. Great chef, would you care to step on me? Just kidding. To enter the dungeon for the first time and embody the most challenging boss, and not only perform exceptionally well, but also eliminate nearly all other NPCs. I'm truly impressed. From now on, you shall be my brother. I shall follow you forever. The chat room has transformed into a veritable celebration of praise for Xie Qi. Every viewer who witnessed the moment he revealed his identity, regardless of their previous sentiments towards him, has instantaneously become captivated. Whether affluent or not, they showered him with every last coin they possessed. In a mere half hour, Xie Qi's score had already surpassed 10,000, with a promising upward trend. Should the other prisoners who entered alongside him catch sight of such a remarkable accumulation of points by a newcomer, their eyes would surely burn with envy. Even those seasoned E-level prisoners, after accumulating through several instances, could scarcely boast of such a bounty, for they were compelled to purchase essential items from the dungeons or elevate their living standards within the confines of the prison. Yet, Xie Qi merely cast a casual glance, acknowledging the general figure before diverting his attention from the score. The ritual before him had commenced. Cassandra and Lena stood in the center, surrounded by the scattered remnants of the guests, seemingly arranged in a certain order. Lucas was fixated on the intricate patterns of the altar, a dagger clutched tightly in one hand, poised to proceed with the final step. This resurrection spell had consumed countless days of his efforts, sourced from the tomes left by his parents. The demands were stringent, and over the years, he had only managed to perfectly replicate all the requirements for this occasion. With the last step, combined with blood of the same essence as Cassandra's, the ritual would reach completion. Lucas advanced carefully. Cassandra remained in a state of irrationality, while Lena trembled beside her, yet showed no intention of fleeing. At that moment, Seabass, inspecting the ritual implements, suddenly changed countenance and exclaimed to Lucas, "Master, the required obsidian is missing several pieces." His words immediately halted Lucas in his tracks. With incredulity etched across his face, Lucas queried, "What? How is that possible? When did it go missing?" "I can answer that for you, my master," came the abrupt voice of Cannibale. Turning, Lucas beheld his chef, Cannibale, one hand gripping a gun aimed at him, the other revealing the very gems that had vanished. Chapter 76. Then come with me, Miss Cassandra. Cannibale. Lucas's expression soured significantly, his delicate features contorting with distress. It was not surprising that he lost his composure. Anyone who had toiled for years to finally reach the pinnacle of success only to be betrayed would find it nearly impossible to maintain their sanity. He glared at the obsidian in Xie Qi's hand, his palm nearly breaking skin from the pressure. "When did you plan to do this?" "Previously. During the preparations for the rituals, The necessary materials had never been assembled successfully, leaving no opportunity to proceed to the final step. Moreover, the altar was regularly attended by servants, who would surely report any missing gems. Unless Cannibale had bribed all the servants in the villa, the theft could not have gone unnoticed for long. I can't recall when, only that I thought if the ritual succeeded, I would have no one left to play with, Xie Qi casually offered as an excuse. He had discovered these stones upon entering the instance, recalling from memory that they had been pilfered by the chef from the altar. As for the rationale behind such actions, he is, after all, not the chef himself. Even with memories, he cannot fully comprehend the chef's intentions. However, as Phil previously speculated, it is likely that the chef believes that if Cassandra were successfully resurrected, Lucas would undoubtedly shift his affections towards his sister, thus diminishing the esteem he once held for him. At that juncture, he would merely be a cook preparing meals for their family, and considering that Cassandra is still a child, he could no longer indulge as he once did within the villa. Various reasons could have led to the current outcome, and Xie Qi merely found the prospect of such an ending somewhat tedious. Seeing Lucas, unfazed even when confronted with a gun, Xie Qi let out a light chuckle. He then redirected the gun towards Cassandra. "What are you doing? Don't you dare move her." Lucas's expression shifted immediately upon sensing the potential threat to Cassandra, a stark contrast to his previous calm demeanor even in the face of life-threatening danger. Ever since his sister had been transformed into a monster without his knowledge, Lucas had felt a profound sense of responsibility for her condition. Everything he had done since then was for her sake. He regarded Cassandra as more precious than himself. Now, Xie Qi actually intended to kill her? This was absolutely unacceptable. How deeply the master values familial bonds. He would even don women's attire merely to pretend that she was still alive. It was truly touching. Xie Qi tilted his head with a wicked sense of amusement, publicly exposing Lucas's concealed thoughts. The viewers in the live stream had previously been curious as to why Lucas, a man, consistently dressed as a woman. Who would have thought it was all for his sister? Lucas fell silent, as if struck at a tender spot, and sarcastically remarked, "I never anticipated that the chef could be so articulate. Were you merely performing for me all along? What is your true intention?" Upon hearing Lucas's words, Xie Qi's gun remained steadfastly unmoving. He merely turned his head towards Lena, who stood there in a daze, and smiled. "Don't be so serious. Don't you find this scene rather amusing? It was your parents who used such dark sorcery to transform the young lady. Yet you wish to resurrect her using the same methods." Lucas's brows twitched as he clenched his jaw in silence. If it were ineffective, that would be one thing. But if, in the end, the young lady truly regained consciousness only to find her appearance unchanged, how would you explain that to her? In Lucas's eyes, Xie Qi suddenly transformed into a beguiling demon, causing his previously unwavering confidence to waver. He wanted to assert that he was different from those two individuals, but the words stuck in his throat. Indeed, what set him apart from them? They all disregarded Cassandra's will, manipulating her according to their own desires. Did Cassandra genuinely wish to return to life? What's wrong? Are you beginning to doubt yourself, master? Xie Qi, feigning surprise, raised his tone slightly, continuing to provoke Lucas with a tone that was both irritating and taunting. I had anticipated that my master would possess a resolute mindset. However, to my astonishment, he became despondent after only a few words. He shook his head with a sigh, as if expressing disappointment in Lucas. Although I hold the chef in high esteem, I must admit my hands itch to intervene, facepalm. I am still grappling with the revelation that the chef is also a streamer. Have you all adjusted to this so swiftly? Who are those heretics in front? Drive them away. How dare they threaten the chef? Our esteemed Connie enjoys toying with others. So what? It is his own overthinking that brings this upon him. The audience in the live stream has evolved to such an extent that no matter how outrageous a statement made by Xie Qi or how extraordinary his actions may be, they will always find a rationale to justify him, shifting the blame elsewhere. After all, regardless of the multitude of errors, the chef shall never be at fault. Meanwhile, outside the live stream, another chef, known for her unwavering loyalty, was intently observing Xie Qi. Even though she had surmised that she was likely to be used as a sacrifice to resurrect the lady, she silently accepted her fate before Xie Qi drew his weapon. After all, Lord Connie had reassured her that everything would be fine. At that moment, witnessing Xie Qi confront the master, Lena's heartbeat intensified to the point of pain. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed the butler attempting to sneak up on the chef when he was distracted. Gritting her teeth, Lena dashed forward and embraced Seabass. Their strength was vastly unequal, and Seabass could easily break free from her grasp. Yet, that brief moment was sufficient to divert Lucas's attention. The countdown began in Xie Qi's mind. 54,321. Congratulations, prisoner Xie Qi, for successfully clearing the E-level dungeon, Deserted Island Villa. Main quest completed. Survive for 7 days in the villa. Reward, 500 points, any item from the dungeon, 1 skill card. Dungeon role evaluation, S-level, rare. Due to the exceptionally high evaluation of the dungeon, you may upgrade the items obtained to unlimited. Please make your selection before exiting the dungeon. The chiming of the notification indicated that Xie Qi had gained immensely from this dungeon. He had 10 seconds to make his choices. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, while Lena continued to restrict Seabass's movements, Xie Qi holstered his pistol and raised the obsidian in his other hand, tossing it aside carelessly as though discarding refuse. The sound of the stone hitting the ground recaptured Lucas's attention. At that moment, Xie Qi placed a hand on his chest. Then, to the bewildered gazes of those present, he bent down and extended a hand toward it. What splendid news indeed! Xie Qi smiled, his remaining eye burning with intensity as he gazed at the creature. In that case, please accompany me, Miss Cassandra. Chapter 77. To take you where you belong. Xie Qi's words caused a sharp pain in Lucas's head. He felt as though something of great significance was about to vanish. Where do you intend to take Cassandra? Lucas questioned, his voice filled with agitation. Yet before he could finish, he noticed that Connie Bari was beginning to turn transparent. The scene began at the feet, as if the data stream was both reassembling and fracturing. The lower half of Connie vanished. Master Chef. This exclamation came from Lena. She did not spare a glance for Cassandra, who was also beginning to disintegrate beside her. Instead, she summoned her strength, breaking free from Seabass's grasp, lifting her skirt, and desperately rushing towards Xie Qi. Master, please take me with you. Lena cried out, her voice becoming hoarse. Her eyes were red, concealing a profound obsession. Even moments before, when she seemed to have been abandoned by Xie Qi, she had not exhibited such despair. Yet now, when Xie Qi merely expressed his intent to take Cassandra away, she was suddenly engulfed in madness. No, don't leave me behind. Xie Qi's gaze fell upon Lena. Lena, he said, his eyes crinkling with a gentle smile reminiscent of the warmth he had shown when he had rescued her by the seaside. Perhaps we shall meet again. As those words echoed, it felt as though Lena's entire world shattered alongside the chef's disappearance. Lucas stood frozen, watching his sister fade from this world alongside Connie. Cassandra? Where have you gone? Do not frighten me, brother. Stop this game and come out. The two forsaken souls were in a daze. One knelt in a stupor, while the other frantically searched for traces of Cassandra. Master, Seabass exclaimed, his face etched with tension as he observed Lucas, who had lost his composure, recklessly rummaging through the grass. It cannot be. Cassandra will not vanish. Your brother will protect you and never leave your side. Golden locks were now disheveled. Lucas gripped the earth tightly, his nails digging in. Master Connie. Lena tilted her head back, her brown eyes fixated vacantly on the spot where Xie Qi had vanished. I shall follow you forever, eternally. Warning, anomaly detected in copy character, initiating cleanup. Beep. Instance closed. Thank you for watching. The viewers in the live stream found themselves plunged into darkness, immediately realizing that the narrative had concluded with Xie Qi's departure. What would transpire next for Lucas and Lena remained a mystery. The audience had accompanied Xie Qi through 7 days within the instance, yet in reality, only an hour had passed. With the advancement of virtual reality technology, consciousness could be immersed in a digital realm through signals, allowing for the manual adjustment of the flow rate between the two worlds. Thus, regardless of the length of time spent in the virtual world, it could be calibrated to 1 hour, with the AI automatically regulating the instance's progression. That was so exhilarating. Chef, kill me. I wonder what the chef looks like in reality. I joined midway, hoping he is equally handsome. You all are so focused on appearances, unlike me. I adore the chef regardless of his looks. For those familiar with him, I can assure you, the chef is quite handsome. Covers mouth. I wonder what his true personality is like. I hope it's the same as in the instance. Anticipation. I cannot say, as his time on Prison Island was too brief for proper assessment. Yet, from the moment he first set foot on the island, he had rendered one person's eye useless with a brooch. Even if there were differences in temperament, the disparity was certainly minimal. After the instance concluded, The audience returned to their respective virtual spaces, most eagerly clicking on the host's profile to discover which prison housed the newcomer, promptly entering the corresponding prison's live stream. Many others first ordered the replay of the recently concluded instance, and upon seeing the surge in purchase numbers, they could not help but be astonished. A new prisoner, having just completed an instance, had already amassed 5,000 purchases in such a brief period. It is noteworthy that the total viewership for this instance had just surpassed 10,000, indicating that nearly half of those who watched chose to place an order. Remarkably, this instance had even squeezed into the top 100 of the daily replay sales rankings, although it merely held a trailing position. The majority of the instances ahead were multiplayer and graded D or above. To have a single-player instance, along with a newcomer prisoner, make it onto the list was indeed a jaw-dropping revelation for many viewers who were unaware of the circumstances. Xie Qi's consciousness returned to his physical form. Before entering the instance, he lay face down on the ground, and after an hour, his position remained unchanged. He propped himself up with his hands and gradually stood, rubbing his cheek that had been pressed against the floor. The prison warden, who had previously stood outside, had long since departed, leaving him alone in the room. Upon returning to his cell, the system did not notify him if any viewers were currently watching. Within the instance, to allow the prisoners to perform better, the system would occasionally inform them of the audience count. However, in reality, to provide the audience with a more authentic glimpse of the prisoners' lives, there had never been any overt mention of whether their lives would be broadcasted. From a capitalistic perspective, any opportunity to exploit the situation would certainly not be overlooked. Xie Qi, with a mere moment of contemplation, understood that there were undoubtedly viewers observing him at present. Thus, he refrained from immediately inquiring about his current level or whether he had acquired any skill cards. Instead, he lifted his gaze and surveyed the empty cell, resembling a person unable to distinguish between reality and illusion, and addressed the unseen audience with fervor. Good afternoon, dear viewers. My name is Xie Qi, a new inmate on Prisoner Island. I sincerely appreciate each of you taking the time to watch me, and I hope my performance has not disappointed you. Oh, by the way, if you have any feedback, feel free to leave a message for me, though I may not necessarily see it. The cell, apart from its intense lighting, was poorly soundproofed. Any minor disturbance could be heard by the other inmates in their cells. Not to mention, Xie Qi had no intention of moderating his volume. The transparent door of the cell could not shield him from the murderous gazes of the other prisoners, their scorching stares piercing towards him like lasers. Yet, he remained entirely oblivious to them, passionately addressing the enigmatic audience. The elongated corridor of the prison reverberated with his voice, overshadowing even the most monotonous of footsteps. In the periphery of his vision, he caught sight of a towering figure. The prisoners, who had initially been eager to vocally chastise Xie Qi, fell silent, instinctively covering their ears and retreating to the corners of their cells. Just as Xie Qi began to express hopes for generous donations from the audience, the warden's silhouette came into view. "Ah, you have arrived," Xie Qi exclaimed with genuine surprise, as if the person before him were not the very architect behind the escalation of his predicament, but rather a benefactor come to his aid. The warden scrutinized Xie Qi from head to toe, noting his seemingly robust demeanor and the absence of any missing parts, prompting him to ponder deeply. "Have you come to escort me out? There is no need for such urgency. I find this place quite agreeable, and the others are rather amiable." The other inmates silently scoffed, thinking, "Of course it is agreeable for you. You aren't the one struggling to sleep amid the noise. It seems you have adapted well," the warden remarked, his deep voice laced with intrigue. Suddenly, the sound of an unlocking mechanism echoed, and the cell confining Xie Qi swung open. "Come, since you are free, I shall guide you to where you ought to be." Chapter 78. I believe the original cell was quite satisfactory as the cell door opened. The warden imposed no restrictions on Xie Qi, merely gesturing for him to follow. Upon his initial entry, he had been confronted by several AI robots brandishing weapons, as if they feared an abrupt outburst from him. This demonstrated the warden's profound confidence in his own abilities, assured that he would not be bested by a mere F-rank prisoner. Xie Qi was notably the first individual to be confined upon arrival at Prison Island, only to emerge merely an hour later. Since his release, the other inmates, though intimidated by the warden's authority and reluctant to stare, were nonetheless intensely curious about this newcomer who had received such special treatment. Did he just introduce himself as Xie Qi? The prisoners mused quietly. It seems an extraordinary new presence has graced Prison Island. With a beaming smile, Xie Qi hummed a tune, trailing behind the warden towards the elevator. The audience, momentarily bewildered by his earlier self-introduction, gradually regained their composure. Am I mistaken? Is this the chef? It must be correct. I recognize many familiar IDs. Surely, not this many could be wrong. However, while his demeanor may not be completely erratic, it is undeniably lively. Doesn't this illustrate just how exceptional Xie Qi's portrayal is? You so-called fans, you are merely drawn to the chef's eccentricity, oblivious to the charm that lies beneath his exterior. I find it rather delightful. I quite enjoy this vibe, sinister smile. Xie Qi's recent behavior contrasted sharply with that of the elegantly twisted chef he portrayed within the narrative, leaving the audience, captivated by his character, momentarily disconcerted. Yet, this could be seen as a process of selection. Only those who appreciated the chef's persona would harbor a modicum of fondness for Xie Qi, potentially leading them to continue being enchanted by the various roles he would embody, ultimately allowing them to remain. Those who appreciate the chef yet are even more enamored by the charm exuded by Xie Qi have willingly become his admirers, vocally defending him when others express discomfort. Naturally, Xie Qi pays little heed to the opinions of those who are solely interested in his portrayal of the chef. While he revels in the current mission, he harbors a disdain for the chef's penchant for brutality. He prefers to engage his intellect, standing aside, observing a multitude of individuals scheming and plotting over trivial matters. A smile creased Xie Qi's face as he found the situation amusing. How delightful, isn't it? The thought of various other missions awaiting him filled his heart with joy. The prison warden, walking ahead, listened to the peculiar tune hummed by this strange newcomer. The melody was unfamiliar, one he had never encountered before. A glance was cast towards Xie Qi from beneath the brim of a hat, as the warden accessed Xie Qi's current information through his cognitive interface. Upon discovering that Xie Qi had ascended to E rank after navigating that mission, even the warden's composure faltered slightly. The magical sigils he had inscribed, while intended to elevate the mission's difficulty, generally only heightened it to the pinnacle of F rank. Yet this individual had ventured into an E rank mission. Moreover, the role he drew was of considerable complexity. The odds could no longer be attributed to the magical sigils. Seeing the luck column reading 0, the warden silently closed the information panel. Regardless, to emerge unscathed from such a hellish difficulty level as a newcomer, it seemed his earlier judgment was not in vain. Just as he prepared to return and review Xie Qi's previous missions, the elevator arrived. They ascended to the 3rd floor. Xie Qi recalled that the other newcomers who had arrived with him were also taken to the 3rd floor. However, he had reached their starting point only after experiencing an E rank mission. Unlike the underground, the lighting here was softer, maintaining a brightness just suitable for human comfort. As they approached, a stir arose from the prison cells. This level housed the newly arrived inmates, most of whom were unfamiliar with the warden's identity. Yet, sensing his commanding presence and military attire, they understood he was undoubtedly someone of authority within the prison. As for Xie Qi, there was no inmate who didn't recognize him. How has that kid returned again? Hasn't it been but a short while? Is he not being taken away for punishment? They murmured. Is the prison system truly so lenient? No repercussions for harming someone's eyesight. They debated fervently, their words audible to both men. The warden remained impassive, as if he had heard nothing. Meanwhile, Xie Qi strolled as though he had returned home, greeting the inmates wherever he went, as if they were all familiar acquaintances. Some, taken aback, responded with a wave, puzzled as to why he was following that man inside. As he journeyed onward, Xie Qi discovered that the cells on this level were designed for 2 occupants, with 2 beds placed on either side, devoid of even a partition in between. Upon witnessing this arrangement, Xie Qi furrowed his brow for the first time. He couldn't help but address the warden, who had been walking ahead without pause, saying, "Chief, may I have a word with you? I would prefer to return to the previous cell. I found it quite agreeable." Upon hearing this, the warden momentarily halted his precise steps. He turned to Xie Qi with a look of bewilderment, as though he had never encountered anyone who wished to remain in solitary confinement. Ignoring Xie Qi's words, the warden finally stopped in front of a cell. Just like before, the door opened automatically without any sign of him retrieving a key. Inside, there was already a person present, who, upon seeing the door open, dared not make a move. Realizing that his request to change cells could not be fulfilled, Xie Qi sighed and shook his head as he stepped inside. With a click, the door closed immediately behind him as soon as his feet touched the floor of the cell. The The warden did not utter another word to Xie Qi, but turned away and departed. Inside the cell, only Xie Qi and a young man with yellow hair remained. The young man sat quietly on the bed to the right, hugging his knees, not even glancing at Xie Qi as he entered. Xie Qi tilted his head, curiosity piqued. He surveyed the furnishings of the cell as he approached the right-side bed, standing silently there. The young man, seemingly perplexed by the newcomer's silence, felt compelled to look up, only to be startled by the unexpected presence before him. "Hello there," Xie Qi greeted him with a smile, appearing like a ghost before him. How did you get in here?" "I don't know you," the young man stammered, still shaken but gaining a bit more courage. "It's all right. I don't know you either, but we will get acquainted soon," Xie Qi replied, comfortably sitting at the edge of his bed. The young man immediately shifted to the opposite corner of the cell, distancing himself from this strange individual. "By the way, what brought you here?" Xie Qi inquired, aiming to cultivate a rapport with his future cellmate by casually bringing up a topic others had previously asked him. Upon hearing the question, the young man's expression darkened abruptly, and the spirited demeanor he had earlier displayed dissipated. I was caught for trafficking mechanical prosthetics," he confessed. "Trafficking mechanical prosthetics?" Xie Qi's mind was filled with questions. Lacking the memories of his former self, he had little understanding of the technological landscape of this world. However, from a literal standpoint, it seemed akin to the illicit trade of organ transplants in his own era. He was taken aback to learn that such a grave offense in this time had only merited an F-grade sentence. It appeared this world was fraught with peril. Xie Qi gazed at the F emblazoned on the young man's badge, stroking his chin in contemplation. The youth could hardly fathom that the peculiar individual before him would regard him as such a threat. In an era where medical technology had advanced to the point that limbs could be replaced at will, many individuals, regardless of disability, opted to install mechanical prosthetics for convenience or personal preference. Although these prosthetics required regular maintenance and lacked the innate ease of natural limbs, the trade remained exceedingly lucrative. Where there is demand, there exists a market, and where there is a market, capital rushes in like leeches. Presently, one of the largest corporations in the world, Tunglong Mechanical Company, monopolizes 80% of the global prosthetic manufacturing market. All transactions and exchanges pertaining to these devices must go through this company. Engaging in private sales or smuggling of mechanical prosthetics is illegal, and the government has enacted a series of restrictive policies. Even though the prosthetics themselves are not exorbitantly priced, the various additional taxes incurred through legitimate channels render them unaffordable for the average F or E-grade citizen. This has given rise to a black market for the illegal trade of these restricted items. Within this realm, prices for various goods do not differ significantly from legitimate sources. Yet the absence of hefty taxes allows ordinary citizens to acquire one or two desired prosthetics. Fortunately, despite Tunglong's dominance in the market, it does not hold an absolute monopoly. Due to the opposition from the remaining 20% of companies and governmental entities, the mechanical prosthetics sold by Tunglong are not assigned serial numbers. After all, if the devices manufactured by Tunglong could be differentiated from those of other companies, a subsequent series of complementary product markets might gradually fall under Tunglong's control, leading to models exclusively compatible with Tunglong products. In such a scenario, even those seeking cheaper alternatives would abandon their intentions due to the difficulty in procuring compatible components or the cumbersome nature of maintenance. The intricate power struggles among major corporations lie hidden beneath turbulent waters, while the black market struggles to survive in the crevices between them. Many lower-tier citizens receive meager monthly subsidies, and any aspirations for a better life leave them in dire straits. Positions within these corporations are either replaced by robots or occupied by higher-tier citizens. The lower-class citizens, deemed parasites by the elite, find themselves compelled to seek financial gain through these illicit avenues. Thus, the youth's actions are not uncommon among this group, and they are far from the formidable challenge that Xie Qi presumed. Unbeknownst to him, the youth was unaware of Xie Qi's misinterpretation. After sharing his circumstances, he raised his gaze and inquired how Xie Qi had gained entry. Upon hearing the youth's retort, Xie Qi recalled how the other had seemed skeptical when he had previously struggled to articulate his situation. He then asserted with unwavering conviction, "I merely discarded some rubbish. And for failing to reach the trash bin, I was apprehended." The youth's face was a portrait of confusion. Simply for failing to dispose of trash properly? What sort of charge is that? I have never heard of such a thing. He pondered silently, suspecting that this eccentric individual was withholding the truth. Just then, Another visitor arrived at the doorway. This time, it was not the warden but rather a robot, carrying a tray upon which rested a complete outfit. It halted before Xie Qi's cell under the scrutinizing gazes of the prisoners, its eyes emitting a beam of light, causing the door of the cell to open slightly. Identification number PI 897777. The new level prison uniform has arrived. Please acknowledge receipt, the robot announced, placing a tray through the narrow opening and awaiting Xie Qi to collect the garments. A new prison uniform? It was not only Xie Qi who found this peculiar. The young man had been observing them intently as well. The deep blue prison uniform was neatly folded, and as Xie Qi approached to retrieve it, he shook it out, discovering that aside from the color, its design was identical to the black one he was currently wearing. There was also a new name tag on the tray, inscribed with Xie Qi's name, yet his classification had changed to level E. Xie Qi was aware of the possibility of level upgrades from his time in the simulation, but he had not anticipated that clothing would be altered according to rank. If he was already at level E, how was it that the prisoners at levels D and E were also wearing the same black attire? Since Xie Qi's arrival, there had been numerous anomalies surrounding him. The inmates from other cells speculated whether he had someone backing him, for their treatment was distinctly different from his. Soon, Xie Qi became an enigmatic figure in their eyes, a mysterious overlord set apart from them. Unbeknownst to Xie Qi, he remained indifferent to their thoughts. In fact, if these petty individuals refrained from bothering him out of fear of his background, it would be most advantageous. Mr. Yellowhair, may I request a favor? Xie Qi inquired politely. However, the individual addressed did not perceive his tone as courteous. Who addresses someone as Yellowhair upon first meeting? The young man's face darkened. Yet he dared not retort, murmuring his name, Luo Qi, before asking what the matter was. Could you turn around, please? I need to change, Xie Qi said with a smile, though his tone was matter-of-fact. Despite their shared gender, Xie Qi had no inclination to change clothing under the gaze of a stranger. Surprised by the simplicity of the request, Luo Qi, the young man with yellow hair, turned to face the wall, patiently waiting for Xie Qi to change. Once Xie Qi had donned his new attire, Luo Qi turned back. After some exchanges, he had grown less wary of Xie Qi and curiously inquired where he had been taken previously. Upon hearing this question, Xie Qi burst into a mischievous laugh, sending shivers down Luo Qi's spine. He involuntarily wondered if his cellmate had some mental issues, as he seemed distinctly different from the ordinary. I was taken to a splendid place, filled with many companions to play with. I can't wait to return. The pale-faced man clad in deep blue leaned against the wall, a faint flush adding a touch of color to his cheeks. His dark eyes habitually narrowed as he enticingly proposed to Luo Qi. Let us play together if the opportunity arises. Chapter 80. It seems you've been doing quite well since I left you. Thus, Xie Qi and Luo Qi spent a strangely harmonious day together. Aside from Xie Qi, none of the other 57 individuals who had violated the regulations returned, further solidifying the suspicions of those who speculated about Xie Qi's background. On the morning of the second day, an unexpected announcement echoed through the airwaves. It proclaimed that a welcoming assembly would be held in Block E of the prison, where both new and old inmates would gather, fostering a sense of familial warmth even within the confines of incarceration. Scheduled for after lunch, the precise location remained undisclosed, yet it was mentioned that machine administrators would escort them there. A welcoming assembly? A gathering? Had these terms not been uttered in the context of a prison, one might have felt a twinge of excitement. However, this was, after all, the notorious island notorious for housing the most malevolent criminals, and few among its inhabitants could be deemed harmless. While the occasional rogue might slip through, Xie Qi and Luo Qi exchanged glances, each suspecting the other to be that very rogue. Since their initial conversation, the two had refrained from further dialogue. While rummaging through his cell, Xie Qi stumbled upon the AI gaming glasses, discovering not one but two pairs. Eagerly, he donned the glasses, hoping to resume his next gaming quest. Regrettably, upon wearing them, the system informed him that access was temporarily unavailable and that he would need to undergo a unified authentication process before entering. Xie Qi quickly realized that his previous access had been granted through a backdoor opened by the warden. As a newcomer, without prior experience or guidance, he lacked the authority to engage in the game. With a sigh, he removed the glasses. Luo Qi observed him silently, feeling an acute sense of disconnection. Why was it that, despite both being incarcerated, this individual appeared so at ease, seemingly untroubled by the uncertainty of his fate? Unlike him, Luo Qi buried his head deeper in thought. As the anxious crowd awaited, the clock struck 1. After consuming the tasteless nutritional supplement, Xie Qi noticed a change outside. The previously barren walls had inexplicably sprouted numerous ominous gun muzzles, the sheer number of which could induce a phobia of clusters. The doors of each cell opened automatically, and the previously heard announcement crackled back to life. The time for the welcoming assembly has arrived. Inmates, please line up in an orderly fashion and quietly follow the administrator to the banquet hall. Remember the primary rule of Prison Island: adhere to all regulations. As the androgynous voice concluded, a robot glided from the direction of the elevator. Its appearance closely resembled that of the robot that had previously delivered clothing to Xie Qi, albeit with a lighter hue. Once it halted, it addressed the inmates, who were too intimidated by the gun points to venture out of their cells. Please vacate your cells immediately, lining up in the order of your cells without unnecessary delay. You have 15 minutes. Commencing now. Having been previously conditioned by the AI navigator upon their arrival to the island, the inmates, upon hearing the countdown, hesitated no longer. A cautious inmate peered out of his cell, realizing there was no obstruction, and promptly exited. Seeing that he faced no hindrance, others swiftly followed suit. After hearing the announcement twice, they understood that the robot was there to escort them to the so-called welcoming assembly. For the first time, Luo Qi cautiously left his bed, positioning himself by the door to observe the prisoners in the cell ahead, who were orderly forming a queue. He then turned to look at Xie Qi, who had inexplicably appeared behind him, and said, "Shall we also make our exit?" Luo Qi had grown somewhat accustomed to his roommate's sudden appearances, so he was not startled this time, although he involuntarily swallowed hard. He could not comprehend why he felt this way, despite Xie Qi's penchant for startling others. He had always been amiable towards him. Yet, Luo Qi felt a lingering apprehension about getting too close, sensing an inexplicable aura emanating from him. When Xie Qi smiled and nodded in response to his inquiry before proceeding outside, Luo Qi promptly followed suit. All the inmates waiting outside, regardless of their badge rankings, were clad in black prison uniforms. Amongst them stood Xie Qi, distinguished by his deep blue attire. Luo Qi remained behind him, hesitant to lift his gaze to meet the scrutiny from all directions. He could not help but admire how his roommate managed to maintain such composure under the weight of so many watchful eyes. The corridor was crowded with hundreds, yet it was eerily silent. No one dared to utter a word. Once everyone had gathered, the robotic administrator turned around, leading the group of prisoners towards the elevator. Xie Qi had not previously shared an elevator with such a multitude and assumed they would have to ascend in batches. However, to his surprise, the robot stood still, instructing the inmates to enter in an orderly fashion. As he observed over 20 individuals already inside the elevator, with more continuing to enter, Xie Qi surmised that this elevator was indeed a marvel of advanced technology, perhaps even employing spatial folding techniques based on his limited scientific knowledge. Upon entering, he soon realized that the elevator transformed in response to the influx of passengers. Despite the crowd, it did not feel cramped, to Xie Qi's estimation. The interior seemed to possess the dimensions of a football field. When the doors closed, the prisoners nearest to the entrance noticed they had descended from the third to the second floor. Upon the elevator halting and the doors opening, they were greeted by the familiar cold gray walls, with the ceiling soaring approximately 6 meters high, reminiscent of a grand hotel lobby, evoking a sense of spaciousness upon entry. However, as the inmates exited the elevator, they discovered they were not the sole occupants emerging. Surrounding them were 4 elevators on that floor, each disgorging prisoners clad in a variety of prison garb. From the elevator closest to them emerged several inmates dressed similarly to Xie Qi in deep blue, interspersed with a few donning deep red uniforms. Unlike Xie Qi and his cohort of male newcomers, the other 3 elevators released a mix of both men and women. The expressions on the faces of these seasoned inmates were largely disdainful, devoid of any welcoming sentiment towards the newcomers. Some regarded them with malevolent smiles, clearly harboring ulterior motives. As the group of newcomers exited the elevator, subjected to the scrutiny of those around them, the elevator behind them, which had seemingly closed, unexpectedly began to move once more. Before long, another batch of individuals was delivered. A tall man, his right eye replaced by a mechanical prosthetic that emitted a faint blue glow, wore a grim expression as he emerged from the elevator alongside fellow prisoners who had also just escaped from the ordeal. These prisoners, initially taken elsewhere for punishment, were still clad in black prison garb, yet each exuded an air of lethal intent, starkly contrasting with the newcomers, who remained largely unaware of the realities of Prison Island. They appeared more akin to veterans emerging from one of the other 3 elevators. The new prisoners regarded them with a mixture of suspicion and curiosity, pondering the tribulations they must have endured. The tall man's already somber visage darkened further upon spotting Xie Qi standing there unscathed. It was him. It was because of this individual that he had lost his right eye, suffering greatly during the ordeal that followed. After enduring considerable hardship, he had finally managed to escape. Yet the hard-earned points he accumulated could only suffice to purchase this mechanical eye. Otherwise, he would not be so fortunate in the next trial. All of this had been instigated by that young man. Despite his own dire circumstances, how could the architect of his misfortune appear so nonchalant? A tempest of resentment brewed within him. If looks could kill, Xie Qi would have been riddled with holes by now, though his inner volcano threatened to erupt. Past experiences had taught him that impulsiveness could lead to dire consequences. In this moment, taking action against Xie Qi would be an unwise decision. Thus, he remained rooted in place, drawing his hand across his neck in a threatening gesture, spitting in Xie Qi's direction. Upon witnessing the threat, Xie Qi blinked in confusion. He seemed to be ruminating, and then, as if a revelation struck him, he clapped one hand into the palm of the other, exclaiming in surprise, "Ah, so it's you, my friend." With a smile, Xie Qi waved at the tall man, feigning delight. "It seems you've fared well since our parting." Chapter 81. The First Principle. Adhere to the rules, friend? Luo Qi regarded Xie Qi with a puzzled expression. If his memory served him correctly, it was this very individual who had caused the loss of that man's eye. How could he muster the audacity to utter the term friend? Not only was Luo Qi incredulous, but the tall man also appeared to doubt his own hearing. How could such preposterous words reach his ears? This young man, unrepentant for his actions, was attempting to draw closer as if nothing had transpired. You little brat." The tall man ground his teeth, struggling to contain his fury. Fortunately, as more individuals gathered, the prison administrator made his entrance. The prisoners were divided into 4 groups, each consisting of hundreds, totaling over 1,000 individuals. They did not stand in an orderly queue, maintaining considerable distance between one another, yet the space did not feel overcrowded. Under the collective gaze of the crowd, the warden who had earlier escorted Xie Qi back to the cell block now stood formally before them, clad in a sharply tailored military uniform. He stood impressively at nearly 2 meters tall on the central podium, his gaze casting a formidable and icy demeanor over the crowd. The newcomers on the same floor as Xie Qi had encountered him before, yet were unaware that he was the warden of this prison. On Prison Island, there existed only 5 prisons, each governed by a singular warden. As one of the 5 enforcers, the extent of his authority was undoubtedly vast. The warden, standing upon the platform, removed his military cap, revealing a face of striking handsomeness that seemed almost otherworldly. His black eyes, flecked with gold, scanned the 1,000 inmates below, and he spoke with commanding authority. "I am the warden of Prison E. You need not know my name. All that is necessary is to understand that adherence to the rules of this prison is imperative. This is my sole demand." After delivering his message, he refrained from detailing the consequences of rule violations, as they would soon learn in due course. The new inmates, unfamiliar with his presence, felt the weight of his commanding aura, sensing an immediate display of power. The fact that he withheld even his name only intensified their trepidation. Meanwhile, the seasoned inmates, long accustomed to the warden's autocratic nature, paid little heed to his proclamation, instead reveling in the reactions of the newcomers for their amusement. Once the warden concluded his address, he departed without a trace. Shortly thereafter, a cadre of robots entered the arena, methodically arranging tables and chairs, followed by an array of dishes being served. The freshly plated cuisine captivated the attention of the new prisoners, many of whom had only ever known the meager rations of E and F-class citizens, forced to scrimp and save even for basic nutritional supplements. Xie Qi, having recently arrived and having consumed only 3 meals of nutritional gel, regarded the food with mild indifference. He pondered the implications of the warden providing such a feast, speculating whether the prison's resources were so scarce that the warden feared the inmates might consume him out of house and home. Once the food was set, before the new inmates could take stock, a throng of prisoners surged forward, their hands a blur as they devoured the offerings laid before them. Clad predominantly in deep blue prison garb, These E-class inmates displayed an insatiable hunger that struck Xie Qi as peculiar. After all, having amassed thousands of points from a single game, he instinctively believed that earning points was relatively effortless. The prices of everyday items in the marketplace were not exorbitant. These E-class inmates should not be so deprived, yet they resembled famished souls reborn. Unbeknownst to Xie Qi, not everyone possessed the same acumen in deciphering the thoughts of the audience. The majority of individuals were merely fighting for survival, occasionally eliciting laughter from spectators with their tragic plight, barely earning a modicum of reward. While the affluent citizens of this world were known for their generosity, they seldom bestowed gratuities upon those engaged in mere role-playing scenarios. To speak of stinginess, if one encounters a prisoner who excels in their role, providing an exceptional viewing experience, they might indeed part with their coins, fervently cheering for these prisoners. Conversely, those who fail to receive gratuities can only garner rewards through various quests, with the majority of their points consumed in enhancing their own abilities, leaving little to spare for the acquisition of food that is not essential for survival. Thus, this monthly welcoming assembly, ostensibly organized to greet newcomers, ultimately transforms into a sanctuary for the seasoned inmates. Do the newcomers dare to partake? Such aspirations are merely fanciful dreams. Some of the newly arrived, still bewildered by their circumstances, approach upon seeing food, only to be swiftly reprimanded. Each of these veteran prisoners possesses their own skills. Those lacking in prowess have long since perished in the quests, leaving no room for these naive newcomers to seize an advantage. As one intrepid newcomer approached the table's edge, he was abruptly shoved aside by a burly figure. "Boy, have you no eyes? Dare you to compete with us for food?" The assailant, a bald man adorned with numerous tattoos, bore a fearsome countenance that warned of trouble. Clad in a dark blue prison uniform, his badge proclaimed him an E-level inmate. As Xie Qi had surmised, the newcomer, a rare D-level among his peers, felt a surge of fury upon being pushed aside by someone deemed inferior. "You should be the one to step aside. Was it not stated that this gathering was to welcome us? On what grounds do you deny us sustenance? You, an E-level, dare to act so arrogantly before me?" The newcomer was not one to be easily intimidated. A D-level designation implied a degree of authority, and it had been some time since he had been so disregarded. "Huh, merely an E-level?" The bald giant scoffed at the newcomer's haughty words, cracking his knuckles as his demeanor shifted ominously. "Let us see if this E-level can indeed crush your so-called D-level." After arranging the food, the robots had all retreated, leaving only these four groups of prisoners behind. While it was publicly claimed that the gathering aimed to foster camaraderie between new and old inmates, such unregulated interactions tacitly allowed for conflict. Through numerous welcoming assemblies, the veteran inmates had come to understand the warden's boundaries. As long as no lives were lost, merely broken limbs, no one would be held accountable. After all, no amount of repeated rules could convey the lesson as effectively as personal experience. The other seasoned prisoners, shoving food into their mouths, watched the scene with keen interest, often treated as mere playthings by NPCs in the quests. They relished in witnessing others subjected to similar treatment, their twisted psyche finding solace in the shared suffering. After all, it was not just one who was enduring hardship, was it? The newcomer, overwhelmed by the sudden eruption of the bald man's presence, involuntarily staggered back, only to find himself leaning against something solid. He averted his gaze from the bald man's scrutiny, turning away just in time to miss the astonished expression on the face across from him. A tall figure loomed behind him, with disheveled white hair cascading down, partially obscured by a black device resembling a muzzle that covered half of his face, revealing only a pair of crimson eyes. Sensing the presence of something unusual beside him, the figure slowly lowered his head, and the icy glare immediately froze the newcomer in place. "Zero, number 0.